Chapter 1. Xiaoxi sighed deeply, lifting her head to gaze at the sun in the sky. Reaffirming that she was not trapped in a dream, she then lowered her head and hurriedly continued to gather the small red fruits, resembling peanuts, with fervor. Xiaoxi had traversed to this orc continent half a month prior in her modern life. She had been a bone setter. Her younger brother, after graduating from university, had established an AI company with his classmates, showing no inclination to return home to inherit the family craft of bone setting. Having learned the art of bone setting since childhood and possessing a master's degree in medicine, she was forcibly summoned back from a prestigious hospital in the capital by her father to serve the local populace in their small county. She had initially thought that returning home was acceptable, as healing patients was a noble endeavor regardless of location. She did not believe that working in a big city was the only way to appear sophisticated. The small town had a greater number of people in need. However, what she did not anticipate was that 6 months after returning to the county, while assisting a worker who had broken his leg on a construction site, she had successfully set his bone and advised him against heavy labor until he had fully recovered. Regrettably, the man disregarded her counsel and returned to work soon after he was able to walk, resulting in a secondary injury that left his legs slightly misaligned. His family approached her, claiming she was responsible and demanding a compensation of 1 million. Amidst the ensuing conflict, she was tragically pushed by the worker's mother onto a marble coffee table, leading to her untimely demise. Subsequently, she found herself inhabiting the frail body of a female rabbit beast, rescued from the brink of death by Xiao Hua and her beast husband, who discovered her deep within the forest. 3 days later, upon awakening and realizing she had been transported to the ancient orc continent, where even basic sustenance was a struggle, Xiaoxi contemplated ending her life to see if she could return to her former existence. Ultimately, upon the grim realization that her modern body had perished, she resigned herself to surviving in this desolate land of deprivation. Once she had recuperated sufficiently to walk, Xiao Hua informed her that she would now need to fend for herself. This was because, in the orc world, aside from family and partners, they bore no obligations toward anyone else. Xiao Hua's ability to provide for her was a testament to her kindness. Alongside her beast husbands, orcs were known for their direct communication, and with Xiaoxi's recovery, Xiao Hua naturally stated that she must now take responsibility for her own sustenance. Xiaoxi felt no discontent with this arrangement. After all, one is ultimately accountable for oneself, regardless of location. Therefore, once she regained her strength and could stand, she requested Xiao Hua to accompany her in search of food. For several days, Xiao Hua guided her to the mountains to gather these edible red fruits. The shells of the red fruits were hard and, when cracked open, revealed a substance resembling modern wheat flour, with a similar taste and culinary application. Pondering these thoughts, Xiaoxi sighed once more, glancing at the slumbering Xiao Hua in the shade, reflecting on her impressive reproductive capabilities and the fondness that male orcs had for her. She wiped the sweat from her brow and mused, how different the fates of females can be. Looking at her hands, which were still raw and oozing with blood, she resolved to work diligently, for she was a female with no male to support her. Noticing her basket filled with red fruits, Xiaoxi paused, moving to the shade of a tree to wipe her sweat and rest, observing that Xiao Hua's basket, which she had woven from branches, held only a few red fruits. She approached and poured more than half of her own haul into Xiao Hua's basket. After all, she could not consume much on her own, and since Xiao Hua had a larger family, it was only fair to share some with her. Xiaoxi looked up, realizing the sun was setting, and gently tapped the sleeping Xiao Hua. Wake up, we must return. As a creature fond of sleep, Xiao Hua merely turned over and continued to slumber, mumbling, if you males dare disturb me again, you shall sleep alone tonight. Xiaoxi's mouth fell agape in astonishment at Xiao Hua's murmured words. Could it be that Xiao Hua shared the night with her 5 beast husbands? She shook her head, finding the image too beautiful to contemplate. Come on, wake up, our lovely Xiao Hua. If you don't rise soon, all the delicious food will be consumed by others, Xiaoxi urged, giving her a gentle push. At the mention of food, Xiao Hua finally blinked awake, her eyes drowsily opening. Where is the good food? No one is to snatch it from me. With an adorable, gluttonous expression on her chubby face upon hearing of food, Xiaoxi could not help but laugh mischievously. You naughty Xiaoxi, you've tricked me again, the now awake Xiao Hua said. Realizing they were still on the mountain pretending to be angry, she pouted her plump, enticing lips. Making Xiaoxi yearn to kiss her was no wonder that Xiao Hua's 5 beast husbands adored her so. Xiao Hua, if you continue to tempt me like this, I may just have to kiss you again. As soon as Xiaoxi uttered those words, Xiao Hua leapt to her feet in fright. You rogue female. If you dare kiss me again like last time, I will have my males punish you. I have been wronged. I explained it to you numerous times that was not a kiss. You nearly fell into the river while washing those crunchy fruits, and I had to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Do you comprehend? Xiaoxi, recalling the incident, felt a surge of frustration just a few days prior. While they were out collecting red fruits, Xiao Hua had spotted a tree laden with crunchy fruits and insisted on picking some to take home. When they passed by the river, the gluttonous Xiao Hua suddenly remembered the crunchy fruits in her basket and suggested they take a break to wash a few and eat them initially. Xiaoxi intended to wash the fruits by the river, but Xiao Hua insisted on doing it herself, casting her a disdainful glance. Rabbit beasts are so weak after walking the short distance and carrying this little. You're already sweating profusely. At that moment, Xiaoxi had been so furious that she wanted to kick her. Rabbit beasts were inherently frail, a widely acknowledged trait in the Orc continent. What could she do about it? While Xiaoxi contemplated how she would indulge in the crunchy fruits when Xiao Hua returned, she suddenly heard a loud splash from the river, as if a heavy object had fallen into the water. Panic surged within her. As she remembered Xiao Hua was by the river, she hurriedly dashed towards the sound, only to find Xiao Hua had fallen into the water without hesitation. Xiaoxi leapt in, exerting considerable effort to rescue the plump Xiao Hua and bring her back to shore, silently thanking her swimming lessons from her modern life. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss. Watching Xiao Hua unconscious, Xiaoxi could only perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Coincidentally, one of Xiao Hua's beast husbands had arrived to fetch her, almost leading to a misunderstanding that could have ended poorly for Xiaoxi. Once the truth was revealed, they realized their error and later brought wild beast meat as an apology, sincerely thanking her for saving Xiao Hua. Recalling this incident brought a smile to Xiaoxi's face. After Xiao Hua fully regained consciousness, the two made their way back along the path to the cliff. Xiao Hua climbed the wooden ladder to her family's stone terrace, waved goodbye to Xiaoxi, and disappeared into the cave. Xiaoxi headed towards her own cave on the opposite side. The following morning, Xiaoxi awoke to Xiao Hua's loud calls. Still groggy, she rubbed her dry eyes and stepped out of the cave, standing on the stone terrace to look down. Xiao Hua, so early in the morning, why aren't you cuddling with your beast husbands? Why are you here making a ruckus? Do you know you've disturbed my beauty sleep? Your mother beast Xiaoxi. Today we are going to the grand market to exchange for some items needed for the snow season. Do you have anything you wish to bring? Xiao Hua chided Xiaoxi, but she remained indifferent, not even knowing who Xiao Hua's mother beast was. Upon hearing that they would be going to the grand market, Xiaoxi instinctively wanted to say she would join, but she swallowed her words. Last time, Xiao Hua had mentioned that the grand market was quite far, requiring a day and a half of travel for an orc to reach. How could she possibly make the journey? Thus, Xiaoxi called down to Xiao Hua, who stood at the cliff's edge. Yes, I have some things. Wait a moment while I gather them. After saying this, she turned and re-entered the cave. From a stone platform where she stored her belongings, she retrieved a bag of red fruit flour, which Xiao Hua had mentioned was unavailable in the seaside orc territories. They would trade salt to bring it back for their beast cubs. Xiaoxi also gathered several beast skin backpacks that she had sewn together during her leisure time, offering one to Xiao Hua, who appeared quite fond of it. She hoped to exchange it for something at the grand market. After surveying her surroundings, she found nothing else of use for trading. Concerned that Xiao Hua might grow impatient, she hurriedly exited the cave. Upon stepping outside, she caught sight of a few baskets she had woven in her spare time. Realizing that Xiao Hua's family had never possessed such items, perhaps they were uncommon in the Orc continent, so she decided to take one along. Xiaoxi tied the baskets together with vines, placing the rolled-up beast skin backpack and the flour inside before carefully lowering them down the cliff. At the bottom, Xiao Hua eagerly approached to untie the knots of the vine. Xiaoxi retrieved the vine and climbed down the wooden ladder. Xiao Hua rummaged through the items Xiaoxi intended to trade What do you plan to exchange for with these items? She inquired as Xiaoxi descended the ladder. Am uncertain what these items could be exchanged for, Xiaoxi remarked, having never visited the Grand Market and being unaware of the goods available there that might cater to her needs. Do you think these items can be traded for salt? If so, let's exchange them all for salt, she mused, as she was at a loss for what else to barter. Very well, it should yield a considerable amount of salt, came the response. Although some beastmen were capable of crafting leather pouches, the leather backpack you made would undoubtedly be more appealing and practical for females when collecting items. I believe many would find it desirable. As for the woven basket, it proves even more utilitarian. The dexterity of the beastmen here pales in comparison to yours, and I have yet to see anyone skilled enough to weave such a thing. Thus it should also be tradable. Regarding the flour made from red grains, it is commonly exchanged by beastmen in various regions to feed their young, making it a worry-free item for trade. The items Xiaoxi had collected were effortlessly lifted by the male beast, Day, from Xiao Hua's family. All right, Xiaoxi, it's getting late. I must return and prepare for our departure, Xiao Hua said, patting Xiaoxi on the shoulder. You should stay home and not venture into the mountains alone, as there are no traces of the fierce ones here, and wild beasts occasionally wander this way. I understand. Please do not worry. You all must be cautious on your journey, she reassured. After imparting her advice for Xiaoxi to stay safe at home, Xiao Hua headed back with her mail to prepare their items for exchange. This time, Xiao Hua's family brought a plethora of goods to the Grand Market, reportedly to stockpile supplies for the impending snow season. After bidding farewell to Xiao Hua and her family, Xiaoxi settled on the stone ledge before her cave. Reflecting on Xiao Hua's parting words, she recalled how the usually carefree Xiao Hua had looked at her with concern and said, "We shall be gone for 5 or 6 sunrises, and shortly after our return, we must prepare to journey to the sacred mountain for the snow season. What will you do then?" Xiaoxi, I do not wish to be apart from you. When they went hunting in the past, I felt so bored without you by my side. If only the fierce ones could carry you, we wouldn't have to separate. Perhaps, Xiaoxi, I could help you find a few males at the Grand Market this time. That way, you would have a mate, and we could journey to the sacred mountain together without parting. Pondering Xiao Hua's suggestion, Xiaoxi gazed at the distant clouds drifting across the sky from her perch on the stone ledge. Could it truly be that simple to find one? With so little time, where could she possibly seek a male beast to be her partner? The one she found unappealing, she had no desire for, while those she fancied might not reciprocate her feelings. After all, she was widely known among beasts to be frail, prone to difficult births, and struggling with reproduction as a female rabbit beast. Though her physical appearance was not unattractive, having scrutinized her reflection in the river's surface with Day, she appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old. Perhaps due to her earlier illness, her face seemed somewhat gaunt. Her skin was pale, framing bright, sparkling eyes beneath long lashes, with a delicately shaped nose and lips. Her lips naturally curved into a subtle smile, rendering her quite charming and endearing. Yet, even with her pleasing appearance and figure, it could not alter the fact that, in the eyes of male beastmen who valued progeny, rabbit beast females were the least desired companions. Xiaoxi had never anticipated a grand romance in this land of beastmen. Her current wish was simply to find a male who would take a liking to her and carry her to the sacred mountain to endure the cold and protracted snow season. She dreaded the thought of being left alone in this forest during winter, succumbing to hunger or freezing to death. Xiao Hua mentioned that when the snow season arrives, heavy snowfall could bury the forest. She was unsure of the veracity of that claim. Time passed in a haze for Xiaoxi as she pondered various thoughts throughout the day. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting elongated shadows and igniting the sky in a crimson hue, darkness quickly enveloped the land. After a simple dinner, Xiaoxi, as was her nightly routine, sat on the stone ledge, gazing at the distant forest, passing the time. For reasons unknown, she felt an even greater stillness in the forest tonight. This rare sensation of fear crept into her heart, unsettling her usually carefree spirit. It was only then that Xiaoxi truly grasped the solitude of the mountains and forest, now that Xiao Hua's family had departed for the Grand Market, leaving her entirely alone. Perhaps she had subconsciously known there were others around, allowing her to sleep soundly each night like a little pig. It was Xiao Hua's sudden absence that left her feeling so unaccustomed. Tonight's moon shone as brightly as ever, yet she lacked the inclination to appreciate its beauty. Early on, she retreated into her cave, drawing the grass curtain to block the moonlight. Lying on the grass mat lined with animal hides, listening to the distant howls of beasts in the forest, yearning for her family in the modern world and her soft, cozy bed. Typically, she would forego covering herself due to the warm weather, but that night she clutched a piece of animal hide to her chest, seeking a form of psychological solace, tossing and turning on the grass mat until she gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, as noon approached, Xiaoxi finally opened her bleary eyes, sunlight streaming through the grass curtain into the cave. Perhaps due to a late night slumber, she rose somewhat later than usual. Xiaoxi, feeling rather listless, completed her morning ablutions and hastily prepared a bowl of wild vegetable noodle soup for breakfast. As her breakfast was consumed at a later hour, she resolved to partake in only 2 meals today. After finishing her meal, Xiaoxi contemplated gathering some wild vegetables from the vicinity of the cliff, believing it to be a more productive endeavor than succumbing to aimless thoughts. However, recalling the warning from Xiao Hua prior to her departure that wild beasts occasionally roamed the mountain, Xiaoxi abandoned her intention of ascending the mountain to collect the red berries. Thus, she resigned herself to the fact that she could no longer venture up the mountain to gather red berries for her flower collection. Upon hearing Xiao Hua's words, Xiaoxi did not dare to wander far and chose to gather some familiar wild vegetables at the edge of the forest. While foraging, she hummed along to the melody of Sparrow, performed by Chun. The mountains are still mountains across the way. Perhaps I am a fool, flying too slowly and risking solitude, or too swiftly and courting injury. The sky may brighten only to darken again. I have long grown accustomed to it. Each day is devoted to 3 meals. While you ascend to immortality, I shall remain behind to guard the mortal realm. Even sparrows have a tomorrow. The wild vegetables here were vastly different from those in modern times. As Xiaoxi hummed her song, she diligently picked various wildflowers, teaching herself to recognize the edible plants. By the time her basket was filled, it was already afternoon. Beads of sweat adorned her forehead, prompting her to wash her face by the riverbank, taking the opportunity to cleanse the vegetables she had gathered. Just as she was about to hoist the freshly washed vegetables onto her back, she became aware of the unpleasant stickiness from her perspiration. Pausing, she glanced at the clear waters of the river. As she beheld the crystalline stream, a thought crossed her mind, and she couldn't help but chuckle at her own overthinking. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted as the gentle stream flowed. Yeshia, undeterred by the absence of onlookers, decided to shed her garments and sought a shallow part of the water to leap into. The sun had warmed the river to a delightful temperature, and Yeshia frolicked in the water like a fish, reveling in the moment. Exhausted from her playful antics, she found a large rock to lean against, closed her eyes, and savored this rare tranquility. At that very moment, a white figure descended with remarkable speed and perched itself upon a nearby tree. This spectral presence, with its captivating cerulean eyes, fixated intently on Yeshia's form as it danced beneath the water's surface. The figure's gaze, initially a soft blue, deep into a rich indigo as it observed the elusive silhouette. Cha Feng, the silver wolf beastman, found himself momentarily entranced. After a night of travel, he had just arrived at this forest and was resting in the tree when he heard a melodic voice. It belonged to a charming female rabbit beastman, who was singing while foraging for wild greens at the forest's edge. Intrigued, he couldn't resist stealing glances at her. Uncertain of why he felt compelled to follow the rabbit beastman, he now found himself witnessing this enchanting scene. Placing a hand upon his chest, he felt the rapid thumping of his heart, realizing he had developed feelings for the rabbit in the water. For males, who were destined to have but one mate in their lifetime, such a decision bore immense significance. Hence, they approached the selection of a partner with utmost caution. A smile grazed Chongfeng's lips as he arrived at a resolution. Having long since reached maturity without ever being moved by a female, he felt it only right to pursue the allure of the enchanting rabbit. Just as Chongfeng made up his mind to take action, his eyes narrowed as he sensed a formidable presence emanating from a tree diagonally across from him. Momentarily captivated by beauty, he had failed to notice the powerful male beastman who had appeared, also perched upon a tree, admiring the scene below. with a fierce glint in his eyes. Changfeng understood that he could not allow another to covet his chosen mate. Perhaps the other male sensed Changfeng's ire, for he turned his gaze toward him. The collision of their formidable stares sparked tension in the air. Meanwhile, Yexia, lounging in the river, instinctively shrank her neck, sensing an unexpected chill around her. She lifted her head to gaze at the blazing sun, puzzled by the sudden coolness. Perhaps it was simply due to her prolonged time in the water, she mused aloud. Emerging from the river, she donned the sleeveless beast hide skirt she had crafted, opting not to put on the undergarments she had removed. Planning instead to change into a fresh outfit upon her return, reassured by the solitude of her surroundings. Having cleansed her undergarments, fashioned from delicate animal hide, in the stream, Xiaoxi turned to carry them back for drying. With these tasks completed, she hoisted a bundle of slightly wilted wild greens onto her back and began her homeward journey. The two males, concealed amongst the trees, simultaneously averted their gaze from the riverbank, their ears flushed despite having witnessed nothing untoward. Once Xiaoxi had receded into the distance, the two males resumed their confrontation. "Who are you? And what brings you to this place?" Changfeng inquired, his eyes sharp. The golden-haired male beastman retorted disdainfully. "Why should I disclose my identity to you? Besides, I've been here all along, unlike certain voyeurs who stalk females during their ablutions." Changfeng narrowed his light blue eyes, retorting. "If I'm a lecher, then what does that make you, you yellow-skinned tiger? I had prior claim to this rabbit beast. If you have no further business, I suggest you depart," the golden tiger beast asserted imperiously. Changfeng arched a skeptical brow, dismissing his words with scorn. "In our beastmen continent, there is no concept of first come, first served. Only the strong possess the prerogative of choice." Thus, the two formidable male beasts clashed, their dispute escalating into a fierce altercation. The brook was entirely oblivious to the events that transpired by the riverbank after her departure. Upon returning to the cliff, she placed her basket filled with wild vegetables in a shaded area and laid out her freshly washed undergarments on a stone to dry. Turning around, she entered the cave and retrieved a clean set of undergarments along with a hide skirt to change into. By the time she completed these tasks, the day had grown late. She rummaged through her belongings to ascertain what else she possessed, though her immediate need was for a robust beast capable of carrying her to the sacred mountain for the winter. She chose not to dwell on the fact that none were readily available. For now, it was imperative to prepare the essentials for winter. How to reach the sacred mountain could be contemplated later when Xiao Hua's family returned from the grand market in a few days. Xiaoxi surveyed her possessions. A beast pouch containing red grain flour, approximately 20 pounds, and 4 fine hides gifted by Xiao Hua. She had utilized 2 for clothing, leaving her with 2 remaining. The hide intended for a backpack was salvaged from discarded materials Xiao Hua's family deemed unfit, but she recognized its potential and repurposed it. A few bamboo-like water cups and an external basket completed her inventory. The beast skin backpack she had crafted was given to Xiao Hua in exchange for salt. These items represented the culmination of her efforts over the past half-month since her arrival and recovery in this land. Gazing at her meager belongings, a profound sense of urgency washed over Xiaoxi. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair and muttered to herself, "With such scant provisions, how am I to endure the rumored frigid and interminable snow season? Is the heavens toying with my fate?" After her moment of vexation, Xiaoxi needed to devise a strategy to accumulate winter supplies as swiftly as possible. In addition to food, she required more quality hides for warmth. To procure superior hides, she would have to venture deep into the forest, where the beasts grew formidable and fierce. Even the males from Xiao Hua's family, intent on gathering fine hides for winter, needed to band together for such an endeavor. The peril involved in penetrating the depths of the misty forest to capture these ferocious creatures was evident. This perilous reality elucidated why the females here were inclined to partner with multiple male beastmen. It was likely that even if the females had a choice, they would prefer not to take on so many mates, for each additional partner necessitated the bearing of more offspring. Given the harshness of their environment, birthing young was no simple task. Hence, male beastmen were more inclined to seek partnerships with physically robust females. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Little Stream pondered that since she could not hunt for animal skins, she ought not remain idle. After much contemplation, an idea struck her. She hastily exited the cave, shouldering her backpack. From the corner where the stove resided, she retrieved a small stone knife, crafted by the male of the Xiao family. With a swift turn, she descended the suspended wooden ladder, her excitement causing her to forget the anxiety that usually accompanied such climbs. Once at the bottom, she hurriedly made her way to the riverbank. Although she could not venture into the forest to hunt, she realized she could catch fish from the river and dry them for winter sustenance. However, time was of the essence, and finding a suitable tool to fashion a fishing basket proved elusive. Otherwise, catching fish would be significantly easier. The little stream is aware that the river harbors fish, and they are quite plump. On several occasions, she and Xiao Hua ventured to the river for a bath, only to discover fish swimming within the waters. Although she is uncertain of what winter is like in this region, it is prudent to prepare abundantly. With a basket slung over her back, Xiaoxi had yet to reach the riverbank when she heard the sounds of a struggle not far from the great river, accompanied by the howls of wolves and the roars of tigers. Startled, she instinctively turned to flee, but before she could fully pivot, she witnessed two massive figures crashing to the ground not far in front of her. Alarmed, Xiaoxi quickly retreated a few steps. She yearned to escape this perilous place, fearing that the chaos could spell disaster for her little life. Yet, her legs seemed to betray her, refusing to budge no matter how hard she willed them to move. Xiaoxi gazed, her eyes wide with fear, at the two beasts lying before her like small mountains. If they still possessed the strength to harm her, she wondered if she could escape in time. With a firm grip on her stone knife, she resolved that if they dared to approach, she would fight to the death, ensuring mutual destruction. After observing the beast for a while, they appeared as though they were lifeless, utterly motionless. Xiaoxi clenched her fists, attempting to dispel the fear that gripped her heart. She thought to herself that it would be splendid if these two creatures perished from their own conflict. This way, when the snowy season arrived, she would no longer have to fret about sustenance. The meat from two such large beasts would sustain her for an extended period. She gazed at one beast, its golden fur shimmering in the light, and then at the other, adorned with pure white long hair, nearly drooling at the thought. Imagining herself draped in those exquisite pelts, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Clutching her stone knife tightly, she steeled her resolve, whispering to herself, "Fortune favors the bold. I shall take the risk." Observing the state of the beasts, even if they were not dead, they were undoubtedly gravely injured, and she believed she could manage it. Yes, the desire for their flesh and pelts had caused her to forget her fear. Gradually, she crept closer, intending to deliver a few decisive strikes while the beasts were incapacitated. Surely this plan would succeed. Qi Tian and Cha Feng sensed the approach of the small female but remained still. It was not that they were entirely immobile, rather, both had sustained serious injuries and feared that further conflict might endanger the adorable female not far from them. The two males narrowed their eyes, observing Xiaoxi as she cautiously approached, the charm of her demeanor eliciting an unspoken determination reflected in their deep gazes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi contemplated for a moment and resolved to first eliminate the golden-hued tiger. At least the blood staining its yellow fur would not be as conspicuous as it would on white fur. After all, Xiaoxi had never slain any large prey before, and she needed to conquer this psychological barrier by first taking down a beast. Approaching the majestic tiger lying beside Qingsong, she cautiously nudged its body with her foot. Observing that the tiger remained unresponsive, she pondered whether it might already be deceased, thus sparing her the need to engage in the act of killing. She crouched down and gently pushed it with her hand, confirming that the great creature lay still. The brook giggled, bending its brows in delight. As a seasoned admirer of furry creatures, I could not resist the temptation, extending my guilty little hand to caress the golden fur of the magnificent tiger. Lost in the moment, I was oblivious to the sudden tension that coursed through the tiger's body. When my delicate fingers brushed against the beast's form, he involuntarily tightened. Having never before experienced such a feminine touch, the sensation was both pleasurable and exhilarating. Meanwhile, Chong Feng, lying nearby, observed with growing frustration as I fondled the golden tiger's fur with such fervor. His light blue eyes gradually darkened to a deep azure. What was so special about that filthy tiger's yellow coat? His own pristine white fur, far more beautiful, was being neglected. Unbeknownst to him, the reason for my lack of interest in him lay in the stark contrast of his fur, now marred by dust and blood from a prior skirmish, making it less appealing. In contrast, the golden tiger's coat, despite its dirtiness, retained an allure that was difficult to resist. As I reveled in the soft, plush texture beneath my fingertips, my entire focus was consumed by the golden, velvety fur, completely unaware of the resentful gaze from a certain male beast behind me. Is it pleasant to touch? I nodded earnestly. Yes, it is. But just as I prepared to affirm my enjoyment, I sensed something amiss and swiftly turned to behold a strikingly handsome man with silver hair standing behind me. He was extraordinarily attractive, his fair complexion accentuated by sharp, defined features. His deep blue eyes shimmered with an enchanting depth, framed by thick brows, a straight nose, and perfectly shaped lips, all contributing to his undeniable charm. Even I, who had seen countless handsome individuals across various platforms, had to concede that this man was exceptionally good-looking. You are injured, I noted, observing the unnatural droop of his left arm. As a bone setter, it was easy for me to detect the anomaly. Changfeng glanced at his own fractured arm and flashed a disarming smile. It's nothing, just a minor injury that will heal with time. Will it truly heal with time? I wondered, perplexed at how my strength had waned to the point where a mere bruise could incapacitate him. Before I could fully process the situation, I heard a rich voice behind me. Before I could turn to see who it was, I noticed the man's expression darkening as he glared at something behind me. Changfeng smirked, casting a glance at the tiger's injured leg. Is your leg all right? The tiger ignored Changfeng's provocation, limping towards me with a gentle gaze. Dear little rabbit, you must take responsibility for touching me, he said playfully. I was taken aback by this man's words. With his cascading golden hair, striking brows, piercing golden eyes imbued with a sharpness, and a physique that exuded strength and grace, he resembled a fierce tiger in the night, standing apart with an air of dominance. Yet, his statement jolted me back to reality. What do you mean touched? I never touched you. I was determined to deny any such action, even if I were to be oblivious. I had now recognized that these two men were the very beasts I had thought defeated in battle, now standing before me. I glanced at the man with the injured leg, but I refrained from questioning their injuries, thinking it irrelevant to my own concerns. I had initially anticipated securing beautiful furs and hunting beasts for sustenance, yet now, my prospects had vanished, leaving me in a rather dismal mood. Upon realizing they were both beastmen, I understood my hopes for furs and meat had been dashed. I felt no desire to speak further. The sky was painted with the hues of dusk, and it was no longer suitable to fish in the river. I returned the now useless stone knife to my bag, choosing to ignore the two handsome men who had shattered my dreams. Turning away, I resolved to prepare something delicious to soothe my wounded spirit. As I walked away, the previously tense atmosphere between the two men shifted. They exchanged glances before both decided to follow me. In this realm dominated by male beastmen, pursuing their desired mates took precedence over any lingering grievances. I walked ahead, aware of their footsteps trailing behind me, yet I chose not to glance back. If they wished to follow, so be it. I could not deter them, nor did I wish to waste my breath. I held no fear of them harming me, for I had been told that in this land, males were instilled from a young age with the notion that they must never harm females. With that assurance, I felt no trepidation. I led the two behind me to the edge of the rocky cliff, pausing to consider my next move. After a moment's thought, I untied the vines securing the swaying wooden ladder and began to ascend, having freed the ladder from its restraints. As the stream ascended, the wooden ladder became unsteady and wobbly, causing her to feel a sense of tension with each step she took, fearful that she might lose her grip and fall. With utmost care, she ascended the rocky ledge and, upon turning around, hoisted the entire wooden ladder up. Despite the presence of two unfamiliar men trailing behind, Xiaoxi felt a twinge of fear. Retrieving the ladder merely offered her a semblance of security. Qingtian and Changfeng exchanged glances, their lips twitching at the sight of the little female's actions. Unbeknownst to Xiaoxi, the absence of a ladder at the cliff's edge was of little consequence to such formidable males as Qingtian and Changfeng. They could easily scale the rocks. However, they refrained from doing so, as male beasts must court females who willingly accept them. None would dare to impose upon the little female. They wished to avoid displeasing her. Thus neither harbored thoughts of climbing the cliff. Reflecting on the situation, they understood that while other beastmen's scents lingered on the mountain, the little female was alone, and it was only natural for her to feel apprehensive. Following her, Changfeng and Qitian settled at the base of the cliff, each choosing a spot to sit in silence. Heads bowed. A flicker of determination shone in Changfeng's light blue eyes. Having chosen this little rabbit, he would not allow anyone to take her from him. Once back atop the rocky ledge, Xiaoxi paid no heed to the two male beastmen following her. Instead, she began to hum a tune as she prepared her evening meal, washing the wild vegetables she had gathered by the river earlier that day. She took a stone knife and sliced a remaining piece of beast meat, about the size of a fist, into thin strips to stir-fry with the vegetables. Mixing red grain flour with water into a paste, she ignited a fire using a flint stone and pine needles. In a stone pot, she cooked the dough into flatbreads, mindful not to make too many as she couldn't eat much alone. Below the cliff, Changfeng listened as the little rabbit sang the same melody she had when foraging for vegetables, a smile gracing his lips at her delightful, musical spirit. Once the flatbreads were ready, Xiaoxi proceeded to stir-fry the meat. She scooped a handful of beast fat from a bamboo tube into the hot pan, added the meat strips, and finally tossed in the washed vegetables, seasoning the dish simply with salt. This uncomplicated meal, enriched by the aroma of beast fat, wafted through the air. The two hungry males, seated at the cliff's base, lifted their heads in unison at the enticing scent emanating from above. Both swallowed audibly, their appetites stirring further. Unable to resist the delicious aroma any longer, Changfeng transformed into a magnificent silver wolf, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, his pristine white fur glistening. Upon closer inspection, traces of blood from previous battles marred his coat. As he shook his beautiful white fur in a display, he limped toward the misty forest. Once Changfeng departed, Qi Tian also transformed into a majestic golden tiger of similar size, limping after him into the forest. After preparing her meal, Xiaoxi set the dishes on a flat stone table, then peered over the cliff's edge, realizing the males who had followed her had vanished. A wave of realization washed over her. As a female rabbit beast, she seemed to attract little interest from the male beastmen. A flicker of disappointment crossed her mind. Despite her beauty, she felt overlooked. Shrugging off her thoughts, she returned to her stone table, picking up her bamboo chopsticks to enjoy her meal. The flatbreads and stir-fried meat were surprisingly delightful. Meanwhile, Changfeng and Qingtian were also having their dinners. Despite their injuries, their beast forms were powerful enough to hunt ordinary prey with ease. After satisfying his hunger, Changfeng leaped into the river, murmuring to himself about the dirt on his beautiful fur, attributing it to a yellow-furred tiger's mess. Just as he was lamenting, he heard a splash, glanced around, and resumed cleaning the soiled areas of his fur. Qi Tian observed Changfeng's efforts in silence, then began to wash off the grime clinging to him as well. Both males were quietly scrubbing away the dirt. It was curious, however, that this mountain bore the scents of 5 male beasts alongside 2 female ones. One of these females was Xiaoxi, and the absence of male scents on her indicated she had no beastly companions. This realization brought a relaxed smile to Qingtian's face, reflected in Changfeng's rising amusement. He too noticed the absence of male scents on the little rabbit and thought about their future together, vowing to hunt diligently to ensure she was the happiest of females. As they exchanged glances, they understood each other's intentions. Qingtian leaned against a rock, observing Changfeng, who was resting against a tree. "Do you realize she is a fragile rabbit beast?" he mused. Changfeng shot him a look, as if to say it was an obvious point. Qingtian chuckled softly, acknowledging that his words were indeed superfluous. The scent of a rabbit beast was unmistakable, even to a powerful beast like Changfeng. "Have you truly made up your mind? Is she the one?" Changfeng nodded in agreement. "You too, I presume?" It was not uncommon for male beasts to be enamored with the same female on this continent. The decision had been made. They were rivals in love, and who would win the little rabbit's heart would be determined by their own merits. Rising, Qingtian playfully punched Changfeng's shoulder and, limping slightly, headed toward the cliff. Changfeng, rubbing his shoulder with a resigned smile, followed suit. After finishing her meal and cleaning up, Xiaoxi noticed dark clouds gathering in the distance, signaling the onset of rain, her first since arriving here 2 weeks prior. She hurried to gather her belongings from the ledge, ensuring they would remain dry. Having checked that there was nothing else to collect, she retreated into the cave. Xiaoxi sat alone on the rocky cliff, gazing at the distant forest as she often did. Occasionally, a small creature would emerge from the woods, meandering about before retreating back into the thicket. A sigh escaped her lips. Today, no such companion was in sight, and the moon was obscured by dark clouds, leaving her with only vague shadows to behold. Normally, the moonlight rendered the night here quite bright, and she had neglected to prepare anything to illuminate her surroundings. Should she retreat into the cave and retire early? Yet, the thought of sleeping so soon felt impossible, and without the cave, the encroaching darkness around her instilled a sense of trepidation. Just as Xiaoxi found herself ensnared in this dilemma, she heard movement beneath the cliff, accompanied by the occasional murmur of voices. With newfound courage, Xiaoxi approached the precipice and gazed downward, vaguely discerning 2 shadowy figures beneath the rocky cliff where she resided. A suspicion arose within her. These must be the two male orcs who had spirited away her beautiful fur and stored provisions. Had they not departed? What brought them back? Just as she contemplated their intentions, raindrops began to patter from the sky, swiftly escalating into a torrential downpour. Realizing the peril of her recent illness, she hastily retreated into the cave, fearing that exposure to the rain might jeopardize her fragile health. As the storm unleashed its fury, Qingsong and Chanfeng approached the cliff base, only to be met by the deluge. The tempest, mingled with thunder and lightning, intensified, saturating their forms in moments. Seeking refuge, they transformed into their beastly forms and ascended to a slightly elevated area to evade the cascading rainwater. Inside the cave, Xiaoxi lay upon a grass mat adorned with animal skins, cocooned in warmth. She could not withstand further tribulation in her recently recovered state. The cacophony of thunder and rain outside evoked thoughts of the two male orcs below. Had they found shelter from the storm? Agitated, she tossed and turned, berating herself for her past misfortunes. Her previous life's experiences had prompted her, in her final moments, to resolve never to be a paragon of virtue in her next incarnation. Yet, ingrained since childhood with the values of healing and compassion, her medical training and ancestral lineage as a bone setter compelled her to assist others. The burden of her capabilities weighed heavily on her conscience. How could she ignore those in need? Deep down, she sensed that the two orcs would likely remain exposed to the rain, for orcs, without an invitation, would not intrude upon a cave that had an owner. Restless, she wrestled with her thoughts, unable to find solace in sleep. Perhaps it was the thunder's relentless roar that kept her awake, or perhaps it was her own unwillingness to act, knowing that someone lingered outside, drenched in rain. Finally, in a moment of frustration, Xiaoxi slapped her own face and muttered, "You deserve to be pushed down and perish." Rising to her feet, she retrieved a piece of discarded animal hide from a nearby stone platform, draping it over her shoulders before dashing from the cave. Above the cliff, a protruding rock formation allowed only a trickle of rainwater to spill downwards. Reaching the edge of the makeshift wooden ladder, she lowered it and called out to the orcs below, inviting them to seek refuge from the storm. After shouting her offer, she retreated back into the cave, confident that the keen ears of the orcs would catch her voice even amidst the tempest. Whether they chose to ascend was beyond her concern. She had done her utmost to extend an invitation. The possibility of unforeseen consequences from allowing them inside her sanctuary seemed negligible. Xiao Hua once remarked that the female bodies here possessed sufficient toxins for self-defense. Should a male dare to commit any misdeed against a female, they would gradually weaken and perish from poisoning. This toxin has no adverse effects on the females themselves. It is only when compelled by overwhelming emotions that they unleash this toxin for self-preservation. It is precisely because of this toxin that, despite the abundance of males in the orc continent, they refrain from easily seizing females, regardless of their strength. Perched at the edge of a cliff to evade the rain, Qingsong and Changfeng heard a voice as Yiaoi emerged to set down a wooden ladder. Upon hearing her invitation to take refuge from the rain, a smile involuntarily graced their lips. They mused that she was a lovely and tender-hearted little female, akin to a soft rabbit, transforming back into their human forms. Qingsong and Changfeng climbed the ladder that Xiaoxi had lowered. As Xiaoxi heard footsteps entering, she quickly called out, "You two find a place to rest over there. Don't come any closer. Wait until the rain stops before you leave." In the darkness, only the sound of their breathing could be heard. Suddenly, the cave brightened, and Xiaoxi looked up to see a man with golden hair holding a luminous stone. Qingsong noticed the little female's curious gaze directed at the moonstone in his hand and wondered if she had never seen one before, which seemed unlikely. Every year, orcs traveling to the sacred mountain for the winter would bring back numerous moonstones for illumination. "Here, this is for you," Qingsong said, extending the moonstone toward Xiaoxi. Beside him, Changfeng regretted his delay. He too had noticed the little rabbit's fascination with the moonstone and was preparing to present his own, only to be outpaced by the insufferable golden-haired foe. Gazing at the luminous stone in her hands, Xiaoxi examined it thoroughly before looking up at the golden-haired man who had gifted it to her. "Yes, this is for you," he replied, and settled down a couple of steps away. "I am Qingsong. What is your name, dear little female?" Observing the interaction between Qingsong and the little female, Changfeng, unwilling to be outdone, produced a moonstone of his own and pressed it into Xiaoxi's hands. "Mine is for you as well. I am Changfeng, a powerful silver wolf orc." Changfeng typically preferred to remain taciturn, yet he understood that if he did not take the initiative, he would find himself leaving with a heavy heart, as the cautious little rabbit seemed unlikely to approach without encouragement. Clenching his fists in anxiety, he recalled how, in his few encounters with prospective mates, they would often express themselves in such a manner, unsure if he was speaking correctly. Xiaoxi looked at the two glowing stones in her hands, feeling somewhat perplexed. Did she truly appear to be so greedy? Why were they both so eager to gift her the moonstones? The small cave was illuminated as brightly as day by the two radiant stones. Alara gazed upward at the two towering and handsome male orcs seated a short distance away within the cavern. Having heard their introductions, she responded with candor, "I am Alara, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." She lifted the luminous stone in her hand towards the two males, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for this," Alara paused, uncertain of the stone's designation. "Moonstone," Langford interjected, seizing the opportunity to converse with Alara. "Such stones are unique to the sacred mountain. Should you desire, I shall gather more for you when we sojourn there this snow season." Upon hearing Langford's words, sacred mountain, snow season, and beholding the two comely men before her, Alara murmured, "Males." Her eyes sparkled with sudden realization. She had recalled her purpose. These were the very males she sought. A radiant smile graced Alara's countenance as she beheld Kincaid and Langford. Inwardly rejoicing at her encounter with Orcish males, Kincaid and Langford, unnerved by Alara's sudden, enigmatic smile, exchanged bewildered glances, a shiver running down their spines. The brook adjusted the expression on her face, appearing as benevolent as a beggar enticing children, almost as if she were holding a handful of sweets. "I wonder how you came to our misty forest?" Qingtian rubbed his eyes, somewhat unaccustomed to the rapid change of countenance displayed by the young female before him. "Nevertheless," he replied, "as the snow season approaches, we thought it would be delightful to travel while gradually making our way to the sacred mountain. And we happened to pass through here." As the gentle stream learned that Qing's song was merely passing through, her heart sank momentarily. If he was only passing by, it meant he would soon depart. This was unacceptable. She then turned her hopeful gaze toward Changfeng, inquiring, "And what about you? Our surroundings are enchanting, with pristine mountains and abundant wildlife. Do you have any intentions of making this place your home?" Upon hearing the question from the stream, Changfeng's lips curled into a subtle smile, but he soon lowered his head and replied, "I am but a wandering beastman. After the death of my biological father, I faced ostracism from other beasts in my kin. Before I reached maturity, I was cast out, and now I am without a home, having merely drifted into the misty great forest. If this place is truly as wonderful as you say, I might consider staying." After uttering these words, he glanced at Xiaoxi, relieved to see no change in her expression. Xiaoxi pondered the possibility of winning over this homeless male. A smile blossomed on her face, revealing two charming dimples as she gazed at Changfeng. "Have you ever thought about settling down after such prolonged wandering?" Changfeng, captivated by Xiaoxi's radiant smile under the sunlight, momentarily lost his focus. He had always found her adorable, but her smile revealed an enchanting beauty he had not anticipated. With his keen intellect, he quickly discerned the underlying meaning in the little rabbit's words and hastily responded, "If there were a female I cherished who wished to become my mate, I would readily remain for her." Upon saying this, his light blue eyes fixated intently on Xiaoxi. "In all your wandering, have you yet to encounter a female who captured your heart?" "No, not at all," Changfeng replied earnestly, fearing that Xiaoxi might misconstrue his words as an indication of another female in his life. He even went so far as to pull aside the white beast skin garment he wore, revealing his chest to Xiaoxi. For every successfully bonded male, a partner's beast mark would manifest upon their chest. Thus, he eagerly showcased his bare chest to her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The little stream hurriedly interjected, "No, I trust you." Xiaoxi wondered to herself why this male was intruding. After all, wasn't he merely passing by? Observing Changfeng's gaze, she began to entertain a notion perhaps her desire for a male companion was not entirely unattainable. Changfeng gazed at her with a tender longing, asking if she had ever considered seeking a male partner who cherished her. Their eyes met, and Xiaoxi was about to express her wish to explore a relationship with Changfeng, leaving their ultimate union to destiny. However, she caught sight of Qingtsong rising abruptly not far in front of her, his fierce gaze directed at her, as if to say that should she dare voice her thoughts, he would not hesitate to silence her. Frightened, Xiaoxi swallowed her words. Dejected, she reclined on the animal hide mat, pulling a piece of hide over her head, silently berating herself for her lack of courage. having been intimidated into forgetting what she intended to say. Unbeknownst to Xiaoxi, the two men in the cave exchanged glances filled with hostility. Had it not been for her presence, they would have already clashed. The night was deep, and the torrential rain outside showed no signs of abating. Changfeng and Qingtsong heard the faint sound of snoring emanating from beneath the hide. Qingtsong retrieved a piece of hide from the stone platform in the cave and covered the two moonstones, while Changfeng had already crouched beside Xiaoxi. Once the moonstones were concealed, darkness enveloped the cave, yet their keen animal eyes could still discern their surroundings. Changfeng carefully pulled the hide from Xiaoxi's head, ensuring she did not suffocate, as the cave remained cool despite the rain outside. He then covered her with another hide, mindful that the frail rabbit beast might catch a chill by morning. Having completed these tasks, Changfeng was the first to exit the cave, with Qingtsong following suit. As he too had matters to discuss with the silver wolf beastman, they did not ascend the wooden ladder but instead utilized the protruding rock faces of the mountainside, leaping down the cliff into the depths of the forest. The sky rumbled with thunder and lightning as heavy rain poured down. Within the forest, branches broke and stones tumbled, accompanied by occasional muffled grunts. In the flashes of lightning, two figures, a white and a yellow, were locked in fierce combat, careful to suppress their cries as if fearing eavesdroppers. Nearby wild beasts and small creatures scattered in terror amidst the tumult of the two male struggle, transformed into their beast forms. They fought relentlessly until only a sliver of strength remained, allowing them to crawl beneath the cliff where Xiaoxi resided. As Qingtsong and Changfeng caught their breath, the rain ceased and the sky lightened. They leaned against the stone cliff, with Changfeng glaring furiously at Qingtsong. "Why did you stop Xiaoxi from speaking?" he demanded. "Ah, Xiaoxi. Such a lovely name. You truly don't grasp why I interrupted her," Qingtsong retorted, his eyes reddened. Changfeng clenched his jaw, aware of the unspoken truth. Both men understood the words Xiaoxi intended to utter. Regardless of which male she chose, the other would not allow her to voice her preference. Changfeng mused that had he been in Qingtsong's position, he too would have obstructed the little female from speaking her mind. However, as he was not Qingtsong, his anger was palpable. "If you are unwilling to engage in fair competition, why obstruct her choice?" he challenged. "Leave? Why should I leave?" Clearly, when we entered the cave, the little female's demeanor towards us was identical. Qingtsong suddenly seemed to recall something. The young female altered her attitude towards the two of them when he mentioned he was merely passing through the misty forest. As for the silver wolf beast, Changfeng, his response seemed to be that he was homeless, having been cast out by his family and wandering into the misty forest. Reflecting on the reason he was excluded from being the young female's companion, it dawned on him that she had interpreted his transient status as less burdensome compared to Changfeng's plight of familial rejection. It was likely that she believed the unencumbered Changfeng would be more inclined to stay and accompany her, which explained her change of demeanor upon hearing their responses. Filled with regret, Qingtsong struck the rocky edge of the cliff with his injured hand. He wished he could approach the young female and express his desire to remain by her side. Although he was not a vagabond like Changfeng, he had lived alone in the Hongming forest for as long as he could remember, even unaware of his parents' identities. Just as he contemplated moving, the pain coursing through his body forced him back. Both he and Changfeng were formidable warriors, and it was evident that their confrontation had left them significantly wounded. Observing Qingtsong's fall, Changfeng smirked and closed his eyes. The future remained uncertain, but the immediate priority was to heal their injuries before pursuing the affections of the young rabbit. After enduring a night of rain and a fierce battle, Changfeng soon fell into a deep slumber. In contrast, Qingtsong spent a restless night, consumed by regret. As the morning sun filtered through the crevices of the cave, Xiaoxi groggily sat up and rubbed her eyes, only to realize it had all been a dream. How could there be male beastmen in her dreams? With that thought, she lay back down, only to suddenly sit up again. No. She had indeed invited two male beastmen into the cave to escape the rain the previous night. She scanned her surroundings again, confirming she was alone. Climbing to her feet, she ventured outside the cave, only to find the cliffside empty. Perhaps the rain had ceased, prompting them to leave. A wave of disappointment washed over her. She had hoped to choose one of them as a companion to navigate this foreign world together, to avoid the loneliness of existing like a wraith in this strange land. With a sigh, she resolved to let go of the idea. Those who wished to depart could not be held back. She washed her face with a basin of water and brushed her teeth with a bit of crushed salt, dismissing the two male beastmen from her mind. She had learned to adopt a more optimistic outlook since arriving here. Stretching her limbs, she felt rejuvenated and prepared to gather supplies for the winter ahead. Armed with a stone knife and a leftover flatbread from the previous night, she set off towards the river to fish, determined to catch enough to dry and store for the coming months. Lost in her thoughts, she paid little attention to her surroundings as she descended the wooden ladder, intent on reaching the riverbank. Having been sleepless, Qingtsong heard the sounds of movement and opened his weary eyes, noticing the young female walking further away with her head down. Concerned for her safety, he reluctantly called out, "Xiaoxi, where are you going?" Upon hearing her name, Xiaoxi turned to locate the source of the voice, spotting the fierce golden-haired beastman, now battered and leaning against the stone wall. "Xiaoxi, where are you going?" "I'll accompany you," he offered. After calling her name once, it came more easily the second time. Xiaoxi also noticed the equally injured Changfeng, observing the two men leaning against the cliff. She wondered how their injuries appeared even more severe than the day before. If they had not yet departed, perhaps she still had a chance to persuade one of them to stay, even if only as a companion rather than a partner. As a skilled bone setter from the 21st century, she felt confident in her ability to contribute, despite her inability to confront the harsh realities of this continent. Realizing the opportunity was rare, Xiaoxi decided to approach them. As she neared, she observed the severity of their wounds and asked in confusion, "How did you sustain such serious injuries?" Qingtsong opened his mouth to respond but remained silent, unable to confess that jealousy had led to their confrontation. He couldn't disclose that their scuffle stemmed from his envy of Changfeng's potential to win her affection. Xiaoxi knelt beside him and noticed his right leg appeared more severely bent today. Instinctively, she reached out to gently examine his leg. "Does this hurt?" "A bit, but it's bearable," Qingtsong replied, unsure of why the young female was touching his leg. Xiaoxi continued her examination, asking, "What about here?" Upon touching a particularly sensitive spot, Qingtsong winced and said, "That hurts a lot." Just as Xiaoxi was about to continue her assessment, Changfeng, who had been resting, awoke to see her tending to Qingtsong's injured leg, jealousy igniting in his eyes. Cradling his own injured arm, he feigned agony, exclaiming, "Xiaoxi, is my arm broken? Come help me, it hurts so much." Xiaoxi couldn't help but twitch her lips at Changfeng's antics. Despite his strikingly noble appearance, he was resorting to such theatrics. She had already discerned that Qingtsong's leg was slightly fractured, but not severely, and further examination was unnecessary. Therefore, she moved to check Changfeng's arm. As she squatted down, examining his injury, Changfeng smirked at Qingtsong. Observing the somewhat childish demeanor of Changfeng, Qingtsong shook his head in resignation. Noting how much the silver wolf beast had lightened since meeting the young female, no longer bearing the gloomy visage he had when they first crossed paths in the forest. While Changfeng reveled in his moment of triumph, he suddenly cried out in pain. Catching sight of Qingtsong's smirk, he forced his mouth shut, swallowing his cry of anguish. Xiaoxi scrutinized his arm with utmost seriousness, gently probing the area where he had cried out in pain moments earlier. The injury was not located there. The fracture lay elsewhere. This time, she pressed a bit harder, causing Changfeng to let out a sharp hiss of discomfort. "That's the spot. Please be gentle," he implored. Having confirmed the location of the injury, Xiaoxi delicately lowered his arm. "Your arm is not severely injured. It's merely fractured. I shall venture out shortly to gather some medicinal herbs." At this point, she hesitated, realizing she had yet to encounter any herbs in this realm capable of treating bone injuries. "You can treat fractures?" Qingtsong inquired, astonished by Xiaoxi's unexpected revelation. He had not anticipated that this petite female possessed the knowledge to mend broken bones. Changfeng, with palpable excitement, grasped her hand with his uninjured arm, urging her. "You truly can heal fractures?" Qingtsong's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he awaited her response. "What does it matter if I can treat fractures?" she asked, bemused by their fervor. "Of course, it matters immensely. There are scarcely a handful of orcs on the entire continent who possess the skill to mend broken bones. Even the few shamans we have often misalign the bones during healing," Changfeng exclaimed animatedly. In the Orcish realm, should one suffer a fracture and fail to find a competent shaman, they would be left to heal on their own, often resulting in crooked bones and lifelong disabilities. Regardless of the orc's prior strength, survival in this harsh land becomes exceedingly difficult once they are rendered disabled. Once the initial excitement subsided, Qingtsong furrowed his brow, gazing at Xiaoxi with a mixture of admiration and uncertainty. Could he truly aspire to pursue such an exceptional female? Xiaoxi felt a surge of astonishment at the realization that her skills in bone setting could indeed prove useful in this world. From Changfeng's words, it was evident that orcs capable of setting bones were rare, and those who could were not particularly adept. This implied that she possessed value in this orcish realm, and her abilities could sustain her. With this thought, a genuine smile blossomed on her face for the first time since arriving in this place. She was no longer a burden, nor a being devoid of worth, nor a timid rabbit-like female perpetually fearing abandonment. Xiaoxi covered her eyes to conceal the tears welling within, affirming her own utility. Ever since the little flower had mentioned the impending snow season, when deep snow would blanket the forest, she had been gripped by a fear of being left behind. The notion of traversing the distant sacred mountain on her own two legs felt utterly impossible. Little Flower undoubtedly has her formidable beast to carry her. Even though she cannot bear to abandon her, there is little she can do to assist her. For here, once a male has taken a mate, he cannot engage in prolonged contact with other females, otherwise, he would endure the excruciating agony akin to being consumed by flames. In such a moment, it would be inevitable for her to be forsaken. Tears streamed from Xiaoxi's fingers as Changfeng released her hand, resting her head against his chest and gently patting her back. Qi Tian, witnessing the sorrowful Xiaoxi, limped over to her side. Though he felt a pang of jealousy at Changfeng holding the little female, he refrained from expressing it at that moment. The gentle brook leaned against the long wind. Inhaling deeply, I dread the arrival of the frigid snow season, fearing I will be forsaken here. Upon hearing the brook's words, Long Wind felt a pang in his heart. How profoundly helpless one must feel to render a little rabbit so restless and anxious. Witnessing the brook's distress, Long Wind silently vowed never to allow her to experience such fear again, even if it meant risking his own life. He would ensure that nothing could harm his little rabbit. Having inexplicably found herself in this foreign realm, Xiaoxi had suppressed her emotions for far too long, leading her to momentarily lose control. After her moment of vulnerability, she stepped away from Long Wind's embrace, wiping away her tears, feeling contempt for herself for weeping so freely in the arms of a stranger. I hope I didn't touch your wound, she asked hoarsely after her tears had subsided. No, you didn't press on the wound, Long Wind replied, gently wiping away the last trace of tears from her face. Supporting her shoulders, he reassured her, do not be saddened. Even if all the beastmen of the continent abandon you, I shall always remain by your side. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The babbling brook and Qingtsong both lifted the corners of their mouths, revealing smiles. Upon witnessing the laughter of Xiaoxi, Changfeng also broke into a smile. Although both Changfeng and Qingtsong bore significant injuries, climbing a rocky cliff was no daunting task for the formidable beastmen, especially with the aid of a wooden ladder. The two, refusing Xiaoxi's assistance, ascended and found a spot to sit down on their own. Seeing them settled directly on the ground of the platform, Xiaoxi felt helpless. The cave she inhabited was, after all, a deserted abode of the Xiao Hua family, devoid of any stone stools for seating. Qingtsong noticed Xiaoxi's embarrassment and gestured towards the blazing sun overhead, remarking that the heat was quite intense, making the ground a suitable place to sit. Besides, with his injured leg, even a stool would prove inconvenient. As the brook recalled his broken leg, he quickly exclaimed, "Do not move." After uttering these words, he turned and walked to the corner where the cooking area was situated. There, he discovered a suitable stick among the pile of firewood, and, wielding a stone knife, meticulously trimmed it before forcefully splitting it into several pieces. He then ventured into the cave and retrieved a piece of discarded animal hide, intending to tear it into strips to fashion bandages. However, after straining for quite some time, he found himself unable to tear even a single strip. Just as he contemplated using the stone knife to cut it, a rich, hearty laughter resonated nearby. The brook lifted his head, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment as he glared at the smiling Changfeng and retorted, "If you possess the skill, then you should tear it." The little stream, with its rounded face, handed the animal hide to Changfeng. Observing the pout on the small face of the stream, Changfeng cleared his throat, suppressing his laughter, and accepted the hide. He feared that if he continued to amuse himself, he might truly provoke this little rabbit. With his uninjured arm, he transformed his hand into a sharp claw and swiftly cut off 10 strips of the animal hide. Xiaoxi watched in wide-eyed amazement, her gaze filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration that she could not conceal. She couldn't help but lament why fate had brought her here as a female rather than a male beastman. Her eyes glinted with longing as she gazed at Chong Feng's blade-like claw, wishing she could detach it and affix it to her own hand. Chong Feng, feeling a shiver under Xiaoxi's intense stare, quickly reverted his claw back to its original form and hid it behind him. Only then did he exhale in relief. For the gaze of the little female was undeniably daunting. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The stream tenderly placed the remaining portion of the discarded animal hide beneath Qingtian's fractured leg. If medication were available, the healing process would undoubtedly be expedited. However, having only recently arrived in this realm, she remains uncertain if restorative herbal remedies exist here. In this primeval era, characterized by scarcity, such rudimentary treatment is the only recourse. Fortunately, the injury is merely a fracture, not a complete break or a more severe condition. Otherwise, she couldn't guarantee the absence of a permanent limp. Having completed this task, Xiaoxi collapsed, utterly drained. Her current physical form is undeniably frail, underscoring the necessity of future exercise. Observing Qingtian, drenched in perspiration and with a lacerated lip from biting down in pain, she inquired, "Are you all right?" Vocalizing the discomfort might alleviate it. Qingtian shook his head, replying, "I am unharmed. It does not pain me. I extend my gratitude for your assistance in treating my leg." The brook observed Qing Tsang's weary expression and said, "It's all right. You should rest for a while." Indeed, Qing Tsang was truly fatigued. Upon hearing the brook's words, he closed his eyes and leaned against the stone wall, gradually drifting into slumber. Chong Feng approached the brook, raising his injured arm, and remarked, "You haven't tended to my wound yet." With a sly smile, Xiaoxi playfully requested, "If you fetch me a basin of water to wash my hands, I shall reveal to you my arm." Chong Feng gazed at the delightful Xiaoxi, his heart racing uncontrollably. He felt as if he would not hesitate to leap into a river, should she ask him to do so. As he rose to his feet, Xiaoxi pointed towards the corner where a large bamboo basin for washing faces stood, saying, "You can draw water into that." During the occasion when Xiaoxi assisted Chong Feng with his examination, she discovered that his left arm had merely suffered a slight fracture. For the formidable male orc, such an injury was hardly significant. She also noted that these orcs possessed an extraordinary tolerance for pain, as if the wounds they bore were commonplace and hardly worthy of concern. Chong Feng fetched a bamboo basin, filling it with water from a wooden barrel, while Xiaoxi reached for a piece of animal hide towel from the side, dampening it before beginning her cleansing task. After the stream was washed, she noticed Chong Feng gazing intently at her with a pair of striking light blue eyes. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The little stream's face inevitably flushed with warmth. "What troubles you? Your face is so flushed. Do you not feel well?" The brook no longer dared to lift its gaze towards the enchanting azure eyes of the long wind. In a hurried retreat, it entered the cave, unwilling to confront this captivating being alone. Hearing the triumphant laughter of that enchanting creature behind, the brook quickened its pace even further. As the brook flowed into the cave, Chong Feng observed the rocky ledge where the little rabbit resided. In the corner, a makeshift stove had been constructed. Upon it rested a stone bowl and several pairs of chopsticks fashioned from bamboo, while a small pile of firewood lay on the ground. Nearby, a stone platform held washing utensils and a bamboo basin filled with freshly cleaned wild vegetables. Bending down, Chong Feng noticed a woven object resembling a container, which he had never seen before. It reminded him of the last time he encountered the little female rabbit, who had used it to carry her gathered greens. At this moment, it held nothing but a dry, flat bread, likely meant for her meal earlier that day. Chong Feng gazed at the wild vegetables on the stone platform and then glanced back at the bread in the basket, his lips pursed tightly in concern. This delicate little female rabbit could hardly hunt. Her diet consisted solely of these meager offerings. His eyes glistened with a hint of red, pondering how he could allow the rabbit he so cherished to go without proper nourishment. The bread still lay there, and as he lifted his gaze to the sun nearing its zenith, he realized that the little rabbit had gone without food since morning. Furrowing his brow, he turned to the still sleeping Qing Tsang and muttered, "It's all because I need to tend to your leg that the little rabbit hasn't eaten yet." With a disdainful glare directed at him, Changfeng added. Never mind. The bread isn't worth much. I shall venture to procure something delicious for my little rabbit. Sustaining only minor superficial injuries, he leapt down the cliff and dashed towards the misty forest. When the brook emerged, she found Qingsong awake. His gaze drawn to her as he inquired, "Are you feeling better? Where is Changfeng?" Xiaoxi held a piece of beast hide that she had retrieved during last night's rain and set it aside to dry. Noticing that Changfeng was absent from the cliff ledge, she inquired of Qingsong, whose eyes followed her movements. It seemed Changfeng had ventured into the forest to hunt. Given his injuries, was it wise for him to go hunting? Although Xiaoxi understood that noon was approaching and that their home lacked sufficient provisions to host them, she was well aware of the orcs' considerable appetites. She had witnessed the 5 males of Xiao Hua's household devouring their meals, consuming an entire large prey in a single sitting and approximately 2 medium-sized ones. They would not waste time on smaller game unless it was for Xiao Hua, who enjoyed them, even though there were only 2 of them. The meager rations she possessed were insufficient to satisfy their hunger. "Do not worry, Xiaoxi," Qingsong reassured her. "He is an exceptionally strong male. For us, hunting is instinctual. Injuries do not impede our ability to hunt." Nodding in response to his words, Xiaoxi said, "I shall prepare some flatbreads to accompany the meal. Fear not, Xiaoxi. If the meat is insufficient, Changfeng and I will forego our share to ensure you are well fed." Qingsong presumed that Xiaoxi was concerned about the potential scarcity of game, prompting her to consider preparing additional food. The brook, somewhat touched, smiled without offering further explanation. "Very well then. Do you intend to boil the meat or roast it?" The orcs of this continent are quite astute and have already discovered the method of cooking meat in stone pots. Utilizing stone knives, hammers, and pots, the orcs here have learned to craft numerous tools from stone. Upon noticing the cakes nestled in the basket, Qingsong recalled that the young female had not eaten breakfast and suggested, "Let us roast the meat. Everyone is hungry, and boiling it would take too long." "Very well, but we have limited firewood at home. I shall go gather some. I am uneasy about you going alone. I will accompany you," Qingsong declared as he began to rise, only to be gently pressed back down by the brook. "Stay seated and do not move. Do you still wish to keep your legs? I will not venture far, just to that small grove ahead to collect firewood. You can see me from here." Qingsong gazed at the small grove not far from the cliff's edge, while the brook firmly insisted on going alone. With no choice but to acquiesce, he remained seated on the rocky ledge, watching her from a distance. As Xiaoxi busily collected firewood, she cast curious glances around her surroundings. Typically, she would spot 1 or 2 small creatures during her visits. Yet today, despite her prolonged stay, not a single animal graced her sight. Unbeknownst to her, the formidable presence of the 2 male beastmen, Qingsong and Changfeng, had rendered even the fiercest of wild beasts too timid to approach this cliffside. Engrossed in her task, Xiaoxi stumbled upon an unexpected delight. Following the heavy rains the previous night, the forest was adorned with an array of mushrooms. Eager to gather them, she bound the firewood with vines and hoisted it onto her back, planning to return with a basket for her foraging. However, after taking just a few steps, she felt a sudden lightness. Turning around, she beheld Changfeng, who was effortlessly shouldering a substantial prey, the bulk of which trailed behind him on the ground. In his other hand, he casually held the bundle of wood that Xiaoxi had struggled to lift. "Carrying the prey makes it inconvenient for you to manage the firewood. Allow me to take care of it," he said, evading Xiaoxi's outstretched hand. "There's no inconvenience at all. Just walk ahead and be cautious of the sharp edges of the wood." As Xiaoxi observed his effortless demeanor, she ceased to insist any further. Turning to regard the prey he had hunted, she exclaimed, "You are truly remarkable. You managed to bring back such a substantial catch. Are your arms all right?" Upon hearing Xiaoxi's praise, Changfeng felt a surge of joy that caused his smile to stretch from ear to ear. He replied with enthusiasm, "Xiaoxi, whatever wild game you desire in the future, just let me know, and I shall procure it for you." "Very well, I will demand it daily. So don't you dare go back on your word." "I wouldn't dream of it. I long for that opportunity." Noticing Xiaoxi's gaze upon his arms, Changfeng's heart warmed as he reassured her, "My arms are perfectly fine. I was cautious while hunting." As they conversed, they approached the cliff's edge. Changfeng set down the firewood and said to Xiaoxi, "You should go up and rest. I will take care of the prey by the river and bring it back once it is roasted. Then you must hurry to tend to the game. I wish to gather some mushrooms in that grove." Xiaoxi's eagerness was palpable at the mere mention of mushrooms, her favorite delicacy. "You go ahead, if you desire mushrooms. I will assist you in gathering them once I have a moment to spare," Changfeng said, concerned that her slender frame might tire easily. And wishing to spare her from excessive labor, Xiaoxi stood there in silence, unyielding and motionless. Changfeng was unaware of her fondness. She not only relished mushrooms, but also adored the act of foraging for them. Recalling her childhood spent at her grandparents' home, she remembered how she would be dragged back every time after collecting mushrooms, a habit that became increasingly addictive. Observing her little rabbit, who was sulking and ignoring her, Changfeng was the first to concede defeat. Why don't I accompany you to gather mushrooms? Once we finish, I'll attend to my hunting. What a peculiar proposition, thought Xiaoxi, feeling an urge to retaliate. I'm hungry. I don't need your company for mushroom picking. I crave roasted meat. Upon hearing her express hunger, Changfeng dared not delay any longer. All right, I shall go handle the prey and return to prepare roasted meat for you. As he hurried towards the riverside, Xiaoxi smiled with delight. Finally able to venture into the woods for mushrooms, she lifted her head and called out to Qingsong atop the stone cliff. Qingsong, toss down that basket. I needed to collect mushrooms. Qingsong, hearing her voice from the cliff, responded, do not go just yet. Wait until I am ready to accompany you. You can gather as many as you wish. It's fine, I won't stray far. Can't you see me from up there? Very well, just a moment. To her surprise, Qingsong descended the wooden ladder holding the basket. Come, I will accompany you. But your leg. This minor injury is truly of no consequence. We males have learned to capture prey at will in the forest from the time we could freely shift forms. This little wound is trivial to us. Though Qingsong spoke with ease, Xiaoxi remained concerned and found a suitably sized stick nearby, handing it to him. Use this to support yourself. Do not let your leg drag on the ground. Xiaoxi took up the basket, declaring, I shall carry it. Upon noticing the basket was empty, Qingsong did not insist and relinquished his hold. As they entered the woods, Xiaoxi eagerly began her search for mushrooms. Her delight in foraging was amplified by the recent rain, which had caused an abundance of mushrooms to sprout in the forest. Before long, the basket was overflowing, yet she was reluctant to return. Ultimately, it was Qingsong who, with one arm slung over the basket, a sturdy stick in hand, and the other hand guiding her, led her out of the thicket. Hey, Qingsong, what are you doing? Let me go, she protested. Not a chance. If you want mushrooms, we can enjoy them after our meal, he replied. As they emerged from the woods, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted towards them, and Xiaoxi's stomach, having gone without breakfast, betrayed her with an audible growl. The little stream, astonished, gently touched her belly. Her charming face flushed with a rosy hue as she furtively cast a glance at Qingsong. Qingsong, pressing his lips together to suppress the upward curve of his mouth, gazed into the distance, seemingly oblivious to everything, and continued to advance with his wooden staff in hand. The stream, feigning ignorance to his actions, ceased her struggles and followed his lead. As they reached the foot of the cliff, a fragrant piece of roasted meat was presented before her. Little stream, are you not hungry? This piece of beast meat has just been perfectly roasted. Please, indulge yourself. Changfeng offered her the most tender portion of the meat, and as she accepted it into her hands, a warm feeling enveloped her heart. In this unfamiliar world, it was the first time she felt someone truly valued her. Gazing at the golden brown roasted meat, she opened her mouth and took a bite. The meat was succulent and juicy, rich yet not greasy, and as she savored the delightful flavors, her eyes squinted in pleasure. How is it? Is it delicious? Xiaoxi lifted her gaze to the hopeful Longfeng, who smiled involuntarily. Delicately crisp on the outside, tender within, it is exquisitely delicious, he remarked. I knew you would relish this cut of meat. It is the most succulent part of the beast. With that, he happily returned to the fire to continue roasting the meat. Perhaps the trio was truly famished, for thereafter, silence enveloped them. Half an hour later, as Xiaoxi observed that only a mere portion of their quarry remained, her eyes widened in astonishment. She glanced at the half-eaten roasted meat in her hand and sighed in relief. Her appetite remained quite normal. Where, she pondered, did so much of the meat from such a large beast vanish? With a mischievous glance, she scrutinized the midsections of Qingsong and Longfeng. Yet neither appeared to have distended bellies. She was baffled as to where all that roasted meat had disappeared. Xiaoxi touched her own belly, which had rounded slightly from indulgence, enviously noting how they seemed unaffected by their copious consumption. Just as she mused on how males are often gluttonous, a steaming piece of roasted meat appeared before her. Why have you eaten so little? No wonder you are so slender. This piece has cooled a bit. Please enjoy this one, Qingsong said, his gaze a blend of gentleness and intensity. Flustered, Xiaoxi hastily accepted the meat, muttering her thanks while avoiding his penetrating eyes. Even Xiaoxi, typically oblivious, recognized that these two men were vying for her affection. She recalled what Xiao Hua had mentioned. In this realm, aside from those who find partners at the bustling market, there exists another dynamic where a male, captivated by a female, may pursue her even if she does not initially accept him, provided she does not overtly reject him. Should the male wish to continue courting her, he would willingly become her follower, trailing her in pursuit until either he succeeds in winning her heart or departs in disappointment. Noticing the hint of disappointment in Qingsong's eyes, Xiaoxi felt even more hesitant to meet his gaze. Though not a conventional woman, she had been raised in a monogamous world. The thought of accepting two men was beyond her. "I am full now. Please continue eating. I shall take the mushrooms to dry," she declared, her brow furrowing as she contemplated what to do with the leftover roasted meat in her hand. Suddenly, feeling her grip loosen, she noticed that the two pieces of roasted meat had been swiftly appropriated by Qingsong and Long Feng, who devoured them without a hint of disdain. Xiaoxi wished to tell Chong Feng that it was something she had tasted herself, but upon seeing that he had already finished it, she silently closed her mouth. As the brook intended to carry the basket filled with mushrooms to the rocky ledge for drying, it observed the gentle breeze effortlessly lifting the basket and gliding up the incline. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook gazed at the water presented in a bamboo tube. "Drink up. Aren't you thirsty? Every time I finish eating barbecued meat, I find myself parched." The brook was truly touched by Chongfeng's attentiveness. How could such a meticulous orc exist? Even though she was aware of his intentions to pursue her as a companion and recognized that her own motives were not entirely pure, she was still moved by his meticulous care. "Thank you. I am feeling a bit parched. I originally intended to wait until I returned to quench my thirst." Upon hearing the brook's words, Chongfeng's light blue eyes gradually deepened to a rich navy, sparkling with brilliance, captivating and dazzling, drawing one unknowingly into the allure of his charm. Qingsong cleared his throat behind them. The stream snapped back to reality, forcibly retracting her gaze, silently resentful of her own shortcomings. What kind of handsome man had she not encountered in the modern high-tech realm? She had never once succumbed to infatuation, only to find herself stranded in the land of beastmen. "I shall go mushroom picking," she declared, hastily making her way towards the misty forest. Unable to bear the thought of having been smitten by a man, it was utterly embarrassing. The sound of the man's cheerful laughter behind her spurred her onward, her pace quickening. What could possibly be so amusing about that irritating man? His laughter could very well be the death of him, yet no one would repay him with their life. Chongfeng, observing the flustered retreat of the young female, found himself laughing even more heartily. Qi Tian, watching her fade into the distance, wore an expression shrouded in ambiguity. Chongfeng turned to Qi Tian and remarked, "You accompanied Xiaoxi on her mushroom outing in the morning. It is now my turn to keep her company in the afternoon." Hearing Chongfeng's childish comment, Qi Tian gave him a playful tap on the back of his head, silently gathering the leftover roasted meat from their meal. Upon hearing footsteps approaching, Qi Tian turned and said, "Bring back some firewood when you return." Chongfeng nodded, acknowledging the few remaining sticks of firewood, and swiftly set off in pursuit of Xiaoxi. Before the brook reached the edge of the forest, she heard footsteps behind her and realized that Chongfeng had caught up. Without turning back, she continued to walk forward, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Chongfeng approached her and nudged her gently with his uninjured elbow, saying, "Don't be angry. I will find you some bird eggs to roast when we return." In truth, the brook was not truly angry. She was merely teasing him, sometimes feeling shy about it. To prevent him from mocking her in the future and to indulge her own little quirk, the brook made another modest request. "You must find the bird eggs. And could you transform into your beast form so that I may touch your soft fur?" From the first day she encountered him injured, she had longed to feel the softness of his pristine white coat. However, at that moment, survival had compelled her to suppress her desires. She had refrained from attacking him, unwilling to stain his beautiful white fur with the shocking crimson of blood. Finally, Chongfeng exhaled, having been troubled by the memory of that day when the little female chose to touch the foul old tiger instead. "You like my white fur, yet on that day, why did you choose to caress the fur of the yellow-skinned tiger?" Chongfeng's gaze was fixed intently upon the brook. In her heart, Xiaoxi pondered the beauty of the fur of the Qingsong beast, soft to the touch and undeniably appealing. Yet, upon witnessing the perilous gaze of Chongfeng, her courage faltered, and she remained silent. For that day, her intention was merely to observe, without delving too deeply into the implications of life and death. As she beheld their stillness, such thoughts inevitably crossed her mind. Chongfeng, however, chose not to dwell on the matter with her. Yet you caressed his fur, why not mine? He retorted, transforming into a magnificent silver wolf. Look, the hue of my coat is far more exquisite than his, and I assure you, it is far more pleasant to touch. With a proud lift of his wolfish head, Chongfeng exuded confidence in the brilliance of his pure white fur. The brook was captivated by the brilliance of his silvery fur. Completely oblivious to the words spoken by Chongfeng, she extended her hands, unabashedly caressing the fur upon his body, her lips incessantly murmuring, "How exquisite! How could such a stunning coat exist? It seems even more beautiful as if it were draped upon my own form." Observing the fervent admiration of the little female as she groped his fur, Chongfeng felt a swell of delight within. He mused to himself how his splendid coat could possibly pale in comparison to that of the tawny tiger. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the brook was an ardent aficionado of plush fur, utterly defenseless against the allure of any beautiful pelage. Once she had indulged in the pleasure of stroking his fur, the brook suddenly recollected her original purpose. Hastily retracting her hands, she ventured into the forest in search of mushrooms, grumbling under her breath, "It's all your fault for having such irresistible fur, which distracted me from gathering mushrooms." Upon uttering these words, a flush crept across her cheeks, as she realized how increasingly childish and unreasonable she felt in the presence of Chongfeng. She could not comprehend why she was so uncontrollably drawn to behave in such a manner. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. CC was oblivious to any burgeoning romantic feelings. Unaware of the affection she held for Chongfeng, she simply felt inexplicably drawn to him. Chongfeng's kindness enveloped CC like a gentle spring breeze, subtly and silently permeating her being. A cunning wolf in sheep's clothing, to be sure. They swiftly filled a basket with mushrooms. CC, noticing more amidst the trees, wished to gather them but lacked the space. During their foraging, Chongfeng also procured a clutch of fist-sized bird eggs for her and felled a tree with his sharp claws to chop for firewood that evening. Chongfeng hoisted the tree onto his shoulder, carrying the mushroom-filled basket in his hand. Seeing Cece lamenting the unpicked mushrooms, he reached for her hand, saying, "Let's go. I'll bring you back tomorrow." Cece brightened at his words, knowing their mushroom spot was quite distant from the forest's edge, a place a female incapable of shifting couldn't reach alone. Venturing there alone would make her easy prey for any wild beast. Chongfeng, bearing a tree and a basket of mushrooms, outpaced Cece, pausing occasionally to wait for her, causing her to feel self-conscious. It wasn't entirely her fault, as her height barely exceeded 1.7 meters, tall by modern standards. However, in the beastmen continent, even Xiao Hua stood at 1.8 meters, and the few male beasts Cece had seen were no shorter than 1.95 meters. Chongfeng, at least 2 meters tall with long strides, was naturally difficult to keep up with. Upon returning to the cliff's base, Qingsong had already gathered their belongings and brought them to the stone platform. Reaching the platform, they found the meat covered, but Qingsong was absent. Chongfeng combined the mushrooms from the basket with those from the morning, then informed Cece he was going to process the tree for firewood that evening. The little stream, truly fatigued, settled upon the solitary stone pillar to rest. Contemplating the long wind and the azure sky, it appeared they were indeed intent on pursuing her, willingly becoming her followers. But what of her? How could she, with a clear conscience, exploit their assistance for her own benefit, while simultaneously being unable to accept 2 males as partners? Although in this realm, one female often cohabits with multiple males, she still yearned for only one. If she were to choose a male now, she believed she would select Long Wind. In truth, both Long Wind and Azure Sky were nearly indistinguishable in appearance, and their abilities had proven to be equally matched through their recent confrontations. Both were exceptional male beastmen. Yet for reasons unknown, she found herself inexplicably drawn to Long Wind. Perhaps this was simply destiny. Xiaoxi did not possess the habit of stringing men along. She intended to clarify her feelings once Azure Sky had recovered, for she did not wish to be a woman who, despite her refusal, kept the other in suspense. After Xiaoxi and Long Wind departed, Azure Sky recalled that the majority of the animal skins in the little female's cave were severely damaged, with only a few intact ones being mere ordinary hides. Such skins would not provide adequate warmth once the snow season arrived. He noticed a bloodied hide discarded by Long Wind and deemed it suitable. Thus, he took it to the riverbank to remove the remnants of flesh. When the snow season approached, he intended for it to serve as warmth for the little female. Upon returning with a sizable hide, he found Long Wind skillfully working on some timber with his sharp claws. "Where is Xiaoxi?" Long Wind wondered, glancing toward the stone cliff, while Azure Sky also cast his gaze upward, instantly aware that Xiaoxi was above. Leaning on his wooden staff, he approached the wooden ladder to ascend. Had Xiaoxi seen him, she would surely marvel that even with an injured leg, he could ascend the ladder faster than she. Upon reaching the cliff, he discovered Xiaoxi sleeping against the stone wall. Although the weather outside was quite warm, a gentle breeze still wafted across the cliff. He entered the cave and retrieved a hide, gently draping it over her slumbering form. The stream awakened only upon catching a whiff of an alluring aroma. "What is that delightful scent?" Hearing the commotion, Qing Song turned around to behold the adorably dazed visage of the freshly awakened stream, stirring a gentle warmth within his heart. "You are awake. I was just about to call for you. Changfeng has already grilled the meat down by the cliff. Let us descend." The newly awakened stream resembled an obedient child, docile, clever, and utterly endearing. Beneath the wooden ladder, Qing Song had secured it once more with vines, ensuring it would not sway in the wind. Below the cliff, Changfeng, upon hearing the sounds, looked up to see the stream gradually making its way down. "You are awake. The meat is ready. Come and partake." Suddenly, Xiaoxi recalled that there were 3 flatbreads remaining from yesterday. She lifted her head and called out to Qing Song atop the cliff. "Qing Song, could you please bring down the 3 flatbreads from the stone pot? We shall roast them over the fire shortly." Thus, the 3 of them each indulged in one golden, crispy flatbread, which they all relished immensely. However, Xiaoxi found herself satiated after just one, while Qing Song and Changfeng merely nibbled at theirs. Xiaoxi savored a piece of roasted meat the size of her fist, realizing that her appetite had expanded since arriving in this realm. In her previous life, she would have certainly been unable to finish such a large portion. The remaining half of the beast's meat was devoured cleanly by the 2 voracious eaters. Observing that the 2 men did not appear to have swollen bellies, she surmised that it was she who had consumed the half of the beast. After finishing their meal and tidying up, Xiaoxi noticed the 2 men, weary and wounded from the day's exertions, and urged them to rest early. However, a dilemma arose. There was only one cave for sleeping. It was Qing Song who discerned Xiaoxi's predicament and suggested, "You may sleep in the cave, Changfeng, and I will rest here." Changfeng, understanding Xiaoxi's discomfort at sharing the cave, quickly reassured her, "It is quite normal for us to sleep outdoors. You need not worry." The brook nodded gently and entered the cave, providing each of them with a piece of animal hide to rest upon, advising them to keep warm. Both men felt the warmth of the brook's concern envelop them. This night, the cave was illuminated by 2 moonstones, casting away the darkness. It remained unclear whether the brook's late slumber was due to excessive napping in the afternoon or some other reason. It was only when they heard the rhythmic sound of the brook's deep breaths that the 2 men finally closed their eyes and drifted off to sleep as well. Upon awakening the next day, the brook found the outside world shrouded in tranquility. Rubbing her eyes, she lifted the grass curtain and stepped out of the cave, only to discover that the 2 men had vacated the stone ledge. The animal hides had also been moved aside, prepared to bask in the sunlight. As I gazed upon the meandering brook, a delicate mist lingered in the gaps of the thicket, while the nascent sun cast a vibrant green hue upon the branches of the towering trees. Suddenly, I heard a sound from below the cliff. The brook craned its neck to peer down, discovering Qing Song diligently transforming a log into firewood with his sharp claws. "Qing Song, you ventured into the forest to gather that wood," I remarked. He lifted his gaze, nodding at me. "You are awake, and breakfast will require a brief wait. Changfeng will soon return with the game." As I absorbed Qing Song's words, an inexplicable sensation washed over me, a feeling akin to being cherished and cared for. Here, devoid of towering edifices, extravagant garments, and jewels, I couldn't help but sense a peculiar indulgence. "Your leg has yet to heal. I can manage the firewood from now on," I suggested. Qing Song, however, merely continued his task, maintaining his focus without affirming or denying my words. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Xiaoxi inexplicably sensed that something was amiss with the statement, yet she could not articulate her thoughts. What did it mean to say that everyone must heed her? Unable to fathom it further, Xiaoxi dismissed the thought and turned her attention to her personal grooming. Today, Changfeng returned, accompanied by a rather large beast. However, after indulging in 3 consecutive meals of roasted meat, Xiaoxi found herself somewhat overwhelmed and decided to boil 3 fist-sized bird eggs that Changfeng had found the previous day. She resolved to return early in the afternoon to prepare the meat, although she yearned for something vegetarian. Yet, Xiaoxi understood that the males were not particularly fond of plant-based fare. She also wished to reserve the red grain flour as a staple for the future. Thus, she persisted in dining on roasted meat alongside them. After the meal, Xiaoxi intended to forage for mushrooms. She hoped to gather a substantial amount during this period of rapid growth, drying them for winter consumption. Aware that the orcs primarily subsisted on meat during the cold season, she believed it prudent to stockpile a greater quantity of vegetarian provisions. Having consumed roasted meat for 3 consecutive meals, she felt a sense of saturation and could no longer partake. Perhaps, in time, she would acclimatize to it. Given a choice, Creek believed it was prudent to prioritize her own well-being. This morning, Creek not only gathered 2 basketfuls of mushrooms, but also enlisted the aid of Changfeng, who used his sharp claws to sever a bundle of slender branches, with which she intended to weave another basket upon her return in the evening. In the afternoon, Creek planned to venture to the Great River to catch fish. Although Qingsong and Chafeng initially demurred, they eventually yielded to Creek's persistence, and the trio proceeded together to the riverbank. Upon reaching their destination, Creek retrieved from her basket a garment that resembled snakeskin. This item, a gift from Xiao Hua, had been carefully preserved, but she now deemed it suitable attire for her aquatic endeavor, as wearing a furry pelt in the water would prove exceedingly cumbersome. The brook sought a secluded spot to change, and when she emerged, only Changfeng remained, while Qingsong had vanished. Upon observing Changfeng's expression, she realized that the garment clung too closely, accentuating her alluring figure to an exquisite degree. "Where are you looking? Quickly turn your head away," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Hearing Yi Xiaoxi's flustered call, Changfeng promptly averted his gaze. He touched his nose, patted his chest, and murmured softly, "Fortunately, I didn't have a nosebleed this time." That would have been quite embarrassing. Yi Xiaoxi turned away from him and swiftly leapt into the river. Upon hearing the splash, Changfeng turned around, but he saw no trace of Xiaoxi on the water's surface. After calling out several times with no response, he prepared to jump in. Just then, a splash erupted from the river, and Yi Xiaoxi surfaced, triumphantly holding a fish in her hand. As the stream beheld Changfeng gazing at her in a daze, she remarked, "What are you daydreaming about?" With that, she hurled the fish in her hand onto the shore. "Quickly place it in the basket and find a shallow spot to set it down, otherwise it will perish shortly." After uttering these words, she dove back into the water. This time, her efforts were met with greater difficulty, as she failed to catch a single fish after several attempts. Changfeng wished to assist her in the endeavor, but his injuries led the stream to decline his help. Throughout the afternoon, the stream managed to catch a mere dozen fish, the smallest weighing around a pound, and the largest scarcely exceeding 4 or 5 pounds. While it appeared she had gathered a considerable amount, once dried, there was hardly enough to suffice. It seemed that relying on fish as a reserve food source was rather precarious. Moreover, curing fish required salt, and at this moment, the stream was most in need of salt. As the brook observed the evening glow enveloping the sky, it resolved to embrace the day as it was. Fueled by a spirit of perseverance, never anticipating that it would extend so late into the night. Upon returning home, the brook refrained from mentioning the preparation of meat, for the trio had toiled throughout the afternoon and were now famished. During the afternoon, while the brook engaged in fishing, Qingsong was occupied with processing the pelts of the beasts they had caught that day. Changfeng, not remaining by the riverbank for long, had heard of the brook's fondness for mushrooms and gathered in abundance for her. Dinner consisted once again of roasted meat, which, for the Orcish folk, served as their staple fare. Anything else would feel quite foreign to their palates. However, for the brook, the continuous consumption of roasted meat rendered her appetite somewhat diminished. Seizing the opportunity while the two were busy grilling the meat, she prepared a pot of fish and mushroom soup, adding a handful of wild greens just before serving. She took a few grains of salt from her modest stash, reserving some for her morning ritual and incorporating the remainder into the soup. With only a single stone bowl at her disposal, she allowed her companions to eat first. Yet, upon seeing the fish in the pot, it appeared they had little interest in it. As the stream observed their actions, she resigned herself to dining alone. The fish and mushroom stew, albeit seasoned with only a hint of salt, was truly delectable. In the midst of this, Qing Tsang offered her a piece of roasted meat, which she politely declined. The fish soup had been prepared in sufficient quantity for 3, and though the stream had indulged, a considerable amount remained. Initially, she contemplated saving it for the morrow. To her surprise, just as she set down her bowl and utensils, Changfeng took her used bowl and devoured 2 generous servings of the fish soup. Unable to seize a bowl for himself, Qing Tsang stood by the pot, wielding a bamboo tube, and consumed all that remained of the fish and broth. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The stream gazed at the 2 men in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw. Did they not claim to dislike eating? It is quite delectable, Qing Tsang remarked, licking his lips. I simply have never tasted it. I just wanted to see if it is as good as they say, Changfeng said, feeling a bit embarrassed and speaking softly. As Xiaoxi gazed at the 2 robust men, a childlike giggle escaped her lips, prompting genuine laughter. The ears of Qing Tsang and Changfeng flushed crimson at her mirth. Ultimately, Xiaoxi was playfully ushered out of the kitchen by the 2 men, their pride slightly bruised. Once outside, she retrieved the slender strips that Changfeng had helped her cut, preparing to weave a larger basket for her use. After completing their tasks in the kitchen, Qing Tsang and Changfeng joined Xiaoxi, sitting beside her as they learned the art of basket weaving while engaging in pleasant conversation. In the serenity of that night, Xiaoxi felt an end to her solitude. Over the past few days, she had gathered a considerable number of mushrooms to dry, yet the fish she caught from the river were few. Noticing her disappointment, Changfeng offered to dive into the river to assist her, but Xiaoxi declined, citing his still healing arm. With no fishing tools available in the river, hand catching would yield scant results, and Xiaoxi had no choice but to abandon that venture. The fish from the river could not serve as a reliable food reserve, prompting her to contemplate searching for alternative sustenance. However, given that she had arrived later in the season, time was of the essence. Thus, she was compelled to return to the mountains to forage for red fruit. The shells of the red fruit were tough, and overzealous picking would inevitably wear her fingers raw. One day, when her fingers were indeed chafed, both Qing Tsang and Changfeng discovered her plight and vehemently opposed her continuing to gather the fruit. Nevertheless, in her determination to stave off hunger during the impending winter, she persisted in her daily foraging, returning home to crack the hard shells with stones to collect the flour within. Unable to dissuade her, Qing Tsang and Changfeng ultimately accompanied her on her foraging expeditions. Although Changfeng was not severely injured, he had numerous responsibilities to attend to, while Qing Tsang spent the most time with Xiaoxi on the slopes, patiently guiding her through the process. Xiaoxi gradually realized that despite his few words, Qing Tsang possessed a remarkable patience. He readily answered her inquiries and shared fascinating tales about the world he knew, leading to a harmonious rapport between them. After 2 or 3 days, Xiaoxi conducted a checkup on the 2 men, astonished by the formidable healing abilities of the orcs. Changfeng's injured arm seemed to have returned to normal function, though she still cautioned him to remain vigilant. Qing Tsang's leg was also recovering swiftly, yet she forbade him from moving about too freely, fearing that he might inadvertently misalign his healing bones. One evening, as Xiaoxi ascended the mountain with Qing Tsang, who leaned on a wooden staff, each bore a basket of red fruit. Upon reaching the cliff where they resided, they spotted a gathering of individuals below. Rushing over, they found Changfeng and the males from Xiao Hua's family in a standoff. Concerned for Xiao Hua's safety, she stood at a distance from Changfeng, surrounded by a heap of goods, items likely exchanged at the recent market. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The brook hurriedly approached the little flower, joyfully enveloping her in a warm embrace and exclaiming, "Oh, little blossom, it is simply wonderful that you have returned." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Xiao Hua pretended to cover her chest, feigning sorrow as she spoke. The brook covered its eyes, playfully joining the mischievous little flower, and in a delicate, feigned tone remarked, "You heartless person, Every night is filled with merriment. Yet have you ever considered my solitude, lying awake in a lonely embrace? Standing nearby, 7 male beastmen gazed at the 2 females in bewilderment, puzzled by their antics. Moments earlier, they had witnessed the 2 joyfully embracing. But now they found themselves at a loss. If these males were in modern times, they would recognize that the 2 women before them were embodying the essence of drama. Although they were unaware of this, it did not prevent them from feeling discomfort at the exaggerated display of the females. Unable to restrain themselves, the males approached with stern expressions, separating the 2 women and leading them away. As they departed, the brook received a disdainful glance from the males accompanying Little Flower. The brook merely smiled with satisfaction, unfazed by the situation, for both she and Xiao Hua had mutually rescued one another and had also found a kindred spirit in their friendship. Their jealousy was of no consequence. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Xiao Hua turned her head to glance at the 2 males by the stream, noting that their faces bore no signs of displeasure. She exclaimed loudly, I am hungry. Roast more meat. We will join you once we have set our things down. Before she could finish her sentence, her male companion whisked her away. How stingy, not allowing me to finish my conversation with Xiao Hua. Qing Tsong and Chong Feng, observing the vibrant Xiaoxi, exchanged glances and shared a contented smile. As Qing Tsong struggled to ascend the wooden ladder, Chong Feng effortlessly grasped 2 baskets brimming with red fruit in one hand and hoisted them up to the cliff ledge. Meanwhile, Qing Tsong and Xiaoxi busied themselves with roasting meat at the base of the cliff, with Qing Tsong primarily handling the cooking while Xiaoxi assisted. Soon, Chong Feng returned after placing their belongings and joined them in roasting meat. Before long, Xiao Hua arrived with her 5 male companions, who did not hesitate to roll up their sleeves and join in the preparation of the wild beast meat. In no time, the males formed a lively group, exchanging introductions amongst themselves. Xiaoxi harbored suspicions that Xiao Hua's males welcomed Qing Tsong and Chong Feng so warmly in the hope of enticing her away, thus separating her from Xiao Hua. Although Xiaoxi wondered if the jealousy of Xiao Hua's companions drove such behavior, she lacked any proof. Upon hearing their introductions, Xiaoxi finally learned the names and identities of Xiao Hua's companions. Previously, she had only known that Xiao Hua had a male companion named Ming, who had rescued her alongside Xiao Hua in the forest, and another male named Dehi, who had delivered roasted meat to her. She was unaware of the others until now. Listening to the introductions, she discovered that Ming was a leopard beastman, while another male named Kuan was Ming's half-brother and a monkey beastman. Dehi was a pangolin beastman, and Qing Shan was a unicorn beastman. To Xiaoxi's surprise, she learned that Xiao Hua's household also included a male named Yu, who, like her, was an adorable male rabbit beastman. She couldn't help but steal a glance. Despite his towering height of nearly 6 feet 5 inches and a physique that was anything but effeminate, the innate traits of rabbit beastmen imparted an irresistibly charming aura. Xiaoxi twitched her lips, now understanding why Xiao Hua had come to her rescue and even befriended her. She was certain that Xiao Hua, that mischievous little rascal, was indeed an ardent admirer of all things adorable. The brook observed the barbecue, realizing there was no longer any concern for itself, and thus ran over to Little Flower, where the 2 nestled closely together. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The brook, emulating her demeanor, leaned close to the Little Flower's ear and whispered, I found this in the heart of the forest. Do you believe me? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing the maiden's words, the brook could not restrain its mirth, erupting into a cascade of laughter. Serves you right, it chuckled. It must be your mischievous nature that has caused your consorts to be so wary. Who says I am not honest? She retorted, aggrieved. I merely wish to select a few handsome and stalwart males for you. But they immediately accused me of tiring of them and seeking to add new brothers to their fold. How could I dare to cast another glance? The brook responded with a raucous cackle, its amusement unreserved. The males, occupied with roasting meat, were drawn by the sound of merriment, turning their gaze in unison towards the two frolicking females. Observing their joyful banter and playful jostling, they exchanged contented smiles. As the beastman Ming grilled meat, he remarked, "In the past, Xiao Hua was the only female here. During our hunts, we often left her alone in the cave, fearing for her safety. Each day, apart from sleeping, she would gaze longingly at the distant forest, awaiting our return. Over the years, her sadness deepened as she remained barren despite our companionship. However, with the arrival of Xiaoxi, her spirits have lifted remarkably. She now radiates joy, far brighter than before." Upon hearing Ming's words, the other beastmen nodded in agreement, grateful for Xiaoxi's presence that has rejuvenated Xiao Hua's happiness. Qingsong and Changfeng observed the playful exchange between Xiao Hua and Xiaoxi, marveling at this newfound joy they had never witnessed before. Yet, in recent days, they sensed Xiaoxi's unease as she tirelessly gathered edible provisions. The sight of her diligent efforts tugged at their hearts. Consequently, they allowed her to forage for mushrooms and fish in the great river, even as she injured her fingers while picking berries, a sight that pained them deeply. They resolved to accompany her, silently vowing to hunt diligently so that Xiaoxi would never again worry about food scarcity. Suddenly, a cool voice interrupted their thoughts. "By the looks of you, it seems you wish to be Xiaoxi's admirers. But heed this well, she is a naturally frail and delicate rabbit beast female, whose reproductive struggles are profound. Do not find yourselves regretting your choices too late, for it may bring harm to both her and yourselves." The speaker was you, another rabbit beast, whose expression remained impassive as he regarded Changfeng and Qingsong. He was already aware that Xiao Hua had rescued a fellow rabbit beast female. However, due to their daily hunting obligations, he had refrained from disturbing Xiaoxi in the evenings. This did not imply a lack of concern for her well-being. Rather, he hoped that she would encounter a male who genuinely cared for and cherished her. Understanding that he was also a rabbit beast, Qingsong and Changfeng took no offense at his seemingly cautionary words, recognizing them as expressions of concern for Xiaoxi. "We are aware that Xiaoxi is an exceptional rabbit beast female, worthy of our devotion, and we will not regret our decision," they assured him. You, uncertain of their conviction, continued to roast the beast meat in silence. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Xiaoxi resolved to find a suitable moment to engage in a heartfelt conversation with Qingsong, for she merely sought a companion, and her heart had already made its choice. After dining, with Xiao Hua and her males occupied at the bustling market, they had not found a moment's respite. Xiao Hua suggested they retire early for a much-needed rest. As they prepared to depart, Xiao Hua handed a beast skin pouch to Xiaoxi, stating, "This is the salt we obtained in exchange for your beast skin backpack, the red grain flour, and the woven baskets. Do not underestimate the baskets you crafted. The coastal orcs cherish them, trading them for ample salt. They even tested your woven baskets for carrying salt, discovering them far superior to the beast skin pouches." With that, Xiao Hua and her males returned early to rest. Qingsong and Changfeng diligently cleared away the remnants, burying the embers beneath the soil to prevent the wind from carrying them into the woods, which could potentially ignite a disastrous fire. The stream opened the leather pouch left by the little flower, revealing a substantial quantity of light yellow salt within. It appeared to weigh around 14 or 15 pounds. With this salt in her possession, she envisioned a winter free from the worry of scarcity. Having tidied everything up, let us ascend as well. Changfeng grasped the mouth of the leather pouch to prevent any spillage and lifted the salt with care. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The brook gently patted its wildly racing heart, calming its emotions. It reassured itself. "It's all right. I will be more cautious next time." Long Feng's voice trembled as he remarked, There will be no next time. If you carelessly ascend that wooden ladder again, I shall dismantle it, ensuring you can never descend. The earlier incident had truly frightened him. He was at a distance, burdened with salt, and could not reach her in time. Had it not been for Qing Song's timely intervention in pulling her up to the cliff, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. From the moment Long Feng first laid eyes on the brook, he was captivated by her. Over the past few days of close companionship, his initial feelings of compassion gradually blossomed into admiration, evolving into profound affection that had taken root in his heart. How could he possibly tolerate the thought of his cherished little rabbit facing even the slightest danger? Once a male sets his sights on a female, he will earnestly pursue her. The brook has long since become the most significant person in Long Feng's heart. When he was but a child, his biological father perished during a hunt. Due to his tender age, no one ever disclosed the precise circumstances to him. In the days that followed, his once affectionate mother gradually grew indifferent towards him. Eventually, after a quarrel with his brothers, he was driven from his home by his mother and other fathers. In his diminutive stature, he found himself unable to catch even the smallest of creatures, often teetering on the precipice of life and death. It was only after he had cultivated his strength that he could finally satiate his hunger and escape the clutches of oppression. The years spent in a nomadic existence led him to encounter numerous females, some of whom sought to share companionship with him. Yet, he felt no inclination towards them and thus declined their advances. Until one fateful day, he stumbled upon a female rabbit beast in the forest. Delicately balancing a slender woven basket as she gathered wild vegetables, her voice resonating with an enchanting melody he had never heard before. Intrigued, he followed the young female to the riverbank, where he beheld her gliding effortlessly through the water, and for the first time, his heart stirred uncontrollably. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The sudden movement of Xiaoxi caught Changfeng off guard. His hands, trembling with fear, swayed in front of him. Yet he dared not place them upon her. Even after reaching adulthood long ago, it was the first time Changfeng found himself embraced by a female. The sound of his own heartbeat resonated so loudly that he could distinctly hear it. Meanwhile, Qing Song stood nearby, eyes closed, pondering what it was about him that fell short of Changfeng, why every choice of the little female always favored him. Indeed, he had merely kept his concerns for her hidden within, leaving Xiaoxi oblivious to them. As he opened his eyes to behold the two in their embrace, Qing Song silently descended the cliff and walked into the forest. By the time the two noticed his absence from the cliff's edge, it hardly registered. After all, who among them did not have their own moments of convenience? Harboring the conviction that his return was imminent, Little Creek, in a moment of fervent impulse, embraced Long Wind. Subsequently, a wave of bashfulness washed over her, prompting her to utter a hasty excuse of fatigue and a desire for early repose, whereupon she retreated into the mountain cave, remaining sequestered throughout the night. Long Wind, though cognizant of Azure Sky's absence overnight, dismissed it as inconsequential, reasoning that a grown and powerful male's temporary absence was hardly a matter for concern. However, when Little Creek became aware of Azure Sky's overnight disappearance, a premonition settled upon her heart. She couldn't shake the feeling that her embrace of Long Wind the previous evening had somehow precipitated Azure Sky's departure. Though the brook felt a sense of loss, she understood that as long as she could not accept two males as her companions, this day was bound to arrive. Perhaps it was for the best. After all, once Qing Song departed, he might encounter his own happiness. Today, Changfeng set out early to hunt a wild beast, returning with his prize. While the meat of the beast could be boiled or stir-fried, such methods were time-consuming and insufficient to satiate the males. Moreover, the orcs here had long since acclimatized to this dietary preference. Were a modern human to witness their daily consumption of roasted meat, they would likely deem such a diet unhealthy, believing it could adversely affect longevity. Yet, this was far from the truth. The orcs typically feasted on roasted meat for every meal, and many of them lived to be between 150 to 200 winters. This was a curiosity that had once prompted her to inquire about their lifespan, and Xiao Hua had provided the answer. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi gazed intently towards the forest, her silence enveloping her like a shroud. It seemed she had caught a fleeting glimpse of a golden figure, yet upon rubbing her eyes and peering closely, there was nothing to be seen. Perhaps it was for the best. His departure was justified. He would undoubtedly find a remarkable female who would cherish him. There was no need to waste time on someone as inconsequential as herself, a mere rabbit beast female. At the edge of the forest, a great tree stood tall, beneath which a golden tiger beast perked its ears, listening to the distant sounds. It was poised to dash forth, eager to explain that he had no desire to pursue an exceptional female, nor did he regard Xiaoxi as insignificant. He cared for her deeply, admired her, and wished fervently that she might grant him the opportunity to care for her. Suddenly, Changfeng approached and embraced Xiaoxi, whispering, "You are wonderful. Please do not belittle yourself." He had initially believed that he and Xiaoxi would guard each other together. Little did he know that the other was so cowardly, lacking even the most basic resolve to pursue a female, ultimately opting to leave. It was he who was unworthy of her. As he was about to rush out, Qingcang hesitated, retreating once more into his beastly form. Indeed, he felt unworthy of Xiaoxi, for he had not even mustered the minimal persistence required of a male in pursuit of a female. What right did he have to blame her for choosing the silver wolf beast, Changfeng? A mist flickered in Qingcang's golden eyes. If given another chance, he would never let go. He cast one last lingering glance at Xiaoxi before turning and racing into the depths of the misty forest. As the golden tiger beast vanished into the woods, Changfeng, still holding Xiaoxi, glanced back at the tree where Qingcang had concealed himself, a cryptic expression crossing his face. He tightened his embrace around Xiaoxi, thinking to himself that this was her own choice to let go. She must not regret it. Having become a wandering beastman, Changfeng learned first and foremost not to be soft-hearted. Upon returning to the cliffside platform, Xiaoxi noticed a well-prepared beast hide stretched against the stone wall. She recalled the day when Qingcang told her that this hide would be fashioned into clothing for her when the snow season arrived. The hide remained, yet the one who had processed it had vanished without a trace. His broken leg had not yet healed completely. Even if he were to leave, he must first mend his wounds. Changfeng, observing Xiaoxi and the hide prepared by Qingcang, felt a pang of sorrow. "Xiaoxi, weren't you planning to ascend the mountain to gather red berry fruit? Today, I have the time to accompany you." "Ah, yes. Let us go at once." The brook shouldered an empty backpack, while the gentle breeze nonchalantly grasped a large basket. After descending the rocky cliff, they encountered Xiao Hua, who had come to seek out the brook. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiao Hua did not mind returning to. "Little stream, you are indeed stubborn, yet your heart is softer than the fluff of cotton we have here." "Fluff of cotton? What fluff of cotton, and where can one find it?" The stream, filled with excitement, inquired whether the soft cotton-like fluff in Xiao Hua's mouth could resemble modern cotton. With such fluff, she could craft a warm outfit of cotton clothing, far cozier than mere garments made from animal hides. This delightful fluff grows on the hillside at the confluence upstream of our great river. "Xiao Hua, do you have time tomorrow? Would you take me to gather some of this fluff?" "Of course. Come find me tomorrow, and I shall lead you there." On the following day, the stream rose early, while Changfeng still slumbered, for there remained plenty of roasted meat from the previous day's feast, alleviating the need for a morning hunt. Hearing a commotion, he opened his eyes, surprised at the early stirrings of the stream. "Why are you up so early?" "I cannot sleep. You rest a while longer. I shall fry the roasted meat in the pot for when you awaken." With that, the stream proceeded to wash her face and tidy herself up. Afterward, she made her way to the corner kitchen, retrieving a wooden cutting board crafted by Changfeng. With a stone knife, she painstakingly sliced the roasted meat into 2 centimeter thick pieces, setting them aside to prepare for frying. Changfeng carried over a bundle of firewood. "I brought up the wood I chopped yesterday from the cliff below." "Good, place it here. You should wash up too. Soon we shall dine. Do you not require my assistance to kindle the fire? I can manage alone. You go wash up. Come back shortly and help me clean the wild vegetables over there." Obediently, Changfeng fetched water to wash his face, following the stream's example of using crushed salt to freshen his breath. To his surprise, it indeed felt much cleaner. Once he completed this task, he caught a whiff of the savory aroma emanating from the stone pot. It was even more fragrant than the roasted meat. Stealing a glance, he beheld the golden brown pieces sizzling in the pot, suppressing his stomach's protest and turning his attention to washing the wild vegetables for the stream. Xiaoxi placed the freshly grilled meat into a pristine bamboo basket. "Have the wild vegetables been washed?" "Yes, they have been washed thoroughly." Changfeng hastily delivered the freshly cleaned wild vegetables to Xiaoxi. "What do you intend to do with these vegetables?" "The brook has received the wild vegetables. You shall soon understand." The brook poured the wild vegetables into the sizzling oil, swiftly stir-frying them. Today, she had added a few wild garlic shoots she had fortuitously discovered yesterday. The enticing aromas of the frying meat and the sautéed greens filled the entire kitchen, wrapping around the corners. Standing behind the brook, Changfeng could not help but swallow hard. It was the first time he had encountered such delectable scents. "All right, it's time to eat," said the brook, prompting Changfeng to hastily transfer the sizzling meat to the stone table designated for their meal. The brook followed closely behind with the wild vegetables, shaking her head and chuckling softly. It was the first time she had seen him so eager. As he beheld the golden brown grilled meat, Changfeng instinctively reached out to grab it, only to be gently rapped on the back of his hand by the brook, who insisted he use chopsticks to pick it up and eat. With a pitiful glance, he looked at her, and upon seeing her unwavering determination, he reluctantly picked up the chopsticks and awkwardly attempted to grasp a piece of meat. Clumsily, he managed to lift it halfway before it plummeted onto the stone table. This elicited a fit of laughter from the brook, who quickly suppressed her amusement, fearing it might bruise his pride. Changfeng looked at her with a forlorn expression, as if to say, "Don't think I'm unaware of your laughter simply because you've hidden your smile." Xiaoxi, with no other choice, approached Changfeng and patiently guided him on how to use chopsticks. Changfeng's large hands were gently manipulated by Xiaoxi's smaller ones. He suppressed his racing heartbeat and earnestly learned to wield the slender bamboo sticks to partake in his meal. Before long, he had mastered the technique. Although he found it less convenient than using his hands, the novelty of the experience delighted him, and as he grew accustomed to it, it became less daunting. "Xiaoxi, in a little while, I shall go catch a tender Lulu beast for lunch. Shall we have some roasted meat?" Although the leftover meat from yesterday was sufficient to satiate him, Changfeng felt that after experiencing such exquisite roasted meat for the first time, he had not indulged enough and yearned for more. The stream delicately placed a pair of wild vegetables into his bowl. "Oh no, today I must have Xiao Hua take me to gather cotton fluff. You must accompany us." Upon hearing this, Changfeng lowered his bright eyes. A look of disappointment etched across his face as he realized he could not indulge in fried meat at noon. Observing this, Xiaoxi felt a pang of sympathy. All right. I shall prepare fried meat for you upon our return this evening. How does that sound?" The mention of a meal in the evening brought a radiant smile to Changfeng's face, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth. Xiaoxi, witnessing Changfeng's smug expression, realized she had been outwitted and shot him a reproachful glare. With a playful flick, she added another helping of wild vegetables into his stone bowl. As she watched him grimace while consuming the vegetables, a mischievous smile crept across her face. The two enjoyed a delightful breakfast, and after tidying up the kitchen, Xiaoxi and Changfeng slung their baskets over their shoulders and descended the cliff towards Xiao Hua's home. Standing beneath the rocky overhang of Xiao Hua's cave, they noticed movement in front of the cave, which loomed several meters high. Xiaoxi called out, "Brother Meng, has Xiao Hua risen yet? We had arranged to go upstream to gather cotton fluff today." "Oh, it's you, Xiaoxi. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua may not be able to join you today," Meng replied. Peering out with a sheepish expression, he scratched his head, brimming with excitement, and continued, "This is because Xiao Hua is expecting a litter of beast cubs. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The brook nearly chuckled upon hearing Meng's words. Indeed, one can't deny the truth that birds of a feather flock together. Xiao Hua is an adorable little glutton, and it is delightful to discover that even her male counterparts are perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of food. What a charming family they are. Brother Meng, I am not seeking those things for consumption, I clarified. Oh, I know that place. Just follow the great river upstream. And at a fork in the road on a hillside, you will find a patch of cotton fluff, he replied. Ah, splendid. Thank you, Brother Meng. Please convey to Xiao Hua that I shall return to see her. Certainly, I shall inform Xiao Hua. She will be overjoyed to see you, he assured. Farewell, Brother Meng. The day is growing late. We must take our leave. Indeed, please travel safely, he responded. Xiaoxi and Chanfeng followed the route suggested by Meng, traveling upstream along the great river until noon, yet they still had not encountered the cotton-like fluff they had described. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi is an exceptionally resilient individual. She does not waver unless she is certain she has erred. However, once she acknowledges her misjudgment, she promptly rectifies her mistakes without hesitation. As noon approached, both felt parched and in need of water, and after a morning of travel, they found themselves somewhat hungry. Being in an unfamiliar place, Changfeng was hesitant to let Xiaoxi stray too far, so he caught a few small animals in the vicinity, gathered some firewood, and kindled a modest fire to prepare a simple meal. The brook, feeling somewhat disheartened for failing to find what she sought, struggled to swallow her food. However, recalling the long journey ahead in the afternoon, she forced herself to consume the greater part of a small creature resembling a turkey. After finishing a modest lunch, the two continued on their way. Changfeng observed the sweat glistening on the brow of the brook. Several times he offered to carry her, but she declined his assistance. Ultimately, he took the burden from her, alleviating one of her loads. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook picked up a tuft of cotton and examined it, truly resembling the cotton found on Earth. She seemed to envision the arrival of winter, already clad in warm cotton garments. Without further hesitation, she seated herself on the ground and began to pluck the cotton from the pods. The two worked diligently until the sun dipped low in the west, their baskets overflowing. Satisfied at last, the brook was ready to return. The long wind hoisted the larger basket and, glancing at the time, suggested that the brook carry the smaller one while he cradled her in his arms. The brook initially resisted, but the long wind urged her to gaze upon the setting sun in the west. Ultimately, the brook surrendered her struggle and nestled into the embrace of the long wind. At first, the long wind was distracted by the softness of her presence, yet as the twilight deepened, he dared not let his mind wander. He tightened his hold on the brook and ran with all his might. The forest at night was fraught with peril. He could not risk the brook's safety for his own comfort. They reached the precipice where they resided just as the moon began to ascend. It was fated that the brook would remain silent tonight. The promise of roasting meat for the long wind could not be fulfilled. As dawn broke, Changfeng had already prepared breakfast by the time Xiaoxi rose. Her body felt exceedingly weak, after merely walking a bit more than usual yesterday. She awoke this morning with a profound soreness. Upon turning around, Changfeng noticed Xiaoxi had gotten up. Hurry and freshen up, he urged. I observed you relished the platypus meat yesterday, so this morning, I ventured out to hunt one specifically for you. Once Xiaoxi completed her morning routine, she indeed found a roast that resembled a turkey laid out on the stone table. This platypus is specially roasted for you. Please, indulge, he encouraged. Today, Xiaoxi did not allow Changfeng to use chopsticks, as the pieces of meat he had cooked were rather large and best suited for being grasped by hand. Xiaoxi savored the roasted platypus, which bore a resemblance to turkey. Yesterday, due to preoccupations weighing on her mind, she had not fully appreciated the meal. To her surprise, the flavor of the platypus meat indeed bore a striking resemblance to that of contemporary chicken. After finishing her meal, Xiaoxi filled a leather pouch with some cotton fluff and greeted Changfeng, saying, "I am going to visit Xiao Hua. Would you like to join me?" Changfeng replied, "I shall refrain from accompanying you. You may go ahead. I plan to venture into the forest shortly to gather some firewood, as our supply at home is run out." The brook was aware that his visit to the little flower was not entirely appropriate for a male, so he refrained from insisting. "Very well, I shall take my leave now. After all, you have risen early to hunt. You should rest a while, for the firewood is not an urgent need." With that, the brook descended the rocky cliff along the wooden ladder. Upon reaching the base of the little flower's home, he ascended the ladder again, and before he even arrived, his voice echoed, "Little flower, are you home? I have come to see you." Upon finishing her words, the little stream heard footsteps emanating from the cave, and out came Xiao Hua. "Xiaoxi, you've arrived. Come in quickly," she beckoned. However, Xiaoxi, who generally preferred not to linger in the cave during daylight hours, replied, "Let us not venture inside. The cave remains quite dim during the day. Let us bask in the sun outside and engage in conversation. Moreover, since you are expecting little ones, it is essential for you to soak up some sunlight." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiao Hua gently caressed her still unchanged abdomen, a blissful expression gracing her features. "Cici, you are indeed my lucky star. You are aware that I have been with Ming and the others for many years, yet we have never conceived a beast cub. To our surprise, this year, after rescuing you in the forest, the beast god blessed us with a little one." Seeing Xiao Hua's long-held wish finally fulfilled, Cici felt a surge of joy. "I am no lucky star. Your ability to bear a beast cub is a testament to the kindness you and Ming have shown, which has moved the beast god." The two exchanged a knowing glance and burst into laughter, gracefully sidestepping the mutual flattery. "Xiao Hua, look what I have brought for you. Fluffy cotton." "Cici, what on earth are you doing with so much fluff? It's not edible." At Xiao Hua's words, Cici could hardly contain her laughter. "You and Ming truly are a married couple. Even your words mirror each other." "What do you mean by married couple?" A married couple refers to the male and female partners who have formed a union. "And this fluff isn't for you to eat. It's for warmth during the winter, especially with the snowy season approaching here. Now that you have a baby, you can use soft bee skins to craft a large pouch, then fill it with this fluff to create a cozy blanket for the cub. It will provide excellent warmth." "Is it truly warm?" "Words alone won't suffice. You shall see for yourself. When the snowy season arrives next year, I will teach you how to make warm clothing." "You can make warm clothing?" "Indeed, but time is too short this year. I cannot gather everything in a moment. We will have to wait until next year. I always hear things and words from you that are unfamiliar to us. I have yet to ask you, Cici, where do you come from?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, a profound silence enveloped the two. The sudden parting caused tears to glisten in their eyes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiao Hua is enthusiastic, quirky, innocent, and has a fondness for food. She embodies the essence of a delightful orc female. Although the time spent with Xiao Hua has been brief, perhaps due to a sense of naivete, Xiaoxi has already come to regard Xiao Hua as family in her heart. The sudden farewell has left Xiaoxi unprepared for such an emotional upheaval, feeling somewhat shattered. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After the stream departed, the rain emerged from the cave and enveloped the little flower in an embrace. She was left at home to care for the little ones, and the stream sought her out, knowing they shared a close bond and would certainly have much to discuss. So he refrained from coming out. To his surprise, he overheard the little flower calling for the stream in a choked voice from within the cave. What had transpired? Why was she crying? "Rain, it seems I have inadvertently upset the stream," the little flower sobbed. The rain, observing the tear-streaked face of the little flower, displayed a look of confusion, pondering who had truly caused whom to weep. The brook departed from Little Flower's home, gradually making its way towards the riverbank. She wished to avoid returning and revealing her tears to the long wind, so she crouched by the river, cleansing the traces of sorrow from her face. Finding a stone, she sat down, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. As noon approached, Little Flower had not yet returned. Long Wind ventured to Little Flower's abode, only to be informed that the brook had departed some time ago. Exiting the cliffside of Little Flower's home, Long Wind followed the faint scent left by the brook until he reached the riverbank. There, he spotted the solitary figure of the brook and hurriedly approached, tenderly embracing her from behind. "Why sit here alone? Why not return home?" Long Wind inquired. "Long Wind, Little Flower, and the others are leaving." The brook spoke in a hoarse whisper, and upon hearing its voice, Changfeng realized that she had been weeping. "What is it? Are you unable to part with the Little Flower?" The brook remained silent, yet Changfeng discerned that he had guessed correctly. Xiao Hua mentioned her intention to seek out her parents first, after which they would journey together to the sacred mountain to celebrate the snow season. Changfeng, puzzled, inquired, "What is there to be sad about? They will return here next year, and you shall meet again." The stream gazed at Changfeng, as if to convey the sentiment that there was no reason to be sorrowful. They would meet again next year, so why mourn? "You do not understand," she uttered, before nestling into Changfeng's embrace, choosing silence thereafter. The blazing sun overhead relentlessly poured warmth, while gentle breezes caressed the water surface. Perhaps exhausted from weeping, the stream succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Changfeng, observing the sleeping stream in his arms, felt an overwhelming tenderness swell within his azure gaze. Despite the heat, the stream's constitution was fragile. Fearing that she might succumb to the chill of the riverside, he carried her back. With a few agile leaps, he reached the cliff's edge. Perhaps due to her earlier fatigue, he made no excessive movements. Once he laid her upon the grass mat adorned with animal skins, she remained undisturbed in her slumber. The stream slept until the afternoon, and when she finally awakened, Changfeng had already begun preparing meat to roast below the cliff, only to be halted by her timely call. "Didn't you promise to fry meat for me yesterday? Today, I have ample time." Changfeng looked up to see that the stream had regained her vitality, a wave of relief washing over him. "Very well, wait for me while I bring these up." He grasped the game in his hands and leapt onto the cliff top. "Place the game on the stone platform first. I shall prepare more today to send some to Xiao Hua. She is expecting young ones now, and I wonder how her appetite fares." There were no seasonings available here to marinate the meat. However, when the stream had gone to gather red berries from the mountain, she discovered a few plants resembling Sichuan pepper and cumin, albeit not entirely the same. Initially hesitant to taste them for fear of poison, she compelled Changfeng to capture a spiny creature to test the edibility. After a day or two, the creature exhibited no adverse reactions and continued to thrive. Due to the limited quantity she had gathered, the stream had refrained from using them. In a few days, Xiao Hua would depart, and the stream yearned to prepare something delicious for her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The stream filled a basin with fried meat and called for Changfeng to come over. "Please take this deliciously fried meat to Xiao Hua's home first. When you return, we shall enjoy our meal as well." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi prepared a soup of bird eggs and wild vegetables in the oil pot, using the bird eggs that Changfeng had brought back last time. Xiaoxi had been reluctant to consume them until now. Just as the dish was completed, Changfeng returned. "How could you be back so soon?" he inquired. "I delivered the items to Xiao Hua's family and found everything in order, so I returned." In truth, Changfeng had been hungry. He had merely dropped off the items and exchanged pleasantries with Xiao Hua's family before hastily making his way back. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. She placed a bamboo basin filled with bird egg and wild vegetable soup upon the stone table, holding 2 wooden spoons in her hands. These spoons had been crafted by Changfeng from wood, a result of Xiaoxi's previous need for utensils when she had consumed fish soup, as their home lacked any. As Xiaoxi ladled soup for the 2 of them, Changfeng could no longer resist and devoured 2 pieces of fried meat, revealing his evident hunger. Xiaoxi, satisfied with just 1 piece of fried meat, leisurely sipped her wild vegetable soup, keeping company with Changfeng, who was reluctant to part with the fried meat in his grasp. Xiaoxi, your fried meat is as fragrant as ever. You must promise to make it for me always. Very well, as long as you wish for it. I shall prepare it for you in the future. Upon hearing Xiaoxi's response, Changfeng ceased his consumption of meat, his light blue eyes fixated on her, gradually shimmering with a hazy glimmer. Trembling, he queried, Xiaoxi, do you truly mean it? Are you really willing to make fried meat for me for a lifetime? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Tears shimmered in the creek's eyes as she smiled and said, I believe in you. Shall we become partners, dear creek? Yes, she replied, for the creek was not one to waver and indeed cherished the attentive silver wolf beastman. Tomorrow, let us adorn this place beautifully, prepare a feast, and invite Xiao Hua's family to witness our union. Upon hearing the creek's words, Changfeng gazed at her with affection and placed a gentle kiss upon her lips. All right, I shall follow your lead. After their heartfelt declarations, the roasted meat and wild vegetable soup on the stone table had long since grown cold. Do you still wish to eat? Shall I heat the meat again? Changfeng shook his head. I am already full, yet your roasted meat was so delectable that I found it hard to stop. After finishing their meal, when the creek began to tidy up, Changfeng gently pressed her onto the stone bench. Leave these chores to me. I possess ample strength. You may sit and watch as I take care of things. Once the tidying was complete, the moon had risen above the treetops. The creek leaned against Changfeng as they nestled together on the cliff, admiring the moonlit sky. Neither spoke, instead relishing the rhythm of each other's heartbeats. In the early morning, as the creek emerged from the cave, a wave of fresh air enveloped her, accompanied by strands of golden light streaming into the entrance. Noticing the stone cliff was devoid of Changfeng's presence, she surmised he had likely gone hunting in the forest once more. Xiaoxi understood that it was merely out of care for her that Xiao Hua's family allowed Changfeng to reside and hunt in their territory. However, she also recognized that such an arrangement could not endure indefinitely. Once the snow season passed, they would need to seek a more permanent domain. This was the survival principle among beasts. Having arrived here, she was obliged to adhere to its rules. Just as Xiaoxi had finished her morning ablutions and stood on the cliff's edge gazing into the distant forest, she spotted a tall and robust man striding towards her, shouldering a prey that resembled a small mountain, his steps agile and purposeful. Observing Changfeng in this manner, Xiaoxi was reminded of a popular contemporary song, The Horseman, which lauds the valiant and magnificent horseman, with galloping steeds racing like the wind across the boundless plains. Shaking her head, she dismissed her fanciful thoughts. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi discerned the barely concealed excitement in Changfeng's tone and smiled in response. The midday heat rendered everyone unable to eat, so they decided to postpone their meal until the evening when the weather would be cooler. Very well, then, let it be in the evening, Changfeng agreed. I shall head to the riverbank to process this catch. Wait a moment, I will join you, Xiaoxi replied. Handling the prey is not a pleasant sight and can be quite messy. You need not accompany me, Changfeng insisted. Not at all. Allow me a moment to fetch a basket, and I shall also gather some wild vegetables. Upon hearing Xiaoxi's intention to collect wild vegetables, Changfeng's lips twitched. Each time meat was cooked, she insisted on preparing a portion of wild greens, often insisting that he consume half, under the pretext that a balanced diet was essential for healthy growth and development. Changfeng glanced at a particular spot, noting how much he had grown. In fact, he towered over many of the Orcish folk. Why then did Xiaoxi insist he continue to grow? He resolved that one day, he would demonstrate to Xiaoxi that he was indeed quite grown, having not increased in height for many years. Perhaps it would be best if he could forego the wild vegetables henceforth. The greatest misconception among humans is the failure to align their thoughts. While Changfeng remained lost in his musings, Xiaoxi began her descent down the cliff. Come along, Changfeng. Oh, Changfeng stammered, still preoccupied with his aversion to wild vegetables, hastily shouldering the catch. In truth, he was not alone in his dislike of wild greens. All males accustomed to roasted meat shared this sentiment. Changfeng could manage to eat the wild vegetables that Xiaoxi prepared, primarily because she seasoned them with beast fat, making them somewhat palatable, and partly due to his timidity, fearing that his refusal might upset her. Changfeng, what troubles you? You appear quite distracted. Changfeng bit his lip and glanced at Xiaoxi, apprehensive that voicing his thoughts might provoke her ire. Speak freely. Do not concern yourself with my reaction. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Changfeng finally voiced his request. Xiaoxi, may I no longer be obliged to eat wild vegetables? I have been an adult for quite some time now, and as you can see, I have grown considerably. It seems unnecessary for me to consume them any longer. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Xiaoxi gathered an abundance of flowers, adorning the stone cliff platform, transforming it into a breathtaking sea of blossoms, resplendent and fragrant. In contemporary times, such a wedding venue might seem rather modest, yet Xiaoxi felt utterly content to unite with her partner amidst this floral paradise. As the evening breeze swept in, Changfeng visited their home, still perplexed as to why Xiaoxi blushed at the sight of him. That day, Xiaoxi and Changfeng had invited Xiao Hua's family for a meal of grilled meat, a suggestion that originated from Xiao Hua herself. After receiving a portion last night, she had been unable to shake her craving for the grilled beast meat. In the grand scheme of life, a pregnant woman's desires reign supreme. Thus, when Xiao Hua expressed her wish for it, they decided to oblige. Originally, Xiaoxi had intended to prepare the grilled meat, but Changfeng insisted he had already mastered the technique, taking it upon himself to cook that evening. The brook was thus driven out of the corner kitchen, only to be pursued by the group of male companions from the Xiao Hua household to engage in conversation with Xiao Hua. Those assisting Changfeng had transformed into the several beastly husbands of the Xiao Hua family. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, the brook has never been married. And upon hearing Xiao Hua mention the notion of forming a partnership, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Nonetheless, despite her discomfort, this decision was hers to make. Indeed, as you suggested, Longfeng and I would like to invite your family to witness our union. That would be splendid, even if I were to depart in a few days. I could do so with peace of mind. Please do not worry about me. Now that you have your little one, take good care of yourself. Perhaps we shall meet again on the sacred mountain. However, encountering someone on the sacred mountain is quite challenging. There are numerous caves, and the first to arrive gets to choose their dwelling. The last to arrive will have to dig a new cave if none are available. No one knows where they will reside this year, let alone how to find it. After speaking, Xiao Hua glanced around and said, Oh, Xiaoxi. Isn't there another male in your family? I haven't seen him around these days. Upon hearing Xiao Hua mention Qingsong, Xiaoxi felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. He has left. How could this male, in pursuit of a female, abandon the endeavor so abruptly? Do not be disheartened, Xiaoxi. A male who departs like that is not worth lamenting. I shall find you better ones in the future. Xiao Hua, please refrain from seeking males for me. Longfeng is sufficient. That's simply one do. We females typically have multiple males. They not only hunt food for us, but also provide protection. Just as Xiaoxi was about to respond, Xiao Hua interrupted her. Let us not dwell on this. The departure of that male is inconsequential. I initially thought that with 2 male followers, I would have less to worry about on the journey to the sacred mountain, but now one has left. Be cautious as you traverse the territory of the hyena beastmen. They are notorious for abducting females to bear their offspring. Only those females who have given birth are returned. Though the beastmen generally harbor disdain for the hyena beastmen, they abide by their own territory and never invade others to seize females. Each year, as beastmen pass through their lands, any solitary female may be taken. They operate within their domain, abducting only those who are isolated, and their actions align with the natural laws of their kind, thus evading scrutiny. Females who are taken can only be reclaimed if they have a particularly strong male at home. Otherwise, they must bear offspring for the hyena beastmen to be released. Significantly, traveling to the sacred mountain necessitates passing through their territory. How about you both accompany us on our journey? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The conversation between Xiaoxi and Xiao Hua had just concluded when Changfeng arrived with a dish of grilled beast meat. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Xiaoxi had ignored him all afternoon, but he had even prepared a wild vegetable soup with bird eggs, smiling at Xiaoxi in an attempt to win her favor. Thus, under the witness of Xiao Hua's family, Changfeng adorned Xiaoxi's neck with a necklace crafted from beast bones, signifying the completion of their bonding ceremony. After finishing their meal and bidding farewell to Xiao Hua's family, Changfeng eagerly urged Xiao Hua to freshen up. As they entered the cave, Xiaoxi felt a mix of curiosity and trepidation. After all, throughout her past and present lives, she had scarcely held a man's hand. And now she was suddenly expected to consummate their union, leaving her quite flustered. Following a profound exchange between the two, regardless of her previous emotions, Xiaoxi could only exclaim, "Goodness, he truly is a beast." That rascal Changfeng, who initially presented himself as a gentle lamb, had transformed into a formidable wolf. No, he was a wolf all along. Indeed, a great white wolf. How could she have forgotten the true nature of a wolf, willingly placing herself in its jaws? Oh, how foolish she felt. The next morning, Changfeng carried her breakfast to her. Observing his bustling activity, Xiaoxi rubbed her aching lower back, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Now she realized her mistakes and the futility of her previous aloofness. Too late. Noting Xiaoxi's lingering irritation, Changfeng cautiously brought forth breakfast, consisting of several boiled bird eggs and more beast meat. She recalled that they had consumed all the beast meat during last night's feast. It seemed that he must have spent the night hunting after their intimate encounter, or else where would these bird eggs and boiled meat have come from? Although the meat was seasoned with only a hint of salt, the natural flavor of the wild beast was quite delightful. After finishing their meal, Xiaoxi found her anger dissipating. It appeared that the rascal Henti entirely disregarded her feelings. Instead, he had channeled his remaining energy into hunting. Had he devoted it all to her, the fact that she awoke feeling sore would have been the least of her concerns. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiao Hua's suggestion was declined. After all, she was carrying a beast cub and required more care along the journey. She did not wish to complicate matters for her. Reflecting on Xiao Hua's words about the treacherous path to the sacred mountain, she pondered whether she and Changfeng could truly reach their destination without incident. The little stream furrowed her brow, pondering whether there might be a better solution. However, throughout her past and present existence as an ordinary individual, her rigorous studies at medical school left her with little time to learn any self-defense techniques. Had she foreseen that one day she would be thrust into such a perilous world, she would have undoubtedly devoted her childhood to mastering martial arts, agriculture, and animal husbandry. As depicted in novels, she would have traversed the land of beastmen, vanquishing foes and unifying the realm to achieve remarkable feats. Yet, aside from acquiring the ancestral skill of bone setting and some basket weaving, her upbringing was marred by her mother's early departure and her father's decision to remain single, so as not to burden his children. Juggling work and the care of two young ones proved overwhelming, resulting in her upbringing in the rural home of her maternal grandparents in the northern region. Before the brook could devise a clever solution, Changfeng, having tidied up the kitchen, approached her with enthusiasm and opened his shirt, saying, "Behold, what is this?" Xiaoxi beheld the firm chest of Changfeng, where a distinct mark of a rabbit beast prominently appeared. Could this be the very mark she had left on Changfeng? Her heart raced with fervor. For the first time, she felt that she was no longer alone in this world. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook comfortably closed its eyes and inquired, "Longfeng, have you ever visited the sacred mountain?" "Indeed, I have," he replied. Each year, as the snow season descends upon the continent of orcs, all the orcs gather at the sacred mountain to endure the frigid winter. Once the snow season arrives, it frequently snows, blanketing the entire orc realm in a thick layer of snow, often surpassing the waist of an orc, making it arduous to traverse the forests in search of prey. Only in the vicinity of the sacred mountain does the snow remain less dense. As the heat emanating from it prevents accumulation, in the caves there are quite warm, which is why the orcs flock there to spend the winter. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After Xiaoxi posed her question, she observed the ever-changing expressions on Changfeng's face, which ultimately seemed to reveal a hint of regret. I heard from Xiao Hua that there are numerous ferocious beasts along the way, and that the Lice Dog clan's beastmen would abduct solitary females. Is this true? As Xiaoxi continued to speak, Chongfeng's countenance grew increasingly grim. Suddenly halting his movements, he declared, Xiaoxi, I have matters to attend to, so I must step out for a while. With that, he leaped off the cliff in a series of agile bounds. Hey, Chongfeng, where are you going? It was unclear whether Chongfeng had not heard her or was at a loss for words. As he dashed into the misty great forest with the swiftness of the wind. What has caused Chongfeng to become so peculiar all of a sudden? Last night. Xiaoxi was truly exhausted. As soon as Chongfeng departed, she basked in the sun and succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Meanwhile, Chongfeng wandered through the misty forest, glancing around as if in search of something. Qingcong, I am aware that you have never truly left. The words that lingered unspoken in Chongfeng's heart were rooted in the fact that it was Qingcong who had chosen to depart. With the snow season fast approaching, he could not assure that he alone could safeguard Xiaoxi on their journey to the sacred mountain. Initially, he merely sought Xiaoxi's attention, never anticipating that Qingcong would vanish without a trace. Subsequently, he harbored possessive feelings towards Xiaoxi, fully aware that she held some affection for Qingcong. Yet he refrained from informing her that Qingcong was still in the misty forest. However, for Xiaoxi's safety, he would willingly kneel and apologize to Qingcong. Qingcong, I am truly sorry. It is my narrow-mindedness that prompted me to desire Xiaoxi's gaze upon me more often, and thus I entertained unwarranted thoughts. It is my fault. And I apologize to you. I do not expect your forgiveness, yet I cannot deny that Xiaoxi harbors feelings for you. I often catch her secretly caressing the animal hides you provided for her garments. With the snow season looming, I cannot ensure Xiaoxi's safe passage to the sacred mountain alone. If you have made up your mind, please seek us at the cave. I will accept any punishment or reprimand without complaint. Though Chongfeng felt anxious about Qingcong's reluctance to appear, he understood that excessive urgency could be counterproductive. He hoped that Qingcong would come to a realization and seek them out soon. After Chongfeng left, Qingcong descended from a large tree, having overheard his words. To his surprise, he discovered that his departure had indeed stirred Chongfeng's feelings. Truly, he was a cunning beastman. One could not survive in this harsh Orcish land without a keen intellect. He lamented that he had not done enough, allowing the initially impartial female to choose the sly silver wolf beast instead. Qingcong closed his eyes, grappling with his own reluctance, yet it was too late. He refrained from appearing because he had seen the bond mark revealed on Changfeng's chest. He felt envy towards Changfeng's eloquence and resented his own inability to express himself, which led him to lose sight of what was most important. Qingcong did not re-enter the misty forest. Instead, he made his way towards the mountain pass, this time truly departing without looking back. As dawn broke and the sun began to rise, the weather was particularly splendid. At the mountain's midpoint, the brook bid farewell to Xiao Hua and her family. They had exchanged all necessary words and clarified everything that needed to be addressed. We shall gather at the entrance of the Dongshan Gorge in 5 days. You must come. She insisted. The journey is perilous for you and Chongfeng alone. It would be safer for us to travel together. Do not speak of burdening me. Do you not often say we are good sisters? With that, Xiao Hua waved goodbye and turned to mount the majestic cheetah, accompanied by several other males, swiftly disappearing into the winding mountain path. Initially, the brook hesitated to trouble Xiao Hua, contemplating a future trip to the holy mountain with Chongfeng. However, upon learning that only she and Chongfeng would remain after Qingcong's departure, Xiao Hua insisted on bringing them to her parents' home for safety. Ultimately, the brook conceded, agreeing that they could arrange a time and place to converge before journeying to the holy mountain together, thus establishing their 5-day pact. Chongfeng wrapped an arm around the brook's shoulders. Come, let us return. Upon their return, they realized they had not prepared breakfast, as they had been preoccupied with sending Xiao Hua off that morning. The brook settled upon the stone bench at the cliff's edge, while I descended to prepare breakfast for you. There remained 2 bird eggs from yesterday, which I had already boiled in the stone pot before departing. Due to the departure of the little flower, the brook feels somewhat melancholic. Thus, I shall assist you as well. You may remain comfortably seated here. There is little to attend to below the cliff, and the meat will soon be roasted to perfection. Very well, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call for me. Longfeng gently stroked her head before descending the cliff. After Longfeng's departure, the brook gazed at the distant river, its surface shimmering under the sun, resembling a myriad of stars scattered upon the water, dazzling in their brilliance. she observed in silence, aware that such beauty would soon be altered by the impending chill of winter. The creatures of the forest would also be compelled to migrate to more hospitable habitats. Soon, both she and Longfeng must leave this place for another unfamiliar realm, the Sacred Mountain. Would they find safety there? What manner of place is the Sacred Mountain? Longfeng had mentioned that every year they journey there to endure the frigid snow season, for the caves carved into the mountain are warm, which is why the beast folk venture to the Sacred Mountain each year to weather the winter. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook remained in contemplation when it beheld Changfeng leaping onto the cliff ledge, brandishing the freshly roasted game. Xiaoxi hurriedly rose and went to the corner kitchen to fetch a bamboo basin. Place the roasted meat here. I shall retrieve the boiled bird eggs and chopsticks. All right, Xiaoxi, behold what I have roasted for you. Upon returning with the boiled bird eggs and chopsticks, Xiaoxi beheld Changfeng holding 2 skewers of something resembling roasted eggplant. That day we went to pick cotton fluff. You remarked that this looked like some sort of eggplant and mentioned that it could also be roasted in your region. I wonder if this variety here is toxic. At that time, engrossed in gathering cotton, you hadn't had the chance to pick any, and upon returning, you regretted not bringing a few back to see if they were edible. I followed your example and fed this to the platypus, and after a considerable time, the platypus remained lively, thus confirming that this too is non-toxic. I also sprinkled some salt, along with a dash of cumin and Sichuan pepper, as you suggested. You try it first, let me know if it is delicious. If it is, I will return to the place where we picked cotton to gather more for you to enjoy. Xiaoxi took a bite of a peculiar string of what appeared to be eggplant, and in an instant, her entire face flushed crimson. Who was she? Where was she? To what enchanting place had she arrived? The seemingly innocuous vegetable unexpectedly bore the fiery flavor of a devilishly spicy pepper. Upon witnessing Xiaoxi's reaction to the dish he had prepared, Longfeng's face turned as red as if it might bleed, and he began to cough uncontrollably. Alarmed, he hurriedly fetched a ladle of water for Xiaoxi to drink. Xiaoxi finished an entire scoop of water before regaining her composure. She mused to herself, truly this is the world of orcs, where even an eggplant can bring one to tears. Nevertheless, whether it be an eggplant or a chili pepper, the thought of using it to prepare dishes or grill meat filled her with delight. She imagined the delectable flavors that would surely arise. Xiaoxi soon forgot the near-death experience she had just endured. Changfeng, observing the discomfort Xiaoxi experienced from the dish he had prepared, felt a pang of guilt. He tossed the remaining skewers over the cliff. Is it any better now? This is inedible. It's my fault for making you eat it, causing you such distress. Before Changfeng could wallow in his self-reproach, Xiaoxi gazed at him with regret as he discarded the eggplant and chili pepper. Why did you throw it away? Once dried and sprinkled on grilled meat, it would enhance the flavor immensely. It is not a good thing. It made you cry just moments ago. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook gently kissed the face of Changfeng, unexpectedly leaving a lasting impression with a single phrase that he etched into his heart. Though the offering was not the delectable gift he had anticipated, this sentiment alone was sufficient to stir her emotions. Changfeng was taken aback by the unpalatable dish he had prepared for the brook, yet instead of reproaching himself, he received a kiss in return. The gaze Changfeng cast upon the brook was imbued with deep affection and unwavering focus, as a tender kiss graced her lips, initially intent on a passionate embrace. Changfeng abruptly withdrew, hastily retreating to the kitchen around the corner. There, he seized a wooden ladle to quench his thirst, pouring water into his mouth with fervor, reminiscent of the brook's earlier actions. Observing Changfeng's antics, the brook chuckled uncontrollably, realizing that he had already experienced the taste of the eggplant and chili, thus rendering any future revelations unnecessary. Changfeng, captivated by the brook's laughter, found his azure eyes dangerously entranced, and the corners of his mouth curved into a delightful smile. Unbeknownst to the unsuspecting little rabbit, who continued to laugh heartily before the big bad wolf, a formidable creature was stalking closer, intent on devouring her. After breakfast, the brook touched her swollen lips, meeting Changfeng's alluring azure gaze, no longer daring to mock him. This silver wolf was not one to be trifled with, after all. She had merely jested about his culinary skills, yet had suffered the consequences of the spicy eggplant herself. She pondered why he had responded with such severity. With a basket on her back, she playfully tugged at Changfeng, urging him to accompany her in search of eggplants and chilies. She wished to gather provisions for winter while time was still on her side. I will not go. You cried over that dreadful dish. Why pursue it further? Changfeng replied. I assure you, my tears were not solely due to the taste of the eggplant and chili. Did you not experience it as well? Despite her protests, Changfeng remained resolute. Will you accompany me or not? She pressed. Changfeng, in a haughty manner, turned his head away. Very well, if you refuse, I shall go alone. And you can sleep by yourself tonight, she declared, adjusting her basket and preparing to descend the wooden ladder. Upon hearing her mention sleeping alone, Changfeng was taken aback. How could he endure such a delightful experience without her? Watching the little rabbit descend the ladder, he ultimately succumbed to her insistence, grasping the oversized basket and following her down the cliff. As the brook noticed Changfeng trailing behind, a triumphant smile graced her lips. Just you wait, she thought to herself. Upon reaching the ground, Changfeng transformed into his beastly form, revealing a majestic, snow-white silver wolf before her. Wow, how stunning! How can such exquisite fur exist in this world? The stream, unable to resist the temptation, reached out with its mischievous little hand to caress the beast's form of Changfeng. Changfeng, why do I feel as though your physique has grown since the last time I saw you in the forest? How could that be? Generally, once a beast man reaches maturity, their skeletal structure solidifies and they cease to grow. Oh, perhaps I was mistaken. Come, allow me to carry you to the place where the eggplants were last time. Hearing that Changfeng would carry her, the stream was filled with elation. She had often envied Xiao Hua, who was carried around by her male companion. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The brook bent down, grasping the long hair on the back of the wind's long form. All right, you may go now, she declared. Upon hearing that the brook was ready, the wind let out a long howl and surged forward like a tempest. In its wake, only the echoes of the brook's exhilarated, yet fearful, screams lingered in the air. The last time the brook visited this place, she felt as though her legs would shatter from exhaustion. Yet this time, seated upon the wind, she felt as if she arrived in the blink of an eye. The wind halted on a hillside adorned with purple peppers, and the brook gracefully descended from its back. She observed the sparse growths in the grass, resembling purple eggplants, yet possessing the flavor of peppers. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted with uncontainable excitement. Xiaoxi rushed over to pick the eggplant and chili peppers without even exchanging greetings. These vegetables would certainly warm the body during the winter. They could also serve as delightful seasonings for barbecued meats. It was imperative to gather them quickly and dry them, as they were scheduled to meet Xiao Hua in a few days, making it convenient to transport. After setting Xiaoxi down, Changfeng surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there were no ferocious beasts nearby before joining her in the harvest. Although the hillside was quite expansive, the eggplant and chili peppers were sparsely distributed, dotted here and there across the slope, and even the 2 baskets they had brought remained unfilled. The brook observed that the sky was still early in the day, so she set forth with Changfeng, traversing the mountains in search of her desires. Previously, without a male companion, the brook felt constrained and unable to venture far. Now, with Changfeng by her side, the pursuit of her whims became far more convenient, free from the shackles of hesitation. Upon this mountain peak, she discovered an abundance of treasures resembling cumin, Sichuan pepper, and wild garlic, common spices she often employed. Changfeng, come quickly. Look at what I found. Upon hearing the brook's excited call, Changfeng hurried over. What is it, brook? What do you wish to show me? Caution enveloped the atmosphere, as excitement rendered words incomplete. Look. Look. Longfeng observed, while Xiaoxi pointed at a peculiar purple herb, her face flushed with exhilaration. Speak slowly, do not rush, Longfeng advised. Do you know what this herb is? Longfeng. This is the comfrey. Astonishingly, it resembles the modern version. Were it not for the sight of the male orc, Longfeng, she might have doubted whether she had truly arrived in the orc continent or remained in the depths of the modern wilderness. As you mentioned, with this comfrey, one can treat even the most severe bone injuries. There should be several varieties here. Where comfrey grows, its companion plants ought to flourish nearby. Longfeng, realizing the significance of herbs, accompanied Xiaoxi in a diligent search around them. As they sought the last herb, the sun began to set, prompting a sense of urgency in Xiaoxi. She lifted her head, ready to exhale a sigh, but the breath was stifled halfway. Longfeng, look at that cliff. There lies the red root herb we seek. Longfeng gazed at the cliff, where a plant with crimson roots thrived. Wait here. I shall retrieve it for you. All right. But be cautious. Do not worry. This height is trivial for me. With a display of his sharp claws, Longfeng effortlessly scaled the cliff and plucked the herb. However, as he approached Xiaoxi, an alarming sight nearly stole his breath away. Behind the smiling Xiaoxi lurked a massive, toothy beast, its gaping maw poised to pounce. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Longfeng's veins, igniting a fiery intensity within him. In an instant, he transformed into his beastly form, launching himself like a released arrow towards the throat of the monstrous creature. Xiaoxi stared in astonishment, her eyes widening as she felt a gust of wind above her head. Behind her came a cacophony of screams. She quickly turned around and beheld a ferocious beast with a gaping wound in its throat. Yet the figure of Changfeng was nowhere to be seen. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Xiaoxi gazed into the pair of pale blue eyes, tears finally cascading down her cheeks. Where have you gone? Where on earth have you disappeared to? Do you not realize how anxious I have been without you? She shouted at the massive white-silver wolf before her. What is your intention? Could you not spare a word to inform me? The white wolf, standing before her in a daze, watched Xiaoxi intently. The pale blue of its eyes gradually deepened into a rich azure, eventually calming to revert back to the icy light blue, the formerly vacant gaze now restored with vitality. Observing the nearly frantic woman before him, her face streaming with tears like a torrential downpour, Longfeng felt a sharp pang of anguish in his heart. In an instant, the white wolf transformed into a strikingly handsome man, stepping forward to embrace Xiaoxi tightly. Do not cry. It is all my fault. I promise it will not happen again. I will never leave you behind again. I swear it to the beast god. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Xiaoxi swallowed back the words she was about to utter. Behind the little stream, a basket was slung over her back, while she cradled another in her arms, seated upon the back of the Long Wind. With a wide mouth, Long Wind seized the giant toothed beast and dashed toward their dwelling. On the return journey, mindful of the little stream upon him, Long Wind moderated his pace, not rushing as he had on the hillside. Nevertheless, they arrived at the base of the cliff in a brief span of time. Long Wind gently set the giant toothed beast upon the ground and transformed back into human form. Turning around, he grasped the basket with one hand while cradling the little stream in the other, leaping onto the cliff ledge without the aid of any external force. As he landed gracefully on the ledge, a charming smile graced the corners of his mouth. He released the little stream and retrieved the other basket from behind her. Observing the slight pallor on her face, he tenderly reached out to stroke her cheek. You must be weary, he remarked. But I must say, Long Wind, I feel as though you have grown considerably in your beast form. She glanced again at Long Wind, now in human shape. I also sense that you appear taller than before. Could it be that I am mistaken? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Xiaoxi nodded vigorously. Upon receiving Xiaoxi's affirmative response, Changfeng embraced her tightly, exclaiming, My darling truly possesses keen insight. As he spoke, a smile adorned his face, accompanied by a hint of exhilaration. Suddenly, he transformed before Xiaoxi once more into his beastly form, a majestic creature measuring approximately 5 meters in length, its fur gleaming snow-white and smooth under the moonlight. Exuding an air of nobility and grace, as it surveyed the realm of the beastmen with the authority of a king, the stream opened its mouth in astonishment. Your beastly form was only 3 or 4 meters tall, yet it had suddenly grown so much. How could this be possible? Did you not say that beastmen cease to grow after reaching maturity? How is it that you have? Changfeng proudly raised his wolf head. and his howls echoed through the night, resonating with the moon above. The startled birds of the forest flapped their wings and scattered in flight. Even the adorable rabbit beastman, Xiaoxi, could not help but feel an urge to pay homage to such strength. The restlessness of the forest creatures was palpable, and even Xiaoxi, being female, sensed the shift. Upon transforming back into his human form, Changfeng's features appeared even more defined than before. His deep, pale blue eyes sparkled with an enchanting allure, and his full lips were irresistibly inviting. To have such a handsome man as her partner made Xiaoxi feel as though she were intoxicated. She gazed dreamily at Changfeng, slowly reaching out to wrap her arms around his neck, their faces drawing closer until they were entwined, unwilling to part. Just as their ardent connection deepened, Xiaoxi's stomach betrayed her with an embarrassing growl. Her face flushed crimson, and her swollen lips pressed deeply against Changfeng's chest, refusing to emerge. Changfeng held her close, suppressing a chuckle as he coughed discreetly into his fist, masking his smile as he said, "I shall take care of this giant-toothed beast and return to prepare a feast for you." The brook lowered its head and nodded, yet it dared not raise its gaze to meet his. With one hand, Changfeng lifted the saber-toothed beast and proceeded towards the riverbank to attend to the matter. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook observed the long wind, catching the scent of chili, causing her nose to wrinkle slightly. With her still slightly swollen red lips, she couldn't help but smile mischievously. "You shall soon discover." The stream approached Changfeng and seated herself beside him, her curious gaze conveying her thoughts without the need for words. Changfeng, ever attentive, understood her silent inquiry. Was she eager to know what had transpired? With her hands cradling her face, the stream nodded fervently, urging him to speak. Changfeng's light blue eyes gradually deepened to a richer hue, becoming even more ethereal under the dance of the firelight, yet also more piercing. As he recalled the events of that fateful day, a flicker of fear lingered in his gaze. "It was then that I had plucked the precious bone-setting herb from the precipice, intending to present it to you. Upon seeing you approach, my heart swelled with joy at having found the final herb. We could return home. Little did I foresee the giant-toothed beast lunging towards you from behind. In that moment, my mind blanked, and all I felt was a surge of blood coursing through my veins, with only one thought occupying my mind: protect you at all costs." The sequence of events that followed is somewhat hazy to me. I only remember the moment I crushed the beast's life. An overwhelming sensation of my blood igniting as if consumed by flames. Fearing I might inadvertently harm you, I dashed towards the river and leapt into the water. Once submerged, the searing heat began to dissipate, yet an unending agony made me question my endurance. However, each time the thought of surrender crept in, a voice within reminded me of someone precious waiting for me in a distant place, keeping a glimmer of lucidity alive amidst my fading consciousness. Upon awakening, I felt an invigorating strength surging through me. My hearing extended to far-off sounds, and my vision sharpened. I noticed the stream, who seemed deeply concerned about my near-unconscious state. Gently, I enveloped her in my embrace, reassuring her that all was well and that I would not let anything harm her. The memory of nearly losing my beloved partner instilled within me a tempest of fear and rage, a primal urge to obliterate all that threatened her. As I caressed the stream's flowing hair, I expressed my gratitude. Her presence had awakened the ancestral blood of the spirit wolf clan within me, transforming me from a mere silver wolf beastman into one imbued with the essence of a divine beast. From this day forth, I would emerge as the mightiest spirit wolf beastman on this continent, capable of safeguarding her. No longer constrained by my former weakness or obliged to share my beloved with others. As dawn broke, casting a gentle light upon the sleeping stream in my arms, my once icy blue eyes brimmed with tenderness. Holding her felt akin to cradling a rare treasure, and I wished to embrace her forever. How could she be so sweet, so enchanting, that I could not bear to let her go? Yet, I feared that upon awakening, she might find nothing to eat and awaken with hunger. Thus, I resolved to venture out for a hunt, so that my little bunny could thrive plump and adorable. I pressed a soft kiss upon her forehead, carefully extricating my arm from beneath her weight, and playfully tapped her nose, calling her a little rascal for rendering my arm numb. Exiting the cave, a refreshing breeze met me, accompanied by golden rays illuminating the stony ledge. A moment of realization struck me. It was time for us to reunite with Xiao Hua's family. The morning air had a hint of chill, heralding the arrival of the frost season after over 30 sunrises, with the snow season not far behind. Observing the leaves in the distant forest rustling in the wind, I recalled how the stream had recently developed a fondness for spicy grilled meat. Today, I intended to seek out a tender Lulu beast in its habitat to bring back and prepare a meal for her. In mid-leap off the cliff, I transformed into a streak of brilliant silver, racing towards the depths of the misty great forest. As the brook awoke, the sunlight had already penetrated through the thatched curtain. Just as she attempted to rise, her waist gave way, compelling her to recline once more. Xiaoxi extended her hand to support her weary back, her expression one of determination as she muttered vehemently, "You wretched silver wolf, just you wait. Every night feels like being griddled. Do you not fear a deficiency of vitality?" After delivering a scathing reprimand to Changfeng, Xiaoxi finally managed to stand, her steps awkward as she exited the cave. She settled onto a stone bench beside a stone table, her heart filled with resentment. "Changfeng, you are nothing but a brute. Tonight, you shall sleep outside the cave. Xiaoxi, do you no longer hold any affection for me? Can you truly bear to cast me out to sleep in the wilderness?" Changfeng, having just returned, was bewildered by Xiaoxi's intent to expel him. Utterly confused about what he had done wrong, adhering to the straightforward nature of a beastman, he inquired, "Xiaoxi, have I erred in some way? Must I sleep outside the cave?" His question left Xiaoxi blushing fiercely. How could she confess the true reason behind her ire? Moreover, she herself had found some enjoyment in the situation. Thus, she begrudgingly replied, "It's nothing. You must have misheard." Noticing Changfeng's continued perplexity, Xiaoxi deftly shifted the conversation. "What game did you bring back today?" Changfeng, indeed diverted, exclaimed, "Look what I gathered for you today. Like a treasure trove." He produced several bright red fruits from the oversized beast skin bag gifted to him by Xiaoxi. In the process of retrieving the fruits, he inadvertently pulled out a plump, white carrot, as thick as an arm. "These fruits are delectable. I relished them while wandering the southern mountains. I never imagined they would also grow in the misty forest. I've saved them all for you. There are also a few sharp-beaked beast eggs inside. We shall cook them tonight. Tomorrow, we will rendezvous with Xiao Hua's family, so you can enjoy them along the way." Xiaoxi paid no heed to what Changfeng had said. Her gaze was entirely focused on the object resembling a radish. She picked it up and examined it closely. If her eyes did not deceive her, this white and tender object, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a radish, was indeed a ginseng root, an exceptionally large one, far surpassing the size of modern ginseng, yet identical in shape. Xiaoxi had encountered ginseng in the modern world, but never had she seen one of such magnitude. "What are you doing with that thing that the Lilishu loves to eat?" Changfeng inquired curiously, noticing her unwavering attention on the object. "This," Xiaoxi replied, "is something I discovered today while trying to catch a Lilishu. It had just emerged from the soil, looking quite appealing in its pristine white form, so I decided to pick it up." The little stream inquired, "Is this item abundant here?" "I seldom encounter it. Only occasionally when I venture to catch the Lulu beast." Changfeng observed that the little stream seemed quite fond of this object, though he could not fathom the reason behind her affection. Nonetheless, this did not hinder his desire to bring joy to his beloved little rabbit. With a gentle gaze, Changfeng said to the little stream, "If you cherish this, I shall bring it back for you whenever I come across it in the future." "Very well. Bring it back for me when you find it. When the snow season arrives, I shall prepare a soup for you with it." She had heard that it was the food of the Lulu beast. Regardless of whether it was ginseng or not, the little stream believed it to be at least non-toxic, suitable for making a soup. Changfeng was puzzled as to why the little stream wished to use something favored by the Lulu beast to prepare soup for him. However, noticing that the day was drawing to a close and the little stream had yet to have her meal, he refrained from asking further and simply handed her the beast skin pouch he held. As the small stream took hold of the oversized beast skin bag specially crafted for him, its weight nearly caused it to slip from his grasp and tumble to the ground. Fortunately, Long Feng, standing nearby, swiftly intervened and placed the bag upon the table, thereby preventing the precious sharp-nosed weasel eggs within from shattering into a million pieces. The brook had never before encountered eggs the size of pomelos. Inside the leather pouch, in addition to several crimson fruits, there remained 5 sharp-nosed weasel eggs. As Xiaoxi turned her head, Changfeng was already busy in the kitchen. "What are you doing?" she inquired. Noticing that she seemed somewhat irritable these past few days, he had taken it upon himself to catch a Lilishu, intending to prepare it for her. The thought of the tender meat of the Lilishu made Xiaoxi swallow hard, and as he cooked, he added a spicy pepper. In modern times, Xiaoxi was a person who relished spice. Ever since discovering a pepper resembling an eggplant, she had insisted on adding it to her meals, and now, just days later, a blister had appeared at the corner of her mouth. "No, you can't eat that in your current state," he said, observing the look in Changfeng's eyes. She silently swallowed her words. Although unable to indulge in spicy food, she appreciated Changfeng's concern in her heart. Yet, she stubbornly pouted and said, "If I don't eat it, it's your fault. You must fetch a basin of water for me to wash up, and only then can I forgive you." Changfeng found her playful demeanor endearing. He fetched a basin of clear water and even stole a kiss from her cheek before hurriedly returning to the kitchen to continue his cooking. Upon hearing Xiaoxi mention that wild vegetables wouldn't aggravate her condition, he added a handful to the nearly finished meat broth. Perhaps it was due to fatigue from the previous night or genuine hunger, but the two nearly devoured the entire pot of meat. After satisfying their appetites, Xiaoxi felt revitalized and pulled Changfeng into the cave to organize the items they would take with them the next day. There were 2 or 3 dozen pounds of dried mushrooms in a beast skin bag, which Xiaoxi had been reluctant to consume. Another bag contained approximately 70 to 80 pounds of red fruit flour, a bounty accumulated over this period. The salt that Xiao Hua had traded for was hardly used. Additionally, there was a tightly packed beast skin bag filled with cotton, weighing around 10 pounds. The peppers they had picked a few days ago had dried nicely in the sun, amounting to over 10 pounds. Lastly, there was a bag of dried fish weighing about 20 pounds, representing all the food Xiaoxi had stored during this time. In total, their meager food supply only amounted to around 150 to 160 pounds. Observing the paltry reserves, Xiaoxi furrowed her brows with concern, pondering how they would survive the winter. Changfeng, noticing her troubled expression, gently smoothed her furrowed brow with his hand. "Do not worry, I will take care of everything. All you need to do is stay joyfully by my side, and I will handle the rest." Xiaoxi gently raised her hand to caress Changfeng's cheek, and she understood that this home was built by the two of them, and that they would share any burdens together. Changfeng gazed into Xiaoxi's earnest eyes and softly embraced her, affirming that they would face any challenges together. The brook gently nudged Changfeng, bestowing a soft kiss upon his chin. "Please fetch the large beast pouch that I meticulously stitched at the corner. It is intended for storing these items, as we shall embark on our journey tomorrow." Just a few days prior, Changfeng had found himself intrigued by the reason behind the brook's creation of such an expansive leather pouch, which was intricately linked to another pouch by a wide and lengthy strip of hide. It soon became evident that this was designed for the convenience of storing these belongings. Yet the purpose of their connection remained a mystery. The brook meticulously sorted all the items into 2 beast bags, allowing Changfeng to assess their weight, which proved to be quite similar. After weighing them, the brook proceeded to stuff the beast skins collected over this period into the bags. Additionally, she included 2 rudimentary cotton garments, shirts and trousers, crafted from the beast skins and cotton fluff. Although their appearance left much to be desired, their capacity for warmth remained uncompromised. Once she had tidied the cave, the brook ventured to the corner kitchen outside, gathering the stone bowls, stone knives, and the small bamboo tube used for drinking, along with a large basin made from green bamboo and several other items she intended to take along. Observing this, Changfeng, who had followed her, approached with a resigned expression. "Brook," he said, "aside from the stone bowls, stone knives, and your drinking bamboo tube, leave the rest here. Those items will be of little use on the journey, and I shall procure replacements for you upon our arrival at the sacred mountain." Having assessed the collection, Xiaoxi discerned that, save for the items Changfeng deemed essential, the remaining objects held little practical value for their journey, despite the seeming paucity of their possessions under normal circumstances. The task of sorting and packing consumed the better part of a day. That evening, mindful of the impending travel, Changfeng refrained from disturbing Xiaoxi's repose, and the couple, having dined and attended to their ablutions, retired early. As dawn tinted the horizon, Changfeng stirred. He gently pressed a kiss upon Xiaoxi's brow, then nudged the slumbering figure nestled in his embrace, softly calling, "Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi, awaken. Today marks our rendezvous with the Xiao Hua family at the East Mountain Canyon intersection." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing that she was late for the rendezvous with Xiao Hua's family, Xiaoxi hurriedly donned her attire. "It seems that your bond with Xiao Hua is indeed profound. The mere thought of delaying the meeting prompted such urgency in you. Yet, during those languid mornings, No amount of calling could rouse you from your slumber. Xiaoxi failed to detect the underlying bitterness in Changfeng's words, proudly proclaiming, "Indeed, sisters are like family, while males are akin to mere garments." Changfeng, with a dangerous glint in his pale blue eyes, sensed the weight of Xiaoxi's statement, despite not comprehending its meaning. It was evident to him that such words were far from flattering. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook grasped the large hand of the long wind, urging him to rise swiftly, my spirit wolf consort. Then tell me, what did you mean when you spoke of siblings and clothing? The pale blue gaze was filled with menace, and the timid brook dared not utter the truth. You must have misheard. So, what is clothing? I said to hurry and don your garments, or we shall be late. Having spoken, she planted a kiss upon the lips of the long wind, thus managing to extricate herself. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi pondered that the frost season here resembled the autumn of her past life, albeit a fleeting version of it. No wonder she had recently sensed a slight chill in the air. The two of them reheated the beast meat they had prepared the previous night to make breakfast. Observing that Xiaoxi had scarcely eaten, Changfeng remarked, "You should consume more of the beast meat. We are embarking on a journey today, and it is uncertain when we shall next find a meal." Rising at such an early hour had left her somewhat lacking in appetite. Noticing Xiaoxi, who was on the verge of dozing off, Changfeng chose not to press her further. Instead, he placed the 5 eggs of the sharp-beaked beast within her easy reach. Turning to her, he said, "When you feel hungry later, just take one." "All right, understood," she replied. Changfeng had already carried their belongings down to the cliff's edge. "Let us be on our way." Xiaoxi, the brook, gazed upon the place it had inhabited for over a month, a locale it had seldom pondered, yet today, the thought of departure stirred a sense of reluctance within its heart. Do not be disheartened. If you find it hard to part, you may return here next year. However, that would merely allow for a fleeting visit. When the warmth of next year's sun graces the land, we shall return, yet we cannot reside here again, can we? Changfeng nodded affirmatively, acknowledging, "Indeed, upon our return, we must seek our own territory, for that shall be our true home. This place belongs to Xiao Hua and her male counterpart. We cannot dwell here permanently." Though the brook had long understood this truth, the imminent departure from its first abode in this world brought a tinge of sorrow. Observing the concern etched upon Changfeng's visage, the brook reassured, "I am fine. It is your presence that renders a place a home." Changfeng enveloped the brook in an embrace, affirming, "Yes, I shall provide you with the home you desire." With that, Changfeng transformed into a magnificent 5-meter-long pure white spirit wolf, exuding an aura of majesty and pride befitting one of divine lineage. The formidable presence radiated outward, sending the ferocious beasts of the forest into retreat, while the smaller creatures remained frozen in place, trembling in fear, overwhelmed by the sheer force of his essence, devoid of the courage to flee. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook ascended upon the back of the long wind, grasping the lengthy fur at his neck, thereby preventing itself from tumbling off during his swift run. Once all was prepared, the long wind surged forth like a bolt of lightning towards the designated entrance of the eastern mountain gorge. Xiaoxi sat upon the back of the long-fonged beast, feeling as though she were traveling faster than a modern train. The ponytail atop her head was swept straight by the rushing wind. The Dongshan Gorge was neither too far nor too near. Traversing it on foot would take a day or two. However, upon their arrival at the gorge, it was akin to the modern hour of 8 in the morning. From a distance, she spotted a group of individuals standing there. Xiaoxi reflected that one of the greatest blessings of her time in the beast world was the newfound ability to see without glasses, and indeed, her vision was clearer and more far-reaching than ever before. A group of individuals, including Xiao Hua, caught sight of a magnificent silver wolf, its fur as white as snow, galloping towards them at great speed. As it drew nearer, Xiao Hua finally discerned that it was Xiaoxi who sat atop the majestic creature. With uncontainable excitement, she waved her hands and called out loudly, "Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi, we are here, "We are here, come quickly." Standing beside Xiao Hua, her mother, a formidable beast, gazed at her daughter, whose reckless abandon in the face of motherhood nearly propelled her to the heavens. With a resigned sigh, she lamented that her daughter had grown so much yet remained a source of worry. She reached out a hand to gently pat Xiao Hua's head and said, "You need to calm down for a moment." Just as she spoke, Xiaoxi and Changfeng arrived before them. Upon encountering the little flower, Xiaoxi felt an overwhelming sense of joy. As the gentle breeze came to a halt, she gracefully slid down from Changfeng's back and hurried towards the flower. Just as she was about to envelop it in a warm embrace, she suddenly noticed a group of onlookers nearby, and she deduced that the individuals at the forefront must be the little flower's esteemed parents. Quickly, she halted her movements, offering them a radiant smile and respectfully "Greetings, uncle and aunt. My name is Xiaoxi." She then cast a glance at Changfeng, who stood beside her, adding, "This is my beast husband, Changfeng." Changfeng, too, courteously acknowledged the gathering, and they all proceeded with brief introductions. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The several beastly suitors of Little Flower pondered, are we merely invisible? Does our beloved converse with the air each day, rendering our presence utterly insignificant? Meanwhile, Little Flower's mother gazed at her oblivious daughter, wishing fervently to return her to the womb for a reformation. Did she not notice the darkened expressions of her males, as grim as the bottom of a stone pot, due to her words? Thus, in an effort to extricate her daughter from this predicament, Little Flower's mother interjected, "You little cub, chattering incessantly every day. Your suitors are about to elevate you to the heavens with their indulgence. How can you find it tedious?" She then turned with a smile to face the brook. "You are the brook, are you not? My little cub has not been a bother to you, has she?" No. Little Flower is truly delightful." The mother beast of the Little Flower gazed upon the petite female before her, who possessed striking features, delicate brows, and sparkling eyes, complemented by a gentle smile and an expression of kindness. While a visage may be charming or lovely, the countenance of this young female radiated sincerity when she interacted with her daughter. It was evident that she truly regarded her innocent daughter as a cherished friend. Xiao Hua's mother approached the brook, grasping her hand and bestowing a benevolent smile upon the water. "Would you be willing to befriend my little bear cub? You are indeed a good female." Joining Xiao Hua at the brook were not only her mother and two fathers, but also her brother's family. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Xiao Hua. The elder brother is a cloud tiger beastman. The second brother, Yaojin, is a golden lion beastman. The third brother, Ling, is a Kanjing eagle beastman, accompanied by their female partner, Xiaoya, a female gray wolf of their tribe. The three elder brothers of Xiao Hua left a similar impression on Xiaoxi as Ming and his companions did. They appeared to be a group of earnest and straightforward males. In contrast, Xiao Hua's companion, Xiaoya, exuded an air of aloofness and pride, seemingly disinterested in engaging with others. Once everyone had gathered and exchanged greetings, they commenced their journey. Meng and the other males pondered the nature of Changfeng's beastly form, questioning what it was that induced a formidable sense of pressure upon their approach, an experience entirely foreign to them. What kind of immense presence could evoke such trepidation in a group of males before any confrontation had even begun? Though curiosity regarding the magnitude and imposing aura of Changfeng's beast form stirred within them, their unfamiliarity kept them from voicing their inquiries. Observing the two females seated atop Changfeng and Meng, animatedly sharing tales of their recent endeavors, the males recognized that this was not the moment for their curiosity to surface. As they listened to the incessant chatter of the two young females recounting their activities since their last separation, Changfeng and Meng exchanged a resigned glance. Realizing that if they continued at this pace, they might not reach the sacred mountain before the snow season arrived next year. Xiao Hua's mother beast, Yun, could no longer bear the sight and cast a disdainful glance at Meng and Changfeng, the two males who were fearful of females, muttering, "Utterly worthless." Meng feigned ignorance, while Changfeng turned to glance at the cheerful Xiaoxi, pondering that as long as the little rabbit was content, he did not care who was deemed worthless. Yun, perched upon her partner Shun's back, turned to Xiao Hua and Xiaoxi and unleashed a barrage of reprimands. "Both of you, silence. Do you not care about allowing your males to travel?" Such thoughtlessness from two female bears was truly exasperating. Xiao Hua pouted in response to the scolding, while Xiaoxi merely smiled with amusement. The fact that Yun treated herself and Xiao Hua equally indicated that she regarded herself as a peer of the younger generation she acknowledged. The brook playfully stuck out its tongue at the little flower, who responded by making a silly face, and the two exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. As they continued on their path, neither dared to speak again, and thus, Changfeng and Mengkai commenced their spirited run. This group journeyed until the golden hues of dusk enveloped the sky, finally pausing to rest near the banks of a river. The two male guardians of the little flower remained behind to protect the four females, while the other males ventured forth to hunt and prepare dinner for the evening. As night descended, a chill swept through the air, prompting the little flower's male guardian to ignite the gathered firewood. Xiao Hua's mother beast, Yun, along with Xiaoxi, Xiao Hua, and Xiaoya, sat closely gathered around the campfire. Xiao Hua and Xiaoxi leaned against each other, as if sharing an endless conversation. In Xiao Hua's hand was a handful of red berries that Changfeng had picked for Xiaoxi a few days prior. The stream had always been reluctant to indulge excessively. At this moment, apart from presenting one each to Yun and Xiaoya, the remainder was entirely bestowed upon Huai, who was expecting a litter of offspring, allowing her to savor it at her leisure. The mother beast of Xiao Hua gazed at the two young females in close proximity, observing her daughter carefree as she indulged in fruit, eliciting a smile of both resignation and understanding. It was delightful that her daughter had a kind-hearted companion to confide in, sparing her from the solitude she often felt. Despite the affection showered upon her by the males, there lingered a yearning for conversation with a fellow female who could empathize, sharing sentiments about the trials of giving birth, the mischief of their offspring, and occasionally boasting about how dearly their males cherished them, as well as recounting instances that had sparked their ire. Cloud, having regained her composure, chuckled softly. Realizing she was overthinking, she observed the harmonious interaction and playful banter between the young friends, then glanced at Xiaoya seated nearby, who appeared oblivious to her surroundings. With a shake of her head, she turned her face away, focusing on Shun and Deshan as they prepared the items for roasting meat. As Xiaoxi and Xiao Hua discussed how Changfeng once attempted to amuse her with a particularly spicy eggplant pepper that left her in tears, they suddenly heard the distant murmur of the beastmen's discussions. Long before they could see them, the familiar voice of Ling, animated and boisterous, reached their ears, prompting Xiaoxi and Xiao Hua to fall silent. The returning males, apart from Changfeng, seemed to glide back with an air of triumph. They had never before captured such a plethora of fierce game in such a short span. For saber-toothed beasts, 3 giant-toothed beasts, 2 mammoths, and 5 tender Lulu beasts for the 4 females. As Changfeng and Meng carried their bounty home, the eyes of those who had also chosen to venture early to the sacred mountain were drawn towards them. Under the protective gaze of their parents and elder brother, Ling, still innocent and untainted, proudly lifted her head high, eager for others to notice their remarkable haul of ferocious beasts. The sight of such youthful boastfulness stung the eyes of the more mature males, who chose to disregard her childish antics. "Oh, my mother beast, how did you manage to bring back so many fierce beasts?" Cloud exclaimed, unable to suppress her awe at their catch. Even Xiaoya, who usually regarded others as mere shadows, turned her head in surprise to observe the game brought back by the males. Shun and Deshan assisted in transporting the prey to the riverside for processing, while Ling could not resist rushing over to share tales of their hunting exploits. "Did you know? Feng single-handedly felled a giant-toothed beast with one punch. My brothers and I, along with Meng, only managed to take down 1 mammoth, while Feng brought back another all by himself. He also captured the most saber-toothed beasts and casually snagged 5 tender Lulu beasts for you all to roast." Ling animatedly illustrated her point, elevating Changfeng to a status of unparalleled prowess, as if he were the mightiest creature in all the beastman continent. As the brook listened to Ling's captivating words, it felt compelled to rouse Changfeng's devoted admirer from his reverie. "Ling," it interjected, "do not speak so. Without your efforts, he would be unable to capture these prey on his own." Ling, scratching his head sheepishly, replied, "Regardless, I believe he is the most formidable, even more so than my elder brother." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden exclamation escaped his lips as he clutched the back of his head, turning to face the males busily processing their catches by the riverbank. "Who among you threw a stone at my head? You petty little misers, unable to withstand the truth." Upon uttering these words, Ling spun around only to cry out again, this time cradling his entire head, as several small stones struck him simultaneously from behind. Who could be responsible for this? He wondered, observing that everyone was engrossed in their tasks, paying him no heed. Fuming with indignation, Ling picked up a sizable rock and hurled it into the stream where Feng and his companions were situated. The stone plopped into the water, splashing those handling their prey along the riverbank. As anticipated, Ling faced retribution from Feng. Even his mother, Yun, seated nearby, turned her head away, feigning ignorance. Not to mention his aloof and proud partner, Xiao Hua. Ling cast a glance at his elder sister, hoping she might intercede on his behalf, only to find her engrossed in conversation with her friends, completely oblivious to her unfortunate brother's plight. He then turned his gaze to the two paternal figures nearby, only to discover them preoccupied with skinning a beast by the river's edge, utterly indifferent to his distress. Reluctantly, Ling returned to plead for mercy from his elder brother, showering him with a plethora of flattering words, which eventually softened the heart of his typically unyielding sibling, allowing him to escape unscathed. Observing Ling's demeanor, which mirrored that of Xiao Hua, brought a smile to his heart. The brook, unable to bear the sight of the innocent and adorable child in such distress, contemplated offering him the fruit that remained uneaten in her grasp, hoping to soothe his wounded spirit. However, upon meeting the gaze of Chanfeng, she timidly withdrew the fruit she had yet to present, casting a fierce glare at him. Dinner consisted of roasted meat prepared by the males, and Xiao Hua lavished a torrent of flattery upon Xiaoxi, all for the sake of the seasonings that would enhance the flavor of the roast. Given the limited availability of these seasonings, Xiaoxi had initially intended to reserve them for the winter season, but her momentary slip of the tongue had been overheard by Xiao Hua, who, being the glutton she was, could hardly wait that long. The brook cautiously extracted from a beast skin pouch a measure of cumin, Sichuan pepper, and a powder derived from sun-dried wild garlic, as well as dried chili pepper powder. Afterward, she carefully returned the remaining spices to a larger leather bag, resolving that this time, no matter how much Xiao Hua pleaded, she would harden her heart and refuse her. Otherwise, with this glutton, there would be no remnants left for the snowy season, as they would likely vanish within just a few days. She approached Chanfeng, extending the spices in her hand, and said, "Use it sparingly. This seasoning will be shared among everyone after the snow season, for it can warm the body." Upon hearing that this substance could generate warmth, Chanfeng eagerly seized it from her grasp, pinching a small amount and placing it in his mouth. Unfortunately, he had unwittingly consumed the sun-dried, ground chili pepper powder. A violent fit of coughing ensued, his face reddening fiercely as tears streamed down his cheeks. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi cast a humorous glance at Chanfeng, only to be met with a fierce glare from him. In that moment, Xiaoxi recalled his own embarrassing experience the first time he tasted chili peppers. After drinking some water to recover, he pointed at the seasoning in Chanfeng's hand and asked, "Can this really be eaten?" The onlookers, drawn in by curiosity, observed Chanfeng and Xiaoxi with intrigue. Had it not been for their familiarity with Xiao Hua and Ming, they might have thought the pair were plotting something sinister. Chanfeng, uninterested in elaborating, simply sprinkled a small amount of the seasoning onto the grilled meat. An enticing and stimulating aroma wafted through the air, causing the orcs nearby to instinctively swallow. Even those who were not close could detect the scent, expressing their wonder at the delightful fragrance that accompanied the roasted meat. Chanfeng offered the seasoned meat to Xiaoxi, urging him to eat. However, before the grilled delicacy could reach Xiaoxi's hands, it was snatched away by Xiao Hua, who rushed in. Chanfeng observed as Xiao Hua took the spiced meat without protest. He understood that Xiaoxi would eventually relinquish it to her, given the affection Xiaoxi held for the female who had saved his life. Moreover, he felt a deep gratitude towards her for rescuing Xiaoxi, for it was through that very act that he had the chance to meet the little rabbit. Little Flower began to indulge in the seasoned grilled meat, and after a couple of coughs triggered by the spicy eggplant pepper, she succumbed to the enticing aroma of the barbecue and devoured it eagerly. Once she acclimated to the spiciness of the eggplant pepper, her inhibitions faded completely, and before long, she had polished off a substantial piece of the seasoned grilled meat. After finishing her meal, Little Flower turned her gaze towards Chanfeng, as if silently inquiring if there was more to be had. She was abruptly pulled back by Ming, who, upon seeing that she was fine, finally felt relieved. "Little Flower, you glutton, why did you snatch my grilled meat?" Xiaoxi complained. Hey, Xiaoxi, what's ours is ours. Why distinguish between yours and mine?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiao Hua glanced at the dark-faced demon standing beside the stream, revealing a sly glint in her eyes as she turned to her males, addressing the brook. You desire them, do you not? The stream of consciousness suddenly dawned upon her. She felt a chill in the air and swiftly turned to glance at Changfeng, whose expression was dark and brooding. Realizing her verbal misstep, she hurriedly approached him, wrapping her arms around his in an eager display of affection. In her heart, all other males were inconsequential. It was only Changfeng who held the title of the mightiest and the best. The appearances of other males had faded from her memory. To further affirm her sincerity, she nuzzled her face against his arm. The onlookers, witnessing such a display from the timid Xiaoxi, struggled to stifle their laughter, turning away to avoid the sight. Changfeng, catching a glimpse of Xiaoxi's earnest gaze, softened slightly, though he continued to roast the meat in his hands without acknowledging her. Ling, having observed Xiao Hua relishing her meal, had sprinkled some seasoning onto his own meat, savoring the delightful flavors. How had he never realized that roasted meat could be so delectable? Once Ling finished the piece he was enjoying and sought to grab more seasoning for another, he discovered that the pouch was empty. He looked towards Changfeng, questioning where the seasoning had gone. Changfeng surveyed the surroundings, and Ling followed his gaze, only to see everyone else focused intently on their own roasted meat. A miscalculation. Had he known earlier, he would have taken more seasoning. Spotting several seasoned pieces of meat in front of his mother beast and the 4 females, he contemplated approaching for a taste. However, 2 male beasts shot him a cold glance, prompting him to crouch down and content himself with the plain meat sprinkled only with salt. This evening, as Xiaoxi enjoyed the barbecue, her heart raced with trepidation, occasionally casting furtive glances at Changfeng. She feared that this miserly man still harbored resentment over her earlier thoughtless remarks. Much like the last time she had mocked his clumsy reaction to spicy food, which had resulted in a sharp rebuke, she now touched her lips, still haunted by that encounter. Initially, she and the others struggled to adapt to the taste of chili peppers, yet they could not resist the alluring aroma. After several attempts, their appetites awakened, and eventually, a dispute nearly erupted among the males over a few pieces of barbecued meat seasoned with spices. Thus, following a lively and boisterous dinner, everyone dispersed to tend to their respective pursuits. The brook was swept away by the strong winds towards the upper reaches of the small river. As it departed, it caught sight of the little flower wearing a face full of schadenfreude. It shot a fierce glare at the flower, thinking, "It's your mischief that has brought about this misfortune. Why is it that I am the one suffering now?" The brook felt an ineffable sorrow, akin to tears unshed. Contemplating the potential punishment from Changfeng, she yearned to free herself, yet fear held her captive. Like a timid bride, she was reluctantly led by Changfeng. A gentle breeze caressed the riverbank, while the moon cast shimmering silver reflections upon the water's surface. Standing at the river's edge, Changfeng finally released her hand, turning to gaze into the depths of her sparkling eyes with his own enchanting cerulean ones. "You desire many males." "No, truly, I do not." Changfeng lowered his gaze upon her, while the brook's attention drifted to the gentle flow of the river. Suddenly, the surroundings seemed to fall into a hushed stillness. After a moment, the brook lifted her luminous eyes to Changfeng, earnestly declaring, "Before I met you, I contemplated whether to form bonds with multiple males to survive in this harsh environment. However, ever since that day you vanished from the hillside, I realized that my feelings for you had silently seeped into my very heart. My heart is small and can only embrace one male. Should I then welcome more? No, one is sufficient. I am all you need. You are my very essence." Changfeng gazed at the brook, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I know your words tonight may not reflect your true feelings, yet they instill a sense of dread within me. I fear that one day you may tire of me and seek out other males. The thought terrifies me, for I might be unable to resist the urge to eliminate those who would entice you. Then the first you ought to eliminate is yourself. For my soul has long been ensnared by you." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook was aware of her misstep, vowing never to utter such words again. Long Wind, lowering his gaze, beheld the brook's eyes, which sparkled like scattered stars, and, drawn by an unseen force, gently kissed her eyelids. Upon their return to the resting place they had chosen for the night, they found their companions in slumber. Each male had nestled their female counterparts between them, a gesture both for their protection and to provide warmth against the coolness of the night. Though aware that, aside from the soft snores of Little Flower, not everyone might truly be asleep, the brook and long wind tread softly, making their way to the spot where they had set down their belongings. The stream emerged with 2 hides from the beast skin pouch. One was laid upon the ground, while the other was retained as a cover. The breeze gently tugged at their belongings, circling around their resting spot. "So late, and you are still awake. Where do you intend to go?" Upon hearing this inquiry from the stream, Changfeng turned and replied, "You should rest. I shall return shortly." He walked a few dozen paces away from their resting place, inhaling the scent of the surroundings to ascertain that Meng and Feng had already released their scent, signaling to nearby orcs that this location was now occupied, serving also to deter any nocturnal beasts that might roam the area. Given that Meng and Feng were formidable orcs, Changfeng felt reassured that no reckless beast would approach them that night, and he turned back. Hearing Changfeng's footsteps, the stream, already drowsy on the hide, instinctively shifted aside. Observing this unconscious reaction, a smile crept upon Changfeng's lips. Ever since he had met her, he had found daily happiness. As he settled down, the stream naturally rolled into his embrace, prompting him to pull the hide over them. Noticing that she had closed her eyes, he understood that her exhaustion from the day's journey had overtaken her, so he refrained from disturbing her, instead placing a gentle kiss upon her forehead before closing his own eyes. Meanwhile, a day's journey ahead, Qingsong roasted the game he had hunted, reflecting on a female of indeterminate lineage he had rescued during his travels to the Holy Mountain, who was now tending to an injured male of the Hawk clan. After departing the misty forest, he was uncertain of his destination, ultimately opting to follow his original plan and arrive at the Holy Mountain ahead of the snow season. With ample time at his disposal, he ambled along, never anticipating that 3 days prior, a young female would collide with him. As he glanced back at the pursuing orcs of the Mangy Dog clan, the young female clung to his arm, her pleading eyes filled with desperation as she implored him to save her. Initially reluctant to intervene, he ultimately chose to rescue her from the clutches of the orcs. Drawn by an inexplicable resemblance she bore to the stream, though he could not articulate what that similarity was. "How are you? Does it still hurt?" Yao Tiantian inquired of the handsome man they had rescued that day, extending the roasted meat in her hand toward him. The Hawk clan orc, Sangxiong, cast a cold glance at Yao Tiantian, extending his noble hand to accept the offering, though he held disdain for those who lived on the ground. He begrudgingly acknowledged her with a single syllable, mm. Perceiving his disinterest, Yao Tiantian, feeling somewhat disheartened, moved to sit beside Qingsong, slowly savoring the roasted meat nearby. Qingsong regarded her briefly, yet remained silent. As Yao Tiantian chewed the tasteless meat, her gaze drifted toward the endless peaks in the distance. Reminiscing about 3 days prior when she had been in the 21st century, indulging in gourmet food and reading her favorite novels. Having just completed her college entrance examination, she and a group of like-minded friends had planned an impromptu trip, unconcerned about their destination or potential dangers. Coming from a divorced family, she found her parents had both remarried, establishing new families and children of their own. Did she resent her parents? She could not say. Her parents had struggled to maintain their fractured marriage until she successfully entered high school, sending her off to the school dormitory on the first day of her freshman year, covering her tuition and fees, followed by a family outing to her favorite fast food restaurant. Yet, upon returning home for the holidays, her parents revealed their separation, assuring her that despite the divorce, they would support her financially, a promise to transfer funds monthly to her account. That day, she had cried and shouted, questioning her parents' decisions. Yet the shattered marriage remained unchanged, and she ultimately could not alter the fact of their divorce. From that moment on, it felt as if she had lost both her parents simultaneously. Once an exemplary student, she gradually succumbed to mediocrity in the wake of this emotional upheaval. In the ensuing days, she befriended classmates who eschewed academic pursuits, learning to smoke, fight, and frequent bars and night markets. As for how she traversed into this world, it was a rather cliché tale. During a trip, a hot day led her and her companions to decide on a swim in a natural lake. This seemingly innocuous choice resulted in her being ensnared by a whirlpool, gradually losing consciousness as her friends called her name. When Yao Tiantian awoke, she found herself hoisted over the shoulder of a tall man, flanked by 2 ordinary-looking men clad in hides. Surrounded by unfamiliar grasslands and hills, she wondered if she had been swept away to a land inhabited by savages. At that moment, she did not yet comprehend that she had crossed into another realm. merely believing she had been transported to an unfamiliar place. However, she was determined to avoid capture by these savages, plotting her escape back to the city. Seizing an opportunity when the orcs let their guard down, she flipped off the orc's shoulder and sprinted away, only to collide with another man similarly garbed in hides. The man who later rescued her was the strikingly handsome Qingtsong, a robust orc who, though undeniably attractive, was rather taciturn. After her rescue, she learned that she had entered a world populated entirely by orcs, where all men were transformed into male orcs, and all women were female orcs. In this realm, females could form bonds with multiple males, akin to modern concepts of marriage. This was not disclosed by Qingtsong, but rather inferred from her observations of the women traveling with groups of men. One day, her curiosity led her to inquire of a female who regarded her as though she were foolish, yet eventually explained that those attending to her were indeed her male or partners. In a society where males outnumbered females, it was customary for families to consist of multiple males to ensure procreation. Yao Tiantian's initial astonishment at the orc female's answer gradually shifted to contemplation. In her previous life, she had read tales wherein the protagonist crossed into other worlds, cultivating lands, conducting business, and amassing handsome male companions. The mere thought of a reality where females could bond with numerous males filled her with exhilaration. As fate would have it, was she not also the heroine of this world? The more Yao Tiantian pondered, the more she felt she was the chosen daughter of destiny. She glanced at the ruggedly handsome Qingtsong, illuminated by the flickering flames, then turned her gaze to the strikingly handsome eagle beastman, Song Qiong, who leaned against a stone, savoring roasted meat with closed eyes, lost in reverie. A smile unconsciously graced Yao Tiantian's lips. These were the divine pairings bestowed upon her by fate. Just as in the tales, where the male protagonist rescues the female lead, who, in turn, with her benevolence, saves her harem. It mirrored her own experience. Qingtsong had rescued her, and upon witnessing Song Qiong and several other beastmen engaged in a fierce struggle, she had implored Qingtsong to save him, revealing her compassionate heart. Qingtsong observed Yao Tiantian's ever-changing expressions, curious about her thoughts. Song Qiong sensed her gaze, opening his cool eyes to glance at her. After dinner, Qingtsong found a suitable spot to recline and rest, while Yao Tiantian watched as both men closed their eyes, preparing for slumber. Bored, she mused that in modern times, she would have been at a bar with friends, drinking and singing, perhaps even encountering a desirable companion. With nothing to occupy her, she retrieved a large piece of beast hide from Qingtsong's satchel, laying it out a short distance away before lying down. Half of it draped over her. Both Qingtsong and Song Qiong, with their eyes closed, sensed a disturbance. They noticed a few mangy dog clan beastmen lurking in the nearby underbrush. However, as these intruders made no move towards them, the two males dismissed their presence. The depths of the beastman world at night were fraught with peril, as wild creatures roamed in search of prey, their howls and the sounds of battle echoing through the darkness. Additionally, the dog clan beastmen were ever ready to seize any solitary females, making the wilderness a constant landscape of danger and despair. At dawn, as the sweet melodies of birds filled the air, beastmen gradually arose to prepare breakfast for their families. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After greeting the passers-by, the brook made her way toward the peacefully slumbering little flower. Noticing that Rain was keeping watch by her side, she addressed him, saying, "Brother Rain, I shall stay here to accompany the little flower. You may attend to your matters." Indeed, the morning was filled with tasks for Rain. Yet he had chosen to remain to look after the little flower. With a smile and a nod, he acquiesced to her request. Once Rain had ventured away, the brook revealed her right hand, which she had concealed behind her back, brandishing a tuft of fluff grass she had casually plucked along her path. A mischievous grin spread across her face as she thought, "You little rascal. You caused me quite the trouble last night, leaving me at the mercy of the howling wind. My lips still ache. If not now, then when shall I seek my revenge?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook glanced at the sky, where the sun had begun its slow ascent. Surrounding them, distant orcs who, like themselves, had chosen to embark early towards the sacred mountain were also stirring. She cast another look at the slumbering Xiao Hua, who resembled a little pig in her sleep, and resolved to show no mercy, continuing to tease her relentlessly, exclaiming about the meager portion of seasoned roasted meat that remained, insisting not to leave any for Xiao Hua. Just then, the males nearby were roasting the beast meat left over from the previous night, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air confirming Xiaoxi's words. In her drowsy state, Xiao Hua genuinely believed there was only a single piece of seasoned roasted meat left. Suddenly, she sat up and opened her eyes, exclaiming, "You bunch of nuisances, you want a delicious piece of roasted meat and leave none for me." The orcs, with their keen ears, chuckled at Xiao Hua's words. It was Xiaoxi who had the knack for rousing the sleepy Xiao Hua. Typically, even if her mates were the ones to say such things, she would remain unperturbed, knowing they cherished her and would never consume the delectable morsels in her absence. Having awakened Xiao Hua, Xiaoxi prepared to return to freshen up and have breakfast. However, just as she was about to leave, she noticed a suspicious tear on Xiao Hua's lip. Xiaoxi smirked mischievously, fixating on Xiao Hua's lips, and playfully demanded to know if she had been so excited by a handsome fellow last night that she bit her lip. Upon hearing Xiaoxi's words, Xiao Hua quickly glanced towards the vicinity where several of her orc mates were and shot a fierce glare at Xiaoxi, whispering, "It's your fault, making me suffer their reprimands." Upon reflection, the stream realized that the only person to blame was herself for her verbal slip last night. It serves her right, after all. Who prompted her to utter such shameless words? And yet, she dares to place the blame upon me, when I have not even reproached her. Xiaoxi pointed to her slightly swollen lips and remarked, "Humph, are you the only one who has been taught a lesson?" Observing Xiaoxi's still swollen lips, Xiao Hua could not help but burst into laughter. The two females, having been reprimanded by their respective males, exchanged mutual accusations and indulged in laughter at each other's expense. Ultimately, it was Xiaoxi who assisted the pregnant Xiao Hua to the riverbank for their ablutions, witnessing the morning's spectacle of sisterly discord. The onlookers chuckled and shook their heads, appreciating the added amusement that the two females brought to their lives. Only Ling, with her innocent disposition, gazed at Xiaoxi and Xiao Hua in bewilderment, pondering how they had just quarreled yet now seemed at ease with one another. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoya cast a glance, but said nothing. Xiaoxi felt that aside from being somewhat aloof, Xiaoya was quite agreeable. During mealtime, Xiaoxi shared the boiled platypus eggs that she had forgotten to take out yesterday with everyone. After finishing their meal, everyone began to pack their belongings into an enormous beast hide bag, which was then placed upon the back of the transformed male beastman. At this moment, Xiao Hua noticed that on the back of the long-winged beast, there was a wide and lengthy beast skin connecting the leather bags draped on either side of its body. This arrangement ensured that when the beastman ran in his animal form, the bags would not chafe against his body and were less likely to fall off unexpectedly. Xiao Hua pointed to the pouch on Changfeng's back and inquired, "Xiaoxi, did you create this?" Xiaoxi replied, "Yes." "What is the matter?" Xiao Hua continued, "How is it that you are so clever? The way this animal skin bag is ingeniously connected allows the males to carry it on their backs, preventing both wear and tear as well as the risk of it falling off. It is truly quite practical." She had been so engrossed in her lively conversation with Xiaoxi the previous day that she had overlooked this detail. The brook observed the massive beast hide bags, intricately bound together with vine, resting beside the great river. Upon noticing the areas on the river's body where the fur had been worn away, a flicker of discomfort crossed the brook's lips. "Xiao Hua, if you desire such a beast hide satchel, I shall teach you to craft one during our afternoon respite." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoya observed the astonished expression on the face of the stream and merely smiled faintly, yet again. She was a female deceived by her own FAAD. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiao Hua's elder brother Feng feels joyful to witness his partner gradually unburdening their worries. The old adage holds a profound truth. One should not judge solely by appearances. Though the seemingly aloof Xiaoya may appear distant, she is not difficult to engage with. Observing the harmonious interactions among several young females, Yun, the mother beast of Xiao Hua, felt a deep sense of solace. In this world of beastmen, emotions often run cold. Each beastman family possesses a mountain peak as their territory, and interactions between them are scarce. Over time, this has led to a profound lack of understanding and communication, resulting in a waning of mutual trust. If this situation persists, it poses a grave danger to the world of beastmen. Xiao Hua's mother, a descendant of a powerful being, had heard during her time beside her formidable mother about the dwindling population of beastmen over the past century. This decline is attributed to both natural environmental factors and the afflictions that have befallen many beastmen, leading to deaths that could have been prevented with the care of a true great healer. If this trend continues, the beastmen of the continent will inevitably face a catastrophic reckoning concerning their very existence. With a sigh, Yun recalled her mother's parting words before her death, urging them to treat others with kindness. She had advised that should they ever encounter a great sage in their lifetimes, they must devote themselves entirely to protecting and assisting this sage in the advancement of survival and development for the beastman continent. Now at the age of 81, Yun pondered whether she would ever have the fortune to meet the great sage her mother had spoken of. As they set off for the sacred mountain earlier than others, Xiaoxi and his companions were in no rush. Moreover, with a pregnant Xiao Hua in their midst, their pace was considerably slower than that of the other orc travelers heading to the sacred mountain. The brook gazed at the mountains and forests rushing past her. Even though they were not in a hurry, they still moved swiftly with the breeze. In the past, she often heard those around her speak of the long journey to the sacred mountain. Just how far could it truly be? The gentle stream could not help but embrace Chongfeng's neck, leaning close to his ear and inquiring, "How long will it take to reach the sacred mountain?" The warm breath of the stream tickled Chongfeng's ear, sending a delightful shiver through his body. He shook his fur and turned his ear away. However, since his beloved little rabbit had posed the question, he felt compelled to respond. "For a journey such as ours, we should arrive once the snow season descends. Isn't it too far? Did you not mention that the frost season has only just begun? How can we reach the snow season so swiftly?" Swiftly? The snow season is still over a month away. This revelation truly astonished the stream, for if Chongfeng's words held any truth, it meant that their expedition to the sacred mountain would span over 30 days. With unwavering persistence, Creek inquired again, Long Wind, "How many sunrises do you witness each year on your journey to the sacred mountain?" Long Wind contemplated for a moment before responding, "Roughly 20 to 30 sunrises. Give or take." The sheer duration of the journey, spanning 20 to 30 days at their current pace, nearly rivaled that of a modern train, leaving Creek in utter disbelief. The vastness of the continent defied her imagination. The prospect of enduring such lengthy travels daily filled Creek with a sense of discouragement. She marveled at the resilience of the local beastmen, who undertook such arduous journeys to the distant sacred mountain in preparation for winter. Overwhelmed by the thought of the protracted journey ahead, Creek listlessly clambered onto Long Wind's back and drifted into slumber. Sensing the gradual easing of Creek's breath against his back, Long Wind surmised that she had fallen asleep. He glanced back to confirm his suspicion. He decelerated his pace, trailing behind the rest of the group, prioritizing Creek's peaceful slumber. Seated upon Peek's back, Xiaoyi cast a fleeting glance before averting her gaze. She mused that the young girl's male companion seemed to be a commendable partner. Sensing Xiaoyi's gaze, Peek turned his head and nuzzled against her. Xiaoyi responded with a tender smile, acknowledging his own merits. Peek's heart swelled with affection. Their intimate interaction was witnessed by Feather, soaring overhead. In his light-hearted manner, Feather swooped down and gently pecked Xiaoyi's cheek with his sharp beak, leaving a small red mark. Feather's actions incensed his elder brother, Peek, who retaliated with a swift lash of his tail, striking his second brother, Yao. Transforming into his human form upon Yao's back, Feather rubbed his tender posterior and protested, "Brother, why did you strike me with your tail?" "I too desire Xiaoyi's smile." These words brought a blush to Xiaoyi's cheeks, prompting her to lower her head and gently tap Peek's back, urging him to hasten their pace. Peek disregarded his foolish younger brother and addressed Yao, Feather's second brother, stating, Serves you right. If you wish for Xiaoya's smile, you shouldn't peck her with your hard beak. Feather turned to observe the small red mark on Xiaoya's face, realizing his transgression. Rubbing his posterior, he dared not utter another word. Might, burdened with the responsibility of carrying the pregnant flower, refrained from running too swiftly. He and Long Wind lingered at the rear of the group, observing the slumbering females upon their backs. They exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting amusement. Might quietly inquired of Long Wind, "Upon seeing you this time, I sense that you have grown even more formidable than when we last met in the misty great forest." Long Wind scrutinized Might for a moment, discerning the purity and sincerity in his gaze before responding. "I have awakened the bloodline of the ancestral divine beast. I am now a spirit wolf beast male." Might audibly gasped. Many beastmen had heard tales of the divine beasts, creatures said to possess the blood of the beast gods. Legend held that only spirit dragon beast men and spirit wolf beast men were descendants of the divine beasts. The revelation that Long Wind was a descendant of such a being filled him with astonishment. As the sun began its descent, Long Wind and his companions sought respite near a riverbank, where the availability of water would facilitate their needs and the processing of their prey. With ample time to reach the sacred mountain and the presence of 4 females in their company, they did not rush their journey. Even the rugged and resilient males recognized that the females needed rest from the constant jostling. Upon halting for the day, Creek promptly retrieved a piece of animal hide and spread it upon a level surface. She summoned Flower and Xiaoya, instructing them on how to sew together 2 exceptionally large animal hide sacks, creating a harness that would alleviate the male's discomfort and prevent the females from falling during their travels. "Flower, please concentrate," Creek implored with a hint of exasperation, addressing Flower, who was gazing about distractedly as Xiaoya diligently sewed. Were it not for her belief in the adage, "Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime," Creek would have taken over the task and sewn the harness herself. Xiaoya gazed at the 2 young females before her, one with an expression of pure innocence and the other exhibiting a resigned disappointment, as if lamenting the inability to mold her friend into a better version of herself. The scene almost provoked a chuckle from Xiaoya. Observing their interaction, she felt a pang of envy for the camaraderie they shared, a bond she found elusive. She was acutely aware of her own shortcomings in communication, often perceived as haughty and unreasonable by others. It was only in the company of her 3 beastly husbands that she felt free to reveal her truest self, knowing their affections were genuine. Yet, as she regarded the young females, Xiaoxi and Xiao Hua, she felt compelled to attempt a genuine connection, recognizing their innate kindness and sincerity. They were not like the female who had once lived on the neighboring hillside, who had deluded herself into believing they were close friends, only to be lured into the forest by a male, destined to feed a ferocious beast. Had it not been for the fortuitous encounter with the 3 brothers during their hunt, she might have met a gruesome fate. This past experience had instilled in her a profound fear of engaging with others. Nearby, the gentle Xiao Hua's mother, Yun, observed her daughter's frustrated gaze directed at the young female, her eyes reflecting both exasperation and concern. This sight made Yun feel a twinge of embarrassment. Her daughter, though clever from a young age, had been somewhat spoiled and coddled by the males in their household, rendering her a bit petulant. Seeing the young female's distress made Yun feel a sense of shame as a mother. Finally, she spoke. "Xiao Hua, I believe I noticed a tear in Yu's beast hide yesterday. She has been carrying burdens for the past few days, and after they resumed wearing their beast skin garments, I truly did not realize she had been injured." Having affections for several of her male companions, Blossom held a particular fondness for Rain, the rabbit-like male beast who resonated deeply with her sensibilities. Is that the truth? Maternal figure? Would a mother deceive you? Should you harbor doubts, observe for yourself at your leisure. Upon learning that Rain had suffered abrasions from the leather strap, Blossom promptly abandoned her indolence and diligently commenced mending the leather pouch in her hands. The brook let out a sigh of relief. At last, there was someone capable of managing Xiao Hua. Otherwise, she would have truly been compelled to assist this indolent creature in stitching a pouch. Yun observed as Xiaoxi retrieved a long strip of beast hide and approached her bulging leather bag, squatting down to laboriously connect 2 bags with the strip using a bone needle. Once completed, it resembled the one carried by Chanfeng. "Thank you, Xiaoxi. Your Uncle Shun and Uncle Dashin will be overjoyed to see this," she expressed gratefully. "Not at all. It was merely a simple task," Xiaoxi replied. Yun, hearing voices behind her, reflected, once again, in such a brief span, so many prey have been captured. Upon hearing the conversation, Xiaoxi turned to look, noting that each of them was shouldering 1 or 2 catches. Today, Changfeng and the others had also returned with a substantial haul, drawing the curious glances of passing beastmen. After yesterday's excitement, Ling found it equally difficult to remain composed today. He carried 2 Lulu beasts on his shoulders, unable to resist striding ahead. While his brothers allowed him to bask in the limelight without contesting, they transported the hunted creatures to the riverbank for processing, where Uncle Shun and Uncle Dashin soon joined to lend a hand. Xiao Hua gazed eagerly at the brook with her round, expressive eyes, only to be met with its indifferent dismissal. This year, having arrived too late, she had scarcely any time to gather sufficient provisions, and the scant spices she held in her hands were intended for her winter sustenance. Xiaoxi, fearing that she might succumb to her own tenderness, chose to keep her distance from Xiao Hua. From her vantage, Xiaoya beheld a figure approaching, bearing a cluster of fruits akin to jujubes in her hand. Upon reaching the brook, she graciously shared half of her bounty with her. Alara, her countenance painted with a delicate surprise, regarded the proffered fruit. "Is this delectable offering intended for my humble self?" Alara nodded gently. "Indeed, there's no need for so many, a few will suffice." She continued, "These have all been thoroughly cleansed. Please, partake of them. I overheard Yao mentioning that your mate procured a nest of eggs today, intending to encase them in mud and roast them over the fire." Pausing briefly, she added, "Oh, it's really nothing. Perhaps we could bring these fruits over and share them together?" As they conversed, the two approached Yun and Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua, upon seeing the fruits, eagerly seized a handful, prompting a gentle reprimand from her mother. "Yun, you little scamp," Yun chided affectionately, "take them one at a time. Do you fancy yourself still a babe, deserving of everyone's indulgence?" Neither Xiaoxi nor Xiaoya spoke. Everyone is well aware of Xiao Hua's fondness for food, and they usually indulge her. As Yun remarked, with her soon-to-be offspring, they cannot continue to spoil Xiao Hua, for she will eventually have to compete with her little ones for sustenance. Little Hua, unfazed by her mother's reprimand, munched contentedly, her cheeks puffed like a young student in class, seemingly oblivious to the lessons imparted. It appears that the words of Yun were in vain. Yet, this does not diminish little Hua's charm. After all, she is adored by 5 male companions who indulge her. Her spirited nature only renders her more endearing. Moreover, she is not entirely oblivious to propriety. After one attempt, she refrained from reaching for the fruits again. Soon, the freshly prepared beast meat was skewered by the males and roasted over the fire. Given the impracticality of boiling meat in a stone pot during their travels, they resorted to roasted fare, a method to which the beastmen had grown accustomed. If offered something different, they might find it less satisfying. Today, the females, including Xiaoxi, each received a bird egg wrapped in mud and roasted. Surprisingly, the resulting delicacy proved quite enjoyable. The remaining 2 roasted eggs were graciously given to the expectant little Hua to nourish her. As the meal concluded, the moon ascended, casting a veil of ethereal beauty over the surroundings. The distant forests and nearby mountains became favored retreats for the beastmen and their mates under the night sky. Xiaoya was taken away by Feng and his brothers to an unknown place. Having satiated her appetite, Xiao Hua reclined languidly upon the animal hide, her hand gently caressing her slightly rounded abdomen, as she was amused by the jests of her several husbands, her laughter echoing through the dwelling. "Accompany me." Long Feng's voice resonated softly in Xiaoxi's ear. He then clasped her hand and guided her towards the distant forest. Long Feng escorted Xiaoxi to the base of a towering tree, where he embraced her waist and, with a nimble leap, ascended, settling both of them upon the robust bough. The verdant foliage enshrouded them in a veil of secrecy, as Long Feng leaned against the branch behind him, cradling Xiaoxi in his arms, his lips descending upon hers in a tender caress. Newly wedded, Xiaoxi was still mentally unprepared for intimacy outside of marriage. Her words were silenced as his lips met hers, and she feebly beat against Changfeng's chest with her hands. Changfeng, breathless, pulled away from Xiaoxi's lips and said, "Please, remain still. I have simply been consumed by longing for you these past few days. I assure you, I will not force myself upon you. However, if you continue to move so erratically, I cannot vouch for my self-control." The brook gazed into the fiery desire igniting in Changfeng's eyes, truly hesitant to make a move. She was acutely aware that subjecting a newly awakened male to prolonged restraint was somewhat cruel. As dawn gradually unveiled its splendor, the distant mountains were adorned with a gentle, milky hue, while a delicate layer of white frost settled upon the surrounding grass. From the depths of the forest came the rustling of leaves, accompanied by a whisper of coolness in the air. Accustomed to gravitating towards warmth, Little Creek nestled closer, compelling Long Wind, who was on the verge of rising, to recline once more. Long Wind embraced Little Creek anew, gently caressing her back. "Awake, sleepyhead," he murmured. "Today you must don a longer animal hide skirt, for the frost season has truly arrived." Upon hearing Long Wind's words, Little Creek finally opened her eyes, gazing towards the adjacent meadow. A delicate layer of frost adorned the verdant blades of grass, bringing a cool crispness to the land. Sensing the chill in the air, Little Creek snuggled further into Long Wind's embrace, remarking, "How quickly the weather has turned cold." "Indeed," he replied, "it seems this year's chill has arrived earlier than usual. From today onward, we must hasten our journey to the sacred mountain. Do dress warmly in the mornings." Noticing that Meng and Feng had already risen in the distance, Long Wind simply instructed Little Creek, "Rest a while longer." With that, he rose to offer his assistance. Mindful that their invitation to travel together had come from Little Flower and that others were not obliged to cater to their needs. In truth, Long Wind would have preferred to journey alone with Little Creek, ensuring that she would only have eyes for him. Although he was confident in his ability to provide for her needs single-handedly, he sensed that Little Creek found greater joy and vivacity in Little Flower's company. Long Wind mused that traveling with Little Flower and the others was not without its merits, for Little Creek had shed the solitude and unease that had marked their first encounter. He could not bear to see her in such a vulnerable state. By the time everyone had stirred, breakfast was already prepared. As there were no other options, roasted meat was on the menu. Since arriving, Little Creek had long abandoned her picky habits. Though she found the constant consumption of roasted meat somewhat greasy, she ate it nonetheless, given the lack of alternatives. As they gathered to partake in their morning meal, a distant scream pierced the air, nearly causing Little Creek to drop her roasted meat. Seated beside her, Long Wind patted Little Creek's back reassuringly. "Fear not, I shall investigate." The brook forced a smile, startled not by fear but by the sudden scream that had pierced the air. Glancing at Chongfeng's expression, she felt that explaining herself would likely be in vain, so she chose to swallow her unnecessary words. Chongfeng and Ming ventured to the source of the scream to investigate. Once they departed, everyone resumed their tasks with methodical precision, preparing to continue their journey upon their return. However, when the two returned, their countenances were grim. The moment the others beheld their expressions, it was evident that something troubling had transpired. The brook approached Chongfeng and inquired, "What transpired over there? It seems I heard the cries of a female." Upon hearing the brook's question, Meng cast a sharp glance at Xiao Hua, his expression growing even darker. Startled by the gazes, Xiao Hua thumped her chest with a fist. "What are you staring at? Spit it out. Your expression is unsettling." Meng turned his head away, silent. Chongfeng addressed the group's curiosity. "There's a female about to birth her cub. She's been in labor since last night. This morning, her family moved her to a cave not far from here, which is why we heard the cries." The news cast a pall over everyone. Each birthing was fraught with peril, hence the male's preference for robust mates, hoping for a safer delivery. "I want to go see," Xiaoxi declared, drawing all eyes. "Child, what good would that do? She's been laboring since last night. Even the Grand Shaman might not be able to ensure her and the cub's safety," Yin lamented. I want to try. I once studied medicine with the Grand Shaman," Xiaoxi responded. Claiming tutelage under the Grand Shaman was merely a pretext to explain her medical knowledge, as she couldn't very well cite medical school, though she had vowed against altruism after her demise. The gravity of the situation stirred within her the words of her dying mother. Life is precious and should be cherished. Respect for life had driven her to study medicine. The revelation of Xiaoxi's medical background astonished everyone, save Chongfeng, who had witnessed her setting Qingsong's leg. Accepting her abilities, the group no longer opposed her visit to the laboring female. After all, they were compassionate beast people hoping Xiaoxi could offer assistance. Accompanying Xiaoxi were Chongfeng, Feng, and Yao. For added security, Yin enlisted Kuan, Xiao Hua's mate, and Qi Shan. Ultimately, a concerned Yun joined them, while Ling, eager to join the excitement, was held back. The rest remained to care for Xiao Hua and watch over their belongings, while Meng, due to his pallid complexion, was left behind. As they approached the cavern's mouth, Alara and her companions noticed a gathering of beastfolk, their gazes fixed upon the entrance with palpable concern etched upon their faces. Alara felt a stirring within her, a reassurance that compassion thrived within the hearts of many in this world. She was grateful that a single disillusioning encounter had not extinguished the embers of her own inherent trust and optimism. As a group of individuals approached the cave, they were met with a series of anguished cries, each echoing with a sense of feebleness and despair. The brook, aware of the urgency of the situation, hurried to a spot not far from the cave and turned back, saying, "You male should remain outside. Just wait here." As the brook and the cloud were about to enter the cave, her hand was gently grasped by the long wind. Turning back, the brook gazed at him with a look of confusion. "Please wait a moment. I must greet this family first. Given that we have all arrived at the cave entrance, it is unlikely that they have not noticed us." Xiaoxi made a sudden gesture. Perhaps due to the urgency of the situation inside, they could not afford to delay. Changfeng understood Xiaoxi's intent, fearing that the condition of the female within might be dire, prompting such an urgency. However, entering a cave that was already claimed without prior introduction could lead to being mistaken for an enemy. Thus, Changfeng called out loudly to the cave, "Listen, orcs within. There is a female skilled in healing outside who wishes to assist. Will you accept her?" Before Changfeng could finish his declaration, two tall and robust male orcs rushed out to confront them. Upon observing the group, they knelt directly before Yun, pleading for the great healer to save their companion. Yun took a step back, stating, "You have beseeched the wrong person. I am not a healer." The two orcs then turned their gaze towards Xiaoxi. For among the two females present, the elder was not a candidate, leaving only this one. Yet, their skepticism was unmistakable. Could this young female truly be a healer? The brook had no time to elucidate whether she was a sorceress. Her sole desire was to rescue the afflicted. She refrained from further discourse. "Have you not heard your companions, who lack even the strength to call out? Is there still time for hesitation? If you continue to squander precious moments, even the beast god would be unable to save your partners when the time comes." The brook did not intimidate them, for the female within had intermittently lost her voice. After a brief pause, a somewhat more aesthetically pleasing male orc nudged the rugged-looking orc beside him, and soon they cleared a path into the cave. This was an indication of their willingness to accept assistance. When the brook was ushered into the cave by the two males, the female giving birth had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Having examined the parturient female's eyes and palpated her abdomen, Xiaoxi gained a sense of the situation. She addressed the two orcs before her, saying, "If you possess a cauldron, please hasten to boil a pot of water for me." "Indeed, we have brought a stone pot," one replied. "All the better," Xiaoxi responded. "Quickly, set about boiling a pot of water and be swift about it." Scarcely had the brook's pronouncement ceased when a nimble male orc darted forth. Streamlet hastened to the doorway. Addressing Changfeng, "Kindly retrieve from our hide pouch the item you acquired during your last beast hunt. I have a need for it." Though perplexed by Streamlet's request, Changfeng dutifully complied and returned to fetch the object. Fearing he might misapprehend her desire, the brooklet called out to him, "It is that very thing I intend to simmer into a restorative broth for you." "Understood," he replied, his form already dissolving into the ether. Upon entering the mountain alcove, Little Creek espied Peak, Yiaoi, Kuan, and Azure Mountain all lending a hand. Some were cleaving firewood, others fetching water, and still others kindling a fire, each assisting the unfamiliar male. She felt once more the benevolence of the Orcish people. Cloud, a person of unwavering composure, was present, assisting the female by wiping perspiration from her brow. Not a trace of alarm or fear crossed her countenance as she beheld the female lying unconscious upon the animal hide pallet, devoid of disinfectant and sterile gloves. Little Creek opted to cleanse her hands with mere water, nodding to Cloud in acknowledgement. Turning, she approached the female struggling to deliver her offspring, palpating her abdomen once more before employing her practice technique to manipulate the fetal position. Although not a certified obstetrician, she had interned in obstetrics and gynecology, gleaning knowledge from seasoned physicians. In an era of advanced medical care and an abundance of skilled doctors, there would be scant need for a layperson such as herself to assist in childbirth. The female's predicament stemmed from a malpositioned fetus, resulting in the offspring becoming lodged during delivery, thereby rendering the birthing process exceedingly arduous. The brook endeavored to reposition the head of the offspring within the female's womb, for only in achieving this alignment could there be a chance for a safe delivery. Had they located a skilled shaman to assist in adjusting the fetal position, the female would not find herself in such perilous circumstances. As the brook shifted the position of the fetus, perhaps overwhelmed by the pain, the female let out a soft groan, awakening from her unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness and not seeing the familiar faces she longed for, a wave of panic washed over her, prompting her to attempt to rise, only to be gently restrained by Yun, who urged, "Please, remain still. We are here to assist you." At that moment, another male orc, stationed against the cave wall, recognized that his mate had awakened and hurried to her side. Moments earlier, De Shu had been leaning against the cave, observing the young female who claimed to be a shaman as she employed her peculiar techniques to caress his mate's abdomen. He had felt an urge to intervene, yet was paralyzed by the fear of misjudging the situation, choosing instead to remain still. His gaze fixated on the movements of the Brook's hands, ready to act should he sense any danger. Now, seeing his partner awake, he rushed to clasp her hand, exclaiming, Chi Chao, you are awake. Do you feel any discomfort? The female, named Chi Chao, upon seeing her mate, ceased her struggles, turning her attention to Yun and the brook. The male orc seemed to grasp her unspoken thoughts, promptly clarifying, they claim to be shamans, here to aid us. Whether Chi Chao chose to trust the brook's assertion of being a shaman, or whether she had simply exhausted her strength to dispute it, the fact remained that she settled down, willing to comply with the brook's guidance, and for that, it was sufficient. Her hands gently descended, guiding her through several attempts, synchronized with the rhythm of the contractions. Yet, despite these arduous efforts, punctuated by cries of anguish, the birthing of the creature remained unrealized. Creek, gazing at the sweat-drenched Chi Chao, inquired, do you possess any remaining vigor? The female named Qing Chao shook her head in response. Kneeling on the earth, the mother beast of Little Flower tenderly consoled her, while Little Creek, observing the utterly exhausted Praetorian, felt at a loss. Should this continue, both the female and the offspring would be in grave peril. A male beastman, standing nearby, suddenly darted out of the cave, vociferously summoning another male, Little Tree, come quickly. The female witch doctor says that both Green Grass and the cub are in dire straits. Upon hearing his elder brother's words, the one called Little Tree nearly dropped the bamboo basin in his hands. Though he managed to retain his grip, he hastily carried the boiling water into the cavern. A multitude of beastmen, who had set out early for the sacred mountain to weather the snowy season, congregated around the cave's entrance, unhurried in their journey. Having heard tell of a great witch doctor's arrival, they had gathered to witness Little Creek's abilities. Now, upon learning that the female giving birth was in mortal danger, concern clouded their faces. Yao nudged his elder brother, Peak, with his elbow, inquiring, Brother, should something befall the birthing female, would those two males bear a grudge against us? Peak cast a glance at his younger brother and replied, Let conscience be our guide. Having overheard the pronouncements of the male orcs outside the cavern, the stream found herself speechless. She had merely cautioned them of the peril, yet somehow, that had been construed as utter incompetence. With a reflexive gesture, Xiaoxi's hand descended to her right earlobe, where she administered a firm pinch. Only when a sharp sting permeated her senses did she apprehend that this inveterate habit, born of anxiety, had, indeed, accompanied her into this new world. The brook turned its head and beheld two male orcs, both comforting their partner, who was experiencing abdominal pain due to contractions. Changfeng had brought the items requested by the brook, only to find the atmosphere outside the cave thick with tension. As the brook pondered how to instill a sense of strength in the female, known as Qing Chao, it overheard Changfeng's voice from outside. Brook, I have brought what you asked for. Splendid. If that truly is ginseng, the female in labor shall be saved. Upon hearing that she was to be rescued, Qing Chao's eyes regained some of their luster, and the male orc standing nearby felt a renewed sense of hope in his gaze. Having emerged from the cavern, Brook seized the ginseng-like plant from Zephyr's grasp, promptly turning to re-enter the grotto without uttering a single word. Zephyr, left standing outside, experienced for the first time the sting of being disregarded by Brook, causing him to purse his lips and his countenance to darken. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook cleaved a sliver from the ginseng root and approached the verdant turf where the maiden lay. Open your lips and receive this into your mouth, she instructed, but do not swallow it forthwith. Do you comprehend? The maiden, enfeebled, offered a faint nod of acknowledgement and accepted the ginseng into her mouth. After a brief interval, a modicum of color returned to her countenance, dispelling the pallor that had previously held dominion. A nascent strength coursed through her limbs, prompting her to bestow a grateful nod upon the brook. The brook observed her and smiled gently, assuring her that all was well. You are certainly capable. The beast cub only requires this surge of strength to emerge and witness the world. Keep striving. Xiaoxi placed her hand gently upon her abdomen, softly kneading it as she gradually pushed downward. Are you prepared? She inquired. Very well. Synchronize your breathing with my rhythm. Exhale, inhale. Approximately half an hour later, the onlookers outside the cave heard a resounding cry from a female, after which the world fell into a profound silence. amidst the expectant gazes of the orcs. A tall male orc emerged from the cave, kneeling upon the ground, fervently murmuring, "Thank the beast deity," and expressed gratitude to the esteemed female high shaman for ensuring the safe birth of our offspring. The esteemed female high shaman is truly our great benefactor. The surrounding orcs were taken aback upon hearing that a female shaman had facilitated the safe delivery of a nearly failing female, delivering a healthy cub. Once Xiaoxi had attended to all matters and wearily exited the cave, she spotted Chanfeng waiting patiently at the entrance, smiling as he refrained from pushing her to continue forward. The hours of tense labor were far beyond what the frail rabbit beast female could endure. Observing Xiaoxi's slightly pale complexion, Chanfeng realized his oversight and hurried over to lift her into his arms, speaking in a steady voice, "I shall take you back to rest. Are you not aware of the state of your own body? Should you tire yourself to this extent again, I shall not permit you to assist others." Nearby, the young tree, who was about to express his gratitude, felt a wave of shame wash over him upon hearing Chanfeng's words. He had sensed the essence of the female shaman and had not anticipated that the esteemed shaman was a frail rabbit beast female. Now, witnessing her exhaustion for the sake of her partner, he hesitated to confront the male orc. Chanfeng paid no mind to the young tree standing aside, carrying Xiaoxi towards their resting place. As they passed the gathering orcs, they all called out in unison, "Honor to the esteemed high shaman." The brook, somewhat perplexed by their words, turned her gaze towards Chanfeng. Noticing her bewildered expression, Chanfeng remarked, "That is the reverence the beastmen expressed towards the great shaman." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook observed the concerned gazes of those around it, feeling a surge of emotion within. "You need not worry. I am quite well. A brief respite will suffice." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon witnessing the long wind carry away the little stream, Xiao Hua expressed her desire to follow, eager to inquire about the well-being of the birthing female. However, she was swiftly restrained by Xiaoya. "You mustn't disturb them now. The little stream is a female rabbit beast, inherently frail. As you can see, she was brought back by the long wind. It is likely that she has exhausted herself while assisting in the delivery of the offspring." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon witnessing the parched lips of those returning, Xiaoya realized that the family of the birthing beast was too preoccupied to attend to them. She approached and handed several bamboo tubes filled with water to Yun and Feng. "Mother beast, please take a sip of water first," she urged. Though fatigue was etched on Yun's face, he nonetheless smiled and nodded as he accepted the offering. Once everyone had quenched their thirst and settled down to rest, they finally inquired about the female beast that had given birth. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiao Hua recounted. Ming returned from his visit, still trembling with fear. "He has been following me closely ever since." Ming, feeling quite embarrassed, sheepishly touched his nose. He was genuinely frightened. Earlier that morning, while they were having breakfast, a heart-wrenching scream from a female creature startled him. He and Chanfeng followed the sound, leading them to a cave. The agonizing cries echoed from within, prompting them to inquire with the crowd gathered outside the cave about the situation. They learned that a female, in labor for over a day and night, was in distress. If she could not deliver soon, her life would be in jeopardy. At that moment, Ming felt a jolt of fear, thinking of Xiao Hua, who was also expecting. He vigorously shook his head, reassuring himself that Xiao Hua was in good health. He must have been foolish to entertain such thoughts. Yet, the chilling screams rekindled his anxiety, causing his heart to race. Overwhelmed, he fled in a panic, not even waiting for Chanfeng, returning pale-faced to Xiao Hua and unwilling to part from her side. Yun observed the other males who had accompanied her and Xiaoxi, their expressions filled with curiosity as they remained oblivious to the events that transpired within the cave. Thus, she continued, it was not so straightforward. When Xiaoxi and I entered the cave, the female in labor had already lost consciousness. As Yun narrated the perilous events of that day, it became evident just how dangerous the situation had been. She glanced at the sun overhead, realizing it was now afternoon. They had likely gone hunting. Xiaoya replied, indeed, Mother Beast, the two male beasts, Ling and you, along with the great river, have ventured out to hunt. Yun nodded, rising to her feet, and remarked, I, too, feel somewhat fatigued. I shall rest for a while. With that, she withdrew a piece of hide from her leather pouch, spread it upon the ground, and lay down, closing her eyes. Before long, the sound of her steady breathing filled the air, indicating that Yun was indeed weary. Having succumbed to sleep so swiftly, to his surprise, Yaoyan observed that the female from the Changfeng household was, after all, a healer. He cast a gentle glance at the slumbering Yun and whispered softly, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g., check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Xiaoya observed Xiao Hua gently caressing her visibly rounded abdomen, her eyes reflecting a sense of envy. Glancing at her own modest belly, a shadow of disappointment clouded her gaze. She was acutely aware that for the beast folk, conceiving offspring was no simple feat at 2 years older than Xiao Hua. And having shared nearly the same duration of companionship with their partners, she and Feng had exerted considerable effort yet remained unable to conceive. Just as a wave of sorrow washed over Xiaoya, an arm reached over to encircle her. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Xiao Hua lowered her head, acknowledging her fault, understanding Xiaoya's feelings. It's all right. The older brothers won't say anything about you. Having cubs is a blessing. Perhaps they will have them soon as well. Ming accompanied Xiao Hua back for a short while when they spotted Shun returning from the hunt. He retrieved a clean fruit from his beast pouch and handed it to Xiao Hua. You should go stay with the mother beast for a bit. I will assist the father beast in processing the game, and later, I shall select some tender meat for you to roast. All right, you go ahead. I'm fine. When Xiaoxi awoke from her slumber, the sun had already begun its descent. You're awake. Are you feeling better? Yes, just a bit thirsty. Perhaps it's because I slept for too long, Xiaoxi replied, her voice somewhat hoarse. Changfeng offered her the water he had prepared earlier, while you were asleep. The male of the female who gave birth brought 2 Lulu beasts as a token of gratitude for saving his mate and cubs. Well, let us accept them. Xiaoxi recalled the time she offered free bone-setting services, only to be met with tragedy when the patient, having been pushed down and subsequently perishing, taught her that free assistance does not always equate to goodwill. If she had insisted the patient spend some money on treatment, perhaps he would have heeded the medical advice and refrained from working before his leg had healed, thereby avoiding the unfortunate outcome. Get up now. Everyone is waiting for you to have your meal. Ling even mentioned that he specially gathered a nest of bird eggs to present to the great shaman. In the future, when he has cubs, he hopes you will assist him again. The brook pondered, so it was. If that male had cast a glance her way on ordinary days, Changfeng would have certainly been displeased. Today, however, he showed no sign of jealousy when Ling specifically gifted her bird eggs. For it dawned on her that Ling's intentions were to seek her assistance for future offspring, thereby sparing the petty male from tipping over the jealousy pot. The following day, upon awakening, Little Brook noticed the air had grown colder. The mountains, meadows, and forests surrounding her were enveloped in a layer of white frost from the previous night. After breakfast, as she set out on her journey, she discovered that a considerable number of beastmen had followed them at a distance, not too close, yet not too far, including the family of the female, Qing Chao, who had given birth the day before. Little Brook found herself both amused and exasperated. She had merely assisted one female in childbirth, yet it seemed an entire entourage of beastmen had chosen to accompany them. If they wished to follow, so be it. The road was not hers to claim. Perhaps they were not even trailing her at all, but merely traveling the same path. She might have been overthinking the matter. Having come to terms with this, Little Brook shifted her focus forward, contemplating the herbs she could gather along the way, so that she might aid those in need in the future. Her maternal grandfather was a traditional healer, and she had grown up in his household, acquiring knowledge of various medicinal plants. She held a fondness for traditional Chinese medicine, and her grandfather had willingly imparted his wisdom to her until she entered high school and her visits became infrequent. "Little Brook, what are you thinking?" she mused, oblivious even to the fact that she had stopped to rest. As the gentle stream awakened, she gazed up at the sun, realizing that it had already reached midday. She pondered when she had settled upon the animal hide, completely oblivious to the moment. How engrossed must she have been in her thoughts to remain unresponsive even as the brisk wind swept her from her perch, observing her companions at rest. She noted that there was no need for them to hunt at noon, for the orcs typically consumed only 2 meals a day. This pause in their activities was solely to tend to the few females among them, concerned that they might succumb to the harshness of the midday sun. This concern also elucidated why many orc families chose to embark on their journey to the sacred mountain ahead of time. The leisurely pace allowed for ample rest. If a household harbored younglings or expectant females, they would certainly depart earlier, ensuring they could take their time along the way and receive proper care. The brook witnessed Changfeng retrieving several bird eggs from the forest, which he placed in a sturdy stone pot to boil. She understood that this was Changfeng's way of caring for her, ensuring she was accustomed to 3 meals a day, as he always sought out food for her during his midday respite. Contemplating this, a sweetness shone in the depths of the brook's gaze as she looked at Changfeng. His eyes met hers, and a gentle smile graced his lips, his light blue irises brimming with tenderness. He was aware that during her time in the misty forest, the brook had enjoyed 3 meals daily, and now, due to the presence of others, even though he felt a pang of sympathy for the little rabbit, he could only resort to this means. Once the bird eggs were boiled, Changfeng presented them to the brook, allowing her to distribute them. As Xiao Hua was feeling unwell that day, the brook found her already asleep when she brought the eggs. Upon her return, she offered 1 egg each to Yun and Xiaoya, sitting beside them to share in the meal together. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoya gazed at the babbling brook, hesitating momentarily before speaking. Indeed, in our Orcish realm, shamans are a rarity. I have encountered one only once. During a particularly harsh winter, a family summoned a shaman for a female cub that was burning with fever. The shaman produced a certain herb, instructing the family to brew it into a concoction for the ailing beastling. Alas, I later learned that the little female cub did not survive. Yun observed the somber expressions of Xiaoya and the brook, shaking her head. You grieve for a single cub's departure. Yet the tribulations faced by the orcs of this land are far more profound than that of one young female. Males, though robust and less prone to illness, frequently suffer injuries while hunting in the wilderness. Without skilled shamans to tend to their wounds, many succumb to their injuries, and those who endure often live with disabilities, stripped of their ability to fight, leading to lives of despair. The females endure harrowing trials in childbirth, and countless cubs perish due to the mercilessness of nature. Male cubs, born in their beastly forms, fare slightly better, whereas female cubs arrive in humanoid shapes, rendering them more susceptible to ailments and premature death. Thus, the population of orcs diminishes, and one fears that a day may come when we are all but extinct. At this juncture, Yun cast a worried glance toward the horizon, gently patting Xiaoya's hand. Do not despair. Did not the matriarch say that great sages would emerge to guide us into a new era? She instructed that, upon encountering such wise individuals, we must dedicate ourselves entirely to supporting them. Before she could finish her thought, Yun's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she turned to the brook. I heard from Xiao Hua that you possess the remarkable skill to weave baskets that are absent from our land, and you can craft peculiar backpacks that we have never seen before. Moreover, you know the spices that enhance the flavor of roasted meats, and you even possess healing arts. Yun's excitement grew with each word, leaving those around her in astonished silence, their mouths agape. The gentle stream stood still, pondering whether she was truly astonished by these matters. She believed that aside from her medical skills, the remaining knowledge she possessed consisted solely of practical tools for daily life, devoid of any profound wisdom. The intensity of Yun's gaze instilled a sense of trepidation within the stream. She merely possessed a modicum of medical expertise and could craft some everyday handicrafts. In truth, she was just an ordinary individual, unworthy of the grand persona of a great sage that Yun embodied. She silently pleaded for mercy. Gradually, Yun's gaze shifted away from the stream, allowing her to exhale a long sigh of relief. She felt as though she had narrowly escaped a frightful ordeal. Once the sweltering midday heat had passed, the stream and her companions resumed their journey. The weather, aside from the midday heat, had turned quite cool during the early morning and evening hours. Yoon and the others remarked that this year's snowfall might arrive earlier than in previous years, prompting them to hasten their arrival at the sacred mountain to prepare. Today, the stream and her companions once again sought a riverside location to rest, as the orc's existence was intricately linked to water, making it customary for them to stop at places abundant in it. When Xiaoxi and her companions arrived at the riverbank, they found numerous orcs already gathered there, preparing to spend the night. This location was favored by many orcs for overnight stays due to its U-shaped cliffs, which offered enhanced safety for rest. Ahead lay a forest, providing ample opportunities for hunting, while a nearby stream ensured a reliable source of drinking water. To Xiaoxi's astonishment, she encountered an acquaintance there. This unexpected meeting nearly cost her life. The stream arrived not particularly early, thus the prime locations had already been claimed by other orcs. They settled against a nearby cliffside. The orcs who had followed the stream were predominantly from the same direction. According to Chanfeng, most of them resided in the mountains surrounding the misty forest. The stream had just come to a halt, and the orcs trailing behind them also settled not far away. As Chanfeng and his companions prepared to venture into the forest for a hunt, a group of male orcs approached from a distance. Among them the male who had fathered the grassy female. He arrived before the stream and respectfully addressed, "Great Shaman." Xiaoxi swiftly rose to her feet and moved aside, stating, "Please, do not address me in such a manner. I am merely someone with a modicum of medical knowledge." The individuals who had arrived earlier, drawn by the commotion, began to gather and inquire amongst themselves. Is this truly the renowned shaman? How can she be so young? Seemingly a mere female of the rabbit beast kin, one remarked, detecting her aura. Indeed, she is a healer. It was she who rescued a female who had been unable to bear offspring just days ago. Another orc chimed in. Did you see that male over there, bowing to the shaman? He is the husband of the female who experienced that difficult labor. Those who had initially harbored doubts fell silent, reluctant to voice their skepticism, for none wished to offend someone who might possess genuine healing powers. Xiaoxi had already conveyed to him that she was merely an ordinary person with a modicum of medical skills. However, the male members of the Qinxiao family were obstinately convinced that she was a grand shaman. No matter how Xiaoxi attempted to clarify, her words fell on deaf ears. Frustrated, she turned away to attend to her own affairs, resigning herself to the notion of letting them be. Ultimately, it was Chanfeng who came to her rescue, leading the group of orcs into the forest for a hunt. Subsequently, those unfamiliar orcs dispersed as well. Although many of them remained skeptical about Xiaoxi's identity as a grand shaman, they refrained from uttering any disparaging remarks. As the brook exhaled softly, it turned to meet Yun's inquisitive gaze. She silently averted her eyes, having relinquished any desire to explain. Time would reveal all truths. Yun, uncertain whether the brook was indeed a paragon of wisdom, resolved to encourage her family to extend their care towards her. Even if she were not a sage, she remained a cherished friend to her daughter and a respected younger generation in Yun's eyes. With a newfound clarity, Yun chuckled at her own folly. The formidable matriarch had once foretold the fate of the beastmen continent, predicting a cataclysmic upheaval within a century. Would the matriarch's prophecy truly come to pass? Xiaoxi invited Xiaoyu to the banks of the small river to forage for wild vegetables, as she was growing weary of daily barbecues. Lacking a basket, they resorted to using a leather strap instead. As they searched for wild greens, they engaged in conversation. Xiaoxi said, "I heard from Xiao Hua that you were rescued from the forest. Do you still remember how you arrived in the misty forest?" After contemplating for a moment, the stream replied, "I cannot recall. I fell gravely ill, and upon being revived by Xiao Hua and the others, all memories of my past have faded away." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The stream stood up, gazing at the endless mountain ranges in the distance, the vast expanse of forest before her, and the bustling orcs moving about around her. Indeed, she had arrived here and formed a bond with Chanfeng. What significance did the memories of the past hold now? As the stream came to this realization and let go of everything, she suddenly felt a wave of clarity wash over her mind. The gentle breeze blowing from the river caressed the strands of hair on her forehead. From this moment forth, she, Xiaoxi, would also be known as the female rabbit beast of the orc world. She was the proud disciple of her mentor, a prodigious healer who had been setting bones for patients since the tender age of 10. Although she was not the great sage spoken of by Yun, she would nonetheless strive to utilize all her knowledge to assist others, which was the very essence of her purpose in studying medicine. The strength of one individual may be insignificant, but if given the opportunity, she aspired to teach gifted children the art of healing. Hoping to extend her aid to a greater number of orcs. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi and Xiaoya intended to lend a helping hand, but were thwarted by the males who persistently obstructed their path. Ling, still behind them, vociferously declared that with the males present, there was no place for the females to intervene. No sooner had Ling uttered these words than her brother playfully tapped her on the head, urging her to get to work and to spare them the unnecessary chatter. This exchange elicited a blend of amusement and exasperation from Xiaoya and Xiaoxi, who stood by observing, unperturbed by the playful reprimand. Ling abandoned her task and dashed over to join the two, seizing the beast hide bag brimming with wild vegetables. With a goofy grin directed at Xiaoya, she insisted, Xiaoya, you should take a break over there. I will wash these vegetables for you. As they watched Ling fawn over Xiaoya, both Feng and Yaoan exchanged glances tinged with a hint of mischief. They resolved to engage Ling in a spirited discussion about brotherly bonds later that evening. Determined to steer his attention away from his perpetual pursuit of Xiaoya's favor, Xiaoya was rescued by the three brothers under the claws of a ferocious beast. After spending some time together, she soon agreed to their courtship and became their beloved companion. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The stream pouted and turned away, ignoring him. I noticed you soaked the mushrooms in a bamboo basin. Are you intending to prepare a stew? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoya, witnessing the interaction between the brook and the gentle breeze, expressed her envy by saying, the bond between you two is truly delightful. Then, noticing the many red spots on her neck, she inquired, but Xiaoya, what happened to you? Why are there so many bites from insects? Xiaoya realized that Xiaoxi was teasing her, and she rolled her eyes in response, suggesting that she should first conceal the red mark on her own neck before making comments. The two pampered females simultaneously tugged at the furs around their necks. Their cheeks flushed as they turned their heads away, feigning ignorance. This evening, Xiaoxi had borrowed a stone pot from Xiao Hua's family, intending to prepare a hearty stew of wild beast meat and mushrooms, finishing off by blanching some freshly washed wild greens. Xiaoyao, assisting her companion, stirred the pot of stew, the fragrant aroma wafting from the seasoned meat enticing the surrounding orcs, causing them to salivate profusely. Most notably, Xiao Hua, who was pregnant with orc offspring and experiencing an insatiable appetite, was drawn in by the enticing scent and hurried over. She flitted around Xiaokai and Xiaoya, who were increasingly exasperated with her antics until they firmly placed her beside Yun, forbidding her from moving about recklessly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As the brook gazed at the stone pot, which contained only a remnant of broth, she found herself momentarily stunned. She had only consumed a single bowl, and upon turning her head, the pot was already empty. Cha Feng, having managed to snatch a piece of stewed meat with great difficulty, silently placed it into the bewildered brook's bowl. The aroma was so enticing that he could not resist, He too took a piece, and soon it was gone. Xiaoxi glanced around at the glimmering eyes of the males. Unable to suppress a smile, she returned the meat to Changfeng, saying, "I am satisfied. You may have it." The brook ladled the remaining soup and wild vegetables from the pot into her bowl with a wooden spoon, aware that these males had little inclination for such greens. Even Xiaoya, Xiao Hua, and Yun seldom indulged in wild vegetables. Today, however, they consumed all the ones they had brought back, transformed into a delightful dish by the addition of seasoning, prompting each of them to savor a bowl. The males each partook of a piece of stewed meat, merely sampling the flavor, as their staple was roasted meat. A group of males feasted on several roasted pieces of wild game until their hunger was satiated. Today, they had brought back a wild deer, yet they chose not to roast it for dinner, deciding instead to reserve it for breakfast for the females tomorrow. After dinner, Yun, Shun, and Deshan remained behind, watching over their belongings and engaging in conversation. Little Flower, having conceived, finds herself the center of attention among her suitors. Xiaoya has long been taken to an unknown place by Feng and his companions to indulge in merriment. In the evening, the gentle stream never ventures to any secluded spots, for it is surrounded by enchanting melodies everywhere. On her first evening stroll with Changfeng, Xiaoxi unwittingly settled upon a large stone, only to be startled by the sound of soft murmurs emanating from not far behind. Her face flushed with vibrant hues, she hurried back to her resting place, where she was met with Changfeng's laughter for quite some time. From then on, during her nighttime rambles for digestion, she dared not venture into places that could conceal her. Why does the moon in this land grace the sky every night, devoid of the phases of waxing and waning? The moon remains ever constant. It is only when the snow season arrives that it descends behind the western mountains, casting the night into profound darkness. Once the snow season passes, it again hangs round and luminous in the sky, unless obscured by rain and clouds. Alas, it appears that the moon here has always been full. Have you ever witnessed a moon that was not round? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Xiaoxi, blushing, turned to Longfeng, directing their gaze towards the source of the sound. Xiaoxi was taken aback to encounter Qingcong here. She cast a glance at the expressionless Changfeng, noting his reluctance to engage in conversation. It has been a while, Qingcong. How have you been? Qingcong gazed at the rosy-cheeked Xiaoxi before him, and a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. It appeared that Changfeng had taken excellent care of him. Thank you for your concern. I am well. Standing beside them, Tian's eyes fixated on Qingcong upon seeing the female figure. Instantly, a sense of indignation welled up within her. No wonder he had been so indifferent towards her. It seemed he preferred this type. What could a seemingly unimpressive female possess that compared to her own fair complexion, beauty, and long legs? Although her legs may not have been as lengthy as that female's, her skin was undeniably fairer. She was a precious human woman. How could she be compared to a female from the beastman world? In recent days, she had not been idle. She had inquired about this world and learned that the beastmen of this continent faced great difficulty conceiving offspring after forming a pair bond. It could take years, even decades, to bear a beast child, and those fortunate enough to succeed were rare. In contrast, human women often found themselves pregnant shortly after marriage. She considered herself the chosen heroine, and it was indeed Qingcong's fortune to have captured her interest. As her admiration for him grew, she resolved that when the time came for her suitors to increase, she would not easily forgive him for his past indifference. When Tian's gaze shifted from Xiaoxi to Changfeng, her eyes seemed glued to his face, unable to move even a fraction. This was the male lead destined for her by fate, and he was utterly striking. Tian remained entranced by Changfeng, who exuded an aura of authority without anger, with his flowing silver hair and those peculiar light blue eyes. His tall, sturdy physique, combined with his extraordinarily handsome visage, made him resemble a celestial being, captivating Tian's very soul. Xiaoxi keenly observed that beside Qingcong stood a young girl, initially unnoticed due to her petite stature, which positioned her slightly behind him. As for how she discerned the girl's identity as a human rather than a female beastman, it was due to her own nature as a genuine female beastman. Being in such close proximity allowed her to detect the sense that differentiated the types of female beastmen. The girl exuded no trace of beastly essence. If Xiaoxi were not mistaken, she was indeed a human girl, likely one who had traversed worlds. Gazing intently at the girl who was fixated on Changfeng, Xiaoxi felt a pang of discomfort. She silently stepped in front of Changfeng, her eyes locking onto the girl ahead. Qingcong, is this your chosen partner? No, not at all. The two voices echoed simultaneously. Qing and Yao Tiantian exchanged a glance before quickly averting their eyes. She is a female I rescued from the clutches of the lousy dog tribe. In truth, Qing struggled to find the right words to introduce Yao Tiantian. He had not sensed any feminine essence from her, yet he was at a loss for an alternative designation. Yao Tiantian, asserting that she was not Qing partner, spoke the truth, but there was another reason for her statement. She feared that the striking blue-eyed man might misinterpret her intentions. This was not to say that Yu Tiantian found Qing unhandsome. Rather, it was the undeniable allure of the man before her that overshadowed him. When Xiaoxi first encountered the two, she believed both Qing and Changfeng possessed their own unique charms, equally matched in appearance. At that time, even their combat abilities were comparable. However, after Changfeng awakened his divine beast bloodline, he not only grew taller and stronger, but also became extraordinarily handsome, far surpassing Qing in allure. One might say that Xiaoxi's choice of Changfeng as her partner was serendipitous, a fortunate stroke of luck. Upon learning that this beastman world permitted polyandry, Yao Tiantian resolved to expand her harem, yet she intended to treat such a paragon of beauty with utmost seriousness. Her gaze remained fixed on Changfeng, deliberately disregarding the woman whose arms were entwined around him. Emulating the women she had seen in nightclubs, she tossed her lustrous black hair and sauntered up to Changfeng, saying, "Hello, my name is Yao Tiantian. What is yours?" Undoubtedly, Yao Tiantian was strikingly beautiful, appearing to be in her 20s, her eyes imbued with shyness. Delicate willow-like brows framing her long lashes that fluttered gently. Her fair skin had a subtle rosy hue, and her lips resembled tender rose petals, almost dripping with allure. Although the moonlight obscured some details, Xiaoxi could still discern Yao Tiantian's attire. Like them, she wore a beast-hide cloak, yet beneath it lay a fabric reminiscent of modernity. Her feet were also wrapped in beast hide, cinched at the ankles. The exposed portion of her calves was notably fairer than that of the local females, and her proportions were impeccable. She was undeniably a beauty wherever she went. At that moment, Xiaoxi could assert with complete certainty that Yu Tiantian was indeed a girl from another world. The brook contemplated taking a look first. If it turned out to be a good encounter, she would not hesitate to lend a hand, for in this unfamiliar world, she was quite willing to assist a fellow villager. Meanwhile, Yao Tiantian noticed that the handsome man across from her had not replied for quite some time, and only then did she realize he was holding a woman in his arms. Moreover, it was the very female that had captivated Qing's unwavering gaze, which suddenly ignited a pang of jealousy in Yao Tiantian's heart. Why did they not admire her beauty and instead cherish such an unremarkable orc female? This thought fueled her indignation. Upon catching the sharp glare in Yao Tiantian's eyes directed at her, the brook understood that friendship between them was utterly unattainable. Reflecting on the look she had cast at Changfeng moments ago, the brook could only utter in her heart, a beautiful disaster. It was because of them that she had inexplicably gained a rival. She shot Changfeng a reproachful glance, questioning the need for such good looks. Look. He was nearly driving the girl across to the brink of madness. Changfeng, observing the brook's exasperated expression, found her utterly adorable. He felt their solitude was being intruded upon, and thus he wished to dismiss the two tedious figures across from them, half embracing the brook as he prepared to depart. Yao Tiantian attempted to follow, but was forcibly restrained by Qing, who pulled her back. Changfeng is already the brook's partner. Keep your distance from him, Qing warned with a tone of authority. The intensity of Yao Tiantian's gaze towards Changfeng was unmistakable, a fact not lost on Qing, which prompted his stern warning. Additionally, in this realm, once a male had taken a mate, he relinquished his rights to pursue other females. Should a male, after bonding with a female, dare to engage in any intimate contact with another, the mate beast mark on his chest would inflict upon him a torment akin to being engulfed in flames, worse than death. Here, even if a male and female were to part ways, they would often choose to remain single. In the case of a male with offspring, he would typically seek a nearby cave to care for his young. However, such occurrences were rare, for in the Orc continent, bonds were formed willingly. Yao Tiantian, at this moment, remained oblivious to the fact that a bond between male and female orcs was a lifelong covenant. By the time she realized the gravity of her missteps, it would be too late for her to turn back. Yao Tiantian, frustrated and pouting, stamped her foot, exclaiming, "Why won't you let me speak with that man? Are you jealous? You know that women here do not restrict themselves to just one male. I know you saved me. In my heart, you are the most important person, and you can rest assured that I will not neglect you for the sake of other males." Qing, momentarily taken aback, stared at her blankly, as if her words had not registered. Jealous? What was there to be jealous of? When had he ever expressed a desire to pursue her? It seemed as though he had completely forgotten. Observing Yao Tiantian's ramblings, Qing Song sought refuge in a sheltered spot, reclining and closing his eyes. Yao Tiantian, seeing that he ignored her, stormed over, ready to kick him, but was deterred by Qing Song's cold gaze, retracting her foot in fright. Turning away, she ran to the side of the watching eagle orc, Song Qiong, crouching down and hugging her knees, sobbing. You all bully me. What is so special about that female? Why do you all favor her? Her skin is not as fair as mine, and she is not even as beautiful. If that silver-haired man had met me first, he would have surely liked me first. As she recounted her grievances, her cries grew louder. Qing Song, whether out of annoyance or a desire to ignore her, stood up and leaped deeper into the forest. Yao Tian, too engrossed in her wails, failed to notice his departure until Song Qiong gently reminded her, "Stop crying. He's already gone." Yao Tian lifted her head and saw that the spot where Qing Song had been lying was now empty. Her mouth fell agape in shock. How could he be so heartless as to leave her in such distress without offering comfort? It must have been that female who captivated his soul, despite his usual reticence. He had been kind to her, and it had to be her influence. A woman like her, with such strong reproductive capabilities, he would forsake to pursue that orc female. Who would struggle to bear young Qing Song was nothing but a fool. Song Qiong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them at Yao Tiantian's last remark, fixing her with a penetrating gaze. Startled by the intensity of his look, Yao Tian instinctively recoiled. Why are you looking at me like that? It's quite terrifying. Song Qiong smirked. Oh, nothing. I merely find your words to hold truth. You are indeed quite beautiful, and those males must be blind not to see your allure. Upon hearing Song Qiong's affirmation, Yao Tian finally revealed the first smile of the evening. She had always believed her beauty would not go unnoticed. However, in her moment of joy, she overlooked the profound scheming lurking within Song Qiong's keen eyes. Meanwhile, Qing Song had distanced himself from their resting place. Lying against a grand tree within the forest, gazing up at the moon, he reminisced about the time spent with the brook and Chanfeng. That period had been the most tranquil and stable in his heart. Yet, due to his failure to cherish and uphold the bond, he lost the status of a follower. Having grown up without knowing the warmth of family, it was the first time he felt cared for and looked after, which warmed his heart. But it was precisely this longing for warmth that gave rise to jealousy, leading him to lose his sense of reason. Though he could perceive the brook's inclination towards the silver wolf orc, it pained him, conjuring thoughts of possession and questioning why the affection was not directed towards him. Perhaps, at that moment, a beast of chaos resided within him. The true catalyst for his departure was witnessing the brook embrace Changfeng. It ignited within him a violent rage, a desire to obliterate the orc world. Thus, he chose to leave quietly, unleashing his fury in the depths of the forest. He understood that he must depart, for otherwise, their trio would only lead to mutual harm and suffering. Did he regret it? Closing his eyes, he suppressed his aura as small creatures emerged in the night, scurrying about in search of food. In truth, for Qing Song, who had just turned 20 in the fiery snow season, he was still in the early stages of adulthood. When it came to controlling his temper, understanding females, and expressing emotions, he was far outmatched by Changfeng, who had wandered the beast realm for much longer. Changfeng's pride and cunning far surpassed Qing Song's awkwardness, endearing him more to the younger females. Yet, Changfeng was willing to set aside his silver wolf orc's arrogance to gain more attention from the brook, knowing full well that she would not leap into his arms unbidden. Thus, he resorted to feigned vulnerability and charm, willing to abandon all pretenses for the sake of the female he adored. Now, as Qing Song reflected on his actions during that time, he accepted that his losses were just. In the stillness of the night, with the cool moonlight and gentle breeze, the air had begun to chill. Distant roars of beasts echoed, a sound familiar to Qing Song, who had long dealt with such creatures. He shifted into a more comfortable position and gradually closed his eyes. As dawn broke, a thin layer of cool mist wove through the forest, enveloping the surroundings in a hazy embrace. In this serene and tranquil morning, many orcs remained ensconced in their dreams. At the resting place of the stream, a male orc hurriedly approached. This orc was none other than the one whom the stream had assisted in delivering a few days prior. Before he could reach the area where everyone was sleeping, he was intercepted by Meng and Feng, who were closest to him and had heard his movements. The two, roused from their slumber, recognized the orc and inquired, "What brings you here so early?" "My sincerest apologies for waking you," the orc, Deshu quickly responded, offering his apologies. I am in search of the young female shaman. My child has been crying incessantly since midnight, and I seek her assistance. The commotion had already awakened everyone else, as, for safety's sake, the sleeping area was not too distant from one another. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The Brook sensed that asking further would yield no difference, so she ceased her inquiries. The group arrived at their resting place, where the grass sat upon a hide mat, cradling a wailing infant. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The Brook remained silent, still unaccustomed to receiving greetings from others. Despite her repeated explanations that she was merely an ordinary female with some medical knowledge, no one seemed to heed her words. Now, she had grown weary of clarifying her position and decided to let them be. She hurried a few steps forward and crouched down before the grass, gazing at the child. Although everyone referred to this child as a cub, it was, in fact, a female cub, thus taking on a human form at birth. Resembling a modern-day infant, small and rosy, with little change observed over the past few days. Had the grass given birth to a male cub, it would have inherited the beastly forms of the two brothers, resembling a fluffy little bear cub. Male cubs would not transition to human form until they reached 1 year of age, and it would be at 3 years that they could freely shift between both forms. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The Brook gently caressed the head of the young female cub, noting the absence of feverish symptoms. She then inquired of the green grass, "Pray, enlighten me on the situation." The grass wiped away the tears that had spilled from her eyes in distress and replied, "Since yesterday evening, after I fed her milk." She began to cry shortly after, but with some coaxing, she ceased her weeping. Initially, I, along with the great tree and others, presumed she was merely not hungry and thought little of it. To our surprise, after midnight, she began to wail incessantly, refusing to consume any milk. And we remained perplexed about her condition. And what of her excrement? What was its nature? The grass pondered momentarily before responding. It seems she has not defecated since yesterday. Have you offered her water? How could such a tiny creature drink water? Surely milk suffices? In that moment, the Brook comprehended the grim reality behind the high mortality rate of younglings in the realm of beastmen, particularly the female offspring. It became evident that these beings were profoundly lacking in the fundamental knowledge required to care for their young. The little stream gazed at the small female whose face was flushed from crying, gently cradling her in her arms as she settled cross-legged on the ground. Addressing the tall tree and the small tree, she instructed, "Please fetch me a larger animal hide, and also boil some water to bring out." When the small tree returned with an exceptionally large hide, the little stream placed the cub upon her lap. Turning to the long wind, she said, "Wrap us in the hide, ensuring there are minimal gaps, for I need to check the cub. I fear that if the wind touches her, she may catch a chill." Long Wind nodded, taking the oversized hide and enveloping the little stream entirely within it. He leaned in closely, as if to embrace her fully, preventing even the slightest breeze from penetrating. The gentle stream carefully unfurled the animal hide enveloping the child and inspected the upper body, finding nothing amiss. However, when her gaze fell upon the child's legs, she gasped in shock. The thighs were awash in crimson. After completing her examination, she rewrapped the child in the hide and leaned forward to address the grass. "Do you not cleanse the child's bottom with warm water each day?" The grass looked back at the stream in confusion, pondering why there was a need to wash the child as posterior daily. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The Brook, fearing they might not comprehend, articulated her thoughts with utmost clarity. After speaking, she gazed at the trio, lush grass, a towering tree, and a small sapling, inquiring, "Did you understand?" The three, realizing the gravity of the moment, nodded vigorously. The Brook could only hope they truly grasped her message, otherwise, she would be at a loss for what to do. Encountering such inexperienced parents, she felt a pang of anxiety for the tender female. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook observed that the young tree appeared rather astute, so she instructed, "Please fetch a bamboo basin and bring me some warm water." Turning her gaze towards the verdant grass, she added, "In a while, I will attend to the child's needs. You may observe and learn how to cleanse the child henceforth." She noted, in modern times, it is customary to wash a child immediately after each urination and defecation. Yet such practices are impractical in our current situation. The primary concern was the availability of warm water. Thus, she endeavored to ensure that the child would be bathed once each evening during their rest period. After the warm water had cooled to a suitable temperature, the brook directed them to procure a soft piece of animal hide, which she then moistened with the tempered water to gently cleanse the child's legs until they were thoroughly clean. The once fussy female cub, who had cried during the washing, was soon cradled in the brook's embrace, gently rocked until she drifted off to sleep. The brook gently wiped the tears from the sleeping cub's face and handed them to the nearby grass. Observing her, she inquired, "Do you now know how to cleanse the cub?" The grass nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, "Yes, yes, thank you for your assistance, great shaman." The tall tree and the small tree also bowed in gratitude, leaving the brook feeling somewhat embarrassed. The condition of the female cub was not truly a matter of illness, merely a common knowledge issue. As she prepared to depart, the brook expressed her lingering concern, urging, "You must ensure the cub drinks some warm water. The grass should also consume more warm water. If the mother beast becomes overheated, the cub will surely follow suit." Satisfied that there was nothing more to attend to, the brook intended to return, but the grass wished to carry the child to see them off, only to be stopped by the brook. "If you're holding the child, there is no need to accompany us. At night, warm the animal hide and provide the cub with a clean hide to wrap her. It will make her more comfortable." The grass nodded in understanding, affirming, "I comprehend." The tall tree stayed behind to care for the mother and daughter, while the small tree escorted the brook and Changfeng away. After walking a short distance, the brook suddenly turned back and asked, "Is the grass experiencing insufficient milk supply?" She glanced at the bewildered small tree. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook, with a sense of helplessness, let out a sigh once more and addressed the little tree, saying, "If there are fish in the river, you might catch a few to bring back. Place them in a pot with water, and when the broth turns a milky white, sprinkle a pinch of salt into it. Perhaps this will encourage the grass to drink more, and in turn, her milk supply may increase. Additionally, you could capture a platypus to prepare a nourishing broth for her. Perhaps that too might stimulate her lactation. The remedies I propose may not be universally effective for all females, but it is worth a try." With that, the brook had truly exhausted all it could offer and began to make its way towards the place where the long wind and the others had spent the night. As the brook and the long wind departed from the place where the little trees resided, they were halted in their tracks by a seemingly honest male orc. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook, startled by his actions, inquired, "What has happened to your young one?" "My young one has been experiencing vomiting and diarrhea for several days now, accompanied by abdominal pain." The brook observed the earnest orc, nearly brought to tears, and reluctantly said, "Come, let us take a look." The trio arrived at the resting place of this sincere orc, where they beheld 3 male orcs and 1 female, anxiously gathered around ailing offspring. Upon hearing the commotion, the female orc turned to gaze at Changfeng and Xiaoxi with a look of skepticism. "Are you the female healer?" she inquired. "I possess some medical knowledge, but I cannot claim the title of healer," Xiaoxi replied. The expressions of disappointment were evident on the faces of the other orcs upon hearing her response. One particularly tall and robust male orc interjected, seeing the female orc about to speak further, "Maidu, allow this female healer to examine our young one." Reluctantly, the female orc stepped aside. Xiaoxi found it perplexing that this family, despite their doubts about her abilities, still sought her assistance for their ailing young. Nevertheless, since she was present, she resolved to thoroughly assess the patient. Upon seeing the male cub lying on the animal hide, approximately the size of a 2-year-old human child, she understood why the orcs had their reservations and why they had summoned her to tend to their offspring. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. She rose to her feet and addressed the orc before her, saying, I am not skilled in the healing arts and cannot save your young one. I am truly sorry. Upon hearing Xiaoxi's words, the female orc displayed a look of disdain, as if to say, what can a mere rabbit beast do as a healer? The male orcs beside her hung their heads in silent acknowledgement of the grim reality. Xiaoxi had initially wished to suggest that if the young one had any desires for food or play, they should do their best to fulfill them. However, gazing at the nearly lifeless infant, she swallowed her words. It was already too late, and her sentiments would offer no solace to the young one. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. When Xiaoxi and Changfeng returned, Feng and Ming had already prepared breakfast. Everyone noticed that the two appeared rather troubled, leading them to wonder about the well-being of the young cubs. Yin inquired, is something wrong with the cub? Changfeng replied, the cub is fine. It's just that the new parents are struggling to care for their little one. Oh, that's a relief. As long as the cub is safe, everything is well. Xiao Hua remarked. Upon returning just now, I noticed your faces appeared rather grim. I was led to believe that something unfortunate had befallen the cub. The brook managed a faint smile at the little flower, yet remained silent. Xiao Hua is correct. It is not the female cub that is in trouble, but rather a male cub. Xiaoxi and Changfeng chose not to disclose the unfortunate fate of the male cub to everyone, wishing to spare them the sorrow. After finishing their breakfast and tidying up their belongings, they embarked on a new day's journey. When noon arrived, Xiaoxi urged Changfeng to accompany her to the mountains in search of useful herbs. Changfeng understood that Xiaoxi was burdened with guilt over the cub she could not save that morning. Thus, he consented to her request and followed her to the mountains in search of herbs. As they ventured a short distance, they encountered Yu and Xiaoya. Xiaoxi, aren't you resting at noon? Where are you headed? Xiaoya inquired curiously. Changfeng and I plan to explore the nearby mountains for herbs during the break, replied Xiaoxi. Would you like to join us for assistance? The brook gazed at Xiaoya with a hint of anticipation and smiled. If you are not weary, of course you may. Changfeng and Yao transformed into their beast forms, allowing Xiaoqi and Xiaoya to mount them, and the two males began to gallop fervently towards the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, Xiaoqi meticulously surveyed the surroundings, searching for any familiar herbs. The three individuals trailing behind, unfamiliar with the herbs themselves, could only follow her as she continued onward. Xiaoqi wandered for an extensive duration, exploring various locations, yet she found nothing of significance. It was not until she reached a cluster of stones that she spotted a herb resembling the 8-edged medicinal plant. Hastening closer, she examined it carefully and confirmed that it was indeed the 8-edged herb, known for its efficacy in treating fractures. The brook was immensely delighted, swiftly producing the stone knife she had brought along and carefully excavating it before placing it into the animal hide pouch she carried. Xiaoya observed Xiaoxi diligently excavating a wild herb and inquired, is this the medicinal plant you were searching for, Xiaoxi? Indeed, this herb possesses the capability to heal fractures. It is the remedy for bone injuries. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoya took out the herbal remedy and examined it closely, hoping it would assist Xiaoxi in locating this particular herb. To Xiaoxi's astonishment, she discovered an expansive patch of ginger on this hill, an excellent ingredient for eliminating the pungent odor of meat. With ginger on hand, along with her sun-dried chili peppers, the thought of simmering a pot of meat during winter made Xiaoxi's mouth water. The three companions beside her, witnessing Xiaoxi's exuberance, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted in the stream. There lies a stone knife. while two males, using their sharp claws, excavate around it. Only Xiaoya stands helplessly by, anxiously pacing back and forth. Had I known, I would have brought a stone knife as well. As the gentle stream observed, Xiaoya was in distress and unable to assist. Thus, she urged, Xiaoya, do not fret. First, take that herb from the beast pouch and set it aside. We shall place the ginger we have unearthed into the hide bag, so we may carry it away shortly. You cast a grateful glance at Xiaoxi. It was her sincere treatment of Xiao Hua that restored his faith in the existence of genuine affection among the orcs. There remains true friendship in this world, yet she had encountered a malevolent female who nearly led her to a dire fate. Such an emotional Xiaoya was a rare sight in their many years of companionship. While he was gazing appreciatively at Xiaoxi, a sudden chill enveloped him. He turned to meet the piercing gaze of Changfeng and felt an involuntary shiver. He hastily clarified, I merely express gratitude for your partner, as it has brought a brighter disposition to my Xiaoya. With that, he quickly lowered his head and resumed digging for ginger with renewed fervor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Xiaoya replied. Mother Beast, we have gone to gather herbs. Yun, having heard that they were foraging, chose not to say much more. Shall we rest for a while before we continue our journey? Changfeng gazed up at the sky, where dark clouds were beginning to drift in. Perhaps it is best we not rest. It seems the weather might turn rainy. Today, let us hasten to find a cave and take shelter sooner rather than later. Upon hearing Changfeng's warning of impending rain, the group noticed the ominous clouds that had crept in unnoticed. Dashan remarked, It appears we are in for a heavy downpour this afternoon. We should heed Changfeng's advice and seek a cave to evade the rain. Thus, everyone began to pack their belongings, preparing to move forward in search of a suitable cave. As Xiaoxi settled onto Changfeng's back, she suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, Let us circle around to the back and inform Daju and Xiaoshu. If it does rain, they may not have time to find shelter. I fear that the cub will fall ill if caught in the rain. Changfeng, considering Xiaoxi's words, turned and headed towards their rear, where most of the families of beastmen had paused for rest, having come from the misty forest. Upon reaching the resting place of Daju and Xiaoshu, they found them also preparing to set out. Chi Chao, cradling a cub, stood to one side. As she spotted Xiaoxi atop the back of a towering white wolf approaching, she hurried over. Great shaman, is there something you need here? Daju and Xiaoshu finished packing and approached, waiting for Xiaoxi to speak. The brook was not particularly acquainted with them, hence no pleasantries were exchanged. She came to remind them, concerned that the young ones might fall ill from the rain. It appeared that a downpour was imminent, and for the sake of the young female, it would be prudent to seek shelter from the impending rain. After speaking, the brook nodded at them, signaling that Changfeng and the others could depart. Before King So's family could fully respond, Changfeng had already dashed away. Seeing that the brook and her companions had moved on, Xiaoshu anxiously urged, Let us follow swiftly. The great healers are benevolent beings. They are worried that our young ones might catch a cold from the rain, which is why they came to offer their advice. Not only did Daju's family trail behind the brook, but most of the orcs arriving from the direction of the misty forest also followed suit. To the brook's surprise, amid that throng of orcs, she spotted a golden silhouette, prompting her to murmur, Qingsong. Changfeng, upon hearing her utter the name Qingsong, halted abruptly, his wolf-like ears twitching. Fortunately, his wolf visage concealed any sign of his darkened mood, which would have otherwise appeared as black as ink. The brook, noticing that the zephyr had come to a halt, inquired with curiosity, Why have you ceased your motion? Is something amiss? The zephyr turned its head, casting a wistful glance at the brook with its cerulean eyes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook was still perplexed about why that girl from that fateful night was not alongside Qingsong. Suddenly, she felt a shadow darken overhead. Initially, she thought it was merely clouds obscuring the sun. However, upon glancing upward, she discovered a large bird soaring above them. The bird flew at a low altitude, and upon closer inspection, she realized that the girl from that night was perched upon its back. Changfeng lifted his head and cast a cool glance at the gray eagle, choosing to ignore it as he continued to race forward. The vast sky held a disdain for the earthbound beastmen. It believed that only the avian tribe, soaring high above, was truly superior. Thus, when Changfeng dared to look up at him, the eagle, with a haughty demeanor, let out a challenging cry, refusing to depart and instead began to circle above them. The beastmen trailing behind Xiaoxi were infuriated by this spectacle. Xiaoxi, seated upon Changfeng's back, turned around to see a golden figure launching itself at the eagle in the sky. Soon, other beastmen attempted to leap up and bring the insufferable eagle down. But lacking wings, they all tumbled back to the ground. The eagle, hovering in midair, looked down derisively at the clumsy land-dwelling beastmen, letting out a triumphant cry. Not far ahead, Ling, who was clinging to his brother Yao's back and reluctant to fly on his own, suddenly heard the eagle's proud call. Driven by curiosity, he unfurled his wings and ascended into the sky, only to witness an infuriating scene. Another eagle, a fellow beastman, was flying low and circling above Changfeng and Xiaoxi, refusing to leave. Ling intended to confront this fellow eagle, teaching him a lesson about respecting those who walk the earth. However, before he could reach him, he watched in astonishment as the once arrogant eagle plummeted from the sky. The eagle, known as Xiong, landed heavily on the ground, bewildered and disoriented. Who was he? Where was he? And how had he fallen? All he could see was a pure white silver wolf on the ground, whose originally light blue eyes deepened into a chilling blue as it fixed its gaze upon him. The silver wolf lifted its head and let out a long howl, sending a wave of coldness through Xiong, as if his very blood was freezing. His wings felt rigid, and despite his efforts, he could not take flight, causing him to crash downwards. As for what had transpired and how he had come to be in this predicament, Xiong could not articulate. Alongside him, Yiaoi, who had been perched on his back, landed unscathed. Previously, she had been reveling in the skies, looking down at a diminutive female below, perplexed by her ability to captivate two handsome and exceptional males. The thought ignited a flame of jealousy within her, relishing the feeling of being above them, as if she were treading upon them. However, before she could bask in her delight for long, she found herself crashing down in a most undignified manner. Feeling humiliated before Xiaoxi, rising to her feet, she directed an irate roar at Xiong, questioning how he could have fallen from the sky in such a pathetic manner. Xiong, lying on the ground, felt a surge of indignation. As a proud eagle beastman, he could not tolerate such humiliation from a mere female in front of so many others. Slowly, a smirk crept across his face. Had he not overheard her boast about being descended from a highly fertile human woman, he might have overlooked her insolence. Transforming back into his human form, he cast a glance at Changfeng, noting his expressionless face, which signaled his defeat. Clutching his chest, he chose a random direction to walk away, while Yiaoi remained fixated on Changfeng, witnessing him transform before her into a magnificent and imposing white spirit wolf, with the object of her jealousy seated atop him. By the time Yiaoi grasped the situation, the surrounding beastmen had already departed, leaving her to spot the distant figure of Xiong. Ultimately, with a frustrated stamp of her foot, she set off in pursuit of him. The rain had poured for 2 days, and in a dim cave, Yiaoi huddled in a corner. Not far from her, 3 beastmen were roasting meat. The very same lecherous dog tribe beastmen who had captured her upon her arrival in this world. After she and Xiong had fallen from the sky, she had awoken to find all the beastmen gone, realizing she had nowhere to turn. With no other option, she had followed the direction Xiong had taken, only to be captured by the lurking dog tribe beastmen. They had delayed their return due to the relentless rain, which had trapped them here. Huddled in her corner, Yiaoi desperately contemplated an escape as the rain outside began to subside. If she could not devise a plan soon, she would truly be at risk of being taken by those repugnant dog tribe beastmen to bear their offspring. Over the past few days, she had overheard the beastmen lamenting their lack of success in capturing solitary females, bemoaning that their own females were becoming increasingly guarded as they journeyed to the sacred mountain. With so few single females to capture each year, their dwindling population would struggle to reproduce. As Yiaoi reflected on their words, a spark of inspiration ignited within her, and a triumphant smile graced her lips. You may have charmed so many males, she mused, but how will you enchant that handsome fellow named Changfeng or the one who abandoned you, Xiong, when you were ensnared by the dog tribe? The thought of Xiong's departure without returning filled her with bitterness, her teeth clenched in resentment. Was it merely a few words I spoke to that female beastman that caused him to forsake me? Is she truly that significant to him, rendering me unworthy even to mention her name? With malevolent glints in her once lovely eyes, Yiaoi Tian stood up, smiling as she sauntered towards the dog-tribe beastmen by the fire. Gentlemen, I too am hungry. Might you spare a piece of roasted meat for me? The three dog-tribe beastmen froze, lifting their heads to gaze at the once timid female now boldly requesting food. Yiaoi Tian blinked her innocent eyes, feigning vulnerability as she softly asked, "Is that not permissible?" The beastmen had never encountered such a captivating female, their eyes turning starry as they eagerly exclaimed, "Of course. You may have all the roasted meat." Yiaoi Tian gazed at the several clumsy dog-like orc warriors before her, a fleeting expression of disdain flickering in her eyes. Though it was quickly concealed, she accepted a freshly roasted piece of meat from one of the orcs and squatted down, devouring it hungrily. Yiaoi Tian was genuinely famished. Since her capture 2 days prior, thoughts of escape had preoccupied her mind, leaving little room for appetite. Now that she had devised a means of liberation, she finally felt inclined to eat. In her previous life, Yiaoi Tian had mingled with unsavory characters, frequently visiting nightclubs and bars. Thus she had long since lost count of the forbidden fruits she had indulged in. Consequently, she felt no qualms about charming the dog-like orcs. After her meal, she initiated a conversation with the 3 orc warriors, confessing that she had been born without the scent of an orc and lacked the ability to bear offspring, which led to her family's disdain. Yiaoi Tian's awareness of her lack of orcish scent stemmed from a conversation with a female acquaintance who had expressed curiosity regarding her anomaly. At that moment, she had pondered how a human girl could possess the scent of an orc. Now, she intended to use this to deceive the orcs, indifferent to whether they believed her or not, as her primary aim was not their conviction. As she recounted her sorrow, she took the large hand of one of the orc warriors beside her, her eyes glistening with tears as she lamented. "Every time I think about my inability to bear young for a male, it brings me great sadness. Yet, in the past, my dear friends would comfort me during such times. Now that I have been brought here by you, I am left wondering about her well-being. Although my friend is capable of bearing offspring, she is a frail rabbit-like female, and due to her delicate constitution, her family also shuns her." At this point, Yiaoi Tian could no longer hold back her tears, allowing them to flow as if her words were imbued with truth. She learned of Xiaoxi's identity as a rabbit-like female from Sanqiong. On that day, while perched on Sanqiong's back, she had gazed down at the silver wolf orc who, upon making eye contact with Sanqiong, revealed that seated before him was a rabbit-like female known to be weak and challenged in childbirth. Sanqiong had expressed his disdain at that moment. Thus, Yiaoi Tian discovered that Xiaoxi was a rabbit-like female whom the males of this world were reluctant to mate with. In an effort to ensnare Xiaoxi, Yiaoi Tian suppressed her own repulsion and wept as she threw herself into the embrace of an orc warrior, lamenting, in times of sorrow, "We used to console one another, but now..." Her voice faltered, her sobs rendering her momentarily speechless. Then, as if resolutely determined, she withdrew from the orc's arms and sat upright, her gaze unwavering as she addressed the 3 male orcs. "I have decided to rescue her from the family that despises her and bring her to your abode." With tear-filled eyes, she implored the 3 dog-like orcs. "You will shelter both of us, castaway females, will you not?" The orcs, taken aback by such an unexpected proposition, were met with skepticism from one who queried, "What if we let you return, and you do not come back?" The other 2 orcs regarded Yiaoi Tian with doubt, awaiting her response. "I am a female, and you have captured me twice, all because my family abhors me and refuses to provide for me. Starving, I ventured out in search of food, which is why I have repeatedly fallen into your hands. I no longer wish to endure such a life at home." She grasped the hand of one orc and shook it gently. "Would you also let me starve?" The orc whose hand she held quickly replied, "No, of course not. I will reserve the finest roasted meat for you." The dog-like orcs, possessing weak individual combat abilities and lacking physical allure, seldom attracted females from other races to voluntarily partner with them. Consequently, they resorted to capturing solitary females, who were not willingly entering into partnerships, but merely sought to avoid perpetual captivity, thus agreeing to bear an offspring to secure their freedom. Each year, prior to the snow season, when orcs journeyed to the sacred mountain to weather the winter, the dog-like orcs would seize the opportunity to capture unaccompanied females. They refrained from targeting those under familial protection, wishing to avoid contravening the natural laws of the orcish world, which dictated that solitary females within another's territory were considered unclaimed, belonging to whoever took them. This was precisely why Xiao Hua had vehemently opposed Xiaoxi and Changfeng embarking on their journey alone, fearing that if Changfeng could not adequately safeguard Xiaoxi, she might fall prey to the dog-like orcs. Ultimately, Yao Tiantian succeeded in persuading the 3 orc warriors. She assured them that fearing her female friend's family would interfere, she would wait until her friend was alone before bringing her to join them, promising she would be eager to embrace a better life with them. It remained uncertain whether the 3 dog-like orcs genuinely believed Yao Tiantian's words or were merely anxious about bringing back a barren female, thus seeking to capture another for greater assurance. Or perhaps the dog-like orcs were simply naive. Regardless, they followed her counsel and, after the rain ceased, pursued Xiaoxi and her companions, lying in wait for an opportunity to capture her unaccompanied. At that moment, Xiaoxi stood beside Changfeng at the edge of a large river, which had transformed from a mere stream into a raging torrent due to 2 days of heavy rainfall. Changfeng, the water is flowing so swiftly. How shall we cross? Changfeng absent-mindedly toyed with a strand of Xiaoxi's hair, replying, if we cannot cross, then we shall not. We can wait a few days until the waters recede. It is not too late. Then, recalling something, he halted his movements and inquired, Xiaoxi, have you felt any discomfort in your body these past few days? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi hesitated for a moment before finally expressing her desire. I wish for a platypus. The meat of the platypus bears a resemblance to modern chicken, and the thought of preparing it with a spicy twist this evening certainly tantalized her taste buds. After speaking, Xiaoxi swallowed, feeling an inexplicable craving for spicy food these past few days. Changfeng found himself somewhat perplexed. During their recent hunting excursions in the forest, they had yet to encounter a platypus. It seemed they would have to search diligently today. As Changfeng gazed upwards, noticing that time was slipping away, he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Xiaoxi's lips and playfully tapped her nose. My little glutton, let us return. I shall procure a platypus for you, and prepare your beloved spicy delicacy. Upon returning to their shelter in the cave, Changfeng set off into the nearby forest to hunt. Although Xiaoxi felt a bit drowsy and contemplated a brief nap, the prospect of mushrooms sprouting after the rain invigorated her spirit. She noticed Xiao Hua, who had been sleeping all morning, and a smile crept upon her lips. Sensing her mischief, Xiao Hua shivered in anticipation, knowing that Xiaoxi was likely to tease Xiao Hua once again, and promptly moved aside. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As the stream meandered, she became so engrossed in foraging for mushrooms that she lost all awareness of her surroundings, wandering further afield from the cave where she and her companions resided. Meanwhile, Yao Tian and the 3 Orcish members of the lizardfolk tribe, having awaited their moment, seized the opportunity to stealthily approach the unsuspecting stream. By the time she sensed their presence, she found herself encircled. Gradually rising to her feet, she noticed that she did not recognize the 3 male orcs surrounding her. However, the young girl standing before them was familiar. She had encountered her twice before, once by the riverbank that fateful evening when she was with Qing Song, and again when the girl had soared above them on the back of a majestic eagle. Uncertain of the girl's intentions this time, she pondered what scheme lay ahead. The brook gazed at the individual before her with a sense of foreboding, choosing to remain silent, knowing that even if she called for assistance, it would likely go unheard. Yao Tian displayed a sweet smile, yet her eyes brimmed with jealousy. "We have come to lead you to a life of comfort. Have you noticed those robust male orcs? They require females like us. Should we choose to join them, they would treat us as if we were queens." Yao Tian gently turned to inquire of a mongrel orc. "Isn't that so?" The mongrel orc nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed. We shall treat you exceedingly well." If the brook had not perceived the malice harbored by this girl named Yao Tian, she would have wasted her years in ignorance. Though she remained uncertain of what had provoked such animosity, recalling that night when the girl had fixated on Chanfeng and the already departed Qingsong, the brook might surmise that she had been ensnared by the allure of a handsome rogue. The brook murmured, "What if I refuse?" A peculiar smile crept upon Yao Tian's lips, suggesting that the matter was beyond the brook's control. Despite the trio of the hyena clan's orcs appearing odd, hadn't Yao Tian claimed they were friends? Yet, their demeanor suggested otherwise, though it seemed they were indeed acquainted. Yao Tian stepped forward, seizing the brook's hand and forcefully pulling her towards the thicket, a place where their figures would be better concealed. Several orcs from the hyena clan trailed behind. The brook struggled a few times but could not break free. It was not that she lacked strength. After all, she was unable to escape even from Yao Tian, a girl nearly a head shorter than herself. Rather, she understood that even if she managed to free herself, there was no chance of evading the three male orcs nearby. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Xiaoxi observed them straying further from their original dwelling, a profound anxiety gripped her heart. Upon reaching a fork in the road, she forcefully released Yao Tian's hand and sprinted towards the direction of their home. The path down the mountain was obstructed by Yao Tian and several beastmen from the Licaen tribe, leaving Xiaoxi no choice but to circumvent the mountain. She ran desperately ahead, while behind her, Yao Tian and the trio of beastmen pursued relentlessly. After Xiaoxi departed, Qingsong did not follow her, but merely observed her from a distance. He had not anticipated that a moment of distraction would lead to her disappearance. Initially unconcerned, his unease grew when he spotted a figure moving amidst the distant grass. Without further contemplation, he sprinted in the direction Xiaoxi had taken. Upon reaching the mountain, he was confronted with a heart-wrenching scene. Xiaoxi and the female named Yao Tian were entangled and plummeting into the raging waters below the cliff. Qingsong emitted a sorrowful roar, akin to that of a golden tiger, which reverberated through the heavens, instantly tearing apart a hapless orc from the Toad Dog clan who had not managed to escape in time. Without hesitation, he leaped into the tumultuous river, pursuing the silhouettes that bobbed and sank within the currents. Those within the cave heard the distant roar of the tiger and emerged in a flurry. Curiosity mingled with concern as several brave souls hastened up the mountain, eager to uncover the cause of the commotion. Just as Shun and Deshan returned with firewood, they were startled by the hurried approach of Xiaoya, followed closely by Yun and Xiao Hua. "What is happening?" they inquired, bewildered by the evident urgency and panic displayed by their companions. Xiaoya approached Shuanhe Mountain and pointed in a direction, exclaiming loudly, Father Beast, hurry over to that mountain. The little stream is there, gathering mushrooms. We must see what is happening." Just moments before, Shuanhe Mountain had also heard the echo of a tiger's roar, which he had dismissed. Now, however, he realized that Xiaoya was pointing towards the very source of that roar. Without hesitation, they transformed into their beast forms and dashed towards that direction. Far within the forest, Chanfeng, who had just caught a sharp-beaked creature for the little stream, felt a surge of excitement turn into alarm upon hearing the roar of a golden tiger beast. His heart raced wildly, as if it would leap from his chest. Chanfeng parted his thin lips and inhaled deeply, pressing a hand against his tumultuous heart. Abandoning the sharp-beaked creature, he swiftly transformed into his beast form and hurried towards the source of the tiger's roar. Behind him, a group of bewildered males stood in shock. "What has gotten into him?" Yao asked, confusion etched across his face, but no one had an answer. Chanfeng recognized the roar as one belonging to Qingsong. The two of them had fought countless battles in the misty forest and had spent time together. How could he not identify his voice? Chanfeng pondered why the yellow-furred tiger would emit such a mournful cry. He knew Qingsong had been dwelling not far from them in recent days, and the sound of his roar came from their direction. Given the formidable nature of the golden tiger beast, it was rare for him to encounter an adversary. In this situation, the only plausible explanation for such a heart-wrenching cry was that the little stream was in danger. The more he contemplated, the more frantic he became. Chanfeng struggled to control his racing heartbeat, uncertain of what had transpired to incite such dread within him. He understood that he must return to the little stream at once. Otherwise, his heart would remain unsettled. Just the previous night, he had sensed a subtle change in the little stream's aura, perhaps indicating the presence of offspring. He had intended to wait until he was certain before sharing the news with her. Now, all he could hope for was that the little rabbit was safe, that he had simply been overthinking. Yes, that must be it. He had indeed been overthinking. The little stream was probably sleeping soundly in the cave, just as she had for the past few days. Changfeng continuously reassured himself and sought to calm his racing heart. Upon reaching their cave, he found it empty, which only heightened his anxiety. He turned and stepped outside, scanning the surroundings with urgency, desperate to catch a glimpse of the figure he longed to see. Changfeng's pale blue eyes had transformed into a deep cerulean, cold as the clear autumn moon, scrutinizing each beastman that passed by. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar silhouette approaching. The young tree hurriedly approached Changfeng, his face flushed with urgency. You must be the male of the great shaman. Quickly, go to the mountain over there. It appears that the young female shaman is in trouble. Before the young tree could finish speaking, the figure of Changfeng had already vanished. Upon reaching the bustling summit, he beheld a multitude of beastmen. With Xiao Hua and Xia helplessly collapsed on the ground, their faces streaked with tears. Were it not for Yun and a few other females restraining her, it seemed Xiao Hua might leap off the precipice at any moment. The unease within Changfeng intensified as he searched the crowd for the silhouette of Xiaoxi. Yet with each person he glimpsed, his heartbeat quickened, for none of them were his beloved little rabbit. The icy aura emanating from Changfeng finally drew the attention of those around him, causing an involuntary shiver to ripple through the assembly, the air thick with tension, punctuated only by the sound of breathing. Most of those present were beastmen who had arrived from the direction of the misty forest. All aware of Changfeng's status as the male partner of the young female shaman, they witnessed his silver hair dancing in the wind, his deep blue eyes glimmering like cold stars, and his chiseled features bearing an extraordinary indifference, radiating the essence of a supreme warrior. What calamity might ensue if such a formidable male were to discover that his beloved partner lay lifeless in the river below the cliff, her body swept away by the relentless currents? With a serene demeanor, Changfeng approached Xiao Hua, gazing down at her from his elevated stance. "Where's my little rabbit?" he inquired, his voice steady. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Little flower wept inconsolably, her spirit drifting into a haze, unable to respond to the fervent inquiries of Meng. It was the tearful gaze of Yun beside her that revealed what they knew. At that moment, they had been in the cave, when a mournful tiger's roar echoed from outside. Curiosity compelled them to emerge, seeking the source of the sound. It was Xiaoya who recalled that little stream had mentioned foraging for mushrooms on the slope. By the time everyone arrived, a patch of blood stained the mountaintop, with signs of someone having fallen near the cliff, and a beastskin pouch hung upon the thorns of the slope, left behind by little stream during her mushroom gathering. Upon hearing Yun's words, Meng and Feng fell into a heavy silence, unprepared for the severity of the situation, noticing that little flower had fainted. Yun spoke with a heavy heart. "Meng, you should take little flower back. Her presence here serves no purpose now." Suddenly, Xiaoya clenched her fists, striking her own head in despair, lamenting, "It's all my fault. If I had insisted on accompanying little stream, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted." Feng embraced Xiaoya tightly, while Yao and Ling looked on with pained expressions, their eyes filled with helplessness. No one wished for such calamity. As they wallowed in sorrow, Changfeng, with eyes as profound as a starry expanse, gazed silently at the turbulent river below the cliff. At that moment, he yearned to obliterate the world. Stepping closer to the edge, contemplating a leap into the abyss. Yet, he could not bring himself to believe that little stream truly had plunged into the waters below. The thought of his beloved little rabbit's demise sent a shiver through him. Indeed, no one had definitively witnessed little stream fall into the river. These were mere conjectures based on the traces of her descent. He needed to regain his composure and ascertain little stream's true whereabouts. Turning back to the blood-stained ground atop the mountain, Changfeng inhaled deeply, detecting the scent of the Bloodhound clan's orcs. Why was there blood from the Bloodhound clan here? Suddenly, he recalled the earlier roar of the tiger. Could it be that the orcs had seen little stream alone and seized her, prompting Qingtian's pursuit? With a furious roar, the leaves around him rustled violently, sending a shudder through the orcs nearby, while Feng and the others stumbled back, startled. Following the trail left by the Bloodhound orcs, Changfeng pursued relentlessly. determined to uncover the truth of what had transpired and to discover little Stream's fate. Even if it meant accompanying his little rabbit into the depths of despair, he would find her body. Through the darkest abysses and the most radiant heights, he would follow. The stream clung tightly to Yiaoi, who was attempting to break free as it cascaded down the cliff. How could she simply seize her when she desired, and then attempt to escape so easily? Upon noticing the 3 orcs behind her that were rushing to assist Yiaoi, Xiaoxi could only manage a disdainful and bitter smile. It was already too late. The entwined bodies of the 2 plummeted straight down the cliff. As Xiaoxi plunged into the water, she seemed to glimpse a yellow figure leaping from the precipice above. Submerged in the water, Xiaoxi struggled desperately to rise to the surface, but the tumultuous currents rendered her utterly powerless, compounded by her inherently frail physique. The brook struggled in the water, desperately seeking salvation. As time passed, its strength gradually waned, and consciousness began to fade. After slaying an orc from the mangy dog clan, Qing Song tossed the corpse into the river to feed the fish before leaping into the turbulent waters below the cliff. He floated on the surface, carried by the current, and spotted 2 figures rising and falling in the water. Upon identifying the body of the brook, he swam fiercely towards it. As he passed by Yiaoi, she suddenly grabbed one of his legs. "Qing Song, save me. I am a human woman, capable of bearing many offspring. If you rescue me this time, I promise to bear you countless cubs. Please, I beg you." Qing Song seemed oblivious to her pleas as he saw the brook being swept further away. He forcefully shook off Yiaoi's grip and hurriedly swam towards the brook, leaving her behind, her words drowned by the raging river. Changfeng, following the scent left by the orc, caught up with 2 fleeing members of the mangy dog clan. Upon seeing the white-silver wolf pursuing them relentlessly, their hearts sank. Perplexed by the relentless fury of this beast, Changfeng let out a thunderous roar directed at the 2 orcs ahead. A chilling wave washed over them, freezing their very blood, causing them to collapse to the ground. This was the power of the divine beast's bloodline, capable of instantly freezing the blood of the orcs, just as it had done to the Kanjiing orc, who had plummeted from the sky. Changfeng approached the 2 now stiff orcs on the ground, silver hair billowing in the wind, his deep blue eyes icy and penetrating. With each step he took, the orcs felt as though they were treading upon the precipice of their own hearts. "Tell me, are you the orcs who fled from the mountaintop?" One of the orcs, eyes darting, was about to speak when Changfeng interrupted. "You would do well to speak the truth. Otherwise, the consequences will be beyond your endurance." The orcs, unwilling to answer, knew that admitting the truth would lead to dire repercussions. Just as they resolved to remain silent, a series of anguished cries echoed around them. The orc with the darting eyes found his limbs broken, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Changfeng narrowed his gaze at the trembling orc that remained. "Do you still refuse to speak the truth?" He advanced slowly, and before reaching the orc, a suspicious puddle formed beneath him. I confess. We ran down from the mountaintop." The orc stammered, shaking uncontrollably. "Did you capture a female?" Changfeng inquired cautiously, hoping that the brook was among those taken by the orcs, thus allowing him to rescue his beloved. However, he did not see the brook near them, which made him hesitant to voice his question, fearing the answer might not be what he wished to hear. "And no. The female lost her footing and fell into the river below the cliff." The orc stuttered, and as the words left his lips, Changfeng's mind went blank. His heart felt as though it had plunged into an icy abyss. His beloved had indeed fallen into the raging waters below the cliff. The deep blue of Changfeng's eyes sparkled like cold stars, his inner fury boiling like molten lava, desperately seeking an outlet for release. The orc lying on the ground, witnessing the fierce expression on Changfeng's face, scrambled forward in a futile attempt to escape. "And no, it was us. We didn't intend to capture that little female. She was a very beautiful female, claiming to be friends with the one on the mountain. We merely followed her." The wretched orc from the lousy dog clan desperately attempted to justify his actions, insisting that capturing the little stream was not their true intention, hoping that the formidable figure before him would show mercy, considering this point. When Changfeng ascertained that the female stream he sought was indeed the one who introduced herself as Yiaoi by the riverbank that fateful night, an overwhelming sense of regret consumed him. Had he known that this female was a harbinger of misfortune, he would have struck her down with a single claw the moment she cast that loathsome glance in his direction. This way, he would not have jeopardized the precious little rabbit he held dear to his heart. Ultimately, the wretched orc lay on the ground, his arm and leg rendered useless by Changfeng's wrath. This leniency was only granted due to the fact that he was not the mastermind behind the scheme, for otherwise, death would have been his only fate. As for the maimed orc, Whether he could survive in this wilderness was no longer Changfeng's concern. Ignoring the orc's anguished cries behind him, Changfeng turned and raced towards the river where the little stream had fallen. He refused to believe that she had perished. He could not dare to accept such a notion. He was determined to find her, regardless of the outcome, vowing not to allow her to be alone again, just as she had been when they first met, helplessly weeping on his shoulder. In that moment, he swore never to let her experience loneliness again. Not even death could deter him from seeking her out. Following the little stream into the river, Qingsong found himself unaware of how long he had been pursuing her. Exhausted, he was tossed about by the turbulent waters, desperately searching for any sign of her. As darkness slowly enveloped the sky, he eventually spotted her figure entangled in the branches of a large tree caught in the river. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he strained his weary arms to draw closer to her. When he finally managed to push the little stream onto the riverbank, he himself was swept away by the current, becoming ensnared in the tree's fork. Clinging to the trunk, he rested his head against a branch, recuperating his strength before finally using the tree to haul himself ashore. As Qingsong noticed the night deepening, he realized that they had emerged at the foot of a mountain. It was imperative to find a safe haven for the night, for his combat prowess was now nearly non-existent. Otherwise, the wilds would become perilously dangerous with the onset of night. He staggered to his feet and approached the little stream, squatting down to tuck her hair behind her ear, revealing her pale face. Despite the fear gnawing at him, he gently placed his trembling fingers beneath her nose and, feeling the faintest breath, released a sigh of relief that had been held in suspense. Overcome with emotion, he collapsed onto the ground, covering his face with his hands and laughing foolishly. As he withdrew his hands, 2 trails of tears marked his cheeks. He bent down with great difficulty, lifting the little stream into his arms and stumbled forward, searching for a cave where they could rest for the night. Not long after they departed, Changfeng passed the opposite riverbank. The night did not hinder the orcs' keen sight. They could still perceive their surroundings in the darkness. Standing on the opposite bank, Changfeng scrutinized the large tree lodged in the river, but after a lengthy observation, found nothing atop it before continuing downstream. The river was littered with too many broken branches, and each time he hoped one would catch the little stream, preventing her from being swept away. Yet, each hope turned to despair. But nothing could deter him from his quest to find the one he cherished above all. Qingsong searched tirelessly for a cave, but to no avail. His strength waning with each step, his legs trembling beneath him. He glanced down at the little stream in his arms, her complexion growing increasingly pale, and his golden eyes hardened with resolve. He tightened his grip around her, biting his lip and whispering, "Do not fear, I will ensure your safety." Even as Qingsong hunched over, struggling to move forward, he refused to relinquish his hold on her. Just as despair threatened to consume him, he spotted a flickering light emanating from a cave nestled partway up a cliff, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of roasting meat. He approached the cliff space but halted, uncertain of the orc inhabiting the cave. If he intruded without permission, what would he do if the cave's owner refused to allow them to stay for the night? He could endure the night alone, but glancing at the fragile figure in his arms, whose color had drained entirely, steeled his resolve. Clenching his teeth, he sought out a soft vine nearby and secured the little stream to his chest before laboriously scaling the cliff to the cave. Feng Yuan, who was roasting meat near the cave entrance, was startled when a towering male orc appeared, seemingly carrying someone. "Who are you?" he demanded, claws at the ready for battle. Qingsong knew that entering another's cave without consent would provoke hostility, yet upon seeing the increasingly feeble little stream, he had climbed up to seek the cave owner's permission to shelter them for the night, offering to hunt for food as compensation. However, he was taken aback when he realized that the cave's occupant appeared to be a mere child, no older than 5 or 6 winters. Seeing the cub reveal its claws, prepared for combat, Qingsong quickly lowered his voice. "Wait, do not attack. We mean no harm. My companion is injured, and we seek only a place to rest for the night." Feng Yuan remained vigilant, his lavender eyes fixated on Qingsong, as if ready to launch an attack at the slightest movement from him. "We truly require a place to stay tonight." Qingsong revealed the little creek he held in his arms, merely to assure the seemingly 5 or 6-year-old cub that he harbored no ill intentions. Glancing at the female, who appeared on the brink of unconsciousness in the male's embrace, Feng Yuan finally relaxed his guard, if only slightly. Though still young, he had heard from his father that females were scarce in this land, and no male would allow his female to become so weak simply to intrude upon another's den. Feng Yuan retreated to the spot where he had been roasting meat, picking up a skewer laden with uncooked beast flesh and continuing his task. Observing the juvenile's actions, Qing Song tacitly accepted their presence, hurriedly placing the little creek by the firewood to warm her cold body. Despite the lack of further attempts to chase them away, Feng Yuan's tense posture revealed that he remained on edge. Qing Song settled beside the fire, allowing the creek to lean against him, and contemplated initiating conversation with the young cub to ease the atmosphere. However, the uncertainty of what to say kept him silent, and time slipped away in the silence shared between the two males. Having eaten his fill, Feng Yuan turned away from Qing Song, who sat by the fire, and lay down on a fur mat in the corner, closing his eyes. At that moment, Qing Song's stomach betrayed him with a loud growl of hunger. Lowering his head, he grasped the now warmed hand of the little creek, and anyone observing closely would notice the flush of embarrassment creeping to Qing Song's ears. At that point, Feng Yuan began to trust that these two truly sought merely a place to rest for the night. For beside the cave wall lay a fur mat still adorned with much of the beast meat he had not consumed. The grown male beast man endured his hunger without any intention of taking it. There is plenty of beast meat by the wall. You may eat tonight. But tomorrow you must bring me back a large game, Feng Yuan declared. The abruptness of this offer left Qing Song questioning his own hearing. What did you say? He asked, pointing at the meat on the fur. Can we really eat this? A haughty voice interjected. If you don't want it, then forget it. Confirming for Qing Song that he was not imagining things. I want to eat it. Thank you, he exclaimed, feeling a surge of gratitude. I will bring you a particularly large game tomorrow. Also, may I borrow your stone pot? I wish to prepare some broth for the little creek who is still unconscious. Feng Yuan added. You may use it, he replied, turning over on the fur mat, and there is some salt on the stone platform. Hearing this, Qing Song felt a deep appreciation for the cub's assistance, resolving in his heart that should the cub ever require aid in the future, he would not hesitate to help. Qing Song washed the stone pot, scooped water from a wooden tub, and began preparing the broth. Once ready, he propped the little creek up and fed her a bowl of soup with a wooden spoon before turning to roast the remaining meat for himself. By the time Qing Song finished his meal, the night had deepened. Having regained some strength, he removed his fur coat and laid it on the ground for the little creek, placing her gently upon it. I will go gather some firewood. Please keep an eye on her for me, Qing Song instructed before stepping out of the cave. He understood that any beast man allowing strangers into their den would not sleep soundly, and a young male cub would be no different. Upon returning with a large bundle of firewood, he was startled to find the little creek's previous spot empty. Panic surged through him as he dropped the wood and began searching anxiously. A glance around the cave revealed the little creek lying on a fur mat, covered with another piece of fur. At that moment, a youthful voice spoke up behind him. When you left, I heard her say she was cold. So I moved her to the fur mat. Don't look at me like that. I'm not a good beast man. I simply didn't want to see her die in my cave, he added awkwardly. Qing Song, who had initially looked at the cub with gratitude, found himself smiling at the cub's uncharacteristic humility. I know you are a formidable beast man, he responded. Hearing the compliment, Feng Yuan couldn't help but smile. But upon noticing Qing Song's gaze, he quickly reverted to a serious demeanor, exhibiting a maturity beyond his years. He retrieved a large piece of fur from where he had stowed his belongings, spreading it on the ground before lying down and closing his eyes. Qing Song added more wood to the fire, checked the little creek's steady breathing, then returned to the spot where he had laid his own fur and reclined. Having noticed the temperature drop while gathering wood, he realized that the snow season was approaching. Exhausted, Qing Song refrained from sleeping immediately, aware that the young cub was likely still awake. What is your name, and why are you here alone? He inquired. Why should I tell you? What is your name, and how did you come to be here? Qing Song chuckled. The cub was quite perceptive. I am Qing Song, a golden tiger beast man. The one lying over there is named Little Creek, a rabbit beast female. Now it's your turn to share your name. Although he disowned that the cub was a beast man, he could not identify their specific kind. Realizing his own ignorance in the presence of a species he had yet to recognize. In truth, it was not surprising, as Feng Yuan belonged to an exceedingly rare breed on this beastman continent, the Great Ping, bearing the bloodline of the mythical phoenix. Just as Qing Song began to drift into slumber, he heard a haughty voice introduce itself. It's not a big deal. My name is Feng Yuan. Just so you want to call me timid for not revealing it. Exhausted, Qing Song smiled and succumbed to sleep, leaving only the gentle voice of the cub echoing softly in the cave. When Qing Song awoke, a chill swept through the cave, and he noticed the fire had extinguished. He quickly rose and approached the little creek, checking her forehead to find she was not feverish, though her steady breathing perplexed him as to why she had yet to awaken. Turning, he encountered Feng Yuan standing behind him. Qing Song smiled and reached out to ruffle his hair, but the cub dodged his hand. Unfazed, he withdrew and patted the cub's shoulder. "Tell me what beast meat you wish to eat, and I shall hunt it for you." Feng Yuan, shedding his previous awkwardness, looked up at Qing Song with hopeful eyes. "I have long desired the great python deep within the forest, but being still young, I lack the strength to capture it. Might you accompany me to hunt it down, so we may feast together?" Qing Song nodded. "Very well. Today we shall hunt that great python for you." Upon hearing Qing Song's prompt agreement, a peculiar glimmer flickered in Feng Yuan's eyes. The two ventured deep into the forest, and upon sighting the sleek, formidable python, Qing Song regretted his impulsiveness in acquiescing to the request. The black serpent before them gleamed ominously, its massive jaws agape, crowned with a black fleshy crest approximately 20 centimeters in length. Its bulk extended over 10 meters, exuding a fearsome presence. Surely, this was not the juvenile's description of a large snake. It was on the verge of transforming into a dragon. Feng Yuan observed the male beastman, whom he had deceived into aiding the hunt, his face a tapestry of emotions, and felt a pang of fear that he might retract his promise. Hastily, he urged, "You agreed last night to help me capture a particularly large prey. You cannot go back on your word." Qing Song regarded the juvenile with a sense of having been outwitted, his lips twitching in dismay. Since he had made a commitment, retracting was not in his nature. Even if he had been maneuvered into this predicament by a mere juvenile, he would have acquiesced under similar circumstances the previous night. Moreover, even if he wished to withdraw now, the gargantuan python had already sensed their approach and would not grant him an escape. The python, detecting their intrusion into its territory, swiftly advanced toward them. As it lunged, Qing Song transformed into a golden tiger beast, entering combat mode. When the serpent opened its colossal mouth to strike, the two evaded by leaping aside. However, the python relentlessly pursued them, and Qing Song found himself momentarily unprepared for such a massive foe. He maneuvered around a tree, attempting to slash at the python's vulnerable spot, only to be sent tumbling several meters by its tail. Yet, his claws had managed to inflict a few wounds upon the serpent. Though no blood flowed from Qing Song, he recognized his injuries. The outcome of this battle was uncertain. Engaging head-on was evidently unwise, so he began to circle the python, hoping to disorient it. Carelessly, he was bitten on the shoulder, but the python suffered as well, losing a segment of its fleshy crest to Qing Song's claws. This only served to enrage the serpent further. While entangled in combat, Qing Song contemplated strategies against the python when he heard Feng Yuan, hidden in the branches of a large tree, call out, "You must lure the python to an open area. I have a plan to deal with it." Though Qing Song was unaware of Feng Yuan's strategy in this life-and-death moment, he had no choice but to trust him. He led the python in circles until they reached a clearing devoid of trees, where the massive serpent raised its head and opened its mouth wide, aiming to swallow Qing Song whole. Just as Qing Song prepared to evade the python's onslaught, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A large bird swooped down from the sky, targeting the python's vulnerable spot. When the bird ascended again, the serpent's massive head crashed to the ground, leaving a gaping hole from which blood gushed, soaking into the earth. Qing Song witnessed the bird extract a glossy black orb from the python's wound. As he pondered the origin of this avian creature, he noticed a small figure plummeting from the sky. Without a moment's thought, he leaped to catch the figure, only to find it was none other than the juvenile Feng Yuan, who had deceived him into this python hunt. Feng Yuan struggled to keep his eyes open, resembling one on the verge of unconsciousness. "Take me back to the cave," he murmured. "I'm fine. Do not worry about me." With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving Qing Song bewildered by the turn of events. Ultimately, Qing Song hoisted Feng Yuan onto one shoulder and the slain python onto the other, returning to their dwelling beneath the cliff. Upon reaching the cave, he laid the python down and climbed with Feng Yuan into the cave. Noticing that his companion's body felt increasingly warm inside, he placed Feng Yuan on the beast's skin where he had slept the previous night, observing his steady breathing, which offered some reassurance. Yet, Qing Song remained puzzled by Feng Yuan's sudden change in condition. He approached the stream, crouching to examine the water, finding it tranquil, and gently touched the stream's head, noting no fever. Gazing at the two unconscious figures within the cave, he sighed in resignation and exited to the cliff's edge to deal with the python, concerned that its lingering scent might attract predatory beasts. By the riverbank, Chang Feng had been frantically searching for several days, desperately hoping to find the stream after it had fallen from the cliff, understanding that not finding it might be the best outcome. If he discovered the stream now, it would likely be her lifeless body. At a fork in the river, a disheveled beastman knelt, clutching his head in despair, his anguished cries echoing with heart-wrenching sorrow. Nearby, birds perched on branches took flight in alarm, while the forest's wildlife scattered in response to the mournful sounds. The grass surrounding Chang Feng glistened with crystalline beads of ice, while the leaves of nearby trees gradually turned a desolate yellow. Exhausted from the outpouring of his emotions, Chang Feng collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Fortunately, his cries had frightened off the nearby beasts. Otherwise, they would have found nothing but a pile of bones upon their arrival. Meng carried the unconscious Chang Feng, sighing as he surveyed the desolate surroundings. What a powerful individual, yet so unfortunate. Having just found a mate, he now faces loss. Feng He, Yao, and Kuan fell silent, reflecting on the clever and kind-hearted female, their hearts heavy with sorrow. The companions, Xiao Hua and Xiao Ya, had been so distraught in recent days that they barely ate, burdened by guilt that if they had accompanied the stream to the hillside to gather mushrooms, this tragedy might have been averted. The mother beast, Yun, silently caressed the pouch crafted by the stream, her sorrow palpable, and the female beasts in their home shared the same heavy hearts. Though the two father beasts were typically reticent, they too cherished the sincere younger generation. Those who had accompanied them in the search included Xiaoxi and the beastmen residing around the misty forest mountains, all united in their unwillingness to witness a female perish in such a manner. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. It was then that the stream realized that her soul had merely returned to the modern era. Utterly unable to reach out to the people here, the night had grown late. Her father placed a photograph of the mother and daughter upon the bedside, then lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. The little stream lingered in the father's room until he succumbed to slumber. Only then did the spirit venture forth. It beheld the familiar arrangement of the household, the antique furniture adorned with the genuine and counterfeit relics that the father had brought home. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Xiaoxi attempted to impede him by raising her arms to block his fist, yet no matter how she tried to obstruct him, his fist would invariably pass through her defenses. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The brook, regardless of whether the younger brother could hear it or not, whispered softly into his ear, do not be disheartened. For I have not vanished. I have traversed to another realm, where I am thriving. I have found a man who loves me dearly. You and father must live well and not worry about me, for it would only trouble my heart, perhaps due to the overwhelming sorrow and reluctance. Her spirit condensed into a single tear. This tear gently fell upon the jade pendant, a treasured heirloom of the Yi family, which Yi Xiaoqing had been holding. Strangely, the tear did not slide off the pendant, but was gradually absorbed by it. Subsequently, the pendant transformed into a radiant green light that enveloped the entire medicine room before slowly vanishing from this world. The next day, Yi Xiaoqing awoke, dazed by the sunlight streaming into his eyes. He raised his hand to shield himself from the blinding rays. Suddenly, he glanced at his empty palm. The jade pendant, which he had held the previous night, was now nowhere to be found. In a panic, he looked down, fearing it had fallen and shattered. He hurriedly bent down to search, but no matter how diligently he scoured the medicine room, the pendant eluded him. Dejected, he returned to his chair, pondering where it could have gone. How could it have vanished? He clearly remembered holding it just the night before. He could not possibly be mistaken. Burdened by regret for having his sister take his place in inheriting the family craft, leading to her untimely demise, he felt a deep sense of guilt. Although the one responsible had faced legal consequences, his sister was gone forever. Overwhelmed by remorse, he drank some wine and, to his surprise, became intoxicated. Later, it seemed someone had whispered something in his ear. Holding his aching head, Yi Xiaoqing tried to recall the events of the previous night. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he dashed toward his father's room. Father, the startled Yi father, just stirring from sleep, responded, What is it, Xiaoqing? Father, My sister returned last night. She told us not to be sad, that she has crossed into another world where she found a loving partner and urged us to live well without worrying about her." As he spoke, tears shimmered in Yi Xiaoqing's eyes. "Father, she must have been concerned for us, returning to comfort us, right?" With that, tears streamed down his cheeks. Yi Father approached his son, gently patting his shoulder. "It was merely a dream. Do not let it trouble you so." With his head bowed, tears glistened in Yi Father's eyes as he turned to retreat to his room, seeking solace until he could compose himself to comfort his son. Noticing his father's disbelief, Yi Xiaoqing insisted, "Father, it is true. My sister truly visited us. I held the jade pendant she wore in life. Yet this morning, no matter how thoroughly I searched, I could not find it." Hearing that his son had lost the ancestral jade pendant, Yi Father grew anxious. "How could it be lost? You took it out? That was your sister's most cherished pendant." "Father, I did not take it out. I simply longed for her last night and looked at it briefly. I never left the medicine room, yet this morning, it disappeared." Fearing a thief had entered their home, they meticulously checked every corner. Aside from the pendant, no other valuables were missing, affirming that no thief had intruded. The father and son scoured the medicine room once more, yet the pendant remained elusive. At this point, Yi Father began to believe his son's words, recognizing that his son was not prone to deception. Furthermore, with his son's flourishing business yielding abundant profits, the jade pendant symbolized heritage, a mere trinket in the eyes of his son. Did Xiaoxi truly return? Did she come to reassure us that she was well, urging us to live happily without worrying for her? Yi Father covered his eyes, concealing his vulnerability from his son. He then said, "Xiaoqing, it has been over a month. You should return to living your life." "Father, I will open the clinic tomorrow. We must not allow your sister to worry any longer. As for the ancestral pendant, perhaps Xiaoxi took it with her to convey that she truly visited us." "Father, I understand. My sister is concerned for us, and I will strive to live well henceforth, ensuring she need not worry." The two fell into silence, content with the thought that their daughter, sister, thrived in another world. In that other realm, Xiaoxi was enveloped in a green light and transported back to the beastman continent, her soul returning to the body of the rabbit beast female. As her consciousness began to awaken, she heard a youthful voice exclaim, "Why are you still not awake? If you don't wake up soon, we will be late for the sacred mountain, and we will have to stay in a very cold cave." Just as the fragrant meat soup was brought into the cave by Qing Song, he overheard Feng Yuan's words and replied irritably, "How can you blame Xiaoxi? You just woke up yourself. I haven't asked why you fainted for days." As Xiaoxi's consciousness approached clarity, she recognized the voice of Qing Song. But who was the other youthful voice? Feng Yuan pretended not to hear Qing Song's comment and pointed at Xiaoxi's ear, saying, "Hey, big guy, come look. This female has a green spot on her drooping ear that wasn't there before. Did I just not notice it?" Qing Song, holding the soup and a wooden spoon, approached Xiaoxi and took a closer look at her ear. Indeed, he had never noticed the green spot the size of a mung bean before. It was a vibrant shade of green, quite beautiful. Xiaoxi found the conversation between the two individuals rather peculiar. If her conjecture was correct, the female they referred to must be her. However, she noticed no green spots on her ears. While Xiaoxi pondered this mystery, a spoonful of meat soup was fed to her. Qing Song observed the additional green spots dangling from Xiaoxi's ears, baffled by their presence, yet he dismissed it as inconsequential. He gently fed her the warm soup with a wooden spoon, ensuring that it would not cause any discomfort as it settled in her stomach. After he completed the first spoonful, he turned to offer her a second one, only to witness her long eyelashes fluttering before she slowly opened her eyes. Suppressing his excitement, Qing Song spoke in a subdued voice, "Xiaoxi, you are awake. Is there anywhere in your body that still feels uncomfortable?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook gradually sat up, leaning her body against the stone wall, accepting the stone bowl and wooden spoon from Qing Song's hands to sip the meat broth. The brook does not disregard the sentiments of Qing Song, nor does it lack gratitude. Rather, it comprehends what Qing Song desires, which is beyond her capacity to provide. She has never been a woman who engages in flirtations with men, nor does she possess the talent to toy with others' emotions. Observing Qing Song's somewhat dejected figure as he exited the cave, the brook felt a pang of sorrow. She recognized that Qing Song is a commendable male orc, a truth she is well aware of. However, she is already bound to Chong Feng, and thus cannot reciprocate Qing Song's affections. "How heartless of you, dear female. What a splendid male he is, treating you so well. He has been by your side throughout your recent unconsciousness, yet upon awakening, you respond to him in such a manner, Feng Yuan exclaimed, puffing up her cheeks in indignation. The little stream turned its attention to the adorable beast cub beside her. She set down the stone bowl that had contained her meat broth and lifted her hand to gently pinch the chubby face of the wind abyss. What is your name, little one? The wind abyss wriggled free from the little stream's grasp, turning his head defiantly to the side. I am called Feng Yuan, not some little one. Oh, so your name is Feng Yuan. I apologize, dear one, for referring to you as little one. Pray tell, how old are you this year? Upon hearing the gentle tone of the little stream, Feng Yuan lowered his head in confusion, his violet eyes shimmering with emotion. This was the first time in his life that a female had spoken to him with such tenderness. He and his father were among the rare survivors of the beastman continent, possessing the bloodline of the divine bird, the roc. His father had mentioned that his mother was a spirit dragon beast of divine lineage, dwelling in the sea, which was why he had never met her. During the summer season, his father had returned from an unknown location, injured, and later ventured out again to procure food for him. In the depths of the forest, he encountered a gigantic python and sustained grave injuries in the ensuing battle. Unable to find the great shaman for treatment, his father succumbed to his wounds shortly after returning home. Reflecting on this, Feng Yuan could no longer hold back his tears, which fell silently. As the gentle stream beheld the tears cascading from Feng Yuan, a pang of empathy surged within her. Despite the discomfort coursing through her, she extended her arms and enveloped him in her embrace. Do not cry. What troubles you? Did my sister say something wrong? At first startled by her sudden affection, Feng Yuan instinctively sought to break free. Yet, the allure of warmth held him captive, rendering his body immobile in the tender cradle of her arms. He had never experienced the embrace of a female nor laid eyes upon his mother. Thus, he discovered the softness of a female's embrace was unlike anything he had known. After all, Feng Yuan was still but a cub. Within the comforting confines of the stream's warmth, he gradually succumbed to slumber, tears still glistening on his cheeks. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook gradually emerged from the cave, and upon raising her gaze, she inhaled sharply, taken aback by the sight before her. How could it be that after merely a brief slumber, the once verdant leaves had so swiftly turned to shades of yellow? The brook heard the sound of firewood being chopped from below the cliff. Peering down, it spotted Qing Tsong diligently splitting wood. Upon hearing a noise from the rocky precipice, Qing Tsong looked up and saw the brook gazing at him, causing his ears to flush with a hint of crimson. He hastily inquired, "What are you looking at? Xiaoxi, is there something amiss?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The stream could no longer contain herself, and without mincing words, she closed her eyes and exclaimed, "I need to relieve myself." Although Qing Tsong still did not comprehend the meaning of relieve, upon seeing the urgency in the stream's demeanor, he refrained from inquiring further. He climbed up the rocky cliff and brought the stream down with him. Once they reached the ground, the stream, disregarding her trembling legs and lack of strength, hurriedly rushed to a secluded spot to attend to her pressing need. Observing her predicament, Qing Tsong finally grasped the essence of relief. And not only did his ears flush crimson, but his neck also turned a vivid shade of red. When the stream emerged after her business, she too bore a bright blush, shyly patting her feverish cheeks, reassuring herself that everyone has their moments of necessity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The little stream inquired, "Where are we now? And what has become of Chang Feng and the others?" Qing Tsong lowered his head in silence, preoccupied with worry for her, who lay in a state of unconsciousness. He had little time to ponder anything else. When Xiaoxi first awoke, her consciousness remained somewhat hazy. Now, she recalls that she had fallen into the river while entangled with Yao Tian, and it seemed that she later glimpsed a golden figure leaping after her from the cliff. Could that golden figure be Qing Tsong? As Xiaoxi gazed at Qing Tsong before her, an indescribable emotion washed over her. If it weren't for her prior affection for Chanfeng. Lowering her head, she acknowledged that since she had already fallen for Chanfeng, there could be no what-ifs. "Thank you for saving me," she said. Qing Tsong looked at Xiaoxi, scratching his head. "You need not thank me. It was entirely my choice." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Xiaoxi carefully examined the situation, they had already ascended the cave. Qing Tsang gently set Xiaoxi down and gracefully leaped down the rocky cliff. It appeared that the wound resembled one inflicted by poison. Thus, it would be prudent to wait until evening to conduct a thorough examination of the injured area. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi awoke to the enticing aroma of barbecued meat, only to realize her stomach was grumbling in protest, signaling her genuine hunger. Upon hearing the sound, Feng Yuan turned his head to see Xiaoxi had stirred, but he quickly averted his gaze. If one were to scrutinize his delicate ears, they would notice a crimson hue, as if they might bleed from embarrassment. At that moment, he dared not look at Xiaoxi, for he had found himself nestled in her embrace upon awakening. Relishing that fleeting warmth, Feng Yuan even feigned sleep for a little longer. He pondered, as a male of 5 fiery winters, how he could have committed such an embarrassing act, leaving him at a loss on how to face this female. The little one wore a sorrowful expression, contemplating that he had lost all face to meet others. Qing Song also noticed that Xiaoxi had awakened and called out to her, "Come over, it is time to eat." After a refreshing slumber, Xiaoxi felt significantly revitalized. Unlike the disoriented state she had been in upon first waking. Hearing Qing Song's words, she patted her belly and made her way to the fire, eagerly awaiting the roasted meat. However, her dreams of indulging in roasted delicacies were ruthlessly extinguished by Qing Song's next statement. "You have just awakened, and your stomach is still weak. I have prepared some meat soup for you in the stone pot. It should be ready now. I will serve you a bowl." In truth, Xiaoxi generally enjoyed sipping soup and consuming boiled wild game, provided it was enhanced with seasonings. Recalling the meat soup that Qing Song had previously fed her, a slight grimace crossed her lips. The soup was devoid of any seasoning, containing merely a sprinkle of salt, making it far less delectable than roasted meat. Xiaoxi gazed at Qing Song with her pair of jet black eyes and spoke in a tone that suggested negotiation. "How about I eat a little less roasted meat?" After speaking, Xiaoxi looked longingly at the roasted meat and swallowed hard, realizing that she had probably consumed very little during her recent days of unconsciousness, and her stomach was genuinely hungry now. Observing the adorable Xiaoxi, Qing Song's golden eyes sparkled as he sliced off a piece of tender meat, about the size of Xiaoxi's fist, and presented it to her. Xiaoxi slightly pouted, having never noticed how stingy Qing Song had become. Nevertheless, she accepted the offering and began to eat heartily. Upon observing Xiaoxi's expression, Qing Song couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself that if she chose not to accept, it mattered little. He did not necessarily need to possess her, as long as he could see her happy. Feng Yuan glanced at Qing Song, then turned his gaze to Xiaoxi, perplexed by the lengthy exchange between the two over a mere piece of roasted meat. While Feng Yuan was engrossed in gnawing on his food, a stone bowl of meat broth appeared before him. The little beast cub ought to consume more broth to ensure it grows tall and strong in the future. As the babbling brook reached this point, it suddenly came to a halt. Memories flooded back of the time when she had tricked Chan Feng into eating wild vegetables, claiming that such sustenance would aid in his growth. In the aftermath of that innocent deception, he had even playfully teased her. A smile graced Xiaoxi's lips as she recalled that moment, but unexpectedly, a solitary tear fell to the earth. She found herself yearning for Chan Feng. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan, who had initially protested, raised her small hand and inadvertently noticed the tear. The little one pursed her lips thoughtfully before redirecting her hand to lift the bowl and sip the meat broth. Subsequently, the group lapsed into silence, and the meal was consumed in quietude. Xiaoxi intended to assist with the tidying of the dishes, but was gently restrained by Qing Song, who urged her to remain seated upon the animal hide mat. Having just regained consciousness from a faint, it was imperative for her to rest. Such a trivial task hardly warranted her involvement. The brook, resigned to its fate, could only acquiesce to his wishes. Having incurred such a debt, it would have to seek opportunities for recompense in the future. To Xiaoxi's utter astonishment, she found herself indebted to Qing Song in ways she never anticipated. Yet she realized she would never have the opportunity to repay him. Ultimately, someone intervened on their behalf, rendering both her and Chang Feng speechless, unable to voice any dissent. Once all matters were concluded, Qing Song sat by the fire, holding a piece of beast hide, dampened with water, poised to cleanse the wound on his shoulder. However, he was halted by Xiaoxi. "This method of using water is ineffective. Allow me to examine it," she insisted. Aware of Xiaoxi's medical expertise, Qing Song did not resist and discarded the wet hide aside. First, please remove your shirt. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon noticing the wound on Qing Song's shoulder, Xiaoxi could not help but gasp in shock. The injury appeared to be a dark, purplish hue, with a viscous black liquid seeping out. Its toxic essence corrosive even to the healthy skin it touched. The stream inquired with astonishment, "From whence did you acquire such a wound? How could you have been poisoned so gravely?" Qing Tian cast a glance at Feng Yuan, remaining silent. The young one, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, lowered his head. He had avenged his father beast by borrowing the formidable strength of the giant to slay the python. Yet, upon witnessing Qing Tian's severe injuries, a wave of regret washed over him. He never intended to seek revenge against the python only after maturing. Rather, he feared that by the time he grew stronger, the python would no longer be present, leaving him unable to avenge his father beast. Thus, on that fateful night, when the giant requested to take refuge in his cave in exchange for hunting, he conceived the idea of accompanying the giant in the hunt for the python. Driven by the desire to avenge his father beast, he indeed fulfilled his vow of vengeance, having personally pecked out the python's pearl and consumed it, which led to his subsequent fainting. This python, on the verge of transforming into a dragon, had long been known to him and his father beast to reside deep within the forest. His father had mentioned that the python's pearl was a great tonic for them, the rock, capable of enhancing their strength. Thus, he had consumed it after pecking it out. The wound I bear was inflicted during the hunt when the python bit me. Qi Tian refrained from disclosing to the stream that he had agreed to assist Feng Yuan in capturing an exceptionally large prey merely to secure a place for the two of them to stay that night, which ultimately led to his grave poisoning. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In Xiaoxi's mind, she pondered the items necessary for treating her wounds when she suddenly felt a weight in her embrace, prompting her to hastily secure it with her hands. Upon lowering her gaze to discover what she held, she was taken aback, nearly discarding the object in her arms. Even Qing Song and Feng Yuan were astonished, rising to their feet, their eyes wide with bewilderment as they gazed at the unexpected entity that had appeared in Xiaoxi's embrace. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook turned to Qing Song and inquired, "Do you still possess any moonlight stones?" Qing Song scratched his head, recalling that he had one left, but it had been left behind in his original leather pouch. "Ah, so that means you have none," she replied. Just as the brook pondered how to resolve the insufficient illumination in the cave at night, Feng Yuan, who was boiling water nearby, suddenly interjected, "Sister, I have moonlight stones." Upon saying this, he hurried to a corner, retrieving several moonlight stones from a leather pouch, instantly illuminating the cave as bright as day. "Thank you so much, little Feng Yuan. You've been a tremendous help." The boy, blushing from her gratitude, smiled shyly and replied, "No need to thank me. Just use them as you wish." He then returned to his task of boiling water. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi applied an antiseptic solution around the wound and then, with a surgical knife, made an incision at the site of injury, causing dark, toxic blood to surge forth immediately. After more than an hour of treatment, the toxic blood and necrotic tissue were meticulously cleared from the wound on Qing Song's shoulder. He sprinkled hemostatic powder over the area and finally bandaged it securely, ensuring that everything was adequately addressed. At this moment, Qing Song had completely forgotten his initial reluctance to accept the beast skin towel that Xiaoxi had offered. Now he bit down hard on the piece of hide, which he had placed in his mouth. Qing Song resembled a person pulled from the depths of water, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead like raindrops onto the ground. He had not anticipated such excruciating pain. The brook could not have anticipated that this venom had already corroded to the very bone. Fortunately, the treatment was administered in a timely manner. As long as inflammation does not ensue, new flesh will eventually grow, and all will be well. Xiaoxi gently laid the trembling Qing Song, whose body ached from pain, onto a piece of animal hide, ensuring that he would not press against his wounds. She rolled up a section of the hide and placed it beneath his injured shoulder. As soon as Xiaoxi stood up, she was nearly toppled over by Feng Yuan's fervent push. Feng Yuan desperately pounded her small fists against Xiaoxi's thigh, sobbing, "Why did you not come sooner? How could you treat the giant's poison wound, yet fail to appear for my father beast?" With tears streaming down her face, Feng Yuan glared fiercely at Xiaoxi, exclaiming, "Do you understand? My father beast was also bitten by that great python deep within the forest during this scorching season. Yet, we could not find the great shaman. His flesh was slowly eroded by the toxic blood, leading to his agonizing demise." The brook, listening to Feng Yuan's lamentations, reached out to embrace him as he struggled incessantly, gently patting his back to help him regain his composure. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi held Feng Yuan tightly until he cried himself to sleep, after which she gently placed him on the fur mat and used a clean piece of hide to wipe his small face. Once she had settled the little one, Xiaoxi went to fetch a bamboo basin of hot water from the pot to assist Qing Song in cleansing the poisonous blood that had flowed from his shoulders. Qing Song inquired, "Why did you not allow me to intervene earlier?" He had intended to stop Feng Yuan from striking Xiaoxi when the boy was flailing, but he was deterred by Xiaoxi's silent glance. Xiaoxi gently remarked, "It's nothing. He was merely momentarily agitated and poses no threat to me. Let him vent his emotions." In truth, Xiaoxi's leg throbbed with pain, for the strength of the young Feng Yuan was considerable. Most notably, several of his strikes had landed upon her lower abdomen, resulting in a subtle ache that lingered there. The brook carried the purified wastewater outside the cave and, upon returning, found Qing Song frowning due to the pain from his wound. She advised him, "You should close your eyes and rest for a while. Perhaps sleeping will alleviate your discomfort." Indeed, Qing Song had been quite exhausted lately. After rescuing Xiaoxi from the river, he had not found a moment's peace, tirelessly battling giant pythons, hunting, and gathering firewood. He nodded in agreement to Xiaoxi's suggestion and soon fell into a deep slumber, his brow still furrowed but his breathing steady. Observing that Qing Song had drifted off into a drowsy state, Xiaoxi fetched another basin of boiling water from the pot. She meticulously cleaned the surgical instruments one by one, setting them aside afterward. Next, she drew water to cleanse herself but reconsidered, realizing that the cave's environment was rather inconvenient for such an endeavor, and ultimately abandoned the thought. Once everything was in order, Xiaoxi gazed at the medical supplies laid out on the stone table, lost in contemplation. She pondered their origins and how they had come to be. Sitting on the stone bench, she reflected for a long time. Upon awakening, it seemed she had forgotten something important. Xiaoxi tapped her head in thought, but suddenly halted her actions, a sense of realization washing over her. As Xiaoxi recalled, after her unconsciousness, her soul seemed to have returned to her modern home, where she witnessed her father, devastated by her demise, now graying with sorrow. Her younger brother, Xiaoqin, believed that her death was a consequence of his actions, and in his guilt, he resorted to drowning his sorrows in alcohol. The sight of her loved one suffering due to her passing pierced Xiaoxi's heart with an indescribable pain. She could not bear to see her father and brother engulfed in sorrow and guilt because of her. She yearned for their well-being and happiness. Therefore, when she found Xiaoqin drunkenly slumbering in a chair, her heart ached even more. Observing her cherished younger brother, whom she had adored since childhood, deteriorating in such a manner due to her departure, felt like a knife slicing through her soul. Thus, she gently leaned close to Xiaoqin's ear, whispering that she had traversed to another realm and was faring well, urging them not to worry or grieve for her any longer, and expressing her heartfelt desire for them to live their lives to the fullest. The stream was uncertain whether it was a mere illusion at that moment. After she uttered those words, it seemed as though a green light had materialized within the apothecary. Upon awakening, She found herself once again inhabiting the original body of this Orcish continent. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted when the brook began to stir. Qing Song and Feng Yuan had already left the cave. She adjusted the fur garments draped over her shoulders and stepped outside the cavern, only to find Feng Yuan beneath the cliff, busily stacking firewood. Upon hearing a commotion from the cliff above, Feng Yuan lifted her gaze and exclaimed, "Sister, you are awake." Why are you alone? Where's Qing Song?" Feng Yuan, noticing that the stream had stirred, inquired about Qing Song, pouting as she continued. "Sister awakens and immediately wonders where the tall one has gone. Could it be that you have taken a liking to him?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi gazed at the pouting Feng Yuan, laughter bubbling forth from her eyes. A cub of 4 or 5 years is at the most endearing stage. It would be a pity not to tease him now, for he would soon outgrow this delightful phase. Just as Xiaoxi contemplated further antics with Feng Yuan, she noticed Qing Song approaching, shouldering a substantial catch. As he drew nearer, she discerned that his wound had reopened, blood seeping from it. "Xiaoxi, Qing Song, your wound has reopened. Do you no longer wish to keep that arm?" Qing Song scratched his head, looking at Xiaoxi with a sense of grievance. "I went hunting," implying that the wound reopened due to his hunting activities, and it was not intentional. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Though the brook yearned to return to find Feng, she gazed at Qing Song's wound and resolutely stated, "No, your injury cannot withstand strain yet. We must wait another 2 days." Qing Song recognized the brook's eagerness to hasten back to Feng, yet he was touched by her concern for his injury. Although the brook was reluctant to accept 2 males as partners, she remained the kind-hearted female they had first met in the misty forest. Aware that his wound was indeed unsuitable for a long journey, Qing Song refrained from insisting on departure. Perhaps the snow season would not arrive prematurely, he mused, observing the sun in the sky. In these 2 days, the brook witnessed once more the remarkable recuperative powers of the beastmen. Such a severe wound had begun to sprout new flesh within a mere 3 days. Qing Song reached to scratch the itchy wound on his shoulder, only to be met with a firm slap. His sister admonished him, "Newly grown flesh is always itchy. Do not scratch." Previously, he had broken the skin, and she had warned him that if he scratched again, she would strike his hand. With a serious expression on her youthful face, Feng Yuan addressed Qing Song. In truth, Qing Song wished to refrain from scratching, yet the torment of the itch was almost unbearable. He would rather endure pain than this relentless discomfort. On the 4th morning, the sky outside was shrouded in gray. Although the sun was absent, the pure white frost covering the ground still reflected a glimmer of light. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The stream arrived at the cave where she had once dwelled before being swept away by the waters, now devoid of any inhabitants. Standing before the vacant cave, she felt a twinge of melancholy, pondering the whereabouts of the long wind and why it was not there to welcome her. A gentle rain began to fall from the heavens, its droplets pattering softly against her face. As she bit her lip, tears shimmering in her eyes. Qing Tian, observing the stream's sorrowful demeanor, pursed his lips, yearning to utter comforting words, yet at a loss for how to console her. Feng Yuan grasped the stream's hand, saying, "Sister, do not be disheartened. That male has departed just in time. When I grow up, I shall become your male." Qing Tian, standing nearby, affectionately ruffled Feng Yuan's hair, admonishing, "It is not your place to speak." The stream, initially burdened by a sense of melancholy, found some solace in the playful antics of the two. Yet, the whereabouts of Feng remained a mystery. Was he aware of her longing for him? Observing the damp hair of Feng Yuan and Qing Song, the stream composed herself and suggested, "Let us seek refuge in the cave to escape the rain." Qing Song replied, "You and Feng Yuan should go ahead to shelter from the downpour. I will check if my belongings are still in the cave where I resided last time." With that, Ching Song made his way towards the cave he had previously inhabited, which was not too far from their current location. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The Brook observed him returning empty-handed and instinctively understood that his belongings had likely been seized by the orcs. Xiaoxi, has something been taken away? Ching Song replied dejectedly. Yes, it is gone. The gentle stream consoled, saying, if it is lost, then let it be. As the saying goes, old things must depart for new ones to arrive. In due time, we shall slowly acquire what we need. Ching Song nodded in agreement. It was the only course of action. Yet, within, he felt a twinge of melancholy. For many of the items he had grown accustomed to over the years were now suddenly gone, leaving an undeniable sense of loss in his heart. The creek was powerless to assist him in his loss. Glancing at the increasingly torrential rain outside, he suggested, let us take refuge in this cave for the night. Tomorrow, we shall search the surrounding area for Changfeng. If we do not find him, the little stream, its eyes reddened from tugging at its own ears, set forth towards the sacred mountain. Perhaps the long wind had already accompanied the little flowers ahead. After speaking, the little stream unfurled a piece of animal skin from the beast hide pouch brought by Feng Yuan and laid it in a corner, turning its back to them, silently shedding tears. Just as Feng Yuan was about to follow, he was halted by Ching Song. The two sat at the entrance of the cave, gazing at the pouring rain outside. The little one raised his head, gazing at Ching Song with a puzzled expression, and asked, did you not see my sister in tears? Why do you prevent me from going to her? Ching Song's golden eyes reflected a hint of sorrow. Perhaps she needed a moment of solitude, as she might not wish for us to witness her distress. Feng Yuan turned to glance at the stream, where the little creek sat with her back to them. Although he remained somewhat bewildered, he pursed his lips and refrained from approaching her. Within a dimly lit cave, Changfeng lay languidly upon a hide. His eyes, deep and vast like a starry sea, regarded the female before him with a scornful gaze, as though she were something repugnant. Changfeng had been ensnared and rendered unconscious by Hua Zhu 2 days prior in this cave. In truth, Hua Zhu had resided in a nearby cave long before the stream was swept away by water. From the moment the creek assisted Qing Chao in delivering her young, Hua Zhu had been shadowing them, fearful that the creek might recognize her. On the morning when Qing Chao gave birth, Hua Zhu had heard of a female who had struggled for a day and a night without bringing forth her offspring. At that moment, she thought that such a prolonged ordeal would surely lead to dire consequences for both the female and her young. Despite having learned the art of healing under Linyu, the great shaman, she did not dare to guarantee a successful rescue of the female and her offspring. Thus, she chose not to intervene. However, upon deciding against her involvement, she overheard some beastmen remark that a female shaman was assisting the troubled one with her delivery. Hua Zhu, driven by unknown motives, approached the cave where Qing Chao was giving birth. When she heard the news of the female successfully delivering her young, her surprise paled in comparison to the panic that surged through her when she witnessed Changfeng carrying the creek away. Subsequently, she had blended into the crowd following the creek, uncertain whether it was the throng or some other factor that prevented her from being recognized. Each encounter with the creek ignited a seething hatred within Hua Zhu. She wondered why the wretch still lived. Linyu, the great shaman, had commanded her to sever the ropes and cast her down the cliff during herb gathering. Yet this wretched woman persisted in her existence. Until that fateful day in the cave, when a deafening roar of a tiger reverberated through the air, followed shortly by the news that the shamanic little female had fallen into the river below the cliff and was likely swept away. Upon hearing this news, Hua Zhu excitedly turned to the strikingly handsome man before her, whose eyes exuded a chilling demeanor, saying, Han, did you hear? She is dead. The wretched one has finally met her demise, drowned in the river. We tossed her into the forest, and yet she was not devoured by the beasts. Now she is claimed by the waters. Hua Zhu's gaze spiraled into madness, and jealousy contorted her already fair features into a grotesque visage. The white dragon beastman, Han, embraced Hua Zhu, tracing a scar on her arm as he coldly remarked, she is dead. Do not harm yourself again. Hua Zhu replied with a sinister tone, that wretch is finally dead. Linyu, the great shaman, proclaimed her medical talents were exceptional, learning faster than I ever could. Why then? Did he take the creek as his apprentice? He deserves to die, and so does that wretched woman. Aha. They both deserve to perish. The thought of how that vixen had used her beguiling charms to ensnare such a remarkably handsome spirit wolf beastman as her husband filled Hua Zhu with a flush of both anger and desire. In truth, from the moment Hua Zhu first beheld Changfeng, She was captivated by his unparalleled beauty, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that she had coveted him for quite some time. When the creek fell into the water, other beastmen dispersed. Yet she remained, waiting until the Xiao Hua family departed. She noticed only Chang Feng lingered, and a scheme began to form in her mind. By leveraging the debt of gratitude for his life, she coerced the deeply enamored white dragon beastman, Han, into assisting her in plotting against Chang Feng. The bait Huazhu cast was a rabbit beast female rescued by a beastman, which lured the eager Chang Feng to her cave. When he drew near, she seized the opportunity to sprinkle a powder that would render him unconscious. Dreaming that with time, Chang Feng would forget that wretched woman. She believed her beauty would win the protection of this extraordinary beastman. Each day, she administered a herbal concoction to Chang Feng that would leave him weak and pliable. Fearing his potential retaliation if he regained his strength, Huazhu observed Chang Feng's serene face, devoid of any chill. Even adorned with a gentle smile reminiscent of a spring breeze, an unsettling sight that sent shivers down her spine. Biting her lip, she smiled faintly. "It has been 3 days. Do you still refuse to be my husband?" Seeing the rabbit beast mark on Chang Feng's chest, she smirked disdainfully. "You need not worry about being with me. That mark will subject you to the torment of burning flames. While I cannot remove it, I possess herbs that can suppress its effects." Huazhu's eyes gleamed with determination. Today, Han had already informed her that they must hasten to the sacred mountain, and Huazhu understood that the snow season was approaching. She could no longer afford to waste time with him. Whether this handsome male accepted her or not had become irrelevant, she would ensure that the spirit wolf beastman succumbed beneath her. Chang Feng sensed something amiss. It was not merely the warmth and weakness coursing through his body. He regarded the female standing before him, her face adorned with a strangely eager smile. Ever vigilant, he had not anticipated falling prey to such a shameless woman. Huazhu reveled in the sight of Chang Feng's flushed face, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and her laughter bubbled with triumph. In his deep blue eyes, cold stars flickered, the edges rimmed with bloodshot hues, and the corners stained with crimson. His muscular chest heaved, and he delicately toyed with a strand of silver hair. With a faint smile curling his lips, he mused, "Whatever you intend to do, come forth. There is no need to resort to drugs." At this moment, Chang Feng was devoid of the innocence that once characterized him before the brook. He resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, captivating all with every gesture. His voice, elegant and melodious, was tinged with a soft blush, and his blue eyes shimmered with unshed tears, enhancing the allure of his elongated gaze, which sparkled like rippling water, as if it sought to ensnare one's very soul. Regrettably, no one perceived the hint of bloodlust concealed within his deep blue gaze. Perhaps this was the true essence of the wandering beastman, Chang Feng. A creature abandoned by his family in childhood, forced to survive in the wilderness. How could he genuinely embody the pure, kind-hearted male that the brook envisioned? His innocence and naivety were perhaps only revealed in her presence. Chang Feng's eyes grew increasingly mesmerizing, the deep blue glinting like precious gems, tempting one to reach out and touch. Huazhu originally intended to approach him only when he had lost his senses, yet she found herself irresistibly drawn to Chang Feng, moving toward him as if entranced. A delicate flush adorned her cheeks as she crouched before him, her hand outstretched to caress his face. Just as her fingers were about to make contact, a large hand seized her wrist, and with a thud, she was flung against the stone wall of the cave, followed by a resounding crash as she fell to the ground. Chang Feng, cold and unfeeling, beheld the unconscious form of the rabbit beast female on the ground, a desire to rend her into pieces flickering within him. Yet he was acutely aware of another white dragon beastman lurking nearby, and he lacked the strength to engage in a prolonged confrontation. Thus, he resolved to act swiftly. Transforming into a spirit wolf beast, he dashed into the pouring rain outside the cave, the cool droplets offering a modicum of comfort to his fevered body. Indeed, he had scarcely taken a few strides when a white dragon beastman emerged from the cave, a malevolent expression etched upon his face. Without hesitation, Chang Feng unleashed a piercing chill toward the advancing foe. He recognized that this icy breath lacked sufficient potency to immobilize the white dragon beastman for long. So he did not linger. Observing the beastman collapse to the ground, he turned and fled in haste. Chang Feng, weakened by the effects of the drug, stumbled forward. Fully aware that he could not run far, yet he was determined not to be captured by that loathsome female. Desperately, he pressed onward, resolute in his thoughts that even in death, he would not betray the little rabbit. As he raced past the cave where he resided, he vaguely discerned 2 figures within, one large and one small. Due to the drug's influence, his vision was blurred, preventing him from recognizing Qingsong seated inside. Just as he prepared to rush forward, Qingsong spotted him, along with another beast man approaching from afar. Without a moment's contemplation, Qingsong transformed into a golden tiger beast and let out a fierce roar, charging at the beastman pursuing Changfeng. The white dragon beastman, Han, had initially thought to punish Changfeng for his earlier defeat, anticipating an easy victory over a seemingly exhausted opponent. To his astonishment, a golden tiger beastman suddenly lunged at him from the side. Realizing the futility of facing such a formidable adversary, he hastily retreated. In the depths of the cave, the brook yearned for her beloved, reminiscing about the myriad moments following her encounter with Changfeng. Each time her temper flared, Changfeng would transform into a plush, beastly form to cheer her up. During their barbecues, he would always reserve the tenderest morsel for her, and in all her endeavors, he stood steadfastly behind her, offering silent support. Suddenly, a thunderous roar from behind shattered the tranquility of the brook's thoughts, and as she turned, she beheld Qingsong's beastly form charging into the torrential rain outside the cave. Xiaoxi quickly rose to her feet, though she was unaware of the events that had transpired. She hastened towards the mouth of the cave. Inside a dimly lit cavern, Changfeng lay languidly upon a hide. His deep, vast eyes, reminiscent of a starry sea, regarded the female before him with derision, as if she were some unsightly object. Changfeng had been ensnared and rendered unconscious in this cave by Hua Zhu 2 days prior. In truth, Hua Zhu had taken residence in a nearby cave even before Xiaoxi was swept away by the waters. Following Xiaoxi's assistance to Qing Chao in the successful delivery of her offspring, Hua Zhu had shadowed them, fearful that Xiaoxi might recognize her. Thus she refrained from revealing herself. On the morning when Qing Chao gave birth, Hua Zhu had also heard whispers of a female who had struggled for a day and a night without delivering her young. At that moment, she thought that such a prolonged labor boded ill for both the female and her offspring, despite having learned healing arts under Lin Yu, the great shaman. From a young age, she doubted her ability to rescue the female in distress, leading her to abstain from intervening. However, upon her resolution not to go, she overheard others speaking of a female shaman who was aiding the distressed female in childbirth. Hua Zhu, driven by unknown motives, made her way to the cave where Qing Chao was giving birth. Her astonishment at hearing the news of the successful delivery paled in comparison to the panic that surged within her upon witnessing Changfeng carry Xiaoxi out. Thereafter, she lingered in the crowd trailing behind Xiaoxi, oblivious to whether it was the throng or some other reason that prevented Xiaoxi from recognizing her. Each encounter with Xiaoxi filled Hua Zhu with bitter resentment. Why was she still alive? Lin Yu, the great shaman, had commanded her to sever the ropes and let her fall to her death from the cliff, and yet this wretched woman still breathed. It wasn't until that day in the cave, when a thunderous roar of a tiger echoed through the air, followed shortly by the news that the shamanic young female had been swept away by the river after falling from the cliff, that Hua Zhu felt a surge of elation. Overcome with excitement, she turned to the strikingly handsome man beside her, whose eyes were as cold as ice, and exclaimed, "Han, did you hear? She is dead. That wretched woman has finally perished, drowned in the river. We tossed her into the forest, and she was not devoured by beasts. But now she has met her watery end." Hua Zhu's gaze descended into madness, jealousy distorting her once fair features into a grotesque visage. The white-scaled beastman, Han, held Hua Zhu close, tracing the scar on her arm as he coldly remarked, "She is dead. Do not harm yourself any further." Hua Zhu replied with a sinister smile, "That wretch is finally dead." Lin Yu, the great shaman, claimed she possessed extraordinary talent in medicine, learning faster than I ever could. If I were to inherit his skills, why then did he take Xiaoxi as his apprentice? They both deserve death. Ha ha ha. They all must die. The thought of that wretched woman employing some beguiling trickery to ensnare such a remarkably handsome spirit wolf beast man as her mate filled her with rage. The mere memory of that commanding male beast man made Hua Zhu blush, her eyes shimmering with longing. In truth, from the very first moment she laid eyes on Changfeng, she had been captivated by his unparalleled beauty, and it would not be an exaggeration to say she had coveted him for a long time. On the second day after Xiaoxi fell into the water, while other beastmen departed, she remained, waiting until the Xiao family also took their leave. It was then she realized that only Changfeng had stayed behind, and a plan began to form in her mind. She coerced the white-scaled beastman Han, who was infatuated with her, to assist in orchestrating a scheme against Changfeng. The bait Hua Zhu laid was a rabbit beast female rescued by another beastman, which lured the lovesick Changfeng to her cave. When Changfeng approached, She seized the opportunity to scatter a powder that would render beastmen unconscious. Dreaming of the day when, after spending time together, he would forget that wretched woman, she believed her beauty would earn her the affection of this unparalleled, powerful beastman. Each day, Huazhu offered Changfeng a concoction that left him weak and feeble, fearing that he might regain his strength and seek vengeance against them. As she gazed upon Changfeng's tranquil face, devoid of any chill, adorned with a gentle smile akin to a spring breeze, an involuntary shiver coursed through her. "It has been 3 days, and still you refuse to become my mate?" she inquired, noticing the rabbit beast mark upon his chest, a smirk playing on her lips. "You need not worry about being with me. That mark upon your chest will bring you great torment. While I cannot remove it, I possess a remedy that will suppress its effects." Her eyes gleamed with a sense of inevitability. Today, Han had already informed her that they must hasten to the sacred mountain, and Huazhu understood that the snow season was approaching. She could no longer waste time with him here. Whether this handsome male would accept her was now inconsequential. She would ensnare the spirit wolf beastman beneath her. Changfeng, sensing something amiss, felt the warmth and languor coursing through his body. He regarded the female before him, whose face bore a peculiar, urgent smile. Typically alert, he had not anticipated falling victim to the machinations of such a shameless female. Huazhu, observing Changfeng's flushed visage and the beads of sweat forming upon his brow, playfully raised an alluring eyebrow, asking, "Do you feel warm? Are you eager for me to come closer and touch you?" Changfeng's deep blue eyes sparkled like cold stars, the edges tinged with crimson. His muscular chest heaved as he lightly toyed with a strand of his silver hair. A cold smile graced his lips as he retorted, "Whether I am warm or in need of release, you need only come closer to find out. Why ask me?" At this moment, Changfeng had shed the innocence that once characterized him before the brook. He resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, captivating all with his every movement. His voice was a blend of elegance and warmth, with a rosy hue gracing his cheeks, and his azure eyes shimmered with unshed tears, bestowing an irresistible charm upon his elongated gaze. They sparkled like rippling waters, seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Yet, unbeknownst to others, a hint of bloodlust lurked within the depths of his deep blue eyes. Perhaps this was the true essence of the wandering beastman Changfeng. Abandoned by his family in childhood and forced to survive in the wilderness, how could he genuinely embody the pure-hearted and virtuous male that the brook envisioned? His innocence and naivety were likely only revealed in her presence. As Changfeng's gaze grew increasingly entrancing, his sapphire eyes gleamed like precious gems, enticing others to reach out and touch him. The soft sounds escaping his lips stirred a yearning akin to the gentle scratch of a cat's paw. Huazhu had intended to wait until Changfeng lost his senses before approaching him. However, unable to resist his allure, she found herself drawn closer, as if entranced. A delicate flush crept across her face as she crouched before him, extending her hand to caress his cheek. Just as her fingers were about to make contact, a powerful grip seized her wrist, and with a resounding thud, she was flung against the stone wall of the cave, followed by a crash as she landed on the ground. Changfeng, cold and detached, beheld the unconscious figure of the rabbit beast female sprawled on the floor, a violent urge rising within him to dismantle her utterly. Yet, he was aware that not far outside lurked a white dragon beast man. He lacked the strength to engage them further and understood the necessity of swift resolution. Thus, he transformed into a spirit wolf and dashed into the torrential rain outside the cave, the cool droplets providing a momentary respite from the fever coursing through him. Indeed, he had scarcely taken a few strides when a white dragon beast man emerged from the cave, a sinister expression etched upon his face, one Changfeng had encountered several times during his recent confinement. Without engaging in idle conversation, Changfeng unleashed a wave of bone-chilling frost towards the advancing white dragon beast man. Aware that this frigid breath alone would not suffice to incapacitate him for long, he refrained from lingering, noticing the white dragon beast man collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Before hastily fleeing the scene, Changfeng, having been drugged, stumbled forward, fully cognizant that he could not run far. Yet he was even more determined not to be recaptured by that loathsome female. Thus, he pressed onward, resolute that, even in death, he would not betray the little rabbit. As he sprinted past the cave where he resided, he vaguely discerned 2 beastmen, one large and one small, seated within. The effects of the drug clouded his vision, preventing him from recognizing Qingsong among them. Just as he intended to approach, Qingsong caught sight of him and noticed another beastman charging towards Changfeng from a distance. Without hesitation, Qingsong transformed into a golden tiger and let out a roar, leaping towards the assailant behind Changfeng. The white dragon beastman Han had initially prepared to teach Changfeng a lesson for the earlier freezing of his bloodline. But he was taken aback by the sudden onslaught of the formidable golden tiger. Realizing it was unwise to engage such a powerful adversary, he quickly turned and fled. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi quickly rose to her feet. Although she was unaware of the unfolding events, she nonetheless dashed toward the cave entrance. Changfeng, having fallen into the rain-soaked ground, found himself increasingly unable to suppress the effects of the potion coursing through his veins, panting heavily amidst the downpour. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Xiaoxi beheld a figure swaying unsteadily amidst the dense curtain of rain, collapsing into the water. After 2 months of close companionship, she instantly recognized the fallen form in the torrential rain as Changfeng. Meanwhile, at the cave's mouth, Feng Yuan was bewildered by the situation. The towering figure had suddenly transformed into a beastly form and pursued a beastman, while his sister seemed to have lost her senses, running frantically into the deluge. He called out to her several times, but it was as if she did not hear him at all. The brook rushed towards the place where Changfeng had fallen, incessantly calling his name. Changfeng, Changfeng. Even as she stumbled into the rain-soaked ground, nothing could deter her from hastening towards his feet. In a daze, Changfeng seemed to hear the voice he had longed for, calling his name, and for a fleeting moment, his muddled consciousness regained clarity. He lifted his large wolf head, caked in mud, his deep blue eyes now devoid of their former brilliance, and vaguely gazed at the figure etched in his heart, rushing towards him. With the last vestiges of his strength, Changfeng transformed back into his human form, unsteadily rising to his feet and staggering towards the approaching brook. The brook rushed directly into his embrace, plaintively saying, "Changfeng, where have you been? I thought you had departed." Changfeng held tightly the person he had long yearned for. His heart and mind rendered incapable of coherent thought. All he knew was that he could not relinquish his hold, allowing her to stray even a step away. Even if she were merely a figment of his imagination, he was determined to keep her close. Changfeng's voice trembled, hoarse and barely recognizable. "Xiaoxi, my little bunny. You must never leave me again." As Xiaoxi regained her composure, she gazed at the once familiar figure before her, now gaunt and haggard from their time apart, causing her heart to ache with a profound sorrow. With a heart full of concern, the brook gently lifted her hand to caress Changfeng's face. Finally realizing that something was amiss, not only had he held her with an intensity that felt almost scalding, as if he could burn her with his warmth, but upon closer inspection, it appeared that he was scarcely aware of his surroundings. His hands clung tightly to her, while he murmured her name in a haze, as if all of this were but a figment of his imagination. Xiaoxi yearned to escape the embrace of Changfeng to ascertain his true condition, yet he clasped her even more tightly than before. This time, his hold was so firm that she felt a pang of discomfort where he enveloped her. Struggling to lift her head, she caught a glimpse of Changfeng's chin and urgently exclaimed, "Changfeng, release me for a moment, and look at me. I am Xiaoxi." The stream lifted her head, yearning for the long wind to recognize her, only to be unexpectedly met with a sudden kiss upon her lips. A mere kiss was insufficient to sate the desires of the drugged male, whose hands, clasped around the small of her back, began to stir restlessly. It was as if Long Wind had discovered an outlet, gradually deepening the kiss as they stood entwined in the torrential rain, their embrace passionately narrating their longing for one another. The intensifying downpour jolted the remaining vestiges of reason within the stream, and seizing the moment when Long Wind relaxed his grip, she forcefully pushed him away. The loss of the one he had longed for drove Long Wind to the brink of madness. His eyes were bloodshot, bearing an expression as if he were a predator ready to pounce, sending shivers down the spines of those who beheld him. The brook observed Changfeng on the verge of losing his sanity and swiftly exclaimed, "Changfeng, regain your composure. Look at me, it is I, the brook, who has returned. Please do not behave this way. My heart aches painfully at the sight of you." As the gentle stream approached Changfeng, she lifted her hand to caress his fierce eyes and softly implored, "Changfeng, I beseech you to awaken. I have returned. Your little rabbit is back." Changfeng's deep blue gaze flickered momentarily, his ferocity subdued, as he gradually allowed the stream to assist him into the cave. Throughout the brief journey from their standing point to the cave, Changfeng's eyes remained fixated on the stream, as though he feared she would vanish with the slightest blink. The gentle stream brought Long Feng back to the cave, where he lay upon the animal skin mat she had previously spread. Kneeling beside him, she tenderly caressed his rain-soaked silver hair, then meticulously conducted a thorough examination. Aside from a few minor abrasions, she found no other injuries on him. Given Long Feng's condition, she could only speculate whether he had been drugged, observing how he instinctively sought to nuzzle against her. It was not difficult to surmise that he had likely fallen victim to an aphrodisiac. Xiaoxi currently lacks the time to ponder who administered the potion to Changfeng. Knowing that Changfeng has merely been afflicted by the drug, she breathes a sigh of relief. In the days before she possessed the medicinal space, she might have felt somewhat helpless. However, with the availability of herbs, detoxifying has become a manageable task for her. Just as Xiaoxi retrieves the necessary herbs and the potion-making cauldron from her medicinal space, she realizes that Changfeng has firmly grasped her hand. No matter how she struggles, she cannot free herself. Thus, she softly implores, "Changfeng, would you kindly release me? I am going to brew the antidote for you. Once you drink it, your discomfort will surely dissipate." The brook gently bowed its head and bestowed a soft kiss upon the forehead of Changfeng, then tenderly pressed its lips against his large hand. The once dimmed sparkle in Changfeng's eyes began to gradually illuminate, as a flicker of awareness emerged within him. He reciprocated with a fervent kiss on the palm of the brook, before slowly releasing its hand. With a voice trembling and hoarse, he implored, "Do not leave me again." Fresh tears mingled with the remnants of those yet to dry on the brook's face. Changfeng, his eyes glistening with tears yet reflecting a newfound clarity, lifted his head and kissed away the brook's tears, whispering, "Do not weep." He placed the brook's hand over his heart, the fervent heat emanating from his chest causing her hand to recoil momentarily. Noticing Changfeng's flushed face and feverish body, the brook realized time was of the essence. "You must rest for a moment. I shall prepare the antidote for you." This time, Changfeng did not protest, although his consciousness remained hazy. He understood that the figure before him was no mere figment of his imagination. With immense willpower, Changfeng fought against the effects of the drug coursing through his veins, determined not to succumb to the encroaching fog of madness. He pondered that if he did not find a remedy soon, he would indeed fall prey to the malevolent presence lurking at the cave's entrance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook was troubled by the lack of materials to collect rainwater for her medicinal concoctions. Thus, she approached a seemingly familiar beast hide pouch and rummaged through it. To her delight, she discovered that her instincts had not misled her. This pouch was indeed the one she had sewn herself, and its contents were all gathered by her own hands. As she set a bamboo basin outside to catch the rain, she inquired of Qing-tsang, "From where did you retrieve this beast hide pouch and its contents?" "They are all my handiwork." Upon seeing the beast hide pouch in Xiaoxi's grasp, Qing-tsang realized why it appeared so familiar to him in that cave. He had indeed encountered these items before within the cave of the Misty Forest. These beast hide pouches were found in the orc cave that attacked Changfeng, Qing-tsang explained. "When I arrived there, the occupants had already fled, and seeing these items left unattended, I took the liberty of bringing them back." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi sat beside Changfeng, gazing at him for quite some time. His once sharply defined features had now become gaunt beyond recognition. Xiaoxi reached out, her hand gently caressing his face, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Outside, the bamboo basin collecting water seemed to be overflowing, prompting Xiaoxi to rise and prepare the medicine. She casually approached the animal skin pouch brought by Feng Yuan and retrieved 2 large bamboo basins, which she also took outside to gather rainwater for boiling later. At that moment, the rain was pouring heavily. By the time Xiaoxi finished washing the medicinal pot, the 2 clean bamboo basins had already filled halfway with water. Fortunately, there was some dry firewood in the cave. Otherwise, starting a fire would have posed a significant challenge. The stream retrieved the necessary herbs from the apothecary space, placed them into a medicinal jar, and added water before setting it over the flames that had already risen in the azure sky. Only then did it return to Longfeng's side. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi cast a glance at Changfeng, whose piercing gaze was laced with a hint of bloodlust. Her breath quickened, and she swiftly pulled Feng Yuan, who was stepping on the wolf's tail, aside. Xiaoxi gazed earnestly at Feng Yuan and said, "Sister, in this lifetime, I require only this one male. As you grow, you should seek your own happiness and not squander your time on me." Upon hearing these words, Qing Song, who was seated at the cave's entrance, felt a jolt. He understood that Xiaoxi's words were directed at him. Although her statement bore a certain coldness, he admired her candor. After all, most females here still hope to have more admirers by their side. Qing Song let out a bitter smile, realizing that he had ultimately missed his chance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook gazed at a droplet of water that had settled upon the back of her hand. Lifting her gaze, she beheld the enigmatic figure of Chan Feng, who had appeared before her unbeknownst to her. This droplet had fallen from his eyes, his body trembling incessantly under the strain of the medicinal effects, the blood vessels in his eyes growing increasingly prominent, yet he maintained a flicker of clarity within. With a quiver in his voice, Chan Feng inquired, "Is what you speak truly genuine? Am I to be your sole male in this life?" In the Orcish realm, females seldom pledged themselves to but one male for the sake of survival. Thus, the promise made by the brook held immense value for Chan Feng, rendering it worth even the price of his life. "Xiaoxi, indeed, it is true. Additionally, you should return and lie down. The antidote will be ready shortly. If you continue to be disobedient, I cannot guarantee that I will not have second thoughts." Upon hearing Xiaoxi's words, Chan Feng, feeling aggrieved, obediently returned to lie on the animal skin mat, closing his eyes to suppress the effects of the medicine coursing through his body. Once the antidote was prepared, Xiaoxi hurriedly poured a bowl and fed it to the flushed-faced Chan Feng, whose consciousness was becoming increasingly unclear. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi retrieved a beautifully crafted fur garment from her leather pouch, intended for Chan Feng, and handed it to Qing Song. This exquisite attire had yet to be worn by Chan Feng. "If you do not mind," she offered, "you may keep it for your change of clothes." She felt a profound sense of guilt, knowing that Qing Song had sacrificed his own belongings to rescue her. Qing Song accepted the garment with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "There is nothing to disdain. This fur outfit is undoubtedly far more appealing than anything I could create." His words were heartfelt. While most male beastmen possess the skill to fashion their own clothes, few succeeded in producing anything truly aesthetically pleasing. Typically, these robust hunters, with their calloused fingers, wielded a bone needle as if it were a weapon, often settling for haphazard attire when not accompanied by a mate. The stream once again brought a basin of warm water before Feng Yuan. The little one approached and said, "You should wash yourself and change your clothes. Can you fetch them by yourself?" Feng Yuan glanced at the new animal skin garment that Qing Song held, lowering his gaze, and asked, "Sister, will you also make me new animal skin clothes in the future?" Xiaoxi gently patted Feng Yuan's head and said, "Of course, when sister has the time. I will craft a splendid new fur garment for our little Feng Yuan." Upon hearing that Xiaoxi was willing to make him new clothes, little Feng Yuan smiled. His lips pressed together in delight. Standing nearby, Qing Song observed the new fur garment in his hands, his heart a whirlwind of mixed emotions. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The stream entered the cave and found a clean spot to sit down, finally having the time to contemplate the matters concerning Chan Feng. How did he come into contact with the aphrodisiac, and under what circumstances? Was it an accidental ingestion, or had someone administered it to him? Upon hearing from Qing Song that beastmen intended to assault Chan Feng, it seemed likely that the drug affecting him was indeed intentionally administered. If it were an aphrodisiac, it would not have been the male beastmen planning to attack Chan Feng. Rather, it was probable that there existed a female beastman in the cave where Qing Song had pursued. The thought of someone drugging Chan Feng and forcing him into such circumstances ignited a fire of rage in Xiaoxi's eyes, akin to a conflagration of thorns. Should Hua stand before her, he would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. At this moment, Xiaoxi remained unaware that the original owner of her body harbored unresolved grievances. As her fury boiled, she resolved that should she discover the identity of the one who drugged Chanfeng, she would ensure that he met a most unfortunate end. Hearing Feng Yuan call for her to return, Xiaoxi donned her animal skin once more and dashed back through the rain-soaked ground to the original cave. As Xiaoxi entered the cave, she beheld the round-necked, long-sleeved fur garment adorning Qingsong, which fit him perfectly, not too long, nor too short, leaving her momentarily speechless. She mused that an observer might mistakenly believe she had crafted it specifically for him. However, due to Changfeng's slightly taller stature and Qingsong's more robust physique, their garments were quite similar in size. Upon noticing that Xiaoxi's attire was also splattered with mud, Qingsong took hold of Feng Yuan and dashed into the cave Xiaoxi had just vacated, braving the rain. Feng Yuan, pulled along by Qingsong, protested vehemently, exclaiming that if they were to enter this cave, he would prefer to remain with his sister. Qingsong, regarding the oblivious little Feng Yuan with a sense of exasperation, replied, "Have you not noticed your sister is covered in mud as well? She needs to wash up." Struck silent by Qingsong's words and recognizing his own misjudgment, Feng Yuan obediently found a spot to sit. Qingsong gently patted the little one's head and settled down beside him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook lifted her gaze to observe the twilight sky. Realizing that night was fast approaching, she added some fresh water to the jar, retrieving the ginger they had unearthed during their last expedition from the leather pouch. After washing it thoroughly, she sliced it and placed it into the jar, setting it over the fire to brew into a ginger tea, hoping it would help dispel the chill from Qingsong's body upon his return. After all, he had ventured out into the rain to hunt for everyone's sake, and the brook felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. Having completed her task, she approached Changfeng, gently touching his forehead and body. Noting that his fever had subsided somewhat, likely due to the efficacy of the antidote, this realization brought her a sense of relief. Yet, Changfeng, with furrowed brows, did not seem to rest peacefully, often murmuring her name in his sleep. The brook gazed upon him with tender eyes, softly smoothing out his furrowed brow, whispering, "Fool, rest well, I am right here beside you. When you awaken, you shall see me." Whether it was the soothing nature of her words or sheer coincidence, Changfeng indeed relaxed and fell into a deep slumber. Soon after, Qingsong returned, one hand carrying a cleaned game. Seizing the opportunity presented by the diminished rain, the brook ventured out to gather some damp firewood, placing it by the fire to dry for later use. As the gentle stream observed Qingsong returning and placing the meticulously prepared prey, she retrieved a porcelain bowl from her medicinal space. After all, they had witnessed her conjuring medical supplies on that fateful day, thus, any further concealment seemed rather futile. What puzzled her was why Qingsong and Xiao Feng Yuan had yet to inquire about it. The two of them were indeed curious about how the stream produced such items. Yet they refrained from asking, believing that she preferred to keep it a secret. In truth, these past few days, the stream had been solely focused on healing Qingsong's wounds promptly, so she could return to find Changfeng and put this matter behind her. The little stream poured a bowl of ginger soup from a jar and handed it to Qingsong, saying, "You have been drenched in rain for quite some time today. This ginger soup can dispel the chill. Please drink it." Upon catching a whiff of the ginger soup, Qingsong wrinkled his nose and stepped back in fear, gazing apprehensively at the bowl in the stream's hands. He scratched his head, his golden eyes avoiding the stream's gaze. "Well, you see, I've been in the rain and I'm perfectly fine, so I shouldn't be affected by the cold. And about this ginger soup, is it possible for me not to drink it?" After speaking, he cast a reluctant glance at the soup before turning away with a look of disdain and trepidation. This made the little stream wonder if what she had painstakingly brewed was not ginger soup, but rather a bowl of poison, for he seemed utterly terrified. "Just now when you returned, did you not sneeze twice? That is a clear sign of having caught a chill. Drinking a bowl of ginger soup now will ward off the cold. If you wait until the chill has entered your body, you might find yourself having to consume 10 bowls of this soup to counteract it." The stream stared with her round, rabbit-like eyes, her expression earnest and unyielding. Qingsong was torn between the decision to drink a bowl of ginger soup, now to stave off the cold, or to wait until tomorrow when, if he truly felt unwell, the stream might insist he drink 10 bowls of this unpleasant concoction. After contemplation, Qingsong decisively accepted the ginger soup from the stream's hands. closed his eyes, held his breath, and tilted his head back to gulp it down all in one go, not pausing for a breath. After finishing the rather distasteful ginger soup, Qing Song looked at the stream with a look of grievance in his golden eyes and handed the empty bowl back to her. With an expressionless face, Xiaoxi accepted the empty bowl and turned away, unable to suppress a smile. She was astonished that the formidable Qing Song, who showed no sign of discomfort when dealing with toxic blood or severing decayed flesh, could be so apprehensive about consuming ginger soup. After finishing the unpalatable brew, Qing Song roasted the large prey he had brought back. Xiaoxi retrieved some spices from her recently recovered beast skin bag and offered them to Qing Song for the roasting meat. Meanwhile, she took out some dried mushrooms and soaked them in a bamboo basin of water, intending to stew them with the sharp-beaked beast after cutting them into pieces. Since the sharp-beaked beast would not be consumed in one meal, Xiaoxi decided to save some for breakfast the following morning, knowing that it would not spoil in the cold weather. Outside, a light drizzle continued to fall, while Qing Song prepared the meat at the mouth of the cave, sprinkling spices over the nearly cooked meat, filling the entire cave with a tantalizing aroma. Suddenly, a sound of someone swallowing echoed in the air, prompting Xiaoxi and Qing Song to glance in the direction of the noise, only to find Xia Finjuan's little face visibly flushed red, reaching down to her neck. As the brook gazed upon the charming little Feng Yuan, she could not help but let out a laugh. Although Qing Song did not possess the same lack of decorum as the brook, one could still discern the upward curve of his lips. Feng Yuan, already vexed with himself for succumbing to the temptation of the delightful fragrance, felt his eyes redden with embarrassment and anger at their laughter. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi pointed at Qing Song. Perhaps he also swallowed hard, though he concealed it from us, while roasting meat. Qing Song suddenly noticed a black pot descending from the sky, landing atop his head. His golden eyes cast a resentful glance at Xiaoxi, as if to say, "You claim to be soothing the cubs. Why must you involve me in this as well?" The brook paid no heed to Qing Song's sorrowful gaze. Turning her head, she noticed the little one, evidently comforted, had already wiped away the tears from his eyes. Feeling reassured that she had spoken rightly, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Feng Yuan remarked, "Truly, you two are salivating with desire." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook hurriedly fled from this place, pondering that it should never again lightly tease the young beasts, lest it find itself in the position of having to soothe them after causing their tears. Qing Song roasted an entire giant elephant beast, unable to finish it, and decided to save it for breakfast the following morning. The little stream's platypus had finished simmering the mushrooms, and a fragrant bowl of broth was prepared. Turning to Qing Song and Feng Yuan, she remarked, "There is plenty in the pot. Please help yourselves." With that, she approached Chang Feng, gently lifting him to rest in her embrace, and delicately blew on the wooden spoon before feeding him the warm soup. As Chang Feng sensed the presence of someone nourishing him, he gradually opened his eyes, which had returned to a soft shade of blue, and stared blankly at the person who was offering him the broth. As the brook beheld the gaze of Chang Feng, filled with a sense of bewilderment, it gently smiled at him and asked, "How do you fare? Are you still in discomfort?" Chang Feng raised his hand to caress the brook's cheek and inquired, "Have you truly returned, or is this merely another figment of my imagination?" The brook blinked its moist eyes upon hearing Chang Feng's words, a broader smile gracing its face. Opening its mouth, it declared that if it did not drink the broth soon, it would become cold. This time, Chang Feng revealed a genuine smile. He reached out to take the bowl from the brook's hands, lifted it to his lips, and consumed the broth entirely before setting the bowl aside. He then pulled the brook into his embrace, burying his head in her neck, relishing the moment. "How wonderful it is that you are not a figment of my dreams, nor an apparition of my imagination. My little rabbit has truly returned." Xiaoxi sensed a warmth enveloping her neck as the two embraced. She gently caressed Chang Feng's back, soothing his restless emotions, while silence enveloped them. The cave was exceptionally tranquil. After Chang Feng awoke, Qing Song had taken Feng Yuan and some roasted meat to the adjacent cave, leaving this space for the couple who had much to share after their reunion. As Chang Feng realized that only he and Xiaoxi remained in the cave, he tightened his hold on her, as if wishing to meld her into his very being, ensuring their souls would never part. The dawn slowly unfurled its curtains, heralding yet another splendid and vibrant morning. The stream awakened under the intensity of a piercing gaze, lifting her sleepy eyes to meet a pair of cerulean orbs. A gentle breeze curled at the corners of her lips, revealing an enchanting smile. Observing the one nestled within her embrace, her heart swelled with delight. You are awake. The brook gazed upon the gaunt cheeks of Changfeng, noting his pallid complexion, and with a twinge of sorrow, remarked, in just a few days of absence. How have you allowed yourself to become like this? Changfeng, with a hint of despondency, reached up to touch his face and replied, Do I not appear presentable? Have you begun to disdain me? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook is tenderly embraced by the gentle winds, and I am filled with joy, for we have welcomed our little ones. The brook was taken aback by Changfeng's revelation, stating that she was with child. Instinctively, she placed her hand on her abdomen, realizing that there was already a child of hers and Changfeng's growing within her. How could she have felt nothing? How did Changfeng know? Then, a memory surfaced. Once, while she was picking red berries with Xiao Hua and Changfeng, Xiao Hua had mentioned her cravings for sour foods during those days. At that moment, she had suspected that Xiao Hua might be pregnant and had inquired about how females in their world discerned their condition. Xiao Hua had seemingly responded that when a female was with child, the males at home would recognize the altered scent emanating from her. Last night, the two had been reunited after a long separation, yearning for one another, yet at the crucial moment, if Changfeng hadn't detected the change in the scent surrounding Xiaoxi, he might have completely consumed the little rabbit. Xiaoxi pondered how Changfeng discerned that she was with child, her face flushed to the point of near embarrassment. Gazing at Changfeng's chiseled and handsome visage, she suddenly flipped over and positioned herself atop him, gritting her teeth as she addressed him. Changfeng, you shameless rogue. What were you sniffing around for last night? Changfeng seized Xiaoxi's hands, which were poised to strike his face, and quickly pleaded for mercy. Xiaoxi, my little rabbit, please spare me. It was only because I missed you so dearly that I couldn't help myself. Fearing that Xiaoxi might inadvertently harm herself, he embraced her tightly, saying, It is all my fault. You may punish me as you wish, but please, be cautious and do not move too much. We must protect our little one. The brook observed as he remained true to his word, releasing himself and lying motionless, awaiting the punishment she intended for him. Infuriated, she clenched her fists and delivered several light blows to his chest, unsure whether they had caused him any pain. Nonetheless, her own hand had turned a shade of crimson. Rising to her feet, she gave him a swift kick, warning him not to act so brazenly again. She then donned her clothing and proceeded to wash, not sparing him even a glance. Meanwhile, Qin Song and Feng Yuan, having heard the commotion from the cave, returned to this very cave. The brook observed two individuals emerging from the neighboring cave, and the little creature eagerly trailed behind her. She wrung out the animal's skin towel in her hands and gently lifted Feng Yuan's head to cleanse his delicate face. Subsequently, she presented him with a rudimentary toothbrush of her own making, instructing him to take a few grains of salt, crush them, and place them upon it. In a moment, I shall teach you the art of brushing your teeth, she said, as the gentle stream raised her gaze towards Qin Song. She noticed the simple toothbrush held by Feng Yuan. With a sigh of relief, she was glad she had taken the initiative to prepare several in advance. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for where to procure them. From her leather pouch, she retrieved a few toothbrushes wrapped in a small piece of animal hide and handed one to Qin Song. Changfeng, with his light blue eyes, glared fiercely in their direction. Were it not for his gratitude towards the stream for saving him, he would have lunged at Qin Song to bite him. Qin Song raised an eyebrow at Changfeng and, clutching the wooden toothbrush, turned to find some salt for brushing his teeth. He mused that during their time in the misty forest, Changfeng had often raised his brow at him in a similar manner. A smirk graced Qin Song's lips as he realized how delightful it was to see someone else's expression change due to anger. No wonder that cunning silver wolf frequently feigned weakness to draw more attention from the stream, leaving Qin Song feeling disheartened, believing she cared more for him. Fearing that his uncontrolled emotions might harm the stream, he had chosen to distance himself. Yet, thinking of that shameless silver wolf, Qin Song could hardly miss the chance to vent his frustrations, although he had resolved to respect the stream's choices. The crafty vagabond beast Changfeng always managed to incite a sense of satisfaction within him whenever he saw him fuming. Stream, I too wish to brush my teeth. Without casting a glance at Changfeng, Xiaoxi turned away to kindle a fire, preparing to reheat the leftover sharp-mouthed beast and mushrooms for breakfast, clearly still harboring resentment. Aware that Xiaoxi had yet to quell her anger, Changfeng could only touch his nose in resignation and fetch a wooden toothbrush to wash up. Feng Yuan approached Changfeng and whispered, You are the male of my sister. Upon hearing this childish remark, Changfeng turned to look at Feng Yuan and replied, If by sister you mean Xiaoxi, Then indeed I am her male. Feng Yuan continued. Then could you allow my sister to wait until I grow up so that I may also become her male? Nearby, Jing Song, who was brushing his teeth at the cave entrance, couldn't help but smile upon hearing their exchange. It seemed that he was not the only one capable of making the silver wolf beast's expression change. The little one has truly impressed me. My grievous wounds were not in vain as I helped you avenge your kin. Chanfeng squinted at the small figure before him, barely reaching his waist, contemplating the notion of becoming the male counterpart of his little bunny. A peculiar smile crept across his lips, suggesting that it was indeed a possibility. As long as he remained in place and was pushed, he would concede. However, the sly silver wolf beast refrained from revealing the specifics of this concession. Qingsong, having finished brushing his teeth, cast a disdainful glance at Chanfeng, then, with a tinge of sympathy, patted the unsuspecting little one before passing by, feigning ignorance of the conversation. Fo Yuan, full of hope, declared, if I push you, you will truly allow me to be the male companion of your sister when I grow up. Chanfeng gazed at the tiny figure before him, a smile gracing his lips yet remaining silent. Believing wholeheartedly in the promise, Feng Yuan summoned all his strength and charged at Chanfeng. Despite 3 attempts, Chanfeng remained unyielding, and in a final, overly vigorous effort, Feng Yuan stumbled backward, landing in a heap. Turning to the stream with tear-filled eyes, Feng Yuan lamented, Sister, I couldn't move him. I can no longer be your male companion. With that, he burst into tears. Xiaoxi heard the sound of Feng Yuan's weeping, set down her wooden spoon, and approached him. She helped Feng Yuan rise from the ground, brushing off the dust that clung to his body. With a glance of disdain from her starkly contrasting black and white eyes, she turned to Changfeng, who stood nearby brushing his teeth, attempting to feign that nothing had transpired. Xiaoxi gently wiped away the tears on Feng Yuan's face, her expression one of triumph, a smile gracing her lips, utterly unconcerned about the disgrace of bullying a mere cub. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Xiaoxi cast a peculiar smile at Changfeng. Upon witnessing Xiaoxi's smile, an ominous premonition stirred within Changfeng's heart. The gentle stream caressed Feng Yuan's head and softly remarked, It matters not if you cannot be your sister's male counterpart. I am currently with child. Should it be a female offspring, you may protect her, and as she matures, you shall assume the role of her male guardian, if you wish. Feng Yuan, still pondering the sudden news of his sister's pregnancy, had yet to respond when a piercing cry echoed from behind, declaring, I disagree. In his heart, Feng Yuan thought, if I cannot be my sister's male counterpart, how can I be denied the right to protect her unborn female? How could this villain be so unreasonable? With tears streaming down his face, he shouted, I want to be the male for my sister's unborn female. At that moment, Chafeng felt a sense of self-inflicted regret, akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on his own foot. He realized he should not have provoked the gentle stream or argued with a mere child, yet his epiphany came too late. Qingsong, upon hearing of the stream's impending offspring, felt a twinge of disappointment in his heart but was equally elated for her. In this challenging realm of beastmen, where procreation is fraught with difficulty, he had not anticipated such swift news of her pregnancy. Looking at the stream with sincerity, he expressed, Congratulations on your new arrival. The brook smiled as it replied, Thank you. I did not expect it to happen so swiftly. At that moment, Chafeng approached the two, embracing the brook possessively, casting a glance at Qingsong as if to assert his claim. Qingsong once again felt the immaturity of the silver wolf beast man and shot him a disapproving look. He then proceeded to reheat the leftover roasted meat from the previous night, preparing breakfast. The brook cast a silent glance at Changfeng, gently pushing aside his arm to retrieve the already prepared platypus stew with mushrooms. Changfeng, touching his nose, reflected on the many foolish things he had done that morning. The greatest blunder was undoubtedly angering the little rabbit, which led him to unwittingly offer his yet-to-be-born precious one to the fledgling rock with its divine avian bloodline. Although beings of such divine lineage were rare on this continent, Chafeng, possessing his own divine beast heritage, could not overlook the extraordinary aura of the rock. He also dared not underestimate this diminutive creature that might one day dominate the skies. The breakfast for the 4 of them unfolded in an atmosphere tinged with tension. Feng Yuan glared at Changfeng, while Qingsong devoured his meal with fervor. Changfeng, feeling helpless, noticed that Xiaoxi was relishing the peculiar scene. After finishing their meal, as Changfeng began to pack his belongings, Xiaoxi finally could not restrain herself and suggested, Would you like to rest for another day and set off tomorrow? Upon seeing Xiaoxi's concerned gaze, Changfeng's earlier gloom lifted instantaneously. He surveyed the yellowing landscape, suppressing his smile, and exchanged a knowing glance with Qingsong. Both understood that they could not afford to delay any longer. Their relentless journey to the sacred mountain left them uncertain whether they would find a suitable cave to weather the snow season. Furthermore, with Xiaoxi now expecting, the prospect of staying in a cave exposed to the wind was out of the question. Upon reaching the sacred mountain, they would also need to prepare provisions for the snowy season. Any delay here would only prolong their hunger once the snow arrived. Ultimately, disregarding his weakened state from the herbal medicine, Cha Feng insisted on setting off immediately. Xiaoxi, unable to oppose him, resigned herself to packing their belongings. Xiaoxi approached the enormous beast skin bag that Qing Song had brought back and opened it to take a look. Inside, she discovered bundles of beast hides and numerous small pouches filled with herbs. The best packaged beast skin bag contained 3 roots of ginseng. What surprised Xiaoxi the most was the discovery of food resembling grains of rice, although there were only about 20 to 30 pounds. It was enough to fill her with joy. For someone who had not tasted a single grain of rice since arriving in this world, it felt like stumbling upon a treasure. Feng Yuan, noticing Xiaoxi's elation, inquired, "Sister, what is this? Why does it bring you such joy?" The brook gently returned these items before responding to Feng Yuan's words, stating that it was a delectable treat and promised to prepare it for her sister when time permitted. Hearing about the delightful morsel brought joy to the little one. The neatly packed beast hide bag was placed upon Qing Song's back, as Xiaoxi and Feng Yuan climbed atop Changfeng, commencing their journey, although Changfeng harbored reservations about Feng Yuan sitting on him. Upon witnessing the lively conversation between the large and small figures on his back, he silently swallowed his descent. Initially, they had been cautious of Xiaoxi's condition, mindful not to travel too swiftly due to her pregnancy. However, Xiaoxi reassured them that she was fine and encouraged them not to overly concern themselves with her, as reaching the holy mountain and settling down would allow her peace of mind to nurture her unborn child. This leg of the journey continued until darkness fell, halting only when it was time to rest. Since they were not far from the river, Changfeng closely followed Xiaoxi, ensuring she did not approach the riverbank this time. The incident of the brook being swept away by the river has cast a lifelong shadow over Changfeng. After pausing, Qing Song decided to go hunting, and this time, Feng Yuan insisted on accompanying him. Initially, both the brook and Qing Song believed that Feng Yuan was too young to partake in such endeavors. However, it was Changfeng who supported Feng Yuan, suggesting that whether or not he could capture any game, it would be beneficial for the little one to gain some experience. Today, the brook sat upon Changfeng's back, feeling the cool wind brushing against her head as he galloped. Now, she finds herself in a cave, illuminated by the soft glow of the moonstone, crafting 2 fur hats for herself and Feng Yuan from animal hides. Upon returning from chopping wood, Changfeng noticed the brook making a small hat and, feeling a tad aggrieved, leaned closer to her, saying, "You gifted the new set of fur clothing you made for me to that yellow-skinned tiger. When do you plan to make me another?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook paused momentarily, gazing at the long wind, as Qing Song leapt into the river below the cliff to rescue me. The brook nestled her head against Changfeng's embrace. As for the life-saving grace he had bestowed upon her, might we repay him with the remainder of our lives? Changfeng gently patted Xiaoxi's back, affirming, "Yes, beyond you. I am willing to offer anything I possess to him." In Changfeng's heart, nothing held greater significance than Xiaoxi. It was only many years later, when another cherished one tugged at Qing Song's hand, standing before him, that he regretted the promise made on this day. He yearned to return to this moment and silence his own foolish words. Yet alas, at present, Changfeng remained oblivious to the future. While preparing dinner, Xiaoxi could not resist the temptation and washed a bowl of what appeared to be rice, placing it in a new jar in an attempt to cook it. For the first time, while fully awake, Changfeng witnessed Xiaoxi conjuring something from thin air, staring in astonishment at her for quite some time. "Xiaoxi, when did you learn to create things?" He examined her from head to toe multiple times, and suddenly, he gently pinched her earlobe. Noticing a small verdant dot that had mysteriously appeared, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi reminisced about the moment the green dot appeared after she regained consciousness from her coma. Before her soul's awareness faded, she had glimpsed a green light enveloping her family's medicinal chamber. Could this green dot be connected to her spirit's journey to this Orcish continent? Might her possession of the medicinal space from her previous life be linked to the green dot on her ear? The more she pondered, the more plausible this seemed. Cha Feng observed Xiaoxi lost in thought, while Qing Song and Feng Yuan beside her watched with curiosity. In fact, on that day in Feng Yuan's cave, they had witnessed Xiaoxi conjuring something, but since she had not mentioned it again, they assumed she preferred to keep it unspoken and had refrained from inquiring further. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, the Brook said. I must tell you, I simply fell into a stupor, and it appeared, can you believe it? I believe so. Before Cha Feng could respond, a rich and resonant voice resonated from beside them. The Brook gazed at Qing Song with a touch of emotion, surprised that the first person to believe in her would be him. She narrowed her naturally adorable eyes as she looked at Chang Feng. Qing Song's trust in the Brook stemmed from that night when she had helped him tend to his wounds. Overhearing her muttering to herself and wonder about how she could conjure things out of thin air. At that moment, it seemed she was equally curious about her own abilities. Feng Yuan, following closely behind Qing Song, approached the Brook and took her hand, declaring, I believe in you, sister. In truth, he was uncertain about what he was supposed to believe. But seeing his sister visibly relax upon hearing the tall man express his faith in her prompted him to echo the sentiment. Chang Feng cast a sidelong glance at Qing Song, pondering whether he had ever voiced doubt about the Brook. He drew her closer, meeting her gaze as he proclaimed, from now on, remember this, whatever you say, I will believe, whatever you do, I will support. Henceforth, do not doubt me, or I shall be displeased. Chang Feng's eyes lingered on the Brook's lips, a playful warning dancing in his tone. You are aware of how I might punish you if I were to become angry. Are you not? Upon witnessing the captivating smile of Chang Feng, Xiaoxi hastily pushed him aside and approached the rack by the fire, wielding a long wooden spoon to stir the excess rice porridge from the jar. She was acutely aware of the punishment Chang Feng had mentioned. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she dared not meet his gaze. This rogue had the audacity to utter such shameless words in front of Qing Song and Feng Yuan. During dinner, Xiaoxi opened the pot of cooked rice, and a sweet, fragrant aroma wafted from within. Cha Feng and Qing Song exchanged a fleeting glance before turning away, continuing to roast the beast meat in their hands, utterly disinterested in the rice Xiaoxi held. Only Feng Yuan, driven by curiosity, accepted a bowl of rice offered by Xiaoxi. Being young, he found the sweet rice quite appealing. After finishing a bowl, he scurried over to Qing Song, grabbing a piece of roasted meat and savoring it with delight. Xiaoxi realized she should have known by now that regardless of size, all males shared an unwavering affection for roasted meat. Nothing else would suffice. Xiaoxi felt somewhat disheartened. Although the rice was a tad sweet, it lacked the subtle fragrance that characterized the rice she had savored in her previous life. Yet, it wasn't entirely unpalatable. She mused with a hint of acidity. After all, these robust male orcs were primarily carnivorous creatures, utterly indifferent to the joys of gastronomy. Despite her thoughts, Xiaoxi could only manage to consume a single bowl of the sweetened rice, which paled in comparison to the delectable rice she had grown accustomed to in her former existence. Setting down her bowl, she approached Chang Feng, eyeing the roasted meat he held. Chang Feng, engrossed in his meal, paid her no mind, perhaps due to her earlier skeptical gaze directed at the yellow-skinned tiger. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As the gentle stream savored the roasted meat, it settled comfortably before Chang Feng, gazing at him intently. Before long, Chang Feng's ears flushed a deep crimson. After their meal, the stream heated water in a pot, ensuring everyone could wash up properly before retreating into the cave to rest. Since they were all to spend the night in the same cave, the stream insisted that the 5-year-old Feng Yuan share a hide with her, successfully quelling Chang Feng's protests. Chang Feng cast a look of sorrowful reproach at the stream, but her decision remained unaltered. Turning away, he cast a jealous glance at Feng Yuan, questioning the pride of such a robust young male sharing a bed with a female. Feng Yuan retorted, "You, an elder male, slept beside sister last night. Who should be ashamed?" After making a face at Chang Feng, she dashed over to the stream, exclaiming, "Sister, I'm done washing. Let us sleep now." Enraged, Chang Feng followed closely, flashing a smile at the stream as he grabbed Feng Yuan by the collar, declaring, "Tonight, I shall take him to sleep, ensuring he slumbers soundly." Feng Yuan, dangling in the air, kicked his short legs in indignation, exclaiming, "I refuse. I do not want to sleep with you." API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The babbling brook approached Chomfeng and rescued Xia Finjiwen from the clutches of darkness. Feeling a chill in solitude, I requested Feng Yuan to keep me company. I can accompany you, Chomfeng began to say. But his words were promptly swallowed by a fierce glare from Xiaoxi. In truth, Xiaoxi was apprehensive about Chomfeng climbing into bed at night, not onto the mattress, but rather onto the fur-lined mat. Thus she allowed the little one to sleep with her, as their combined warmth would be sufficient. Qingsong, aware of Xiaoxi's modesty, had initially intended to sleep outside the cave that night, but Xiaoxi, concerned about the biting cold and the potential for them to catch a chill, dissuaded him. Although Chomfeng could not embrace Xiaoxi in slumber, he still laid the fur mat beside them, arranging it flat. Sandwiched in between, Feng Yuan grumbled for quite some time, expressing his discontent. However, upon receiving a mere glance from Chomfeng, the little one immediately fell silent and nestled into the plush fur covering provided by Xiaoxi. Chomfeng's gaze flickered as he extended his long arm, intending to lift Feng Yuan from Xiaoxi's fur. Yet, a single word from Xiaoxi halted him. Sleep? Anyone who is unwilling to do so may step outside to keep watch. Observing Chomfeng obediently close his eyes, Xiaoxi took a piece of fur and draped it over the moonstone, plunging the cave into darkness. The little stream gazed at the moon, now merely a half, a portent that the snowy season was swiftly approaching. Chomfeng draped his long arm over her shoulder, and without uttering a word, Xiaoxi grasped his large hand, closing her eyes and gradually succumbing to sleep. Hearing her rhythmic breathing, Chomfeng smiled faintly, tightening his grip on her delicate hand, and gently closed his pale blue eyes, drifting into a peaceful slumber for the first time since Xiaoxi's departure. At dawn, a cool breeze wafted into the cave. Chomfeng entered, carrying several bamboo tubes filled with water, setting them aside to cool, preparing to seal them for the journey ahead. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A wave of trepidation surged within Xiaoxi as she contemplated the possibility of a sudden volcanic eruption in this place. The orcs, who had come to spend the winter season here, would likely find themselves trapped with little hope of escape. To be candid, the sight of so many volcanoes before her instilled a sense of fear. Chomfeng, why do you choose to spend the winter season here instead of your original dwelling? She inquired. Chomfeng gazed at the delicate snowflakes drifting silently from the vast expanse of the sky. He extended his hands to shield his frosty, reddened cheeks beneath his fur hat, and replied, when winter arrives, the snowfall can accumulate to depths as profound as your chest. The creatures of the mountains and forests either flee or hide, rendering it nearly impossible to procure sufficient food after the onset of winter. Most importantly, the cave will become exceedingly cold during this season, making it unbearable to endure the harsh winter within. Upon hearing Chomfeng's words and gazing at the distant places where steam still billowed from the crevices, the little stream was filled with trepidation. She pondered that come winter next year, she must find a way to address the issues that Chomfeng had mentioned and spend the winter on the other side of the forest. Even if it wasn't as warm as here, at the very least, she would not have to dwell in such a state of anxiety. She had no desire to witness the potential consequences should any of the numerous active volcanoes decide to erupt in anger. Having arrived here this year, returning was impossible. She had come too late to familiarize herself with this place and had made no preparations, and to venture back would surely lead to her demise from the cold. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brooklet smiled, pursing her lips, and did not respond to Feng Yuan's inquiry, instead extending her hands to cover his small face. She placed her chilly hands on either side of Feng Yuan's face, and he, disregarding any semblance of decorum, felt a warmth enveloping him, grinning foolishly in return. Chomfeng glanced at Qingsong and inquired, "How is it over there?" Qingsong shook his head. The better caves in these mountains had already been claimed by earlier arriving beasts, leaving only those situated in windy spots. Furrowing his brow, Changfeng pondered that if only male beasts resided in such caves, they could transform into their beastly forms during the cold, and could make do with the cave situated at an angle to the wind. However, with the brooklet expecting a child, they could not afford to choose such caves. They needed to find a sheltered one. Let us move on and search elsewhere, Changfeng declared, with Qin Song bearing the burdens. The brooklet cradled little Feng Yuan as they journeyed towards the adjacent mountains. They scoured the area until darkness fell yet failed to locate a suitable cave, ultimately settling for one that was somewhat exposed to the wind to rest for the night, vowing to continue their search come dawn. Initially, Qin Song had intended to hunt and return for supper, but Changfeng intervened. Throughout their journey, Changfeng had often allowed Qin Song to hunt while he remained vigilant for the brooklet's well-being. Now that they had reached the sacred mountain, it was relatively safe, with no large predators likely to intrude, although hunting would require venturing far afield. In truth, Changfeng felt gratitude towards Qin Song, for his presence had afforded Changfeng greater opportunity to care for the brooklet, who was with child. Qin Song glanced at the brooklet, sensing she would prefer Changfeng's company, and contemplated offering to take his leave. However, Changfeng interjected, instructing, "You stay here and gather some firewood. I shall hunt for today's meal." Without granting Qin Song a chance to decline, he transformed into his beast form and dashed off into the distance. Reluctantly, Qin Song remained behind and turned to Feng Yuan, saying, "You stay here and protect your sister. I will go to that nearby grove to gather some drywood for our fire. If anything arises, you must come find me, understood?" Feng Yuan patted his little chest in assurance, replying, "Understood. I will protect my sister well. You need not worry." Qin Song affectionately ruffled the little one's hair and, casting a concerned glance at the brooklet, advised, "Now that we have just arrived here, should anything occur, send Feng Yuan to seek me out." The brook responded with a gentle smile, "All right, I understand." Only then did Qin Song dash towards the woods, which lay a considerable distance away, to gather some firewood for the evening. The air had turned quite chilly, and a biting wind swept through, accompanied by the occasional flurry of snowflakes. The brook accompanied Feng Yuan, who held a moonstone in his hand, as they emerged from the cave. She surveyed the surroundings for any long-haired grass, intending to weave a grass curtain to later shield the cave's entrance. Xiaoxi and Feng Yuan searched in vain, finding not a single strand. Dejected, they returned to the entrance of the cave. "Sister, let us cease our search. In previous years, my father and I also ventured to the sacred mountain to endure the winter, and there is nothing on these slopes, no grass even grows here." Xiaoxi silently chastised herself for her folly. Having already known that this was a dormant volcano, how could she expect to find any vegetation? Perhaps, in the future, if they settled here, they might discover distant patches of long-haired grass suitable for weaving mats. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The little fellow spoke with an air of maturity that amused the stream watching him. How delightful it is to encounter such charming beings in this unfamiliar world. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi gazed in astonishment at the transformation before her. It was not the metamorphosis of Feng Yuan that took her by surprise. Rather, it was the abrupt realization that she had always perceived him as a mere child. The sudden revelation that he had transformed into a magnificent bird caught her off guard. "Feng Yuan, what is your beast form? I seem to have never encountered it before," Xiaoxi remarked, marveling at how such a small cub could unfurl its wings and become such a grand avian creature. Feng Yuan lifted his head, his innocent gaze fixed upon Xiaoxi as he pondered for a moment. He recalled his deceased father beast mentioning that their beast form was known as the Rock. At the mention of his departed father, a shadow of melancholy fell over Feng Yuan, and he pressed his lips together in a somber silence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook discovered the seasonings and said to Feng Yuan, "Later on, sprinkle whatever you desire onto the roasted meat. But do refrain from using that eggplant-colored spice. It is exceedingly spicy." Just as they had located the condiments, they heard a rustling sound outside the cave. Approaching the entrance, they beheld Qin Song dragging a large, dead tree, which he began to chop into smaller pieces of wood for the evening's barbecue. Once Qin Song had finished processing the tree, Cha Feng had yet to return. Xiaoxi stood at the cave's mouth, gazing into the distance, but aside from the indistinct silhouettes of distant mountains and forests, she saw nothing else. Noticing Xiaoxi's worried expression while tending to the fire, Qingsong reassured her, "Do not fret. Cha Feng is a formidable beastman, and he will be fine. He is likely in search of a substantial prey to bring back, saving it for breakfast tomorrow, thus allowing more time to find the cave." Qingsong's intuition proved correct. When Cha Feng returned, he bore a giant elephant beast and had also skillfully caught a tender Lulu beast for Xiaoxi's feast. From a distance, Xiaoxi spotted a shadow approaching them and couldn't help but call out loudly, "Cha Feng, Cha Feng." Cha Feng, carrying his prey, faintly heard Xiaoxi's shouts and quickened his pace towards the cave where they resided. As he drew near, he saw Xiaoxi standing at the cave's entrance and promptly said to her, "Hurry inside. Do not linger at the mouth of the cave. The wind is strong there." As the stream saw his return, a sense of relief washed over her. Upon his arrival, she could not help but smile and nodded in acknowledgement before turning to enter the cave. Cha Feng placed the game he had carried on his shoulders upon the beast's skin that was spread out by Qingsong. This location was quite distant from the water source, and the prey Cha Feng had brought back had already been meticulously cleaned at a nearby water site. He then set aside the bamboo tube filled with water that he had carried at his waist, intending to boil it for their consumption once they grew thirsty. Feng Yuan joyfully leaped down, the height of the cave presenting no challenge for the nimble stream, as even the young cub, Feng Yuan, could easily hop up and down. With nimble hands transforming into sharp claws, Feng Yuan skillfully sliced a tender piece of meat from the Lulu beast, expertly skewering it on a wooden stick before positioning himself by the fire to roast it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi gently caressed her abdomen and remarked to Cha Feng, "This little one has been rather restless these past few days." Cha Feng, with a hint of concern in his eyes, gazed at Xiaoxi and asked, "Is it quite uncomfortable? If there is anything you desire to eat, do not hesitate to let me know." "Understood. I shall certainly inform you if I crave anything," Xiaoxi replied. Only upon hearing her response did Cha Feng take the jar from her hands to prepare the porridge. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ultimately, the stream led Cha Feng to the cave, where he retreated to a distance and expelled the discomforting contents from her stomach. Cha Feng gently patted Xiaoxi's back. His light blue eyes filled with compassion as he witnessed her distress, pondering how he might alleviate her suffering. Fearing that the aroma of roasted meat might further upset Xiaoxi, he and Qingsong relocated the fire pit far from the cave to prepare their meal, even choosing to dine beside the fire rather than within the cave's confines. Cha Feng brought a bowl of freshly cooked rice porridge into the cave, stirring it with a wooden spoon to hasten its cooling. He remained unsettled by Xiaoxi's earlier reaction, gazing at her with concern, wondering if her late dinner had left her so famished that it induced her severe nausea. When the porridge had cooled sufficiently, he intended to offer it to Xiaoxi, only to be met with her refusal. Xiaoxi took a few sips of the thin porridge from Cha Feng. Feeling a great deal of relief in her stomach, the discomfort had lessened significantly. She gazed at Cha Feng, who appeared worried, and gently urged him, "You've had a long day too. Go eat something. Look, I'm feeling much better now." Cha Feng initially intended to wait until Xiaoxi finished her meal before venturing out, but she pushed him out of the cave, insisting, "Go on, truly, I'm fine now. If you exhaust yourself, how will you care for both me and our little one?" Her words struck a chord within him. Indeed, without a robust body, how could he adequately protect and care for them both? This time, Xiaoxi's urging was unnecessary. Cha Feng, resolved, stepped out of the cave and made his way to the fire, devouring the roasted meat with vigor. He needed to replenish the energy lost during their journey and from the medicinal herbs, as this was the best form of protection he could offer to Xiaoxi and their child. That evening, Cha Feng, Qingsong, and Feng Yuan all indulged in a hearty meal. Even the young Feng Yuan understood the necessity of fortifying their bodies before the harsh snow season approached. The morning in the sacred mountain was exceptionally tranquil, with only the cold wind whispering into the cave. The little stream, in a drowsy state, nestled closely within a warm embrace, her delicate face nuzzling against the heated chest, yearning to linger in bed for a while longer. Suddenly, she halted her movements. Something felt amiss. Clearly, she had gone to sleep beside Feng Yu on the previous night. And such a broad chest could not belong to the petite cub. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook shot him a glance, quietly lifting its head from his embrace, only to see the little creature slumbering beside them. Qingtang lay far from their resting place, turned away as he slept, seemingly still in the realm of dreams. Between them stood a tall, fur-covered sack, serving as a barrier, ensuring that a mere turn could not reveal their presence to one another. The brook quietly exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that they had not awakened. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. She contemplated retracting her head to push away Chanfeng. Yet she found herself enamored by the warmth of his embrace. Thus, she reasoned that it was still early in the day, and a few more moments of rest would not be amiss. She wrapped her arms around Chanfeng's sturdy waist, gently caressing his firm abdomen, a gesture that had become a familiar habit when it was just the two of them. Chanfeng, feeling the touch of Xiaoxi, could feel the heat rise within him, gradually breathing heavily. It had been a long time since they had been together, and he thought of her every moment. Suppressing his ardor, he nudged closer to her, whispering in her ear, "If you continue to touch me, the consequences may be more than you can bear." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The stream, of course, understood the implication of his words, and thus, blushing profusely, she pulled the animal hide over her head. When Feng Yuan awoke in the morning and noticed the peculiar distance between them, he inquired about the reason for it. The brook could only blush and admit that it was his own restless sleep that caused him to roll over. Receiving a casual glance from Qing Song that made her face flush deep red, reaching her neck. Outside, the sky was shrouded in a dull gray. And although the light snow had ceased, the air remained biting cold. Thanks to the plentiful hunt brought in by Changfeng the previous night, there was no need to venture out for food that morning. After breakfast, with the weather still frigid, Changfeng, concerned for the delicate constitution of Xiaoxi, decided to keep her and Feng Yuan sheltered in the cave, while he and Qingtsong set out separately in search of a more suitable dwelling. Upon embarking, Changfeng ran desperately, aware that the more time they wasted, the fewer caves they would find. As he searched, he noticed an increasing number of beastmen arriving at the holy mountain, all in pursuit of their own ideal shelters. Suppressing his mounting anxiety, he continued his search and, just before dusk, he finally discovered a wind-sheltered cave. Though the cave was indeed commendable, it posed some challenges for females, as the entrance was a good 5 to 6 meters above the ground, making it somewhat difficult for his little rabbit to navigate. The fact that it had not been claimed by the earlier arrivals was likely due to the inconvenient height of the entrance. In front of the cave lay a broad platform, presumably constructed by the previous inhabitants for storing their catches. Changfeng observed that the protruding rocks above the platform were designed to prevent melting snow from entering the cave come warmer weather. Inside, the main cave featured a stone table and 7 or 8 stone stools of various sizes, indicating that the original owner must have had a sizable family of beastmen. On one side of the main cave, 2 small alcoves had been excavated, while a single alcove was on the opposite side, likely intended for resting during the night. Each alcove was modest in size, merely serving as a place to sleep, with a stone ledge against the wall to hold belongings and little else. At the farthest end of the main cave, there was a fire pit, an essential feature of any cave. This pit, devoid of flames, radiated a considerable warmth and served as a place for roasting meat. After thoroughly inspecting the cave, both inside and out, Changfeng felt quite content with his find. However, he worried about Xiaoxi's ability to manage the high entrance and decided to bring her to see it first. If she was dissatisfied, he would continue his search. With a plan in mind, Changfeng marked the surroundings of the cave with his scent to deter other beastmen from claiming it. Generally, caves marked in such a manner would not attract the attention of others, and if anyone dared to intrude, he would be ready to confront them. Upon returning to their temporary dwelling, Changfeng found that Qingtsong had already returned as well, having located another wind-sheltered cave, and was waiting for him to join in the exploration. However, in that cave, only a small sleeping alcove had been excavated beside the main area, suggesting it had previously been occupied by a solitary male. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon their arrival at the entrance of the cave, they observed that its elevation from the ground was akin to that of most caves, standing at 3 to 4 meters high. Chanfeng cradled Xiaoxi and leaped up, while Qingsong intended to do the same with Feng Yuan, but was met with refusal. Feng Yuan transformed into a rock, unfurling its magnificent wings to soar into the sky. Cha Feng and Qingsong exchanged a glance at Feng Yuan's beastly form before redirecting their attention to accompany Xiaoxi in exploring the cave. Changfeng was already aware that Feng Yuan possessed the bloodline of a divine bird, thus the sight of his beast form did not astonish him. For Qingsong, it was even simpler. His curiosity about Feng Yuan's beast form was minimal, as he merely needed to acknowledge that he was indeed a grand bird. However, he paused momentarily, stealing an extra glance, reminiscent of the great bird that had snatched the serpent's pearl. Regardless, Qingsong cared little for the identity of the creature that had taken the pearl, allowing the matter to slip from his mind as he followed Changfeng and Xiaoxi into the cave. Typically, Feng Yuan had not transformed into his beast form during their hunting excursions, and he had not anticipated that his prideful beastly appearance would be so readily disregarded by Changfeng and Qingsong, who now looked upon him with elevated noses. Xiaoxi surveyed her surroundings and ultimately resolved to revisit the cave that Changfeng had discovered, as she found the current cave rather cramped. Moreover, Changfeng had warned her that the protruding rocks above the cave were rather insufficient. When the warm season arrived, melting ice and snow would likely trickle into the cave. Upon arriving at the entrance of the cave sought by Changfeng, Xiaoxi hesitated, contemplating a retreat to the cave of Qingsong. The elevated entrance posed a significant challenge for her. Even if a ladder crafted from vines were fashioned, the brittle nature of the frozen vines during winter would render them prone to breakage, and a wooden ladder would be utterly unfeasible. While the height was quite formidable for Xiaoxi, it posed no such difficulty for the two powerful males, Changfeng and Qingsong, who required no stepping stones and effortlessly leapt onto the platform in front of the cave, utilizing the jutting rocks of the mountain wall. As for Feng Yuan, he faced no challenge whatsoever. He could soar to even loftier caverns, a clear testament to the advantages afforded by his wings. The little stream gazed sorrowfully at herself being embraced by the long wind, once again imploring the heavens as to why she was not transformed into a male orc. For she could leap higher than they and dazzle them with her prowess. Upon entering the cave, Qingsong could not help but admit that this place was indeed more suitable for their habitation. Feng Yuan joyfully darted back and forth through several caverns, and had it not been for the quick reflexes of the long wind, he would have tumbled into the fiery pit below and become a roasted bird. Aside from her slight discontent with the cave's high entrance, the little stream was quite pleased with their new home. Ultimately, they all unanimously decided to remain in this cave throughout the snow season, for it seemed improbable to find a more fitting dwelling. With their residence established, Qingsong and the long wind departed to hunt, preparing for the impending snow season. Now that they had a permanent abode and the weather was growing increasingly frigid, they needed to procure more game to store for sustenance during the winter months. Thus, both ventured into the distant forest in search of greater bounty. As snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, the little stream and Feng Yuan wielded a broom made of withered grass, which the long wind had mysteriously procured, diligently sweeping away the dust within the cave. This cavern was excavated quite deeply, and the little stream was intrigued to discover that the floor radiated warmth, reminiscent of the heated Kong in her grandmother's home during her childhood, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. The brook swept the dust from the cave down the cliff. It then commenced the arduous task of cleansing the fiery mouth known for roasting meat. However, due to the excessively high temperatures surrounding the area, the brook could not approach closely. Instead, it utilized a long wooden stick, to which a clean, damp hide was affixed, to scrub from a distance several times. Despite being so far away, the brook emerged from the fiery cave, drenched in sweat. She took a clean hide towel to wipe her perspiration away, continuing her efforts. She poured a bamboo tube of water into a bamboo basin, then took a small piece of hide to soak in the basin, beginning to clean the stone table, stone stools, and the stone platforms within the 3 small alcoves against the mountain wall. Finally, she even wiped the cave floor several times with the damp hide. After completing one of the small alcoves, the brook sat down on a hide spread in Feng Yuan, panting heavily from exhaustion. Feng Yuan approached with a bamboo tube of cool boiled water and handed it to the brook, saying, "Sister, take a sip of water and rest for a moment. Allow me to clean the remaining alcove." The brook gently pulled Feng Yuan, who was about to wipe the floor, to sit upon the animal hide. "Sister is not tired. There is no need for you to assist." I shall drink some water and rest for a moment, she said reassuringly. Feng Yuan understood that his sister, perceiving him as still young, was reluctant to burden him with tasks. Therefore, as the brook busied itself with work, he followed closely behind, eager to see if there was anything he could do to help. Xiaoxi gazed at Feng Yuan, so sensible and understanding, and gently ruffled his hair, offering him a small piece of animal hide, allowing him to wipe the floor and walls at his leisure. After a brief respite in the cave, Xiaoxi heard a commotion emanating from the platform outside. She and Feng Yuan ventured out to discover Qingsong ascending with an exceptionally large catch slung over his shoulder. Feng Yuan exclaimed with excitement, "Ah, big guy, you truly are remarkable to have brought back such a colossal beast." Prior to consuming the magical pearl of the giant python to enhance his strength, Feng Yuan could only hunt smaller prey to satiate his hunger. Thus, witnessing Qingsong's impressive haul filled him with admiration. When Feng Yuan saw Qingsong leap from the cliff ledge, carrying an even larger creature, his admiration transformed into sheer awe, his gaze sparkling like stars. Ultimately, Qingsong presented two freshly processed beasts, placing them upon the stone table within the cave, and remarked, "If you find yourselves hungry, roast this Lu beast at the fire of flame. Changfeng has hunted extensively in the forest, and I must return for another foray." As the little stream observed the snow falling more heavily outside, she urged the already poised Qingsong at the cave's entrance. "The snowfall is quite intense. You should return soon." Qingsong's body momentarily tensed, yet without turning back, he simply nodded before transforming into his beast form and leaping down the 6-meter-high cliff, racing into the distance. The frigid wind outside whipped through the air, swirling the white snowflakes in a dance. The little stream then pulled Feng Yuan into the cave, where they beheld two substantial pieces of wild beast meat resting on a stone table. From the medicinal chamber, she retrieved a fruit knife and skillfully began to dissect the whole meat. After a while, she placed the pieces into the pit by the fire, seasoning them for roasting. Feng Yuan inquired, "Sister, what kind of knife is that?" "It is remarkably sharp, far superior to a stone knife." Upon noticing Feng Yuan's eager gaze towards the delectable morsels, Xiaoxi extended the knife in her hand towards him, cautioning, "Give it a try, but hold it firmly. Do not cut yourself." Feng Yuan, brimming with excitement, accepted the fruit knife from Xiaoxi and experimentally sliced the beast's meat into manageable pieces. "Sister, this knife is truly splendid. It resembles our own claws," he exclaimed. Observing Feng Yuan's enthusiasm, Xiaoxi proceeded to instruct him on the proper technique for butchering the meat, advising on the appropriate size for roasting later on. She then approached the enormous hide pouch, extracted a bundle of skins, and carefully unfolded it to reveal two of the largest pieces. Fetching a bone needle, she began to stitch together a curtain for the cave's entrance. Once the curtain was hung, she secured it with stones at the bottom to prevent the snowflakes from drifting inside. As the daylight faded, Xiaoxi retrieved 2 moonlight stones, illuminating the interior of the cave. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After Xiaoxi finished crafting the cave curtain, she folded it neatly and set it aside, awaiting the return of Changfeng and the others. Once they returned, she planned to carve a small hole and attach it with a narrow beast skin belt. Although the ground within the cave was warm, a chilling breeze swept in through the entrance, causing Xiaoxi to feel a slight chill. Therefore, she retrieved 2 thick garments from the medicinal room. One she donned herself, while she intended to offer the other to Feng Yuan. However, as she approached him and noticed the beads of sweat glistening on his nose, Xiaoxi silently retracted the clothing. She could not help but admire the formidable physique of the beastmen, even in the form of a mere cub, which was beyond her own capacity for envy. Xiaoxi remarked, "After dissecting so much meat, my hands are feeling quite sore. Please pass the knife to me, dear sister. I shall take care of it." Feng Yuan appeared rather fond of wielding the sharp fruit knife, reluctant to part with it even as the meat was nearly all prepared. He shook his head at Xiaoxi, saying, "Sister, look how swiftly I have finished. This little knife is just perfect." Perhaps it is true that boys have an affinity for knives and guns. Even in this world of beastmen, the young ones are no exception. Once the beast meat was neatly sliced, Feng Yuan glanced at the gleaming blade and handed it to Xiaoxi. Although he cherished the knife, he understood that it was not merely a toy. "Sister," he said, "speak your mind. Next time we need to use it, I shall assist you in cutting the meat." The gentle stream brushed against Feng Yuan's head, stifling a laugh. How is it possible for such a tiny creature to possess such understanding? Xiaoxi took the fruit knife from Feng Yuan's hands, washed it thoroughly, and put it away. Such objects as knives are indeed unsuitable for children to play with. A moment's carelessness could lead to injury. Little Creek reached into the leather pouch and retrieved a packet of spices along with crushed dried chili peppers. She filled a bamboo basin with the seasoned meat and took Feng Yuan's hand, saying, "Come, sister, let me take you to the barbecue." Although Little Creek had initially intended to prepare a delightful dinner for the weary Chanfeng and Qingsong after their long day, she ultimately abandoned the idea. The heat surrounding that area was overwhelming. Even before approaching, she could feel her skin burning as if aflame, making it impossible for her to get close to the blaze. Observing Little Creek's dejected demeanor, Feng Yuan gently shook the hand she held and suggested, "Sister, let us wait for the tall ones at the entrance of the cave." The stream had no choice but to set aside what she held in her hands. She retrieved a thick garment from her medicinal space and draped it over Feng Yuan, guiding him to the cave's entrance to await Chang Feng and Qingsong. Outside, the sky had descended into complete darkness. With the cold wind howling fiercely and the snow falling in swirling flurries, numbing faces and causing noses to sting with the biting chill, Xiaoxi and Feng Yuan had been waiting at the cave entrance for quite some time, yet there was still no sign of Chang Feng and Qingsong's return. The brook gently grasped Feng Yuan's cool little hand and said, "Let us return. Perhaps they will be back shortly." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi chose the side with a small cave, creating a cozy bedroom for herself and Changfeng. She carried the moonstone inside and laid down animal skin mats in both of the little caverns. Feng Yuan watched as Xiaoxi arranged the mats and asked, "Sister, may I still sleep with you tonight?" The Creek's face flushed suddenly, for this was a question she truly could not answer, as the matter could not simply be resolved by her consent. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi gazed at Feng Yuan, contemplating that he had finally unraveled the truth. Since the onset of the snowfall, Changfeng had been concerned that she might feel cold at night due to her pregnancy, and thus he laid down animal skins adjacent to them every evening. Once Feng Yuan succumbed to slumber, he would shift to the spot where she rested, while Changfeng would hasten over to warm Xiaoxi's bedding. With a tone reminiscent of an adult, Feng Yuan sighed with a hint of exasperation, remarking, well, who can blame him? After all, he is my sister's male counterpart." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook was driven into the cave by the long winds, and there, it witnessed two individuals repeatedly transporting the game they had hunted. Feng Yuan trailed behind them like a small tail. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, as the brook followed the two figures into the cavern. What initially appeared to be a spacious chamber felt decidedly more confined with the presence of the towering orc males, each exceeding 2 meters in height. After they had cleansed themselves, they noticed a bamboo basin filled to the brim with beast meat, alongside an array of seasonings, revealing that the brook intended to prepare a feast of roasted meat, likely compelled by the oppressive heat of the inferno mouth. Changfeng turned to the brook and cautioned, "In the future, refrain from venturing to the inferno mouth. Be wary of the searing temperatures that may cause you harm." He and Qingsong proceeded to arrange the freshly cut beast meat into the fire pit, hastily retreating thereafter. After a brief interval, they returned to find the meat had turned a delectable golden hue, prompting them to flip it over for continued roasting. Ultimately, they sprinkled the seasonings atop, grasped the bamboo basin, and with hands transformed into claws, deftly transferred the succulent meat into the basin before emerging once more. Though the sight of the greasy roasted meat did not ignite much appetite within the brook, she resolved not to burden them with her concerns and took a piece to savor slowly. Fortunately, aside from the night she first arrived at the holy mountain, her morning sickness had not been particularly severe. Observing Changfeng and Qingsong, it was evident they were genuinely famished, devouring their meal with ravenous enthusiasm, their mouths slick with grease. Even Feng Yuan, perched nearby, joyfully gnawed on a roasted beast leg, reveling in the feast. Xiaoxi felt a sense of joy today. Having finally settled down after a month of travel, she gently caressed her still flat abdomen, appreciating how considerate this little one had been throughout the journey, causing little disturbance. Cha Feng, noticing Xiaoxi's tender gesture towards her belly, inquired with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell again?" The stream smiled at him, feeling that this little creature was quite considerate, not mischievously causing trouble along the way. Cha Feng, hearing the stream's words, laughed joyfully, affirming that their younglings were indeed the most intelligent and understanding. Upon witnessing Changfeng's proud demeanor, Qingsong felt an urge to tease him, pondering who truly deserved to bask in such pride, given the cunning nature of the silver wolf. Noticing the envy in Qingsong's gaze, Changfeng's smile widened, regardless of the circumstances. What mattered most was that he had won the affection of the beloved little rabbit. After finishing their meal and tidying up, the stream produced a curtain to shield the cave entrance. "You two, go above the cave entrance and create a few small holes for me. I have already sewn straps onto the animal skin curtain. Simply tie them to the holes you've made and place some stones at the bottom to weigh it down, preventing it from blowing away. In a few days, when time permits, we shall construct a wooden door for added warmth." Under the stream's guidance, the two adult beastmen not only hung the curtain at the cave entrance but also adorned the entrances of their 3 sleeping alcoves with small animal skins, ensuring that their movements would no longer expose their activities to one another, thus preserving personal privacy. Although soundproofing was not achievable, a degree of privacy was still essential. Having completed these tasks, the stream was panting heavily. Everyone was exhausted after the day's endeavors. After freshening up, they each retreated into their respective little caves. Even the little Feng Yuan chose to sleep alone in a small cave. Lying contentedly on the animal skin mat, Cha Feng extended his hand towards the stream as she entered, beckoning her to come closer. "At last, I can hold you openly while we sleep tonight, without the need for stealthy midnight visits." On the journey, he had often felt trepidation when moving the little creature at night, fearing that she might awaken. The gentle stream nestled comfortably in the embrace of Cha Feng, longing for his warmth, though the circumstances of their journey rendered such intimacy inconvenient. Once reclined, she felt the comforting warmth emanating from the ground and sighed contentedly, exclaiming, "This is truly delightful, reminiscent of the warmth of my grandmother's heated bed." Indeed, it was warm, otherwise. Why would so many beastmen choose to spend the winter season on the sacred mountain? Cha Feng, thoroughly satisfied, cradled Xiaoxi in his arms, pondering how best to cherish her. He alternated between kissing her forehead and her lips, while Xiaoxi playfully pounded her fists against him in sleepy protest. Cha Feng caught her little fists, blowing gently on them and playfully chiding, "Do not strike. It does not hurt me, but be cautious not to injure your own hands." After this, he tenderly kissed her hands and settled down, gently patting her back. Before long, the rhythmic sound of her breathing filled the air. Cha Feng adjusted the animal hides to envelop Xiaoxi snugly and, listening to her soft snores, affectionately nuzzled her cheek, finally allowing his weary eyes to close after a long day. Qingsong entered the small cave, greeted by the tidiness within. Animal hides had been laid out on the ground, warming his heart. Xiaoxi remained the same kind little female he had encountered in the misty forest. Lying upon the warm animal hide and covering himself with another, he closed his eyes contentedly. Though he could not be her partner, simply being by her side and witnessing her happiness was sufficient. Feng Yuan, whether due to having grown accustomed to solitude or simply exhausted, rolled around on the animal hide before letting out a yawn and drifting slowly into sleep. Although the entrance of the main cave was shielded by animal hide curtains, blocking most of the biting wind and snow, a chill still seeped in. Yet, the small cave's entrance was also curtained, ensuring that those inside felt none of the cold. The sky was overcast, devoid of snow on this day. Xiaoxi stood on the platform before the cave, gazing into the distance at the vast expanse of white. Occasionally, she spotted beastmen hauling their catches back and forth, returning to their caves to store provisions for the winter season. Xiaoxi and her companions had been at the sacred mountain for 7 or 8 days, and upon witnessing the trophies buried beneath the snow, piled high like small hills, a sense of pride and fulfillment welled up within her. Today, Changfeng and Qingsong, accompanied by Feng Yuan, ventured once more into the distant forest to hunt. 2 formidable males, accompanied by a small creature capable of flight and endowed with considerable strength, returned each day bearing a bountiful array of both large and small game. As the brook observed the orcs residing nearby, passing beneath the cave where she lived, she couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Each time she witnessed the 3 male orcs, laden with their prey, their eyes glimmered with a mix of envy and admiration. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing her to shiver. Despite having retrieved her black down jacket from the apothecary's space, the winter chill here exceeded her expectations. It was no wonder that even these hardy orcs chose to spend the snow season on the sacred mountain. The brook turned and lifted the animal skin curtain at the entrance of the cave, stepping inside to sit upon a hide mat. She began to weave long grass, brought back by Chong foam, into a thatch curtain to shield the cave entrance, preventing the cold wind and snowflakes from intruding within. Not far from where the brook and her companions resided, on a ledge of another cave, a female gazed resentfully in the direction of the brook's home. A few days prior, Meiduo had felt boredom while alone in her cave and ventured outside for a stroll, only to witness a male carrying several fierce beasts down to a cave below. Her curiosity was piqued by the bravery of this male, only to unexpectedly encounter the female who claimed to be a shaman. Meiduo was the same one who had once invited the brook to tend to her male cub's ailments. Unfortunately, at that time, the cub was already on the brink of death, and the brook, lacking medicinal supplies, could only leave helplessly. The demise of that male cub was not the brook's fault. It was merely a consequence of Meiduo's inherently volatile disposition. Thus, she unjustly attributed part of her cub's death to the brook, deeming her incompetent and questioning her claim to being a shaman. With a peculiar smile curling at the corners of her mouth, Meiduo recalled hearing that a cub from a nearby cave was suffering from diarrhea, and its family was anxiously seeking a shaman for assistance. Meiduo's cave was not elevated high above the ground, only about 3 or 4 meters, with stones placed below for easier access. The females here were generally tall, and Meiduo grasped a protruding stone to slide down slowly. The sacred mountain lacked forests and meadows, comprised solely of black stone and soil, making it devoid of animal foraging and thus safe. Arriving beneath another family's cave, she called out, "Is anyone there?" A small female, around 10 years old, emerged, looking curiously at Meiduo, and inquired, "Did you call for us? What is it?" Not wanting to disrupt the anxious mother of her brother, Yiaoi replied, "Just tell me your matter." Seeing the young female's reluctance to fetch the adults, Meiduo felt a twinge of annoyance but wished to humiliate the brook, who claimed to be a shaman yet proved inept. Suppressing her irritation, she said, "Yesterday, I saw your adults searching for someone who knows of a great shaman. I happen to know, but if they are uninterested, then so be it." Pretending to depart, Yiaoi, in a state of urgency, stomped her feet and called out to Meiduo, "Don't go. I'll fetch my mother right away." As Yiaoi dashed back into the cave, Meiduo smirked, thinking, "Now you're in a hurry to call your adults." Hearing Yiaoi's shout, Sangi asked, who was calling from outside, "Mother, come quickly. A female is here." Claiming to know where the great shaman resides, Yiaoi replied. Upon hearing this, Sangi promptly placed the cub she was holding onto the hide mat and rushed outside. Meiduo, noticing the weary-looking female in her 30s who emerged, couldn't help but smile sarcastically. "Didn't you say you wouldn't come out? Yet here you are." Rushing out upon hearing of a shaman. Although Sangi was anxious about her cub's illness, she remembered that aside from Mu, who had gone hunting, Chung and Chu were also out searching for a great shaman to help their cub, with only herself and her daughter Yiaoi left in the cave. Sangi cautiously inquired of Meiduo, "Do you truly know where the great shaman resides?" Looking up at Sangi from her elevated position, Meiduo, motivated by the desire to embarrass the brook, pointed to a nearby mountain and said, "In the cave at that sheltered spot lives a shaman. You may seek them out yourselves." After dismissing Sangi's hurried thanks, she turned against the biting cold wind and returned to her cave, embodying the perplexing nature of those who harm others without gain, exemplified by Meiduo. Sangi, upon learning of the great shaman residing on the mountain, felt a sense of urgency but hesitated, glancing back at the 2 cubs left in the cave, worried about their well-being. Calculating the time until the males would return, she reluctantly decided to wait for them before seeking the shaman. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook inquired, "Was that your voice I heard?" Standing at the entrance of the cave, Mu felt a twinge of anxiety. He had traversed this mountain, inquiring of several orcs residing in the caves, yet none had mentioned the existence of a great shaman in this vicinity. Could it be that they had been deceived by that female? It seemed improbable, for she had not swindled anything from his family. This was the last dwelling he would question in this area, if he failed to locate the great shaman here. It would only imply that the female had been toying with his family, and such behavior would be utterly reprehensible. Raising his gaze, Mu noticed a small female emerging from the cave, and disappointment washed over him. Typically, great shamans were male. It appeared his family had indeed fallen victim to a cruel jest. Upon seeing the orc beneath the cave, the brook chose to remain silent and resolved not to endure the cold wind outside any longer, turning to enter the cave. The wooden figure, noticing the petite female standing on the platform, also decided to step inside, disregarding whether this abode housed a shaman. Instead, it inquired, "Pray tell, do you happen to know if there resides a great shaman upon this mountain?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Little Stream. How do you know that a great shaman resides on this mountain? Upon hearing Little Stream's words, Mu became even more convinced that this was indeed the dwelling of the great shaman he sought. This time, Mu stood up straighter, displaying greater respect, as it was a female who had come to the entrance of his cave to inform him of the shaman's presence here. Xiaoxi pondered about the females who possessed medical knowledge. Aside from Xiao Hua, Xiaoya, and Qingsa, who else could possibly be aware of their healing abilities? If these few were aware of their presence here, they would have likely sought her out by now. Even Qingsa would probably have urged her mate to accompany this individual to find her. Since none of these familiar females were present, who could this be? This realization only deepened Xiaoxi's reluctance to accompany this male beastman alone. Xiaoxi pondered over the reasons to ascertain the whereabouts of their dwelling within the cave, hoping to await the return of Chanfeng and inquire if indeed there were any patients in their household. However, he first needed to dismiss himself, a step essential for determining his subsequent actions. Before Xiaoxi could devise a strategy, he noticed Qingsong striding through the snow, carrying his quarry with purposeful strides. Upon spotting Xiaoxi hesitating on the platform, Mu felt compelled to request her assistance in reaching out to the esteemed shaman, hoping to secure medical aid for his ailing young. Yet, before he could voice his plea, a chilling voice emerged from behind him, inquiring, "Who are you? And what business do you have at the base of our cave?" Turning, Mu beheld a formidable male orc, his shoulders burdened with two ferocious beasts, his golden eyes fixed upon him with an icy glare. A shiver coursed through Mu's heart. The male was impressively powerful, having single-handedly subdued two wild beasts in one endeavor. Addressing Qingsong, Mu explained, "My young one is unwell, and I have heard that a revered shaman resides here. I have come to seek assistance for the healing of my beast cub." Upon hearing Mu's words, Qingsong paid him no mind, setting down one beast, ascending the cliffside with another, and returning for the last, leaving Mu feeling as though he were merely an invisible presence, utterly disregarded. Upon seeing Qingsong return, Xiaoxi entered the cave and retrieved a small leather pouch. From the depths of her medicinal space, she extracted various herbs to treat dysentery and diarrhea. With Qingsong's presence, Xiaoxi felt reassured and prepared to accompany him to the orc's dwelling to assess the ailing cub. If the orc's claims held any truth, the cub had been unwell for several days. Initially, she had intended to gather information before venturing forth, but now, with Qingsong by her side, her safety concerns were alleviated. After all, the heavens had bestowed upon her the means of healing, and attending to the sick was indeed her duty. As Qingsong entered the cave, he observed Xiaoxi meticulously sorting the herbs and placing them into the leather pouch. Inquiring if she intended to tend to the orc's ailing cub, Xiaoxi, "Indeed, it is best to treat the young cub's illness as early as possible. Initially, I planned to wait until evening since you were not home. Now that you have returned, would you accompany me on this trip?" Qingsong, wishing to accompany Xiaoxi, agreed, knowing he could still hunt for prey in the forest upon his return. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook murmured, "Let us proceed." Mu observed the two individuals as they leaped down. Glancing back and forth at them, he did not perceive that either of them resembled the great sorcerer. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. The brook meandered into a small cave, where a diminutive figure lay upon a bed of animal hides. This is my young offspring, who has been afflicted with diarrhea for 3 days and currently exhibits a slight fever. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. The young cub, with his mother by his side, ceased his cries. The stream assisted him in conducting a simple examination, revealing that he merely suffered from common diarrhea and a fever induced by a lack of treatment over the past few days, which had compromised his immunity. Therefore, he retrieved some herbs for treating diarrhea from the leather satchel he had brought. Who will take note of the preparation method for these herbs? He inquired. Mu approached the stream, having just emerged from his state of shock. He had never anticipated that this seemingly delicate female was, in fact, the great shaman. Thankfully, he had refrained from uttering any reckless words, unaware of the potential offense he might have caused to such a formidable healer. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. After Xiaoxi had instructed and handed the herbs to Mu, she suddenly realized that they might not possess a pot for boiling the medicine. What do you use to brew the medicine? Mu pondered. What else could we use? We brought a small stone pot from home. It can serve that purpose. In truth, even in the absence of better options, a stone pot can suffice for concocting medicine, although its lack of a lid may slightly diminish the efficacy of the herbs. Regardless, they would need to accompany her back to retrieve the antipyretic medicine, as it was inconceivable for her to extract it from the confines of the pharmacy here. Thus, she might as well lend them her medicinal pot for their use. As for their unfamiliarity with such a vessel, she was no grand physician. Having a pot for brewing medicine was hardly remarkable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. The brook arrived here, not for the first time receiving such reverence from others. The saplings and the towering trees often bowed in gratitude, for she had rescued the mother and daughter of the grass. Nonetheless, she found herself somewhat unaccustomed to this honor, prompting her to step out of the cave first. Qing Tsong followed her closely, trailed by the Mu family. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. The brook was led by Qi Tian to the platform in front of his cave. They did not extend an invitation for Mu to join them. Xiaoxi entered the cave, retrieving antipyretic medicine and a medicinal jar from the apothecary space. After ensuring that no other beastmen had visited the area, as their presence would leave a trace, Qing Tian conducted a thorough inspection and, finding no other sense, stood at the cave entrance awaiting Xiaoxi's return. Mu gazed curiously at Qing Tian from the base of Xiaoxi's cave, detecting the lingering scent of another male on the little female shaman. This scent was not that of the male standing on the stone precipice. Could it possibly belong to Xiaoxi's half-brother? While Mu was lost in contemplation, Qi Tian approached him and, adhering to Xiaoxi's instructions, cautiously presented a small pouch made of beast skin containing powder. He advised Mu to dissolve the medicine in half a bowl of warm water and administer it to the cub. The medicine was to be given in 2 doses. If the cub continued to have a fever through the night, a second dose should be provided. Should the fever persist by morning, Mu was to return for further assistance. Qi Tian then handed over the medicinal jar, instructing Mu to handle it with care to avoid breaking it. After delivering his instructions, Qi Tian regarded Mu with a cold stare, questioning why he lingered despite having conveyed all necessary information. He was eager to return to the forest to gather prey. Why are you still here? Qi Tian inquired. It was only then that Mu realized Qing Tian had completed his instructions and was not glaring at him out of displeasure, which had caused him to break into a sweat in the frigid air, mistakenly believing he had offended this male. All right, I shall take my leave, Mu replied hastily. Once he saw Mu had departed, Qi Tian cast a final glance around the cave, ensuring no prying eyes lingered, before greeting Xiaoxi and heading back to the forest to join Chanfeng and the others in transporting their catch. Upon reaching the forest, Qing Tian found Feng Yuan resting beside a prey as large as a small mountain, while Changfeng was likely still hunting. Feng Yuan, with his pale purple eyes, glared at Qing Tian. Why did you take so long? Brother Changfeng has already captured so much prey. Having witnessed Changfeng's prowess in hunting, Feng Yuan had become an admirer, second only to Ling. Previously, in his quest for Xiaoxi's attention, he had held disdain for Chang Feng, but now, seeing his valor in the hunt, Feng Yuan's admiration illuminated the cave daily. Qingtian paid no heed to the youthful admirer, shouldering the prey and ignoring the small one's complaints as he hopped around behind him. Chang Feng returned with a fierce beast just in time to see Qingtian's retreating figure. He affectionately ruffled the head of the complaining little one without uttering a word and turned back into the forest, diligently working to gather provisions for the upcoming snowy season. This year, with Xiaoxi expecting cubs, he needed to prepare an abundance of food. He could endure hunger, but he could not allow the little rabbit to go without a meal. Chang Feng's thoughts were consumed with his little rabbit. For every beastman understood that no matter how much prey they prepared, it would never suffice for the extended duration of the snowy season. Once heavy snow sealed the mountains, the animals would vanish, making it impossible to capture any prey. To avoid starvation during winter, males could only afford to eat half their fill daily. In families where hunting had been scarce before the onset of the snow season, even half a meal became a luxury. Thus, all male beastmen endeavored to eat their fill while prey was still plentiful, bolstering their strength in preparation for the winter. During this period, both Chang Feng and Qingtian consciously increased their food intake, gearing up for the impending snowy season. Xiaoxi sat upon a hide mat in the cave, meticulously attending to the final touches of the thatched curtain, which had been interrupted by a wooden beam. She contemplated that once she completed this thatched curtain, she would retrieve some of her old garments from the medicinal space to fashion a few little outfits for the baby growing within her womb. Xiaoxi gently caressed her abdomen, uncertain whether the life within her was a female or a male beast cub. Although male offspring are born in their beastly form, having traversed into this world of beastmen, she resolved to embrace all that it entailed. Regardless of the gender of her child, it would be her treasure, and her love for it would remain unwavering. The morning air was frigid, biting at the skin like a knife, while the snow fell in a delicate flurry, reminiscent of white butterflies dancing gracefully in the breeze. Xiaoxi stood on the platform before the cave, watching as Chang Feng, Qingtsong, and Feng Yuan braved the wind and snow to continue their hunt. The platform outside the cave was already overflowing with their catch, prompting Xiaoxi to suggest that they transport large stones from beneath the cave to construct a wall, 1 or 2 meters high, to store their captured prey. Once the wall was filled, they could place more large stones on top to secure the contents, preventing hungry animals from stealing their provisions during the harsh winter months. This way, they could stockpile enough food to ensure that the male members of their family would not go hungry throughout the snowy season. The stream flowed gently as they had arrived at the sacred mountain for over 20 days. The little cub that had been treated earlier was now lively and vigorous. After the male cub had recovered, a male from the Sanji family presented a substantial prey as a token of gratitude for the healing bestowed upon the young creature. Although the stream was not in need of this particular game, she graciously accepted it, for only through their contributions could they learn to cherish what they had, leading them to tend more diligently to their own young in the future. Over the span of these 20 days, various beastmen had approached her, seeking her aid in treating ailments afflicting their cubs or females, such as fevers and headaches. For these maladies, the stream primarily employed herbal remedies. Though her medical space contained Western medicines, which could be replicated and were notably more effective, she wished to avoid fostering a dependency on them among the local beastmen. She would inevitably grow old, and with her departure, her medical space would vanish as well. The Western medicines would only be utilized in dire circumstances when absolutely necessary. This world was abundant in herbal resources. During a previous excursion to gather herbs with Chang Feng and Xiaoya, she had discovered that many of the local plants bore a striking resemblance to those from her previous life. In due time, when conditions permitted, she would impart her knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine to those beastmen with a natural aptitude, ensuring that this realm would never again lack skilled healers to tend to their kin. Xiaoxi gently caressed her slightly protruding abdomen, a tender smile gracing her lips. She had never anticipated the peculiarities of this world. Just a few days prior, she had conducted an examination for a female on the verge of giving birth, only to learn that in this realm, the gestation period for females was a mere 6.5 months. It was no wonder that, at only about 2 months into her own pregnancy, her abdomen had begun to show a subtle bulge. If time continued on this course, her little one would arrive when the weather turned warm. She could not help but wonder if she would be able to return to the enchanted misty forest by then. The brook turned and beheld the cave, now adorned with a wooden door. She parted the long, shaggy grass curtain and stepped inside. The wooden door they had installed was crafted in a style reminiscent of contemporary sliding doors. It merely required carving a groove at the top and bottom of the cave. into which the two wooden panels could be fitted and pushed back and forth with effort. Yet, it was undeniably less convenient than the modern sliding doors. A truth that could not be denied. However, it was a significant improvement over the neighboring caves, which were merely shielded by a single hide. The interior had become considerably warmer. Thanks to the wooden door and the additional curtain made of grass and beast hide, the cave often glimmered with the light of moonstones. The brook mused that their current dwelling, a cave, bore a striking resemblance to the heated apartments of the past. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The small quilt was filled with the cotton fluff that she and Changfeng had gathered by the riverside on the hillside of the misty great forest. She neatly folded the freshly made quilt and set it aside, then picked up several pieces of cut fabric to begin sewing with a bone needle. Reflecting on the relentless snowfall over the past 10 days, which had piled high to their knees, it was no wonder they spoke of the snow season's accumulation reaching her chest. During this chilly season, the game they could hunt had dwindled. Yet they expressed their resolve to continue hunting until the snow reached their waists. The winter stretched long, and with the males' considerable appetites. Securing even a single catch each day was deemed worthwhile against the bitter cold. Cha Feng and Qing Song traversed the forest while Feng Yuan soared above as a great rock in the sky, contributing to their impressive haul of prey over the past 20 days. Not only were Chang Feng and Qing Song formidable in their beast forms, exhibiting bravery in hunting, but with Feng Yuan scouting from above, they rarely let their quarry escape, especially given the scarcity of land animals. At this moment, Feng Yuan circled in the sky, signaling the presence of prey, prompting Changfeng and Qing Song to hasten in that direction. They soon discovered a massive toothsome beast, which was clutching a freshly slain Lulu beast in its jaws. The sight of the tender Lulu beast made Changfeng's heart leap with joy. It would provide several meals for his little rabbit, an uplifting thought indeed. Despite having already captured many Lulu beasts at the cave platform, he worried about the sufficiency of food throughout the prolonged snow season. Overcome with excitement, he lunged at the toothsome beast without waiting for Qing Song's assistance. Sensing danger, the beast bolted, dropping the Lulu beast in its frantic escape. Nevertheless, Cha Feng pursued relentlessly, and within a few moments, the beast was dispatched by the swift bite of a spirit wolf. The group continued their hunting until dusk, returning to the cave with 3 or 4 sizable catches. While their daily harvest paled in comparison to the 10 they once captured, they still fared better than many other beastmen. After all, animals were not foolish enough to stand idle for capture, and larger predators required the combined efforts of several beastmen to subdue without injury. For a pair of adult males accompanied by a small one to achieve such a bounty was no small feat among beastmen families. Qing Song observed that not only was the platform overflowing with their spoils, but even the stone walls of the cave, though not filled to capacity, contained a significant amount. It seemed that despite their inability to feast to their heart's content this winter, they would surely endure the long season ahead. As they settled their catches inside the cave, the little stream was busy processing the game they had prepared before departing. Upon their return, the stream quickly grabbed a piece of animal hide and adeptly brushed the snow from their bodies. It's freezing outside. Why didn't you return sooner? Look at your hair. It's all wet. The warmth of the stream's concern filled their hearts as they listened to her gentle scolding. Seeing their sheepish expressions, she ceased her chiding, avoiding the transformation into a nagging matron at such a young age. Changfeng, Qing Song, and Feng Yuan exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into smiles, while the little one even made a playful face. The brook cleared the snow that had settled upon them and prepared to return to the task of butchering the game. Unwilling to engage with the disobedient males, just as she grasped the fruit knife to resume her work, the blade was deftly taken from her hand by Changfeng. You go rest over there. I shall handle the remainder. The brook did not contest with him. Instead, it gracefully settled upon a nearby stone pedestal, observing their endeavors. Qing Song carried the pieces of meat, which had been cut and placed in a bamboo basin, to the fire pit, arranging them meticulously for roasting. Upon his return, the brook handed him a jar that had been resting on the stone table, containing a porridge she had prepared with sweet rice, enhanced with pieces of meat and mushrooms. Although the rice was somewhat sweet, the porridge was quite delectable. She gently patted the head of Feng Yuan, who was by her side, saying, "Make sure to drink plenty this evening, so our little Feng Yuan will not suffer from a stomach ache due to the richness of our dinner." Xiaoxi's words stemmed from a recent night when Feng Yuan, having overindulged in barbecued meat, sought her out in the middle of the night, complaining of a stomach ache. In response, she had no choice but to offer him a few medicinal pills. Since that incident, Xiaoxi made it a point to ensure that every evening he consumed some soft food before indulging in barbecued meat, thus alleviating any discomfort in his stomach. During dinner, Xiaoxi served a bowl of sweet rice porridge with beast meat and mushrooms for everyone. They all drank a bowl of the thin porridge before partaking in the barbecued meat, making the evening meal a more comfortable experience for their stomachs. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted. The brook, feeling a sense of satisfaction, remarked, our little Feng Yuan is so well behaved, finishing a bowl of thin porridge so quickly. Feng Yuan, having received praise from his sister, was also met with disdainful glances from those around him. The little one knows how to curry favor with the brook. Had it not been for his midnight stomachache last time, they would have faced the repercussions, having to drink a bowl of overly sweet porridge each night. The two males, unable to voice their frustrations, could only lift their bowls and gulp down the porridge in 2 large mouthfuls, swiftly following it with pieces of roasted meat, which was far more to their liking, being accustomed to a carnivorous diet. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The stream gently turned over the wooden pieces, which she had painted using charred branches. They were essentially modeled after the contemporary playing cards, albeit in shades of black and gray. Observing the 3 pairs of inquisitive eyes by the stone table, Xiaoxi couldn't help but smile with pride, sensing that she would reign supreme in the cave that evening. She proceeded to instruct them on the rules of the game. And while Feng Yuan appeared somewhat bewildered, both Chang Feng and Qing Song exhibited an eager anticipation. Xiaoxi shuffled the wooden cards and began to deal, playing a game where the loser would provide for the winner. Initially, Chang Feng and Qing Song were not entirely familiar with the nuances of the game. Xiaoxi claimed every significant win, joyfully receiving their offerings. Beside her stood a cheerful supporter, who would exuberantly cheer, "Sister, you are incredible. You are the best." Though her victories over Chang Feng and Qing Song were not due to superior intellect, but rather their novice status, she still derived immense joy from Feng Yuan's childlike exclamations. Seeing Xiaoxi revel in the game like a child, both Chang Feng and Qing Song couldn't help but smile, their lips curving into cheerful expressions. Xiaoxi was acutely aware that victory was not guaranteed in every game. However, there are moments when one must embrace a delightful ignorance. The purpose of her card games was simply to alleviate the monotony of the evening. As long as everyone felt a semblance of joy, her efforts were not in vain. She wished to envelop these male orcs, who had known no familial ties since childhood, in the warmth of a home. Outside the cave, the wind howled with a chilling ferocity, yet within, a comforting warmth prevailed. Upon noticing Feng Yuan stifling a yawn, Xiaoxi declared, "Tonight, I shall conclude my winning streak here. Tomorrow, I shall continue to triumph over you all." After speaking, she lifted her chin proudly, casting a triumphant glance at Chang Feng and Qing Song. The two exchanged amused smiles and shook their heads, choosing to disregard the haughty little rabbit. The brook assumed they were envious of her victory the previous night, and thus held her head high as she went to fetch water and prepare for rest. Consequently, Chang Feng tidied up the cards and returned to his cozy cave to repose. Lying on the animal skin mat, he embraced the brook, one hand gently caressing her slightly protruding abdomen, feeling the small life within, a continuation of his existence. The thought of it filled him with profound excitement. He had been cast out by his family during his infancy and had tirelessly honed various skills to survive. Enduring the bullying of formidable beastmen, he eventually gained enough strength to turn the tables on those who once preyed upon the weak, reducing them to mere fragments in the jaws of ferocious beasts. Now, with a partner by his side and the prospect of offspring, the azure depths of his eyes glimmered with tenderness as he held his slumbering beloved close, bestowing a gentle kiss atop her head. The ones he vowed to protect with all his might were right there with him. In another cave, Qing Song lay on his animal skin mat, listening to the howling cold wind outside. This year's snow season was the warmest and most joyful he had experienced in many years. In the past, he had arrived alone at the holy mountain, finding a cave to haphazardly inhabit, capturing prey only to sustain himself, without any thoughts of anything beyond survival. With no one to miss him and no one he missed, he drifted through each snow season in a daze. Now, with the brook in his heart, the little one Feng Yuan, and the cunning spirit wolf beast man, he felt a sense of belonging. After rescuing the brook, he discovered that the detestable silver wolf had awakened the bloodline of a divine beast and possessed the essence of ice. Once, they had been equals in the misty forest, but now he found himself inferior to the spirit wolf. Yet, this was fortuitous. The spirit's strength would better protect the brook, allowing her to thrive in this harsh world of beastmen. Xiaoxi was thoroughly content with his current life, though he could not be united with the brook as a partner. Being family was quite sufficient. He closed his eyes, preparing to sleep, yet before he could drift off, he thought he heard the faint calls of beastmen mingled with the howling wind. Dismissing it as a possible misperception, he paid little mind. It was only when someone began to pound on the wooden door of his cave that he realized there was indeed someone outside. Stepping out, he saw Changfeng had also emerged, and the two shared a silent understanding as they approached the cave entrance. The figure outside was unaware that the inhabitants of the cave had already awakened and continued to knock insistently, much to the displeasure of Changfeng and Xiaoxi, who were concerned about disturbing the sleeping female and cubs within. Changfeng swung open the door with force, his penetrating gaze locking onto the male beastman who had been knocking, his sharp wolf-like eyes narrowing, exuding an air of danger. The male beastman, startled by the sudden opening of the door, quickly withdrew his hand from knocking and retreated a step upon meeting Changfeng's icy blue eyes, filled with alarm. Changfeng coldly remarked, "You better have a compelling reason for knocking on my door," or else, though he did not finish his sentence. The male beastman understood that the consequences would likely be severe. As Changfeng strode forward against the biting wind, enveloped in ice and snow, the male beastman trailed behind him. This beastman was none other than the male who had assisted in checking the pregnancy of the female beastman a few days prior. Ordinarily, the female was not expected to give birth for some time, but she had slipped on the icy platform outside her cave that evening. Initially, she had only experienced slight discomfort, leading everyone to believe she was not yet in labor, but as night fell, her pains intensified, prompting the urgent request for the brook's assistance. The stream flowed gently as she donned a black down jacket retrieved from the confines of the apothecary space, layered beneath a long fur coat. Upon her head rested a hat of her own meticulous stitching, crafted from animal hide, while the biting cold wind relentlessly seeped into the nape of her neck. Xiaoxi pressed her face closer against Changfeng's back, her hands tucked tightly within the sleeves of her down jacket, embracing his neck with fervor. In truth, Xiaoxi's home was not far from the cave of the she-beast, but the heavy snowfall had concealed the stones along the path. Changfeng, cautious of Xiaoxi's safety, maintained a steady pace to avoid any missteps that might cause her to fall. Upon their arrival at the cave, the guiding male orc lifted the hides of his family's entrance, and as they stepped inside, the sounds of the she-beast's pained moans echoed through the small cavern. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook approached the expectant female, crouching down to assist in examining her abdomen. The young fetus still had approximately half a month until its due date. However, having taken a fall, signs of premature labor had already begun to manifest. The brook gently felt the position of the fetus, noting that it had yet to fully descend into the pelvis. Given the extent of the pain at this moment, it seemed imperative to employ labor-inducing medication. The stream addressed a nearby male orc, saying, "You support her, and as you stroll back and forth in the cave, pause whenever she experiences pain. Once she feels a bit better, you may continue. This way, the fetus will find it easier to descend into the pelvic cavity." The stream rose and emerged, taking the beast bag filled with medicinal herbs from Changfeng's hands. Upon hearing from the beast about the situation of the pregnant female who had fallen, she prepared the necessary herbs, including those for inducing labor. She even brought along a pot for brewing the medicine, to avoid the need to return in the frigid weather if it became necessary. The brook retrieved the medicinal herbs and turned to the orc who had accompanied them, inquiring, "Where is the jar of medicine you were supposed to bring?" The orc promptly picked up a jar that had been set aside, replying, "Master Shaman, the jar of medicine you asked me to bring is right here." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook addressed the orc, who was about to depart with a jar of medicinal herbs, saying, "It would be beneficial for your partner to move about a bit. This will facilitate the fetus's descent into the pelvis, thus ensuring a smoother delivery." Upon hearing the brook's words, the female within suddenly became agitated, vehemently refusing to allow the brook to assist in her childbirth. She insisted that her male counterpart seek out a renowned shaman rumored to be residing on the mountain opposite theirs, claiming that the shaman would be far more capable. It was unclear what the male in the dwelling conveyed, but soon the expectant female raised her voice, exclaiming, "I've heard it all. That female outside is no true shaman. She once caused the death of a male cub suffering from diarrhea on her journey to the sacred mountain." Long Wind, seated atop a stone pedestal in the main cave, had already caught wind of the commotion within, his expression darkening. Yet, he remained focused on his little rabbit, who had shown no signs of distress, slightly furrowing his brow and lowering his eyelids to shield his gaze from the chilling sharpness of the scene before him. The brook observed the hesitant expression of the male beast man, rising to her feet. "Changfeng, please retrieve that jar of medicine. We shall return now. Leaving this jar behind may prove futile, so let us not squander it." Fortunately, the medicine had not been diluted in water. Otherwise, it would have indeed been a waste. Upon hearing her words, Changfeng's somber countenance finally softened. Although her little rabbit appeared quite gentle, she possessed her own principles. Since the beastman was so disdainful and unwilling, there was no need for them to persist in seeking his approval. Having once sacrificed her life by being overly kind-hearted in her past life, she realized that if she had not yet learned to establish her own boundaries in this life, it would be a profound folly. The brook and Changfeng emerged from the orc's cavern. As Changfeng cradled the brook and prepared to leap from the ledge before the cave, the male orc who had followed them softly remarked, "I apologize. This is not our intention. My partner possesses quite a temper, and if her desires are not met, I dread to think of what turmoil may ensue." Observing the male orc's troubled expression, Changfeng remained silent as he descended from the platform, holding the brook closely in his embrace, battling against the biting wind and the flurries of snow that lashed against his face. He hurriedly made his way toward his own cave. The brook nestled her face closely against the chest of Changfeng, the rhythmic thumping of her heart resonating steadily and profoundly, accompanied by a warm breath that emanated forth. She gently rubbed her small face against his chest. Changfeng, sensing the brook's tender movements within his embrace, felt a surge of warmth in his heart, dispelling the chill that encroached upon them in the night. Qingtian, who had been unable to sleep since their departure, heard a commotion outside the cave and hurriedly emerged to open the wooden door, discovering Changfeng and the brook returning to the sanctuary. Puzzled, he inquired, "Why have you returned so soon?" Observing the rosy flush on Changfeng's face, he noted the voice was faint, devoid of any trace of coldness, and even graced with a smile that exuded a tenderness akin to a spring breeze. Yet, there was an inexplicable chill that enveloped him. "That beastman intends to seek a more formidable shaman, so I brought the brook back with me." The brook cast a glance at Changfeng, perceiving that this fellow had once again succumbed to his petty nature. It was merely a matter of a female from a neighboring clan who, having heard some rumor, believed that she had treated a male cub afflicted with dysentery during its journey. Unaware of the intricacies, she only knew that the unfortunate cub ultimately perished, leading her to conclude that the healer lacked skill, thus insisting that her male should seek a more competent shaman. Upon hearing Changfeng's words, Qingsong's expression darkened. If they were not wanted, then so be it. The brook, already burdened with her own impending offspring, lacked the vigor to offer assistance. Changfeng suggested that they retire early for the night. With that, Qingsong rose, preparing to return to his slumber. It was already midnight, and having exchanged their words, everyone retreated to their respective caves for rest. As dawn broke, the chilling wind howled outside, and the heavy snowfall showed no signs of abating. Within the cave, illuminated as if by daylight from the luminous moonstone, a female in labor lay weakly upon a fur mat, her voice lost to exhaustion. A beguiling female shaman urged her to summon her strength, insisting that with one final push, the cub might soon arrive. Yet, no amount of fervent encouragement could rouse the female, who had already slipped into unconsciousness. Had Changfeng been present, he would have recognized that this rabbit-like female was indeed the one who had drugged him. And the male lurking in the main cave with a sinister demeanor was none other than Bai Han, the white serpent beast man who had attacked him that day. Huazhu observed the unconscious female with growing alarm. How could she possibly give birth in such a state? Doubts began to creep in. Initially, she had stumbled upon her neighbor, a female named Meiduo, who, whenever the brook's disdainful figure passed by on her way to treat the neighboring cubs, exhibited a countenance of bitter resentment. Through her deliberate approach, Huazhu learned the source of Meiduo's ire towards the brook, which stemmed from her cub's severe diarrhea and the claim that no herbs had been provided for treatment. Thus, the cub perished, and blame was unjustly placed upon another. Clearly, she could no longer afford to offer her services to this family, lest she incur their wrath for no reason. However, learning that Meiduo's resentment was directed at the brook brought Huazhu a sense of delight. Thus, under her subtle provocation, it was unexpected that this impulsive and thoughtless female would indeed spread rumors that the brook was a fraudulent shaman who had caused the death of cubs, while simultaneously boasting of her own medical prowess. Little did she know that her first foray into practice would lead her to such a dire situation with a laboring female in distress. Gazing at the feeble creature, Huazhu turned pale as she addressed the nearby male beastman, stating, "I have done all I can. Your partner's cub is not yet full term and cannot be born. This is simply an unavoidable circumstance." With that, she gathered her animal skin pouch and prepared to leave the cave with Baihan. The 5 male beastmen of the household, witnessing their partner in a state of near demise, rushed out of the cave after the 2 culprits. Transforming into their beast forms, they blocked the exit. Nearby beastmen, alerted by the furious roars outside, emerged from their caves to ascertain the situation. Generally, the beast families in the vicinity were quite united, as this solidarity prevented outsiders from easily plundering their resources. The neighboring males approached the distressed party and inquired about the matter at hand. 2 of the males, having transformed back into their human forms, tearfully recounted the events from the previous night to the present morning. An elder among them shook his head in dismay, saying, "How could you be so foolish? The shaman residing on our mountain has successfully treated numerous females and cubs in our vicinity. You choose to distrust her and instead place your faith in this outsider. You still have time to rectify this. Hurry and bring back our local shaman to see if there is any hope for your partner." The remaining 3, still in their beast forms, upon hearing this, transformed back into humans, their heads drooping in despair. "We have already summoned her last night," one lamented, "but she was so unreasonable that we could not retain her. With the great shaman's pride, how could we possibly invite her back?" The elder sighed in resignation. Everyone knew the esteemed position of the great shaman, and how could this family dare to offend her? Observing the sorrowful faces of the young males, the middle-aged beastman could not bear the thought of them losing both their partner and cub. He thus called upon the neighboring beastmen to join him in seeking the great shaman, hoping to persuade her to assist in the delivery. Meanwhile, Huazhu, ignored and seething with anger, felt her complexion darken. Yet, she dared not confront the spirit wolf beastman Changfeng, whom she both adored and despised. In a huff, she hastily departed with Baihan, seizing the opportunity to flee unnoticed. As most of the beastmen residing on the mountain did not decline the elder's invitation, they all followed him to the brook's cave, united in their cause. As the sun rose, the small stream and her family, having just awakened and completed their morning rituals, were preparing to cook breakfast when they were startled by a commotion emanating from beneath their cave. Gathering on the platform before their dwelling, they gazed down in astonishment. What could possibly have caused such a gathering of orcs beneath their home? They had committed no transgression to provoke such ire. Among the 5 male orcs from the household of the pregnant female, 3 had arrived, while the remaining 2 stayed behind to tend to her. The trio of orcs knelt humbly at the base of the cave, while the others bowed deeply in respect. The elder among them spoke, articulating that these young male orcs, in their ignorance, had offended the great shaman. They beseeched the shaman for mercy, hoping she might once again aid their companion. Upon hearing the words of the middle-aged orc, the small stream began to comprehend the reason behind this unexpected congregation at her cave. Initially, she had thought that even if she did not intervene, as long as the summoned shaman possessed the necessary herbs for inducing labor, the female would surely deliver her offspring without issue. However, the revelation that the female had yet to give birth filled her with unease, given the passage of time. It was likely that the expectant mother's condition had deteriorated significantly. The stream did not affect an air of pretentiousness. It entered the cave to organize the necessary supplies. From the confines of its medicinal space, it retrieved a selection of urgent remedies, carefully stowing them in a leather pouch, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Outside, dozens of orcs gazed with eager anticipation at the entrance of the cave. At long last, the curtain swung open once more, and the stream emerged, burdened by the heavy leather pouch. With a sullen expression, it leapt down from the cave, cradled in the arms of the long wind. Qing Tsang instructed Feng Yuan to keep a vigilant watch, feeling a sense of unease and choosing to accompany him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted in her heart. Shall she hope to embody the intelligence, composure, and steadiness of the female beast, like the exquisite Hua? The accompanying males returned to their caves, eager to inquire if their own females would be willing to assist. Shortly after Xiaoxi entered the cave of the pregnant female, 3 females arrived, eager to help. As they entered, they were taken aback to find the newborn female lying on a hide mat, seemingly lifeless. It was hard to fathom how the pregnant female could give birth under such circumstances. Upon hearing their voices, Xiaoxi lifted her head and greeted them with a smile, instructing, "Please step outside for a moment. I will call for you when I need your assistance." The females smiled back, affirming, "Of course, we will heed your wishes. Just let us know when you require our help." With that, they exited the cave. The stream gazed upon the unconscious female offspring, retrieving a set of pre-prepared silver needles from a leather pouch. With precision, she inserted the needles into the acupuncture points on the creature's body. The small cave, designated for slumber, held only the male orc who had invited them the previous night. Observing the glimmering needles in the stream's hand as they pierced his partner's skin, he bit his lip, ultimately refraining from uttering a word. Slowly, the unconscious female offspring began to awaken under the stream's skilled acupuncture. The male, witnessing the revival of his partner who had been in a state of oblivion for quite some time, cast a respectful glance toward the stream. As the female offspring opened her eyes and recognized the stream, the very individual she had previously driven away, she struggled momentarily, only to have her face gently turned by her companion, revealing a stern gaze unlike any she had encountered before. "If you continue to act willfully, I shall compel the shaman to cut open your belly and extract the young directly. Your survival will then depend solely on the blessings of the beast god." These words from her male partner utterly subdued the once rebellious female offspring and garnered newfound respect from the stream towards the male. It was likely that his concern stemmed more from the fear of losing the individual he had painstakingly summoned, only to have her driven away by his partner's folly. The stream smiled softly, undeterred by the unfolding drama. Her purpose was to save, and the identity of the one she was rescuing mattered little to her. Now that the female had awakened, matters could proceed. She had discerned that the offspring had already descended into the pelvic cavity, and the reason for the delay in birth lay in the incomplete dilation of the cervix. The brook ventured outside to observe another male orc from the household. "Have you finished brewing the potion?" inquired the brook. The orc hurriedly rushed to the fire, gazing at the bubbling concoction, and then returned with a sense of hesitation, saying, "It will require a little more time." The brook nodded at the orc. Turning around, she cast a glance at Chanfeng and Qingsong, who sat solemnly on a nearby stone pedestal. She offered them a faint smile, aware that the 2 males were still harboring resentment over her family's invitation followed by their dismissal. Choosing to disregard them, she engaged in conversation with the 3 females who had come to assist. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The stream perceived that the birthing female within possessed an uncommon degree of willfulness. Even amidst parturition, the vehemence of her mate's pronouncements held no real threat. At that moment, the tending the concoction approached, bearing a stone bowl filled with an ebony draught. The stream instructed him to allow it to cool before administering it to his partner. Shortly after imbibing the labor-inducing elixir, the birthing female's contractions intensified, her cries escalating in volume. Slipping into the den, the sylvan sprite retrieved the ginseng root, a relic from a prior act of benevolence bestowed upon verdant pastures. Deftly excising a duo of slivers, she held them poised in her grasp. Approaching the expectant mother, she instructed, "Harbor these slices betwixt your lips, resisting the urge to swallow. When I bid thee strain, exert thy strength in concert with my cadence. Dost thou comprehend?" Subsequent to the sprite's prior departure, an unspoken exchange seemingly transpired between the paternal figure and the parturient female. For upon receiving the sprite's directive, the expectant mother offered a sagacious nod of acquiescence. Unconcerned with extraneous matters, the stream was solely focused on the understanding that she herself was the vessel of creation, and the successful birth of the offspring hinged upon her cooperation. The oxytocic drugs took effect, and the cervix dilated to the necessary extent for parturition. The ginseng placed in her mouth invigorated the birthing female, restoring some of her strength. Thus, following the prearranged plan, the stream beckoned the 3 females who had been waiting for a long time outside. Observing that the 3 females had entered to assist, the male beastman from the family, finding himself superfluous, retreated to the edge of the cave, watching their endeavors. Outside, the family's male beastmen anxiously awaited, while inside, heart-wrenching cries echoed, causing not only the family's beastmen to become tense, but even Chanfeng and Qingsong, who had come along, clenched their fists tightly. Their tension, however, was not for the sake of this family's female, but rather because they were reminded that the stream also carried a cub within her womb. Unable to bear it, Xiao Feng was the first to depart, followed by Qingsong, who walked to the platform in front of the cave. They exchanged glances but averted their eyes, remaining silent. The labor persisted until midday, culminating in the soft cooing of the newborn cub. The birthing female once again succumbed to unconsciousness. The stream employed the prepared warm water to cleanse the little cub, wrapped it in a clean animal hide, and handed it to a beastman nearby. A male cub who was somewhat frail due to premature birth. You must take care to keep him warm. The stream pivoted, attending to the unconscious female and addressing her remaining needs. The trio of females standing nearby watched, mouths agape, as the stream ministered to the birthing mother. Having all born offspring themselves, they were astounded by these novel postpartum practices. Furthermore, she had not only revived the expiring mother, but also facilitated the safe delivery of her cub. Resolved, the three females determined to instruct their families to treat this female grand medicine woman with utmost deference, lest they incur her displeasure and be denied her healing ministrations. After ensuring everything was in order, Xiaoxi emerged from the small cave. Outside, several male orcs from the household were already aware that their companion had successfully given birth. Each one bowed sincerely to Xiaoxi, and one particularly robust male orc spoke. "Thank you, great shaman, for saving our mate and offspring. Should you ever require our assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us, esteemed shaman." Nodding to them, the stream sought no recompense, merely advising, "Your mate's constitution has been compromised by this parturition. Attend to her with diligence, lest it impede her future fertility." Upon hearing that the premature birth had wrought such dire consequences for their partners, their countenances fell. Yet they assented to the stream's counsel. The brook lowered her head in contemplation. Although females in this world do not experience menstruation monthly, those who give birth still undergo the process of postpartum discharge. From the leather pouch she had brought, she extracted a herb akin to motherwort and handed it to one of the orcs, instructing, "Divide this herb into 3 portions, each to be brewed for 3 meals. Administer it to your partners. It will aid them in expelling the stagnant blood from their bodies more swiftly." Despite feeling somewhat embarrassed addressing several males, she recognized her role as a healer and felt compelled to be explicit, fearing they might misunderstand the term postpartum discharge, hence substituting it with the more comprehensible term stagnant blood. If you have any shrew-like creatures at home, prepare a broth for her with a touch of salt. This will facilitate your female's milk production, ensuring the little ones are nourished. The orc males nodded eagerly, understanding the importance of this for their offspring's sustenance. They were determined to comply. If they lacked such creatures, they could always barter their catch for one from others. Once the brook had finished her instructions, she lifted her gaze towards Qingsong and Qingsong. "Let us return home," she said. Qingsong picked up the leather pouch they had brought, while Qingsong cradled the weary brook in his arms as they exited the cave, followed by the orc who had accompanied them, expressing his gratitude. Qingsong opened his fur cloak, enveloping the brook against his chest to shield her from the biting cold. He leaped down from the cave and, facing the swirling snowflakes, made his way towards their own dwelling. The stream was enveloped by the relentless wind and carried back. The moment they entered the cave, Feng Yuan rushed over, seizing her hand, and exclaimed, "Sister, where have you been for so long?" Nudging Changfeng, Xiaoxi gestured for him to release her, but he, unheeding, carried her directly to the fur padding within the small cave, uttering, "Rest here for a moment. I shall prepare some sustenance for you." As he departed, he also escorted the reluctant Xiaofenji out. Xiaoxi caressed her stomach, which had been empty since morning, realizing she was indeed quite famished. Since there existed such a caring male, she resolved to embrace his tenderness and warmth. Reclining upon the fur padding, Xiaoxi intended only to rest briefly, but unexpectedly drifted into slumber. When Changfeng entered the cave, bearing a bamboo cup of boiled water, he beheld Xiaoxi in repose. He placed the water upon a stone ledge adjacent to the cave wall and quietly withdrew. Upon exiting the cave, Changfeng observed Qingsong dragging a frozen prey animal near the flame pit, so it could thaw before being cleaned and prepared as roasted meat. Changfeng reflected upon Xiaoxi, who was now with child, and how she had missed breakfast due to her haste in assisting with the delivery of the other female's cub. Observing Xiaoxi's weary countenance, and how she had succumbed to sleep upon her return, Changfeng felt a pang of tenderness. Thus, he ventured out once more, procuring a sharp-beaked beast to thaw, intending to prepare a nourishing broth for Xiaoxi. He also soaked some dried mushrooms, recalling that Xiaoxi had added slices of ginseng during their last broth preparation. He located the ginseng, slicing off 4 or 5 pieces to include in the broth later. The brook was awakened by the tantalizing aroma wafting from the mountain cave, stirring the hunger within her. As she emerged from the small cave, she beheld two large males, busily followed by a small tail flitting about. Xiao Feng, holding a pot of freshly brewed meat soup, turned around to find the brook awake. Just in time. He beckoned her to come and sit, saying, "I have prepared the soup you love." A wave of sweetness washed over Xiaoxi as she realized how fortunate she was to encounter a partner who cherished her so deeply in this new life. She felt immense gratitude towards the heavens for granting her this second chance. Sitting obediently by the stone table, Feng Yuan noticed that Xiaoxi had awakened and called out, "Sister, come here quickly. The brothers have prepared a feast of delightful dishes today." With a gentle smile, Xiaoxi approached Feng Yuan and affectionately stroked his head, playfully calling him a little glutton. Feng Yuan, in turn, rubbed his tummy and gazed at Xiaoxi with a plaintive expression, admitting that he had skipped breakfast and was now feeling peckish. "Xiaoxi, that little one, make sure they eat a little more later." Qingsong and Chanfeng brought over the roasted beast meat and the soup made from sharp-mouthed beastman ginseng mushrooms. Only then did everyone gather around the stone table to begin their meal. Ravenous, young Phoenix consumed a prodigious portion of roasted meat with unrestrained voracity. Inevitably encountering a momentary obstruction, Brooke tenderly patted his back and offered him a bowl of broth, urging him to imbibe the liquid to facilitate its descent. In recent days, Zephyr and Azure had reverted to a more temperate consumption, devouring approximately 20-odd pounds of beast flesh per repast. A marked contrast to their previous voracity when an abundance of prey would see them consume upwards of 30 or 40 pounds. Even the diminutive Phoenix could manage around 10 pounds. Nonetheless, they adhered to the established Orcish dietary custom of consuming only 2 meals per day, save for Brooke, who received an additional midday meal. Phoenix would occasionally partake of this midday repast with Brooke. As they had abstained from a morning meal, all present consumed heartily at noon. Following the meal, after tidying up, Azure and Zephyr resolved to venture into the forest to ascertain the possibility of procuring further game for storage. Initially reluctant to bring the juvenile due to the inclement weather, they recognized that Phoenix, by virtue of his aerial perspective, would be better positioned to detect creatures concealed beneath the snow-laden canopy. The gentle stream was halted by the strong wind, and the cold outside discouraged any venture forth. "Let us meander through the forest. If we fail to find any prey, we shall return swiftly." With that, Qing Song and Feng Yuan had already departed, leaving only Chong Feng and the stream in the cave. Chong Feng tenderly caressed the delicate, fair face of the stream, planting a soft kiss on her cheek. "Behave. I shall take my leave." To ensure that the stream would be well fed throughout the snowy season, he could no longer afford to live carelessly as he had during his bachelor days. He embraced the stream gently before turning and exiting the cave, transforming into his beast form to pursue Qing Tsong and the others. After their departure, having indulged in a hearty midday meal, the stream wandered about the cave to aid digestion. As she strolled, she contemplated returning to the small cave for a brief respite. After all, she was with child, and her drowsiness was a natural response to her condition. Fortunately, the little one within her had been considerate, sparing her from any severe morning sickness. Just as she was about to retreat into the small cave for rest, a sudden knocking at the entrance prompted her to don her black down jacket once more and step outside. With a determined tug, Xiaoxi unlatched the wooden door and drew back the cave curtain, revealing the beastman she had assisted that morning. He stood on the platform before her cave, bearing a sizable wild animal upon his shoulders. Upon seeing Xiaoxi emerge, the male beastman offered a respectful greeting. "Esteemed healer, we extend our deepest gratitude for your aid in saving my mate and offspring. Please accept this offering as a token of our appreciation." The brook nodded slightly, remaining silent. The male orc delivered the items and bent slightly towards the brook, preparing to depart. "Wait a moment," she called out just as he was about to leap off the platform. The orc halted, casting a puzzled glance at the brook, unsure of what she wished to convey. "Little stream, please wait here for a moment while I fetch a few things." Having turned, Xiaoxi re-entered the cavern, retrieving the half-used ginseng root from her hide pouch. With a fruit knife, she excised a portion, swathing it in a small piece of animal hide before venturing out. Were it not for the 3 ginseng roots she had fortuitously acquired later, she might have hesitated, but the female of this family, owing to premature labor and her subsequent struggles during childbirth, had narrowly escaped death. Although her life had been preserved, her physical condition was severely compromised. Considering the apparent integrity of the family's male, Xiaoxi, glancing at the ginseng in her hand, resolved to offer this much assistance. The streamlet proffered the small leather pouch of ginseng to the orc of that household, saying, your mate suffered bodily harm during this birthing. This may assist her in replenishing her vital energy. Once your mate has purged the tainted blood, simply slice a piece into the broth you prepare each day. The orc was genuinely grateful to the streamlet, for she had not only enabled his unconscious mate to deliver their cub safely, but also demonstrated such concern for the injured female. Upon returning home, he resolved to tell his brothers and mate, such a kind-hearted and skilled great shaman deserves our utmost respect from now on, particularly my headstrong mate, who must amend her habit of readily believing rumors. Unbeknownst to Xiaoxi, her successful assistance in the delivery of a newborn cub to a prematurely laboring and unconscious female had begun to spread her reputation as a great witch doctor across the sacred mountains. Time flowed onward as Chanfeng, Qingsong, and Feng Yuan ventured out daily to hunt, while Xiaoxi tended to the minor ailments of the surrounding orc families. Over 2 months elapsed in this manner. As the accumulating snow on the ground approached waist level, Chanfeng and the others ceased their hunting expeditions. The creatures of the forest had either concealed themselves or sought refuge, making them exceedingly difficult to find. Subsequently, Chanfeng and Qingsong gradually diminished their own food intake, and even Feng Yuan consciously ate less. Only the meals they prepared daily for Xiaoxi remained abundant. Xiaoxi had also become aware of her increased appetite and rapid hunger pangs, coupled with a gradual distension of her abdomen. For a period, she deliberately tried to eat sparingly, hoping to conserve food, but found herself unable to sleep at night due to hunger, a fact that did not escape Chanfeng's notice. For several days, he regarded her with a sullen countenance, braving the swirling snow and biting winds to hunt afar, often wading through thigh-deep drifts. Whenever Xiaoxi attempted to dissuade him, Chanfeng would cast her a forlorn look, lamenting his perceived inadequacy in providing for his mate. Only after Xiaoxi repeatedly apologized and vowed to satiate her appetite daily, never again skipping on her meals, did Chanfeng cease his frenzied hunting expeditions, no longer returning with his body encased in ice. The snowy season was both tedious and protracted. Fortunately, Xiaoxi possessed a medicinal space, and she whiled away the majority of her time, aside from sleeping, by retrieving books from the pharmacy and teaching the others to read. This explains the presence of a wooden paddle in Xiaoxi's cave. Chanfeng and Feng Yuan, gazing ruefully at their reddened palms, looked up at Xiaoxi with plaintive eyes. "Sister," Feng Yuan protested, "my name has so many strokes, that's why I made mistakes." Chanfeng's name has fewer strokes, and he still made mistakes, even though he's more foolish than I am. Why did he receive fewer strikes? Feng Yuan fixed her with a look of perceived favoritism. Xiaoxi cast a shy glance at Chanfeng, then climbed up to his ear and whispered, "It's not that you, brother Chanfeng, made a mistake. I merely wish for him to accompany you in facing the consequences. If you continue to shout, everyone will know it was solely your blunder in writing the name incorrectly." Qingsong's ears perked up, and his golden eyes bestowed a sympathetic glance upon Chanfeng, curling into a smile that radiated schadenfreude. If Qingsong could hear it, then Chanfeng certainly could as well. He lifted his pale blue eyes, filled with a sorrowful reproach directed at Xiaoxi, as if to say, "How could you treat me this way?" Cici perceived the plaintive gaze emanating from Chanfeng, and her own eyes flickered with indecision. She couldn't possibly penalize merely a fledgling, could she? But alas, he was her chosen mate, if not him to bear the brunt. Then who? Yes, indeed, that was the crux of it. Thus, as Cici indulged in her capricious whims directed at her own male, 3 months had elapsed. Despite Chanfeng and Qingsong's diligent efforts to ration their sustenance, the stores of provisions dwindled with alarming alacrity. This year, the advent of the snowy season had arrived prematurely, exceeding its usual duration. According to Chanfeng and the others, at least 2 more months would have to pass before they could return to the misty forest. The little stream's belly has grown quite large. She estimates that this offspring will likely be born around the time they are to return. The following day, the heavy snow finally ceased, and although the sun was not particularly bright, it occasionally peeked out from behind a cloud, signifying its presence. The brook stood upon the platform before the cave, gazing at the earth draped in a silvery hue. Such an unclear weather, in this wintry season, is deemed fortunate. At least the sun occasionally graces the scene with its presence. After an extended period of relentless snowfall and fierce winds, this respite has drawn the orcs from their subterranean refuge. The females linger on the platform, savoring the fresh air, while the males frolic in the snow, reveling in their joy. During this time, Xiao Yuan had grown restless within the cave. Spreading his wings, he let out a resonant cry and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Observing the frolicking orcs in the snow, Chanfeng and Qingsong could no longer resist the temptation, leaping into the snowdrifts that reached beyond their waists. playfully cleansing themselves with the pristine snow. Unbeknownst to Little Creek, the fresh snow also served a cleansing purpose. She adjusted the fur-lined cloak over her black down jacket. Observing the pair abluting their faces and necks with the snow, a chill permeating her own being. Though the caves, each a family's abode, were nestled upon the same mountain, they were quite distant, requiring a shout to convey even a single utterance. As it happened, the female dwelling in the cave to the left of Little Creek's was of a cheerful disposition. Moreover, Little Creek had once cured her cub of a fever. Upon seeing Little Creek standing on the platform, she called out boisterously, "Great medicine woman, you've come out as well." A small figure was also present on the platform. None other than the 6 or 7-year-old male cub Little Creek had healed. Having been swiftly relieved of his discomfort by Little Creek's medicine, he held a fondness for her. At that moment, he leaped about, waving his hands and exclaiming loudly, great medicine woman, I've come out too." The brook observed the lively cub, who was playfully swatted on the head by its mother. Although the words of the female were inaudible, the gesture suggested that she was cautioning the young creature to refrain from leaping about recklessly, lest it tumble into the snow below the platform. Facing the direction of their mountain cave, and against the wind, the stream realized that shouting would likely be in vain, and could only offer a wave in response. Observing Chanfeng and Qingsong frolicking with abandon in the snow, the stream shook its head with a touch of resignation. Turning, the stream re-entered the mountain cave to retrieve 2 pieces of animal hide, intending to brush the snow off them upon their return. Having just retrieved the hide for wiping snow, Xiaoxi was met by Feng Yuan's return. Sister, she exclaimed, not far from our mountain, I discovered a beastman unconscious in the snow on a hillside. Had it not been for the glimpse of his wings, I might have overlooked him entirely." Upon hearing Feng Yuan's words, Chanfeng and Qingsong ascended the platform. Xiaoxi handed them each a piece of the hide, urging quickly, "Wipe yourselves off and warm up inside the cave, lest you catch a chill." Turning her gaze back to Feng Yuan, she inquired, "How did you discern that he is a beastman and not a mere wild animal?" Feng Yuan, eyes wide with playful indignation, retorted, "Sister, do you underestimate me so? Though I may be young, I can certainly distinguish the aura of a beastman from that of a wild beast." With a gentle smile, Xiaoxi chose not to dispute his assertion, suggesting that their encounter was a matter of fate. She inquired whether he could retrieve the individual in question, acknowledging that their survival would ultimately rest on destiny. Displaying a hint of pique at Xiaoxi's perceived underestimation, Feng Yuan puffed out his chest with pride, proclaiming his ability to subdue even a small. He asserted that having vanquished a colossal serpent, capturing a mere would be a trivial task, while previously, Feng Yuan's youth might have hindered his ability to restrain a groan. The consumption of the serpent's essence had triggered a partial awakening of his divine avian lineage during a brief slumber, imbuing him with unprecedented natural power. Spreading his wings, Feng Yuan soared into the heavens, swiftly returning with a wing clutched in his talons, depositing him on the platform before their cave dwelling. Upon beholding the avian humanoid's visage, Xiaoxi's countenance registered profound astonishment, her mouth agape in utter surprise. Noticing Xiaoxi's expression of shock, Chanfeng approached with a touch of bewilderment, kneeling down to turn the winged male over. Beholding the visage obscured by a veneer of ice and snow, the stream recognized the identity of the masculine orc. Line. What an unexpected encounter. Why would Line venture here amidst such frigid temperatures? Urgently, she endeavored to usher him into the cavernous shelter. Little Stream was taken aback to discover that the orc rescued by Feng Yuan was none other than Ling, the younger brother of Little Flower. How could he have ventured out in such treacherous weather, only to fall within their sacred mountain? Long Feng and Qin Song carefully carried Ling into the cave. Not because they were incapable of lifting him alone, but rather because Ling's body had become somewhat rigid from the cold, and they feared further injury. Long Feng examined Ling's nostrils, noticing the absence of breath. His gaze flickered as he lifted his head to look at Little Stream, for after all, he was the brother of her savior, and moreover, both her little bunny and Little Flower shared a deep bond. Perceiving the concern etched upon Longfeng's visage as he gazed at her, Little Creek surmised that Feather's condition was precarious. She gingerly lowered herself, her movements somewhat clumsy, and tentatively sought the telltale whisper of breath near Feather's face. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she extended her hand towards Feather's carotid artery and then his chest. Finally, a sigh of relief escaped her lips as she detected a faint warmth emanating from his heart. Xiaoxi stood up and let out a sigh of relief, only to realize that beads of cold sweat had formed on her forehead and back. Fortunately, there was still a glimmer of hope for Ling. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for words before Xiao Hua and his family. After all, Ling was still so young, and if he were to perish, how heartbroken his family would be. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook understood that under the current circumstances, with snow and ice reaching waist-high, the chances of capturing prey were virtually non-existent. Sending them out to search was merely an exercise in futility, a testament to human effort while surrendering to fate, unwilling to witness the demise of such a young life. Upon hearing the brook's orders, Changfeng and the others busied themselves with various tasks. The brook hesitated to administer any herbal remedies to Ling, as even offering him warm water was out of the question. Such actions would not only fail to revive him but could hasten his demise. Moreover, given Ling's current condition, he would be unable to swallow any medicine. Qingsong and Feng Yuan set off at noon, and due to the deep snow, Feng Yuan had it somewhat easier flying above, while Qingsong struggled through the waist-deep snow. They traveled a considerable distance, and by afternoon, they discovered a black tooth beast in a cave halfway up a mountain. The tooth beast, in a state of semi-hibernation during the snow season, was roused by their intrusion and reacted with fierce anger, attacking them with great ferocity. Since the brook required the creature alive, the ferocious tooth beast proved exceptionally troublesome, resulting in several injuries to Qingsong, while Feng Yuan circled overhead, distracting the beast from its assaults. As dusk approached and the sky darkened, Changfeng feared that a heavy snowfall would soon follow. He exchanged a brief word with the brook before seeking out Qingsong's footprints and scent. When Changfeng located them, Qingsong and the tooth beast were locked in a fierce struggle. Ultimately, the trio combined their efforts to sever the beast's limbs and dislodge its teeth, successfully capturing it alive. Upon their return, the sky had transformed into a swirling tempest of snowflakes, rendering the world a vast expanse of white. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiaoxi donned a thick coat, drew open the wooden door, and lifted the wind-blocking curtain to step outside, where she beheld 3 snowmen standing upon the platform before the cave. Without delay, she retreated into the cave, retrieving a fur pelt to brush off the snow from the shivering little creature, urging him to enter the cave for warmth. One by one, she cleared the snow from the remaining 2 as well. Observing that Changfeng and Qingsong had succumbed to the cold, Xiaoxi felt a pang of sympathy for the angels being tasked with such duties on a frigid day. Yet, seeing that Ling could no longer wait, she instructed Changfeng and Qingsong to bring the giant toothed beast into the cave, where they skinned it open and wrapped Ling within its pelt. The warm, blood-scented air wafted from the beast's hide, causing Xiaoxi to feel somewhat uneasy, prompting her to step back, watching as Ling was enveloped in the still warm carcass. Bloodied yet only through this method could the frigidness within him be gently expelled. Feng Yuan gazed at Ling, whose head was the only part exposed, and inquired, "Sister, will this truly save him?" Xiaoxi gently caressed the little one's head in silence, wishing fervently that this innocent and lively creature, akin to her younger brother, could muster the strength to recover. The cave was suffused with a heavy atmosphere, and Xiaoxi cast an apologetic glance at the battered Qingsong. She retrieved some medicinal supplies from the apothecary space to tend to his wounds. Words of gratitude lingered on the tip of her tongue, yet she swallowed them back. The debt was far too great, and uttering mere thanks felt insufficiently weighty. It was not until the afternoon of the following day that Ling gradually regained consciousness, fully awakening only by midday on the 3rd day. His swift recovery could be attributed to the robust heart and formidable physique of the beastman. Upon waking, Ling momentarily found himself disoriented, until he noticed Changfeng squatting beside him, holding a bowl. It was only when the warm broth was fed to him that he realized he was still alive. Ignoring the fact that he had yet to swallow the soup, he exclaimed with excitement, "Changfeng, is it truly you, brother?" Changfeng, observing the frail Ling, replied, "Indeed, it is I. Please refrain from speaking and drink this bowl of soup." Ling, already weak and struggling to converse, took note of Changfeng's reminder and became aware that he was lying within a cave. His wings hung limply at his sides, yet to regain their form. He could only recall that, due to Sister Xiao Hua nearing her time of delivery and her noticeably large belly, the mother beast had been anxious and sent the males of the family to seek out a shaman. After an extensive search in the vicinity yielded no word of a shaman, he was compelled to venture further afield. Being the only one with wings capable of flight, he had been dispatched to gather information about the shaman. Following various leads, he had flown to this place. However, he had not anticipated the sudden change in weather. What began as fair skies swiftly transformed into a tempest of wind and snow. He had been airborne for an extended period and inadvertently fell from the sky. The ferocity of the storm rendered it untenable for him to continue flying, and he had to revert to his human form. retaining his wings to shield himself from the elements. He aimed to find shelter in a cave before continuing his search for the shaman once the storm subsided. Unfortunately, the snow was deeper than he realized, and he tumbled into a snowy pit, losing consciousness. What transpired thereafter remained a mystery. After consuming 2 bowls of nourishing broth, Ling felt a comforting warmth enveloping him, and a modicum of strength returned. He slowly sat up. Upon hearing that Ling had awoken, Xiaoxi ventured into the small cave that once belonged to Feng Yuan. For the past few days, Ling had been in a state of unconsciousness, resting in this very spot, while the little creature had relocated to stay with Qing Tsang. Upon seeing Xiaoxi enter, Ling's mouth fell open in astonishment, and he mechanically turned his head to gaze at Changfeng. You truly found Xiaoxi, he stammered. Changfeng, with an impassive expression, nodded slightly. The loss of Xiaoxi weighed heavily on his heart, and each recollection of the time spent apart brought a sharp pang of anguish to his chest. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi, it has been more than 2 days since we rescued you. After such a long time, Ling, in a state of panic, attempted to sit up, but a wave of dizziness caused him to fall back heavily. You have a fever. It would be wise not to be so agitated. Let us discuss matters once you have recovered, Xiaoxi advised. Ling, still fervently animated, replied, Xiaoxi, you possess medical knowledge. Could you perhaps expedite my recovery? Sister Xiao Hua is about to give birth, and I came to summon the shaman. Now that Changfeng has found you, it is truly fortuitous. Moreover, I have been away for so long that my family must be quite worried. Upon hearing that Xiao Hua was nearing childbirth, Xiaoxi felt a twinge of anxiety. But she understood that, given Ling's current condition, it was impossible for him to leave just yet. Thus, she gently reassured him, you must rest well to recover swiftly. This way, you can return home sooner and put your family at ease. Although Ling was lively and innocent, he was not entirely naive. He grasped that given his physical state, not only was flying home out of the question, but even ascending to great heights posed a challenge. Reluctantly, he settled back down, obediently closing his eyes to rest and regain his strength. Seeing that Ling was no longer so agitated about returning home immediately, Changfeng and Xiaoxi felt a sense of relief and stepped out of the small cave in Feng Yuan, allowing him to recuperate in peace. Once outside, Changfeng noticed the worry etched on Xiaoxi's face and embraced her, stroking her long hair in a comforting gesture. Are you concerned about Xiao Hua? He inquired. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi and the others had no choice but to agree. However, Ling had come out to seek the shaman, and now encountering Xiaoxi, it was undoubtedly the best course of action to request her assistance in delivering Xiao Hua. Yet, given that Xiaoxi was heavily pregnant, Changfeng could not possibly allow her to venture out alone. The snow on the ground was so deep that long-distance travel was out of the question. They could only rely on flying to reach Xiao Hua's dwelling. With Ling's current stamina and the severe weather outside, carrying Xiaoxi back was within his capacity. But considering Changfeng's physical condition, it would likely be stretching his limits. Ling raised his head, pleading with Changfeng, hoping he would acquiesce to his request to allow him to carry Xiaoxi back first, after which he would return to fetch him. However, Changfeng disregarded Ling's imploring gaze. He could not permit Xiaoxi to go alone, having already lost her once. He was resolute in not allowing her to travel so far from him again. Given her current condition, he would never agree to be separated from her. Even during their daily hunts on the sacred mountain, he would return several times to ensure that Xiaoxi was safe in their cave before he could focus on capturing prey. At this moment, he would certainly not consent to Ling's request to take Xiaoxi away. The brook gazed at Changfeng and Ling with great difficulty, unable to persuade either of them. Especially Changfeng, should she dare to forcibly take Ling to search for Xiao Hua, she would guarantee that Ling would not even make it out of the cave. Just as the atmosphere became tense, Xiaoxi felt a gentle tug on her hand. Upon looking down, she saw Feng Yuan grasping her hand, and when she raised her gaze, he said, "Sister, how about I carry you to find that Xiao Hua?" This winged male was certainly capable of flying with brother Changfeng. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, several times. Xiaoxi glanced at Changfeng, hesitating to speak, yet unable to voice her thoughts under the tranquil gaze of his deep blue eyes. The determination reflected in Changfeng's eyes was palpable to all. Ling anxiously paced within the cave, intermittently observing both Changfeng and Xiaoxi. Ultimately, it was Qin Song who could no longer bear the tension. Stepping forward to address them. Why not place your trust in the young one, Changfeng? We've hunted alongside Feng Yuan for quite some time. Surely, you recognize his capabilities. Feng Yuan's strength is unlikely to be significantly inferior to that of an adult aerial beastman. Qin Song understood that Changfeng's concerns were not about whether Feng Yuan could carry Xiaoxi to a distant place, but rather about Xiaoxi's current state of health and whether she could endure the frigid heights of the journey. Changfeng furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Qin Song, his skepticism evident. If Qin Song truly comprehended his worries, why then would he offer such counsel? Turning to Xiaoxi, he finally grasped the reason behind Qin Song's urging. The anxiety in Xiaoxi's eyes was unmistakable. It seemed that this little rabbit of his had developed a profound affection for her savior, far beyond his expectations. Indeed, Xiaoxi was deeply concerned for Xiao Hua, the first person in this world to care for and assist her. Now, knowing that she was about to give birth and realizing she possessed the ability to help, the fact that she could not be there filled her with an unbearable guilt, rendering her restless. In the end, with a somber expression, Changfeng stated, "If you wish to go, then prepare swiftly. Should you sustain even the slightest injury on this journey, do not blame me for forbidding you to venture forth next time." As they departed, it was unclear what exchange transpired between Changfeng and Qin Song, after which Qin Song took Ling aside for a private conversation. Changfeng ushered Xiaoxi into a small cave, intent on layering her with additional clothing to stave off the cold during their journey. And he also brought Feng Yuan inside. Once inside, Changfeng instructed both of them to keep Xiaoxi's ability to conjure items a secret, cautioning Feng Yuan particularly, fearing that his youth and naivety might lead him to inadvertently reveal this information. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Before departing, Xiaoxi took with her 4 to 5 pounds of slightly sweet rice, 6 fish she had caught in the great river which she had dried, and some cotton fluff to make swaddling for the cubs. She wrapped various seasonings in animal skins to prepare for a barbecue feast for everyone. Additionally, she packed medicinal herbs required for production in an animal skin bag, even bringing along a pot for brewing medicine to avoid any suspicion later on. With all preparations complete, Xiaoxi, at Changfeng's insistence, donned layer upon layer of clothing, and was finally permitted to board the great rock transformed by Feng Yuan, flying towards the heavens. Xiaoxi, enveloped in layers of clothing with only her eyes peering out, found herself closing her eyes against the biting cold wind that met her as Feng Yuan soared through the sky. She quickly bent down, lying flat to alleviate the chill. Meanwhile, Changfeng flew through the sky on the back of the transformed eagle, the whistling wind mingling with falling snowflakes on either side. He tightened his animal pelts and lowered his body to reduce wind resistance, making it easier for the eagle to navigate the skies. Although the wind and snow were not particularly fierce that day, the air remained frigid. Fortunately, their dwelling was not far from the holy mountain where Xiao Hua and the others resided. After approximately 2 to 3 hours of flight, the eagle let out a long call, guiding them to a platform before a cave. The inhabitants of the cave, alerted by the eagle's cry, lifted the animal skin curtain and emerged. Yu, upon spotting the eagle, gave it a pat on the shoulder, expressing concern for its prolonged absence, stating that the family had been worried and had gone searching for it. He mentioned that Xiao Hua had been anxious for several days, unable to eat, fearing that the quest for a shaman had taken Xiaoxi away into the cold. Ruffling his hair, Ling was at a loss for words and shifted aside to reveal the individuals behind him. Yu, who had initially intended to say more, was taken aback upon seeing Changfeng and Xiaoxi mirroring Ling's earlier astonishment. Seeking confirmation from Changfeng, he stammered, "You really found Xiaoxi?" Changfeng nodded in affirmation, prompting Yu to realize they were still at the cave entrance. He quickly stepped aside, inviting Changfeng and Xiaoxi into the cave. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Hua emerged from her resting nook. The main cave, illuminated by moonlight stones, was as bright as day, allowing Xiao Hua to spot Xiaoxi standing before the males at first glance. She could hardly believe her eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. As she looked again, tears blurred her vision. Despite her large belly, she rushed to embrace Xiaoxi, who, being slightly more agile, managed to catch her in a warm embrace. The two sisters, Kindred spirits who had weathered life and death were reunited once more, both crying uncontrollably with relief at seeing each other again. As they regained their composure, they noticed many others had gathered in the cave, filling it to capacity. Changfeng and Yu approached them, helping the two pregnant females to sit upon a stone platform. The newcomers, aside from Yun, had evidently just returned from outside. Yao playfully tapped Ling on the head, scolding him for his prolonged absence and inquiring about his recent experiences. He noted that had they not heard his call, they would have ventured even further in search of him. He recounted how his elder brother and Ming had nearly fallen into a snow pit while searching for him due to the deep snow. Seeing the worry and care reflected in his family's eyes warmed Ling's heart, prompting him to recount the events of his journey to find the shaman and how Xiaoxi and her companions had saved him from near freezing to death. Upon hearing Ling's tale, the family broke out in a cold sweat, astonished by the dangers he had faced. Upon hearing that her younger brother nearly froze to death outside in his quest to find a shaman for her, Xiao Hua's previously halted tears began to flow anew. Xiaoya approached Ling, her heart heavy with concern as she gazed at him. After all, every family feels the weight of their male members' struggles. Yet Ling endured such trials for the sake of his sister, Xiao Hua, rendering Xiaoya speechless. Once the emotions of the gathering settled, there was a profound sense of relief that both Ling and Xiaoxi had survived. Due to the crowding in the cave, after exchanging greetings, the brothers of Xiao Hua's elder brother, apart from Xiaoya, returned to their respective caves. Yun, feeling unwell in recent days, was also escorted back by Shun and Dashin. Changfeng was invited by the males of Xiao Hua's family to partake in the roasting of meat, while Xiao Hua led Xiaoxi and Xiaoya into a cozy resting cave, where they settled upon warm animal skins and began to recount the events that transpired during their time apart. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted upon witnessing the startled demeanor of Xiaoxi. Xiaoya realized that her appearance had frightened her. Consequently, she managed to lift the corners of her mouth into a smile, expressing her joy at the prospect of seeing her once again. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi spent a considerable amount of time feeling Xiaoya's pulse and remarked, "If you're willing, I can prescribe some herbs for you to brew and drink on your way back. They are warming herbs for the womb." Upon seeing Xiaoya's eyes suddenly light up, Xiaoxi, concerned that her hopes might soar too high, cautioned her gently, "As for their efficacy, I cannot guarantee anything. You must maintain a calm disposition, otherwise." Xiaoxi's unspoken words hung in the air, yet Xiaoya understood all too well that if she were not to conceive, the disappointment would be even harder for her to bear. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook turned over and lay in the embrace of the gentle wind, caressing its face, which had grown even more gaunt since arriving at the sacred mountain, and inquired, "What has been troubling you these past few days? You seem to be eating so little. Is the roasted meat here not to your liking?" Upon hearing the brook's question, the gentle wind chuckled softly, aware that she had not only been diligently caring for her savior but had also taken notice of him. The pent-up frustration in his heart, which had been neglected by her, was finally alleviated. Thus, the gentle wind tightened his embrace around the brook, gazing at her rosy cheeks and her delicate, moist lips. With a large hand resting on the back of her head, he gradually drew her closer, pressing his lips, which had long yearned for this moment, toward the desired destination. The brook began to worry about the offspring within her, gently nudging him with her hand. However, under the relentless assault of the long wind, she soon melted into a puddle, yielding completely to his desires. Just as their passions reached an irresistible crescendo, Feng Yuan, sleeping not far from them, rolled off his hide mat, mumbling a few unintelligible words before drifting back to slumber. The sudden disturbance startled the two apart. The brook, her face flushed. Hastily pulled the hide over her head to conceal herself. Long Wind, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson, cast a disgruntled glance at the slumbering child nearby, contemplating whether to rise and cast him aside. After much internal struggle, he lowered his gaze and spotted the brook hiding beneath the hide. Realizing their evening's pleasures had been thwarted, with a resigned sigh, he reclined back, his bare chest exposed, glistening with beads of sweat as he attempted to calm the tumult within him. After a considerable time, concerned that the brook might suffocate under the hide, Long Wind tugged at it, asking if she was still curious as to why he had been consuming so little these past few days. Upon hearing a topic of interest, the brook finally emerged from her shell, her face still adorned with a lingering blush, her eyes shimmering with the remnants of fervor. The allure in her gaze nearly drove Long Wind to the brink of irrationality, compelling him to press her beneath him. He closed his pale blue eyes, initially not intending to take any drastic actions, especially in someone else's home. His hand grazed her slightly protruding abdomen, which helped him regain composure. He explained that his reduced appetite was due to the limited prey stored by Ming's family, which, perplexingly, was significantly less than theirs despite their earlier arrival at the sacred mountain. Logically, they should have had a greater stockpile. Moreover, the number of males in their family surpassed that of his own, suggesting a challenging winter ahead. In truth, Long Wind's reasoning was sound. Yet he overlooked the fact that his and Qingsong's abilities vastly eclipsed those of other beastmen. A typical beastman household might capture 3 to 5 large predators in a day, expending every effort. In contrast, he and Qingsong could easily capture a dozen or more daily, with the snow blanketing the forest and reducing animal populations. Other beastmen struggled to find prey, while their family benefited from Feng Yuan, the Great Rock, serving as an aerial scout, significantly enhancing their hunting success. Although Ming, Feng, and their families had Ling, a hawk, to assist in locating elusive ground prey, the ferocity of wild beasts, driven by hunger and deep snow, rendered them a considerable threat. Capturing such predators without sustaining injuries became exceedingly difficult. Compared to other beastman households, Ming, Feng, and their mother beast Yunsong had accumulated a respectable stockpile of prey, though it paled in comparison to Long Wind's family. Upon hearing Long Wind's words, the brook fell silent. Initially, she had observed the males in her household decreasing their food intake and assumed their late arrival at the sacred mountain accounted for their meager supplies. However, Long Wind's explanation revealed that their family's reserves were, in fact, quite ample. Xiaoxi, feeling helpless regarding the situation at Xiao Hua's home, found herself unable to assist. Even her own family, including Xiao Yuan, was economizing on food. Despite the close bond shared between her and Xiao Hua, it would be improper to offer the few meager catches brought home by the males in her family as gifts. Such an act would not reflect her generosity, but rather her selfishness, taking from others while pretending to be magnanimous. For now, her only course of action was to await the safe delivery of Xiao Hua's offspring, after which they would return home, thereby reducing the strain on Xiao Hua's family's provisions. Today, a heavy snowfall blanketed the outside world, and Xiaoyu did not come over. Meanwhile, Changfeng and Ming sat on the stone platform in the main cave, engaged in conversation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi handed over something she had named sweet rice to you. This is sweet rice. After Xiao Hua gives birth, you can scoop half a bowl each time to make kanji for her. Upon seeing you nod, Xiaoxi took out 5 or 6 pieces of dried fish she had brought along. These are the fish I caught in the river. At that time, we had no salt, so the dried fish is rather bland. Once Xiao Hua has given birth, we can add some salt and make fish soup for her. Although it may not be as delightful as soup made with fresh fish, it is certainly better than nothing. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook meticulously explained to the rain how to utilize the items she had brought. Once she finished speaking, she noticed that everyone was gazing at her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi checked on Xiao Hua and discovered that it was still not the time for production. Seizing the moment while her stomach pains were not too frequent, she inquired about her cravings. To Xiaoxi's surprise, the foodie expressed a desire for spiced grilled meat. Concerned about the potential for an upset stomach, Xiaoxi had refrained from allowing her to indulge in the grilled meat seasoned with the spices she had brought along. Xiao Hua gazed at her with her charming, round eyes filled with a pitiful expression. Ultimately, it was the stream that raised the white flag in surrender. Allowing the male from her family to use less seasoning, and thus prepared a tender piece of beast meat for Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was in excellent health, and her fetus was positioned correctly. In the past few days, Xiaoxi had thoughtfully adjusted her diet, resulting in a relatively smooth delivery. However, the cub was somewhat large, causing Xiao Hua some discomfort. As dawn broke, this little creature finally arrived safely into the world. Exhausted, Xiao Hua gazed at her newborn cub and savored a bowl of sweet rice porridge that had been prepared in advance before succumbing to fatigue and drifting into slumber. Having assisted in the birth of several animal offspring, Xiaoxi still found this black male leopard cub in her arms to be the most endearing. The brook sensed the gaze of others upon her and, upon raising her head, found herself met with several pairs of fervent eyes, which startled her. She felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that she had perhaps overstepped. Just moments ago, after the birth of the little flower, the males of her family had been preoccupied with caring for her, leaving no time to attend to the young ones. Now that the little flower was asleep, they all wished to catch a glimpse of their long-awaited darling, only to find her monopolizing the moment. How could their eyes not burn with intensity? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After Xiao Hua gave birth, Xiaoxi observed that her physical condition was remarkably well. The following day, preparations were made for departure. Despite Xiao Hua and Ming's repeated pleas for them to stay, Xiaoxi and the others departed as they had arrived, soaring into the sky with Ling and Feng Yuan guiding them. The babbling brook refrained from allowing Xiao Hua to accompany them, fearing she might catch a chill. As they prepared to depart, the male from Xiao Hua's household wished to bring back some provisions for them, yet both Chang Feng and the brook declined. After bidding farewell to Chang Feng, the brook and Feng Yuan, Ming, with a hint of melancholy in his gaze, turned to Feng and expressed, "Elder brother, do you think I am of no use? Chang Feng and the others are unwilling to accept the prey we offered. Perhaps they have realized that our family's catch this year has been scarce." Feng gently patted his shoulder and reassured him, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. I heard from Ling that Chang Feng's family has stored an abundance of prey this year. Their refusal of your offerings is likely not a reflection on you. They may simply believe that, given the current weather, carrying a cub alongside the prey would be cumbersome. If you feel a sense of obligation, you can offer them assistance when the warm season arrives, as they may require help then." Ming contemplated this, recognizing it was the only way forward, and thus led Feng and the others into the cave to observe the young beast cubs. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoya let out a sigh. No wonder that when the stream departed, it urged them to do their utmost to keep Xiao Hua cheerful. It mentioned that if Xiao Hua's spirits were low, her milk production would diminish, resulting in the offspring being frail and susceptible to illness. Before departing, Xiaoxi left some restorative herbs for Xiaoya, hoping fervently that she would recover swiftly and conceive a child. In the realm of beastmen, it is no simple task for females to bear offspring. Many endure a lifetime without the blessing of fertility. Xiaoxi sincerely wished that Xiaoya was not among those afflicted with infertility. Otherwise, there would be little recourse, as treating such conditions in an environment so bereft of medical resources is indeed a formidable challenge. In this polyandrous world of beastmen, the issue of a male's infertility does not pose a problem. If one male cannot procreate, how could so many beastly husbands be incapable of siring offspring? Xiaoya is also aware of this truth, which is why she has been deeply concerned about the possibility of being infertile. The fact that Xiaoxi is willing to prescribe her medicine indicates that there is still hope for her health, bringing a glimmer of solace to her heart and alleviating some of the tension and melancholy that once consumed her. Today, you took out a piece of dried fish brought by Xiaoxi, intending to make soup for Xiao Hua. As she gazed at the items Xiaoxi had delivered, a smile blossomed on her face. It seems that this rabbit-like female is quite partial, as everything she brought is meant to nourish Xiao Hua during her confinement. Even the cotton fluff is intended for making swaddles for the little ones. Kuan approached to lend a hand and noticed Yu's uplifted smile. He inquired, "What's the matter?" Yu pointed to the items brought by Xiaoxi, but Kuan, intrigued yet perplexed, looked back at her. "Do you see anything here meant for us?" Upon closer inspection, Kuan indeed found that to be the case, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps it was due to the times when she and Xiao Hua played together. Holding a grudge against their interference in their friendship, she truly is a somewhat petty female. The two exchanged glances, both feeling fortunate for Xiao Hua to have encountered such a warm-hearted friend, and they shared a light-hearted laugh. The stream took longer to return today than it did to arrive, solely due to the inclement weather that was far worse than on their initial journey. A biting wind, laden with swirling snow, struck them head-on, making it arduous for Ling and Feng Yuan to navigate the skies. Initially, as they departed, only a gentle snow had fallen, but they had not anticipated such a swift change in the weather. Suddenly, fierce winds and flurries of snow enveloped them. By the time they alighted on the platform before their cave, it was already afternoon. Upon hearing the commotion outside the cave, Qing Song emerged and, upon seeing their return, a joyful expression graced his face. "Please wait a moment, I shall fetch something to brush the snow off you." After he had cleared the snow from their garments, Xiaoxi hurried into her small cave, liberating herself from a mound of animal pelts. Chongfeng followed her inside, assisting the clumsy Xiaoxi in shedding her outer layers. A smile crept onto his lips, which was perfectly timed for Xiaoxi to notice as she lifted her head. Realizing he was amused by her resemblance to a round ball in her attire, the little stream raised her head, gazing with her adorable eyes at her unscrupulous male companion, who was responsible for her current attire. Yet he still dared to mock her. When the strong wind finally stripped away the garments she wore, she discovered that the little rabbit was squinting its dark eyes and staring intently at him, causing him to retract the smirk from his lips. Belatedly realizing that he must have offended the little rabbit in some way, with a strong desire for self-preservation, Chongfeng pondered how to remedy the situation, only to see the little stream turn away and exit the small cave, not even casting a glance in his direction. He had teased her about looking like a plump ball, and as a result, she had ignored him all night. That evening, he had even prepared a pot of her favorite soup, a sharp-tongued beast ginseng mushroom broth, yet it failed to placate the irate little stream. Since they had returned quite late that day, they allowed Ling to stay overnight. It was only the next day, when the snowstorm had lessened, that he took the 10 pounds of red berry flour, gifted by the little stream, and headed back. At that time, the red grain flour brought by the stream weighed around 70 to 80 pounds. Since arriving here, it had remained untouched, leaving approximately 60 to 70 pounds in 2.5 animal hide bags. After sending off the feathers, Chongfeng, eager to win the stream's favor, transformed into a plush beast and leaped down from the cavern platform, frolicking in the thick snow for quite some time to amuse his little rabbit. The fur on Chongfeng's beastly form would grow abundantly in the summer, pure as freshly fallen snow, blending seamlessly with the snow-laden landscape. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The little creature, upon spotting the brook, became even more energized, fervently flapping its wings and sweeping additional snowflakes towards the brook and the gentle breeze. The breeze, moving through the snow that reached up to its waist, found its movement somewhat cumbersome, fortunately, being beneath its own mountain cave. It was aware that no treacherous snow holes lay beneath its feet, allowing for a relatively easy evasion. With the assistance of the long wind, the brook managed to evade the assaults of the little phoenix abyss for the most part, much to the chagrin of the indignant little creature. It soared to the protruding rock above their cave, intending to dislodge the snow piled atop with its wings. However, the long wind whisked the brook away to a distant spot. Half of the falling snowflakes struck the face of the watching Chitian, who stood on the platform, provoking a fit of laughter from the brook as it tumbled onto the back of the long wind. The wolf's mouth seemed to curl into a smirk, as if mocking the little phoenix abyss's audacity, inciting the small creature to launch itself at him. Yet, Chitian, who was in close proximity, caught one of its claws and pulled it back onto the platform before the cave. Unable to escape, the little creature had no choice but to revert to its human form, writhing and struggling. It protested defiantly, exclaiming, "You are all wicked villains, always picking on me." Chitian gently swatted its rear, retorting, "You've left me with a face full of snowflakes, and you still have the audacity to complain?" The little one raised his head to behold the towering figure, golden locks adorned with remnants of snow that had yet to be brushed away. Silently, he swallowed the words that lingered on his lips. As Qing Song gently set him down, the contrite Xiao Yuan clung to his leg, gazing up with a pitiful expression. "I didn't mean it," he pleaded. Sister and brother Changfeng are so cruel. They bully me alone. If you assist me, we shall be two against them. Shall we retaliate together? Qing Song observed the little one swirling, light purple eyes and understood that he was once again attempting to charm someone into aiding his cause. It reminded him of the time the child had deceived him into helping capture that enormous python, those same bright eyes spinning innocently, enticing others to willingly lend their support. With a gentle pat on the child's head, Qing Song remarked, "What tricks are you up to now? Today, I shall teach you a lesson. In the presence of an individual not lacking in intelligence, the same ruse cannot be employed twice, otherwise, one will not fall for the same trap." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, the little one possesses an inherently kind nature and displays considerable intelligence. Having endured this snowy season, he claims to have experienced 6 cycles of winter, signifying his modern age of 6 years. However, Xiao Fengyuan stands significantly taller than an average 6-year-old, reaching approximately 1 meter 30 to 40, comparable to the height of a contemporary 10-year-old. Yet, in this land of beastmen, such stature is rather unremarkable, as both Changfeng and Qingsong tower over 2 meters. Thus, the boy's height is merely considered normal in this realm. In this world of beastmen, a 6-year-old's mental acuity is not fully developed, yet they exhibit far greater independence than their modern counterparts, having already learned to capture prey and sustain themselves. Changfeng and Qingsong recounted their harrowing experiences. Shortly after they transformed for the first time, they were cast into the forest, surviving against all odds. The harsh realities of this beastman world are evident. Changfeng was abandoned by his kin, forced into the wilderness to fend for himself, while Qingsong has no recollection of how he arrived in the primordial forest, as he only remembers living there alone. Fengyuan is fortunate, for he still has someone to impart wisdom upon him, unlike Qingsong and Changfeng, who grasped these life lessons only after enduring hardships. Observing Qingsong's serious demeanor, Fengyuan refrained from his usual antics, nodding earnestly in acknowledgement of the lessons being imparted. The gentle stream approached, brushing away the snow that had settled on Xiao Fengyuan's shoulders. "Let us go. It is cold outside. We should seek refuge in the cave," it suggested. Upon entering the cave, Xiao Fengyuan, aware of his shortcomings, nestled into the embrace of the stream, his head bowed in despondence. The stream, feeling a pang of sympathy, tenderly stroked his hair. "It is all right. The older brothers have endured their own hardships and are imparting lessons that you may not yet comprehend. It is perfectly fine that you do not understand now. When you grow older and face challenges, just reflect on their words." The little one, upon hearing Xiaoxi's words, finally relaxed his expression. After all, he is still a cub, and it is entirely natural for him to be unable to comprehend many of the principles at this stage. As he matures, he will inevitably come to understand the benevolent intentions of Qingsong and the others. During dinner in the evening, Xiaoxi noticeably observed that Changfeng and Qingsong were once again reducing their food intake. Over this period, both of them had lost considerable weight, and the contours of their cheekbones had gradually begun to emerge. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, the stream has already prepared the meat for consumption. Although this allows Changfeng and the others to make do with a half-full stomach from the broth, it does not quite satisfy the palate of the orcs. Nevertheless, during this prolonged snow season, their lives have been relatively manageable. Over the past few days, she has observed orcs brave the biting wind and snow in search of prey. These individuals must be running low on their stored provisions, prompting them to venture out in such adverse weather in hopes of a fortunate encounter. On this particular morning, the sun finally graced the sky, albeit dimly. With the snowfall ceased and the winds calmed, the males, confined in the cave for too long, could no longer contain themselves. They rushed out into the distant forests and mountains, hoping to be fortunate enough to stumble upon a foraging animal to bring back for a hearty meal. However, by the afternoon, the returning males came back empty-handed. Changfeng and the others were no exception, their bodies adorned with icicles as they stood on the platform before the cave. The stream busily brushed off the snow and ice from them while chiding them. The first to be cleaned was Xia Fengyuan, whom the stream ushered into the cave to warm up. She then turned, glaring with her dark eyes at the 2 adult males who were still shaking off the snow and ice. "Next time you 2 go up the mountain for fresh air, do not take our little Xia Fengyuan along. Look at how frozen she is. She is nearly turned into an ice sculpture of a great rock." Changfeng and Qingsong lowered their heads, pretending to wipe the frost from their bodies, refusing to respond to her remarks. The brook wished to express a few more words. But upon the emergence of Feng Yuan, who interjected to speak, it found itself rendered speechless with frustration. Feng Yuan, gazing curiously at Chang Feng and Qing Song, softly inquired, "Why is my sister upset? I merely speak the truth. I genuinely volunteered to accompany you on this outing." As Chang Feng brushed past Feng Yuan without a word, Qing Song lightly patted his head and remarked, "Silly boy, your sister Xiaoxi cares for you. She fears that at your tender age, you might be harmed by the cold, which is why she expresses her concern in that manner." With that, little Feng Yuan retracted his head and trailed closely behind Xiaoxi. The brook was harmonizing with the surroundings as she contemplated preparing a delightful meal of dumplings filled with the tender flesh of a creature known as lulishu and mushrooms. Upon noticing Chanfeng entering, she requested, "Please venture outside and gather some pristine snow to melt into water. We shall enjoy dumplings for dinner this evening." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi was well aware of their substantial appetites. No matter how many dumplings she prepared, they would never be satiated. Therefore, she additionally boiled 2 pots of seasoned beast meat, deliberately adding a generous amount of spicy peppers to dispel the chill that had infiltrated their bodies during the day. The rolling pin, crafted by Cha Feng a few days prior, finally found its purpose today. Upon observing Xiaoxi rolling out the dumpling skins for a while, Qing Song took over the task. From initially tearing each piece into shreds, he gradually mastered the art of shaping them into perfect circles with just a few sheets of dough. This unexpected dexterity impressed Xiaoxi, as she had not anticipated such nimbleness from his large hands. Meanwhile, Chang Feng stood beside Xiaoxi, assisting her in pinching the dumplings closed. Xiaoxi cast a glance at the dumplings crafted by Chang Feng, then turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. No matter how she looked at them, they resembled nothing more than dough encasing something. Beside her, Feng Yuan, who had initially insisted on making dumplings, had asked Xiaoxi to hand him a piece of dough, which he began to manipulate playfully. Noticing the disdain in Xiaoxi's gaze, Changfen's light blue eyes narrowed slightly as he examined the dumplings he had made alongside hers. Despite having followed the same technique, the shapes of their dumplings appeared strikingly different. As he stared at the small piece of dough resting in his palm, he pondered how a gentle squeeze from the little rabbit transformed it into a perfect semicircle, while his own efforts merely reverted it back to its original form. The brook gazed upon the despondent visage of Chanfeng, suppressing the urge to smile as her lips threatened to curl upwards. She feared that a laugh might provoke the irritable spirit wolf beastman. For the sake of her own well-being, it seemed prudent to refrain from any audible mirth. She certainly did not wish to be subjected to further repairs that would render her unable to face the world. During dinner that evening, it became evident that the dumplings she had prepared were insufficient. In the end, they polished off 2 jars of boiled meat, yet even so, the 2 adult male beastmen remained only moderately sated. One must not forget that Chanfeng and Qingsang, while storing energy for the snowy season, could each consume approximately 30 pounds of food in a single meal. Even Xiao Feng Yuan could manage 7 to 8 pounds. As for the original form of this rabbit beast woman, had she been truly hungry, she might have devoured 2 to 3 pounds herself. However, since Xiaoxi had transitioned into this existence, her dietary habits, influenced by her past life, had led her to eat comparatively less. In the final month of the snowy season, the weather had become increasingly capricious, shifting from sunshine to heavy snowfall in a mere day. The snow had accumulated to the point where it reached Xiaoxi's chest, preventing her from riding on Changfeng's back to play in the cave below. Xiaoxi, cradling her waist and gently rounding her belly, ambled slowly within the cave. Each day, she devoted 1 or 2 hours to this practice, drawing upon her past life as a physician, aware that such movement would facilitate a smooth delivery. Cha Feng, seated upon a stone stool, meticulously washed dried fish in a bamboo basin, preparing to stew it for Xiaoxi's lunch. As he observed her pacing, a smile graced his lips, his face radiating a happiness that was impossible to conceal. The cave was suffused with warmth. Each time Xiaoxi glanced at Chanfeng, their gazes intertwined, brimming with unspoken affection. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye, and while the cave remained as cozy as ever, the increasingly scarce provisions had begun to reveal the contours of Chanfeng and Qingsang's faces as their bones became more pronounced. Although Xiaoxi and Feng Yuan have lost some weight, the 2 adult male orcs in the household do not permit them to eat less. Therefore, both appear relatively well, especially for her, who is pregnant and has a noticeably enlarged belly, even when she tries to subtly reduce her food intake. Her prominent abdomen makes it seem as though she has not lost much weight, though the days have become somewhat arduous for Xiaoxi. They are still able to sustain their livelihood. In contrast, the situation for Xiao Hua's family has grown increasingly dire as the end of the snow season approaches. Their food reserves are nearly depleted. This year, upon their arrival at the Holy Mountain, they selected a suitable cave. Anticipating that Xiao Hua would give birth during the snowy months, they aimed to hunt more game to stockpile provisions, ensuring that once she delivered, concerns over insufficient food would be alleviated. However, as Xiao Hua's male companion endeavored to secure additional prey, an unforeseen circumstance arose. Kuan and Yu sustained serious injuries during a confrontation with a ferocious beast, necessitating a period of rest at home, thereby rendering them unable to hunt. Now, it falls to Ming, Qingshan, and Dehe to gather enough sustenance for 6 adult orcs to last through an entire snow season before the forest is blanketed in snow. A task that proves to be quite challenging, despite Ming, Qingshan, and Dehe having amassed a considerable amount of game. It remains insufficient to sustain them throughout the prolonged winter. Xiaohua gazed at the emaciated males in her household, reduced to mere skin and bones, despite her usual carefree demeanor. Tears shimmered in her eyes. Yu, cradling a small leopard cub in his arms, sat beside Xiaohua and, with one hand wrapped around her shoulder, offered her comfort. He understood the source of her sorrow and gently reassured her, "Do not be disheartened. Yesterday, the elder brother's family delivered some game to us, sufficient to sustain us for a while. Moreover, the protracted snow season is nearing its end, and we shall soon return home. My brothers and I will recover swiftly. So there's no need for you to worry. You must take care of yourself. Remember, when Xiaoxi departed, she mentioned that if you are unhappy, your milk supply will dwindle, and our cubs' health will deteriorate, making them susceptible to illness. Can you bear that?" Upon hearing Yu's words, Xiaohua began to soothe her troubled spirit, resting her head on his shoulder. "What do you think Xiaoxi and the others are doing now? Are they enduring hardships like we are?" After a moment of contemplation, Yu replied, "At this juncture, every household must be experiencing a scarcity of food. However, according to Ling's report, Xiaoxi's family has managed to stockpile a considerable amount of game. Though they too face difficulties, they should be able to sustain themselves. To be candid, both Xiaoxi's household and Brother Fang's are faring better than ours. Although Brother Fang's family comprises 3 male orcs engaged in hunting, they also have Xiaoya, making a total of 4 individuals consuming food throughout the entire snowy season. Similarly, Xiaoxi's family faced challenges. According to Ling, apart from Changfeng, they also harbored another formidable beastman named Qingsong. Moreover, the giant rock chick that had accompanied Xiaoxi to their home further complicated their situation. It seemed that their household, with its abundance of males, consumed resources at an alarming rate. During that period, both she and Kuan had sustained injuries, and despite the valiant efforts of Ming, Qishan, and Deo in their hunting endeavors, the spoils were scarcely sufficient to sustain the entire household throughout the winter. When Xiaoxi observed Changfeng and Qingsong, who, in their noble quest to conserve food for her and Xiaofo Yuan, resorted to a meager diet of a single meal each day, she was overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness. Arriving in this world late in the year left her unfamiliar with its ways, igniting a silent vow within her. She resolved to prepare an ample supply of food well before the onset of the next winter, determined never to allow those she cared for to endure such hunger again. This year's winter season extended far beyond the orcs' expectations. What was initially anticipated to arrive 20 days early was delayed by an additional fortnight before the warmth returned. As the stream gazed upon the increasingly desolate platform before her family's cave, only 7 or 8 prey remained in the corner. The somber sky, though devoid of snowfall, bore witness to the thick blanket of snow beneath the cave, which stirred a sense of melancholy within her heart. She feared that, if this continued, both Changfeng and Qingsong would suffer from hunger. Apart from some red grain flour, the only sustenance left was the sweet rice she had reserved for Kanji after giving birth. All other provisions, such as mushrooms and fish, had been consumed. In recent days, she had taken to chopping the remaining meat into small cubes, combining it with the red grain flour to create dumpling soup, seasoned with a pinch of salt, which she had prepared in several jars. This way, both Qingsong and Changfeng could partake in 2 meals a day, allowing them to stave off hunger, albeit temporarily. As the days passed and food dwindled, anxiety kept the stream restless through the night. Changfeng, noticing her restlessness upon the firm mat, gently held her in his embrace, softly patting her back to soothe her worries. The gentle stream nestled against Changfeng's chest, listening to the steady and resonant thumping of his heart as her consciousness gradually blurred. Before long, the rhythm of her breaths became even, Feng pressed a tender kiss on the smooth expanse of her forehead, rose to sit up, and adjusted the fur covering her, before slowly exiting the small cave. Inside the main cave, a moonstone lay quietly, and upon stepping out, Feng beheld Xiaoxi, who sat alone at the stone table, absorbed in his thoughts. Hearing the sound, Xiaoxi turned to see him and softly inquired, "Can't you sleep either?" Feng nodded and joined him on the stone bench by the table. He had observed the worry etched on Xiaoxi's face these past few days. Her furrowed brows and despondent demeanor tugged at his heartstrings. Silently, the two sat in the cave, contemplating their own plight. While the other beastmen families endured even harsher conditions during this snow season, the snowfall had ceased in recent days, suggesting that warmer days were on the horizon. Tomorrow, we shall venture out to see if any animals, driven by hunger, have emerged to forage. Even catching half of one would suffice to assuage Xiaoxi's fears of us starving. Feng mused. After speaking, Xiaoxi stood and patted Feng's shoulder before returning to his own resting cave, leaving him alone in quiet contemplation. This morning, as she stepped out of the cave, Xiaoxi finally beheld the sun's radiant glow, its golden light casting a warm embrace upon her. Unlike the previous days, when even the sun seemed to shine with a cold, glaring brightness, it appeared that the season of warmth was indeed approaching. The little stream joyfully basked in the warm sunlight that caressed her, gently cradling her round belly, where the tiny being within often stirred restlessly. When Feng first felt the little one move inside her, he excitedly spoke to her throughout the night, revealing a loquacious side she had never noticed before. Yet, as her drowsiness became unbearable, she feigned sleep, prompting Feng to finally cease his chatter. With a tender touch on her belly, he too succumbed to slumber. The following day dawned bright and clear, and Feng, along with Xiaoxi, ventured forth with the restless little Feng Yuan. Undeterred by the thick blanket of snow as they made their way toward the distant forest, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Every day, the brook gazes at the protruding rocks above the cave, where dark waters cascade down from the mountaintop like a mountain spring, merging with the melted snow at the cave's entrance. In recent days, the snow has been melting at an accelerated pace, and the brook estimates that the snowmelt below the platform has reached a depth of 2 to 3 meters. During this time, aside from Feng Yuan occasionally flying off into the distance to catch a small creature, Feng and Xiaoxi have been unable to venture out for hunting due to the black waters beneath the cave. Fortunately, just before the snow began to melt, they managed to capture a few lean animals, or else their household would have faced dire shortages. Thus, the days passed, and eventually, the snow on the mountain fully melted, causing the water flow beneath the cave to gradually diminish, revealing larger stones above the water's surface. Some beastmen, having run out of food at home, wade through the black waters to hunt in the distance. Nevertheless, the long, harsh snow season is finally coming to an end, which is indeed a cause for celebration. The brook lifted its head to gaze upon the looming black mountains before it, an unsettling wave of panic washing over its heart. Remarkably, it had resided on this dormant volcano for a full 4 to 5 months. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The brook has spent an entire snowy season here, gaining a fundamental understanding of the winter landscape. The snowy season is undeniably prolonged, the weather exceedingly frigid, and the snowfall has accumulated to a depth that reaches her chest. However, the brook harbors a deep reluctance to endure another winter upon this volcano. Throughout the season, although she has not voiced her concerns, her heart remains perpetually anxious about the possibility of an eruption, especially while residing in the caverns of the mountain. She fears that any unforeseen event might leave them without an opportunity to escape. This year, she must contemplate how to remain in the forest during winter without succumbing to the bitter cold. Thus, her days are consumed by these meandering thoughts. A few days later, she notices that the brook at the base of the cave has ceased to flow, leaving only a desolate expanse of blackened earth. The brook observed that some orc families were already shouldering their females and belongings, preparing to depart from the sacred mountain and return to their original dwellings. Feng and the others had ventured out for a hunt that day. Standing on the platform, the brook extended her arms, allowing the sunlight to warm her hands. It felt delightful to bask in the sun. Throughout the entire snowy season, the sun had only shone with a glaring whiteness, devoid of warmth. However, the sun that now graced her with its rays finally brought a sense of warmth, instilling hope in the orc community. While the brook was lost in her reverie, A cheerful voice emanated from below her cave. She glanced down to see a female orc from a nearby cave, the very one who had once treated her family's male cub. The female regarded the brook and inquired, "Great shaman, we are preparing to return. When will you be leaving?" The brook shook its head, expressing uncertainty. Perhaps it would take a few more days. Why don't you wait until the ground dries a bit before departing? It would make your journey more convenient. The female, exhibiting a forthright demeanor, responded in a loud voice, "Our supply of game has been exhausted, the weather has warmed, and the local fauna will soon migrate. Remaining here serves little purpose, thus we wish to return home promptly." After a brief, bashful pause, the female inquired of the brook, "I am curious, great shaman, upon your return, where do you reside? If any of us fall ill, can we seek your assistance?" The brook smiled gently, assuring that she would certainly assist in healing, as long as it remained within her capacity. As for their return and where they would reside, she could not yet ascertain, for they needed to select a new territory upon their return. At present, she could only provide a general location, should one wish to find her. They would venture to the northern mountains of the misty forest, where an orc, a friend of hers, resided. She disclosed the names of Xiao Hua and her male companion to this family, so that in the event of an illness, they could locate her. Unexpectedly, many orc families residing in the area came to bid farewell as they departed, inquiring about where Xiaoxi and her companions would reside upon their return, so that they could find them if anyone fell ill. As more and more orcs took their leave, Changfeng mentioned that they too would soon depart once the ground dried. The reason for their delay was that Changfeng was concerned about Xiaoxi's advanced pregnancy, fearing that she might inadvertently step into mud during their journey, which could pose a risk to her. During this period, Xiaoxi's pregnancy had reached its later stages, causing her sleep to be restless with frequent awakenings. One night, as she drifted into a light slumber, she was abruptly awakened by a tremor beneath her. Changfeng, who had been sleeping beside her, suddenly sat up, sensing the vibrations beneath them, and swiftly gathered her up, along with their animal pelts, and rushed out of the cave. As Changfeng dashed outside with Xiaoxi in his arms, he noticed Qin Song also carrying Xiao Feng Yuan, following him out of the cave. Once outside, Feng Yuan, with bleary eyes, looked up in confusion, frightened by the towering figure that held him. Changfeng heard the sound of rocks tumbling down the mountainside and, without time to speak, transformed into his beast form, shouldering Xiaoxi and sprinting towards an open area, closely followed by Jin Hu, who carried Xiao Feng Yuan. Seated upon Changfeng's back, Xiaoxi's heart raced with trepidation as she glanced back at the indistinct mountains. She clutched her chest in fear, contemplating the disastrous possibility of a volcanic eruption. Even their swift escape would be futile. The volcanic lava surged into the sky, and the ash could suffocate them right there. Before long, a light rain began to fall. They ran for a considerable distance before pausing, grateful that they had managed to bring the animal pelts along, providing some shelter from the rain. Changfeng found a sheltered spot to sit down, cradling Xiaoxi in his broad embrace. With a large animal pelt draped over them to shield against the drizzling rain, he sensed Xiaoxi trembling slightly in his arms and tightened his hold, asking softly if she was still cold. Xiaoxi drew her legs back, curling herself into Changfeng's embrace. Upon hearing his inquiry, she shook her head, indicating that she was no longer cold. This was because, at the moment the mountains trembled, everyone had been asleep, and Changfeng remained bare-chested. The brook, with its ample girth, is adorned in a loose nightgown fashioned from an old garment retrieved from the confines of the pharmacy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook nestled her face in the embrace of Changfeng, hesitant to gaze elsewhere, quietly listening to the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Slowly, she closed her eyes, awaiting the dawn. Not far from them, the sounds of movement reached their ears. It was likely the orcs, akin to them, waiting for the ground to dry before proceeding. They had not anticipated encountering a tremor of the mountains. On the following morning, a piercing ray of sunlight roused Xiaoxi from her slumber. She turned her face, burying it once more in Changfeng's embrace, sensing that he was carrying her as he walked. With a voice slightly husky from sleep, she inquired, "Changfeng, where are we headed?" Noticing the uncontainable fear reflected in Xiaoxi's dark eyes, Changfeng smiled gently and caressed her back. "It is all right, do not worry. Every year, when the ice and snow melt, the mountains tremble, but there is nothing to fear. We are now heading back to the cave to gather our belongings. We shall leave this place today. We will make another trip to the location of the moonlight stones, collect some to bring back for illumination during the nights, and then we will return to the misty forest. This time, we shall seek our own territory. Xiaoxi, do you have a place in mind where you wish to reside? The brook shook its head, for she possessed none of the original owner's memories. Having only recently arrived and preoccupied daily with the struggle for survival, she remained utterly unfamiliar with this place. Yet she truly felt at a loss as to what kind of locale would be most suitable for them to settle down. Xiaoxi gently grasped a strand of silver hair that had drifted onto her chest, playfully toying with it in her hands. Shall we first return to the place where Xiao Hua and the others reside, and then choose our dwelling? She proposed. There was no reason for Changfeng to disagree. He embraced Xiaoxi tenderly and replied, "All right, I shall follow your wishes." Xiaoxi, Changfeng, some time ago. When Xiao Hua and the others were preparing to return to the misty forest, they asked Ling to inquire if we would accompany them. Why did you decline? Could he truly express his unease? If they were to journey alongside Xiao Hua's family, he and Qingsong, along with Feng Yuan, would inevitably have to hunt together during their rest periods. How could he possibly feel at ease leaving Xiaoxi alone in a resting area? Should a similar incident arise, how could he endure the anguish of losing a beloved once more? In truth, Changfeng's resentment was somewhat misplaced. He had yet to emerge from the shadow cast by the uncertainty of Xiaoxi's life and death. Even in the dead of night, he would often awaken abruptly, staring blankly at Xiaoxi until dawn broke, only daring to close his eyes and steal a moment of sleep, fearful that a mere blink could lead to another loss. Furthermore, due to the food situation with Xiao Hua's family, the ground was left muddy and treacherous as they prepared to depart. He had no desire to wander with a small, vulnerable rabbit in his arms, struggling to find even a clean spot to rest. This truth, however, should remain unspoken, lest the one in his embrace discover it. Xiaoxi, what color is my beast form? The stream gazed curiously at Changfeng, pondering the peculiar question posed. It replied, "Of course it is white. Could it be that your beastly form might assume a different hue?" Changfeng, while cradling the stream, advanced forward and said, "Not necessarily. You are well aware that my beastly form is white, yet you wish for me to depart so soon. Do you not comprehend that traversing through such filthy muddy waters would alter the color of my form?" As Xiaoxi contemplated the immaculate, snow-white fur of the long wind beast, now sullied and dripping with filthy mud, she shuddered in distaste. "You are right. It is indeed preferable to walk on the dry ground." Upon noticing the expression on Xiaoxi's face, Long Wind's lips curled into a smile. For he understood that each time she beheld him in his beast form, she could not resist the urge to reach out and caress his fur. It was indeed remarkable that she could bear to see his pristine coat tarnished. Trailing behind them, Feng Yuan lifted his head and curiously inquired of Qingsong, "What does my brother Long Wind's dirty fur have to do with accompanying that little flower family? Why does sister Xiaoxi, who clearly wishes to walk with them, say it is better to tread upon the dry ground after hearing brother Long Wind's words?" Qingsong gently patted the little one's head. Realizing he had some understanding of why Xiaoxi was reluctant to witness Long Wind's fur stained with dirt during their time in the misty forest, he had observed Xiaoxi's fondness for the fur they bore, unable to resist the temptation to touch it whenever she saw it. He noted on numerous occasions how that cunning silver wolf, in an effort to win her favor, would shift into his beast form, inviting her to stroke his fur. He lamented his youthful naivety and lack of experience, which had led to his defeat by the shameless spirit wolf beastman. Watching Long Wind embrace Xiaoxi ahead, Qingsong smiled softly, yet none of this mattered anymore. As long as they found happiness, what else could he possibly hold on to? Upon Xiaoxi's return to the cave they called home, she discovered an assortment of stones, both large and small, piled nearby. Long Wind found a level spot and gently set Xiaoxi down. "Wait here for a moment while I retrieve the necessary items from within. We shall be on our way." Qingsong followed Long Wind as they leaped onto the stone-laden platform, entering their dwelling. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook greeted every orc who saluted her with a warm smile and engaging conversation. Suddenly, she noticed a strikingly beautiful female passing by, her alluring figure captivating. The female cast a cold, piercing glance at her before hastily turning away and walking on. The brook remained transfixed, her gaze lingering on the back of this enchanting creature for an extended period, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and thought to herself that since arriving in this Orcish realm, aside from Xiao Hua and the female who assisted in healing the sick, she truly had not encountered any other females. Why then did she perceive a chilling disdain in the beautiful female's eyes, coupled with an unsettling sense of recognition. Just as the brook was delving deeper into her thoughts, she spotted Chanfeng and Qingsong emerging from the cave with their belongings in hand. Instantly, she cast aside thoughts of the beautiful female and approached them eagerly. As the brook observed the arrival, the once brimming beast hide bag now contained only a bamboo basin, a bamboo cup, and a few other essential items, rendering it considerably lighter. Chanfeng approached the brook, retrieving the beast hide she had used to shield herself from the rain the previous night, and draped it over her. He then offered her his own garments to wear. Finding a flat stone, he invited the brook to sit upon it, instructing her to wait a moment while he prepared the remaining game for roasting. Once they had dined, they would continue their journey. With that, he returned to the platform of the cave to tend to the 3 remaining beasts, while Qingsong also went back to assist. Feng Yuan, wishing to accompany him, was instead asked by Qingsong to stay behind and keep the brook company. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The little one, hearing the brook's words, finally relaxed and revealed a smile, expressing his willingness to follow his sister. Upon the brook's assurance of companionship, Feng Yuan regained the lively spirit of a young beast, darting around in exuberance. When called back by the brook, he was reminded to stop running, cautioning him to be wary of falling stones from the mountain above. Changfeng approached with freshly roasted game meat, offering it to the brook and Feng Yuan, urging them to eat quickly before it cools down. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook gazed at the empty beast hide bags. Aside from a few pounds of salt and the sweet rice reserved for porridge once she gives birth, there was nothing left. As a modern individual, the absence of provisions at home indeed stirred a slight sense of unease within her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook gazed at the little creature soaring through the sky, feeling a profound sense of pride akin to that of a parent witnessing their child's growth. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Xiao Yuan had grown reluctant to share the same bed, to be held in her embrace, and even to sit upon Changfeng's back alongside her. This transformation stemmed from a winter filled with snow, during which Changfeng incessantly whispered in his ear, "You have matured into a formidable male. As a grown male beastman, how can you remain so close to a female? Such behavior is befitting only of an immature cub." In an effort to affirm his maturity, Xiao Yuan thereafter seldom clung to the brook. The little one, however, remained oblivious, successfully deceived by a malevolent spirit wolf beastman. As Xiaoxi dashed forward, he glanced up at the majestic Doping soaring through the sky, a smile unique to the wandering beastman gracing his face. He mused that the little one, vying for attention over the small rabbit, was still rather inexperienced. Xiaoxi cast a sympathetic glance at the deceived little one, once again recognizing the shamelessness of the spirit wolf beastman, and could only sigh in resignation as he continued his forward sprint. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The little stream, filled with curiosity about the sinkhole, lifted her head and gazed at Changfeng with an expression of eager anticipation. Changfeng, meeting the stream's dark, glistening eyes, adorned with an innate cuteness reminiscent of a bunny, immediately felt his heart soften completely. "I suppose it wouldn't be impossible to take a look, but I must accompany you," he conceded. Thus, with Changfeng by her side, the little stream approached the edge of the sinkhole, cautiously extending her head to peer downwards. The sinkhole was exceptionally deep. Despite its profound depths, an inexplicable light emanated from below, piercing the little stream's eyes and causing her discomfort. Upon noticing her eyes closing in distress, Changfeng swiftly guided her away from the perilous brink of the sinkhole. The brook had not clearly discerned what lay beneath the sinkhole. As she glanced downwards, a blinding white light surged towards her, rendering her unable to open her eyes. Longfeng, feeling a pang of sympathy for the tears streaming from the brook's eyes, gently blew on her face, yet he was also somewhat vexed by her disobedience. He had warned her against peering into the depths, and now she had learned the formidable nature of the moonlight stones. After a considerable time, the brook finally sensed a decrease in discomfort and gradually opened her eyes. She tugged at Longfeng's noticeably irate hand and said, "I didn't anticipate this. Please don't be angry." Longfeng clasped the brook's hand, admitting, "It is entirely my fault. I momentarily forgot that females evolve more thoroughly than males among the beast folk, though they also become more fragile. They entirely lack the protective membrane that male beast folk possess. And even at night, they do not see as clearly." Since it had never occurred to him that a female would venture to retrieve moonlight stones, Longfeng had inadvertently permitted the brook to approach the sinkhole, resulting in her eyes being harmed by the stone's brilliance. Upon noticing that the brook's eyes were no longer troubled, Longfeng released her, intending to descend into the sinkhole to collect the moonlight stones and search for a cave to rest for the night before setting off again the following day. Turning around, he spotted Qingsong securing a sturdy vine around his waist, with the other end tied to a tree not far from the sinkhole. Longfeng approached and insisted, "I should go down." Qingsong shook his head and replied, "It's all right. I've descended before." Accepting this, Longfeng did not contest further. He stepped forward to inspect the vine for any signs of wear, ensuring it would safely support a descent. Surrounding the sinkhole, many trees were similarly secured with vines, their other ends dangling into the abyss to prevent beast folk from accidentally breaking them while attempting to ascend. As Qingsong prepared to descend into the sinkhole with a hide pouch slung over his shoulder, Longfeng cautioned, "Retrieve some and return promptly. Even though our male eyes possess a protective layer, prolonged exposure down there can still lead to injury." Qingsong nodded in acknowledgement, ready to climb down the rugged wall of the sinkhole when the brook called out to him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted as the brook gazed into Qingsong's perplexed eyes. It retrieved the sunglasses and placed them upon his ears. Instantly, Qingsong perceived that everything before him seemed to be viewed through a veil. He suddenly recalled that the light from the moonstone had earlier blinded the brook's eyes, which was likely the reason she had offered him these glasses. At that moment, he pondered whether this peculiar object could indeed shield his eyes from the moonstone's dazzling glow. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook feared that the sunglasses would not suffice to shield her eyes from the piercing light of the moonstone. Upon witnessing Qingsong's attempt to gaze downward, she hastily inquired, "Is it effective? Can it block the radiance of the moonstone?" Qingsong nodded affirmatively and replied, "Indeed. Wearing this will not harm your eyes in the slightest." Hearing that it could indeed obstruct the moonstone's brilliance brought joy to the brook, prompting her to beseech Qingsong. "Then, could you descend and perhaps retrieve more moonstones? In the next snowfall season, it is possible that Changfeng and I shall not visit the sacred mountain, and I wish to gather more moonstones to keep for the future." Qingsong, taken aback by the brook's request, fell silent for a moment. He nodded, then carefully maneuvered through the crevices of the rocky cliff, gradually descending. The brook, feeling a pang of trepidation, dared not look down and stepped aside. Changfeng, holding a vine to prevent any falls during the descent, gently lowered it until it was fully extended. The brook led Feng Yuan to sit upon a stone, while Changfeng stood beside them, awaiting the arrival of Qingsong. Suddenly, the brook rose and approached the leather pouch, extracting a moonstone. She examined it from various angles. Yet it appeared to be merely a pale, egg-shaped stone. How could it be so dazzling beneath the pit? Changfeng followed her, seemingly aware of her thoughts. The moonstone radiates a brilliant glow only in darkness. Today, we arrived late, and the sun had already dipped, casting no light into the pit, which was shrouded in shadow. Moreover, the multitude of moonstones at the pit's base reflected the light, and when one gazes down directly, it is no wonder that it would hurt the eyes. The brook returned the moonstone to the leather pouch, letting out a sigh. For this miserly male had yet to let go of the incident where she had wounded his eyes. Resigned, she pulled Changfeng to sit beside her on a stone, resting her head on his shoulder, silently awaiting Qingsong's arrival. Qingsong, scaling the rocky precipice, cautiously maneuvered downward, ensuring each step was secure before daring to descend further. He had previously ventured into this pit, and was well aware of its profound depths. A careless misstep could lead to dire consequences. After considerable effort, Qingsong finally reached the bottom of the abyss, his feet standing amidst a dense array of moonstones. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was struck by a sense of wonder. Having consistently utilized moonstones, he had not returned to this place for quite some time. The last occasion he had ventured here to collect moonstones was shortly after his coming of age. He recalled feeling dizzy from the brilliance of the moonstone's glow upon his arrival. hastily gathering a few before ascending. Qing raised his hand to touch what the brook referred to as sunglasses, astonished by their efficacy. The radiance of the countless moonstones did not harm his eyes at all, now that he was no longer fearful of the moonstone's glare. And with the brook encouraging him to gather more, Qing crouched down, eagerly filling the leather pouch with moonstones. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi straightened her posture as Changfeng hurriedly stood up and approached the edge of the sinkhole, glancing down. The reflection of the moonlight stones obscured his view of Qing. He picked up a vine and carefully began to pull it upwards, ensuring that no excess vines would fall behind and hinder Qing's ascent. When Qing finally emerged, Xiaoxi noticed the beast skin bag he carried, brimming with treasures. She had only requested that he bring back more moonlight stones, but she never anticipated that he would fill an entire beast skin bag. Xiaoxi felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, it was quite a feat to haul such a load from the depths of the sinkhole. Observing the little creature sleeping on her lap, she gently caressed his rosy cheeks and whispered, "Wake up, we must depart." Changfeng placed the moonlight stones into the large beast skin bag and, after allowing Qing a brief respite, they began to search for a suitable cave to rest for the night. Finding a cave in this area was not particularly challenging, as both Changfeng and Qing were familiar with this mountain from previous excursions to collect moonlight stones. Before darkness fully enveloped the land, they discovered a cave. Fortuitously, they still had leftover roasted meat from the morning, alleviating the need for a hunting expedition that evening. Upon entering the cave, Changfeng took a moment to tidy the space, laying down a beast skin mat for the expectant Xiaoxi to rest. The chill of the night lingered, a remnant of the recently past snow season. After ensuring Xiaoxi was comfortable, he ventured outside to ignite the firewood that Qing and Feng Yuan had gathered, preparing skewers of the leftover roasted meat. Understanding the profound depth of the sinkhole and the exertion Qing had endured, Changfeng encouraged him to rest a while longer, willingly taking on the evening's responsibilities himself. As the cold air settled in after their meal, Xiaoxi spread several beast skins, creating 2 thick mats. This time, she chose not to sleep apart from Changfeng, for the absence of geothermal warmth from the sacred mountain made the night colder than during the snow season. The wind howled fiercely outside, rustling the treetops with a whistling sound, to deter wild beasts from approaching. Changfeng and Qing had already left their sin around the cave. Inside, noticing that everyone had laid down, Changfeng covered the moonlight stones with a beast skin, plunging the cave into darkness. To keep the pregnant Xiaoxi warm during the night, he transformed into his beast form, much to her delight. As the gentle stream caressed the plush body in its grasp, it slowly closed its eyes and drifted into slumber. Upon hearing the rhythmic sound of the stream's breathing, the long wind relaxed its taut form and let out a deep sigh. The little rabbit's fondness for caressing its own furry body evokes a blend of excitement and helplessness within him. He fears that he might succumb to temptation and devour this enchanting little creature whole. Thanks to the abundance of animal skins and the warmth provided by Changfeng's beastly form, Xiaoxi sleeps soundly. However, in the middle of the night, Xiaoxi awakens from a nightmare with a start. Hearing her cries, Changfeng reverts to his human form and gently pats her back, reassuring her, "Do not be afraid, I am right here by your side." "What troubles you? Did you have a bad dream?" The tumultuous heart of the brook is gradually soothed by the gentle voice of the long wind. The brook nestled closely in the embrace of the long wind, calling out his name as if startled by some unseen terror. Each cry tugged at the heart of Long Wind, causing a pang of anguish. In the darkness, he lowered his head to gently kiss the top of the brook's head, soothing her turmoil, whispering, "I am here. I have always been by your side. Do not be afraid." Once the brook's frantic emotions finally subsided, she spoke, "Long Wind, did I ever tell you? After being rescued by Little Flower, I lost all my previous memories." Long Wind pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Realizing that in the night, the brook could not see his gesture, he then replied, "It seems you have not mentioned it. Did you perhaps dream of events from before your memory loss?" The brook marveled at the sharpness of the long wind, never anticipating that a mere utterance from her could lead to the revelation of the truth. It seemed she had dreamed of past events. For the brook, this must have been the memory of the original owner. Her father was a male rabbit beast, adored for his soft and adorable appearance, who became the companion of a female lion beast. The original owner's mother, in addition to her father, had formed bonds with several other male beastmen, mainly due to her mate's lack of combat prowess, which often led to his isolation by the stronger males in the household. Consequently, her father lived an unhappy existence within that family. Following the birth of the original owner, who was frail and frequently ill, the mother became increasingly intolerant, growing distant from her father. During a particularly severe illness of the original owner, the family looked on with indifference, including her mother, who showed no inclination to care for her child's life or death. In such dire circumstances, her father sought out a friend, Linyu, who was also a male rabbit beast and a healer, and took the barely 4-year-old original owner away, claiming she was to learn the art of healing. The mother, indifferent to what seemed to be an unviable child, paid little heed, not even inquiring further about her father's intentions, as if she had already accepted the original owner's demise and never mentioned her again. After being brought back by Linyu, the original owner gradually recovered through careful treatment. Before her arrival, Linyu had already taken on a female rabbit beast as an apprentice. This apprentice, named Huazhu, initially showed concern for the original owner in Linyu's presence, but when he was absent, she would often belittle and even physically push the original owner. When the original owner turned 10, Linyu returned from an outing with a nearly dying male beast man, revealing that this man was her father. The original owner had always regarded Linyu as her paternal figure, and the introduction of the unfamiliar A Chung evoked little emotional response from her. However, one fateful morning, Linyu sorrowfully informed the original owner that her father had been summoned by the beast god and had departed. Stunned, she stood there, reminiscing about the emaciated figure of a Chung who had struggled to breathe while gazing at her with loving eyes. Tears flowed unbidden from her eyes, soaking into the earth below. Thus, under Linyu's careful tutelage in the healing arts and Huazhu's covert antagonism, the original owner gradually matured into a young woman. Her aptitude for learning earned her frequent commendations from Linyu, who deemed her an exceptionally gifted female healer. Yet each time she was praised, she found herself targeted by the slightly older Huazhu. The turning point came when the original owner, while foraging for herbs in the mountains, encountered an enormous white python. Regardless of her attempts to flee, she ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, frightened by the creature's gaping maw. Just before losing consciousness, she perceived a familiar silhouette nearby, laughing heartily as she lay on the ground. When she was rescued and regained consciousness, she found that her soul had transformed into her modern self. Changfeng held Xiaoxi closely as they reclined together, puzzled by her sudden silence. Respecting her desire to keep her past to herself, he refrained from probing further, knowing that when she was ready to share, she would do so in her own time. The brook became ensnared in the memories of its former self, pondering the whereabouts of Linyu's abode. Upon their return, the brook yearned to revisit that place to see the original owner's master, for he was a person who had genuinely cared for her. Her thoughts then drifted to the female named Huazhu, and suddenly, the brook sat upright in Changfeng's embrace, startling him. He quickly followed suit, asking, "What is it, Xiaoxi? What has happened? Can you share it with me?" Despite the darkness of the cave obscuring their view, the brook gazed at Changfeng's face. A realization struck her that morning as she stood at the entrance of the cave, greeting passing beastmen who recognized her. The beautiful female who had walked past was none other than Huazhu from the original owner's memories. At last, she comprehended why she had perceived the coldness in that female's gaze. It was born from a deep-seated jealousy towards the original owner for receiving her master's approval, coupled with a somewhat extreme personality, leading her to constantly undermine the original owner while feigning warmth in public. The brook nestled in the embrace of the Long Wind and spoke softly, "Long Wind, upon your return this time, will you accompany me to a certain place?" Long Wind held the brook tenderly and reclined beside her, replying, "Of course, wherever you wish to go, I shall accompany you." After that, silence enveloped them as the night breeze howled outside. The brook found a comfortable position within Long Wind's arms and closed her eyes. He placed a gentle kiss upon her brow, tightening his embrace before surrendering to slumber. As dawn broke, the brook awoke to find the cave deserted. Only the sound of voices drifted from outside. She donned her attire and meticulously folded the various animal hides, placing them into a large leather sack to take along after breakfast. Once organized, she stepped out of the cave, where a golden ray of sunlight bathed her in warmth, accompanied by a refreshing breeze that made her feel the arrival of spring was imminent. Long Wind and the others were already awake, and she observed that they had not only returned with game but had also prepared it, roasting it over the fire. The brook seems to have adapted to the dietary customs of this place. Even early in the morning, she relishes the indulgent grilled meats without a hint of loss of appetite, savoring a generous portion of the crispy yet tender delicacy. Changfeng has even taken the care to prepare a pot of boiling water for her to sip during their journey. With an ample supply of prey, The males have feasted heartily, and there is no need to worry about them suffering from hunger after a long winter. Such a diet could hardly harm their robust constitutions. These orcs, capable of living between 150 to 200 years, possess ironclad stomachs and formidable digestive capabilities. If the brook were to coddle them to the standards of contemporary humans, rendering their digestive systems delicate, it would indeed be a disservice to them. Thus, she has never contemplated altering their dietary practices. At times, she even endeavors to embrace some of the seemingly crude yet physically fortifying habits here. She does not wish to diminish the potential of these orcs, who might live for 2 centuries, to a mere few decades. Such an act would not be benevolent. It would suffocate the inherent advantages bestowed upon them by nature. After their meal, the brook and her companions tidied their belongings and prepared to set off back to the misty great forest. For a solitary orc like Qingsong, the return journey would require merely over 20 days. However, with the added presence of the brook, who is now with child, Xiaofeng proceeds with utmost caution, ensuring that their pace will extend their travels to at least 30 days, since time is not of the essence for their return whenever they venture out for hunting. Either Qiangfeng or Qingsong remains behind at their resting spot, safeguarding against any unforeseen encounters with animals that have endured hunger throughout the winter. Little Feng Yuan was at the lively and spirited age, accompanying them on every hunt, proving to be an excellent assistant in their endeavors. One day, Xiaoxi sat atop Qiangfeng, continuing their journey homeward, with Jinhushu Qingsong following closely by their side. Recently, they had heard of returning beastmen who had encountered fierce attacks from both raptors and land-dwelling predators. Consequently, Qiangfeng and Qingsong had been particularly cautious during their travels, wary of the possibility of encountering starving beasts in packs. Although the combat prowess of the beastmen was not to be underestimated, the male beastmen, having endured a harsh winter of hunger, would also find it challenging to contend with a horde of attacking beasts. Thus, during their daytime travels, both Qingsong and Qiangfeng ensured that they did not stray too far apart. Even Feng Yuan, for these past few days, had refrained from his usual mischievousness, soaring above them daily to guard against any aerial ambushes from raptors. The brook sat upon the shoulders of the gentle breeze, reveling in the beauty of its surroundings. Here, the warm season lasts barely over a month, and in recent days, the air has been considerably warmer than it was upon the sacred mountain. I observed that in some sunlit spots, the grass had already begun to sprout, and even the branches of the trees had softened. Despite the harsh natural conditions of this world, the resilience exhibited by the flora and fauna that manage to thrive here is truly admirable. The little stream reclined upon the back of the beast named Qiangfeng, lulled into a drowsy stupor by the warm embrace of the sun. Meanwhile, the phoenix, Feng Yuan, weary from its flight, descended to rest upon the expansive back of the towering creature. As Qiangfeng reached a gentle slope, he beheld a multitude of beastmen hastily fleeing. Burdened by their females in a state of panic, while not far ahead, the piercing cries of raptors echoed through the air. Suddenly, Qiangfeng came to an abrupt halt, nearly dislodging the little stream from his back. In a timely manner, he transformed into human form, cradling her in his arms and thus averting a mishap. Both Qingsong and Feng Yuan also shifted into their human forms, trailing behind Qiangfeng until they arrived at a concealed spot within the mountainside. Gently, Qiangfeng set the little stream down, furrowing his brow as he spoke. It appears that a raptor may be assaulting the beastmen. Their frantic flight is likely a desperate attempt to protect their females and young. Qingsong concurred with Qiangfeng's assessment, for he too had heard the raptor's cries, mingled with the furious roars of the beastmen. The little creature, eager to transform and soar ahead to join the excitement, was promptly restrained by Qingsong, who cautioned, "Do not act recklessly. We are unaware of what fierce birds may lie ahead. Be careful not to injure yourself." Qiangfeng turned to the brook and said, "You should remain here. I shall venture ahead to investigate." Xiaoxi, feeling a tinge of trepidation, clutched onto Qiangfeng's garment, for it seemed they had encountered a ferocious predator ahead. Otherwise, the multitude of beastmen would not have fled in such haste. Qiangfeng gently patted Xiaoxi's hand, assuring her, "Fear not, I shall not draw near. I merely wish to assess the situation." After calming Xiaoxi, his profound gaze turned towards Qingsong. "Please tend to her for a moment. I shall venture ahead to ascertain the circumstances. Should the danger prove to be as grave as it appears, we may need to deliberate a different path." After all, with Xiaoxi and Feng Yuan, 2 females and their young, in their company, even the other male beastmen were hesitant to exert their full strength due to their vulnerabilities. Thus, neither Qiangfeng nor Qingsong harbored a delusion of invincibility. They could not recklessly charge into peril, for they now had lives to protect. unlike in their solitary days. As Chan Feng departed, he took Feng Yuan along, cognizant that the small creature his little rabbit had brought home was no ordinary avian beastman, but a Daping beastman, endowed with the same bloodline heritage as himself. This young one, upon maturation, would undoubtedly reign supreme in the skies. It was imperative to cultivate his courage through experience, for facing danger alone would become increasingly daunting. When Cha Feng and Qing Song confronted the wilderness, they too had been younger than Feng Yuan is now. The trials of life and death were essential for any male beastman aspiring to true strength. With him nearby, there was little risk for the young one. Feng Yuan joyfully scampered behind Chan Feng, while Qing Song shook his head and remarked, the audacity of youth. So small in age, yet so bold, unafraid to approach any commotion. The stream gazed at Qing Song and inquired, is it truly perilous ahead? Perhaps we should not let Feng Yuan go. He is still young, and I fear he may encounter danger and sustain injuries. Qing Song shook his head in disapproval, asserting, it is of no concern. With Chang Feng present, the little one shall remain unharmed. At most, it will serve to temper his courage, ensuring he does not recklessly rush into every commotion in the future. Not far from their departure, Chang Feng and Feng Yuan transformed into their beast forms. The young Feng Yuan spread his wings and soared into the sky. Chang Feng noticed that last year, during a hunting expedition, the little one's wings had barely extended beyond 3 meters, yet now, as he ascended into the heavens, they were nearing 4 meters in span. Chang Feng sprinted over the hill, only to behold 2 massive predatory beasts diving and swooping down upon the male beastmen below. It was likely that the females and younglings, unable to flee in time, had sought refuge in a cave not far from where he stood. Just as Chang Feng contemplated whether to assist, he spotted several familiar figures among the battling male beastmen. Amidst the fray, he recognized the beast forms of Meng and Feng, with whom he had frequently hunted during their journey to the sacred mountain. Observing their forms, now marred by the vicious claws of the predatory beasts, Chang Feng narrowed his light blue eyes. It seemed he could not ignore the situation any longer, so he resolved to act without further delay. When he saw one of the predatory beasts poised to strike the formidable male river beast, Chang Feng dashed forward like a streak of silver, sinking his teeth into the creature's wing and forcibly yanking it down. Enraged by the sight of its companion being seized by this audacious terrestrial beastman, the other predatory beast let out a furious cry and lunged at Chang Feng. Meanwhile, the once paralyzed Feng Yuan, witnessing the airborne predatory beast aiming its claws at Chang Feng, finally summoned the courage to emulate the predatory beast's assault on the beastman. He extended his own claws and reached for the head of the predatory creature. Feng Yuan did not anticipate that with merely a gentle grasp, the majestic creature, spanning over 5 meters with 2 imposing crests atop its head, would meet a gruesome fate beneath her claws, its brain matter splattering forth. The food sculpture beast, which had been dragged down by the fierce winds, was likewise torn to shreds by the throngs of land-dwelling beastmen. Remarkably, the 2 formidable raptors, which had previously posed an insurmountable challenge to the dozen male beastmen, met their dramatic end with unsettling ease, leaving the weary combatants with an overwhelming sense of unreality. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The little fellow regained his senses, transforming back into his human form as he tightly embraced Changfeng's thigh. He gazed at the food-carving beast that lay on the ground, its brain matter splattered, and in his light purple eyes, a flicker of fear and excitement alternated. Changfeng, with a nod of approval, gently patted his head, commending him for a job well done, resembling a formidable male orc. The little fellow beamed with happiness at the praise, unable to contain a smile even as he pressed his lips together. Changfeng observed the child attempting to act grown-up, but ultimately succumbed to a childlike expression, grinning in response. Changfeng, it truly is you, he exclaimed, rushing over in disbelief. Before Changfeng could utter a word, Meng, in a state of urgency, interjected, Changfeng, where is Xiaoxi? Dahu has sustained a wound to his abdomen, and he cannot stop the bleeding. Could you please ask Xiaoxi to come and take a look? Changfeng turned his gaze towards the area in front of the cave, where several severely injured orcs were wailing, including Dahu, who had transformed back into human form. Approaching the bloodied and barely conscious Dahu, Changfeng realized the gravity of the situation. He addressed Meng and Feng, saying, you all wait here. I will fetch Xiaoxi. With that, Changfeng shifted back into his beast form and dashed towards the location of Xiaoxi and the others. Witnessing Changfeng's urgency, Meng and Feng felt a warmth in their hearts, realizing that Changfeng indeed shared a bond of brotherhood with them. Amidst her anxious vigil in the concealed shadows, Xiaoxi periodically gazed outward, while Qing Song stood beside her, at a loss for words to offer solace. He could only hope that Chong Feng and the others would return swiftly to alleviate her worries. At last, she spotted the familiar white figure. Xiaoxi, cradling her belly, hurried towards him, wrapping her arms around the pure white neck of the Changfeng beast. "Why did you take so long? Was it dangerous over there? Did you sustain any injuries?" Changfeng crouched down, and Xiaoxi understood this as an invitation to mount his back. Meanwhile, Qing Song had transformed into his beast form, his load already secured, awaiting their departure. Upon arriving at the location where Xiao Hua and the others were, they were met with the heart-wrenching sobs of a family of beastmen resonating from the cave's entrance. Tragically, the male beastman had succumbed after sustaining a fatal neck wound during a confrontation with a food-carving beast. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi turned her head to glance at Yun and smiled gently. "It's all right, Auntie. Where is Xiao Hua?" Yun replied helplessly. "For the past few days, her little ones have been running a fever. We feared that taking them out into the wind would worsen their condition. So they've been hiding in the cave over there, too scared to come out." Upon hearing that Xiao Hua's young ones were ill, Xiaoxi intended to check on them in the nearby cave. However, she recognized the injured orc, Dahu, who belonged to Xiao Hua. She hurried over and knelt beside him to examine his wounds. Noticing the continuous flow of blood from his abdomen, she urgently instructed Ming, who was anxiously pacing nearby. "Brother Ming, please be careful and carry Brother Dahu into the cave. His wounds are too deep. He requires surgery." Obeying Xiaoxi's request, Ming, along with Kuan, Qishan, Yu, and Feng, gently lifted Dahu and gradually moved him onto the fur mat inside the cave. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As the brook meandered through, the other orcs promptly made way. Several families of injured orcs gazed at her with pleading eyes, hoping she would hasten to tend to their wounded kin. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The brook illuminated the cave with an abundance of moonstones, strategically placed to cast a brilliant glow, allowing for a clearer view of the grievous wound on the great river's belly. Initially, Meng and Feng, upon witnessing the severity of the injury, feared that the river would not survive. They had witnessed similar tragedies before, orc warriors with such grievous wounds, even when summoned with a shaman, were often met with mere headshakes and no remedies offered. Given her condition, the brook found it quite cumbersome to perform the operation while kneeling on the ground. As beads of sweat formed on her brow, Yin dutifully followed her earlier instructions, using the white gauze provided by the brook to wipe her sweat, ensuring none dripped into her eyes. Long Feng, aiding in restraining the great river, felt a pang of sorrow as he observed the brook laboring painstakingly on the ground with her prominent belly. His once pale blue eyes gradually deepened into a profound blue. At one moment, he even contemplated abandoning the fate of these individuals to carry the brook away. However, reason prevailed, reminding him that such an act would incite her anger, prompting him to suppress his impulsive yearning as his gaze returned to its original hue. At last, the surgery was completed. The brook wrapped the great river's wound with medical gauze she had retrieved from the medicinal chamber, just as she felt she could no longer endure. Longfeng released the unconscious river and hurriedly approached to lift the exhausted brook into his arms. Meng and the others, witnessing the brook's exhaustion, felt a wave of guilt wash over them. They quickly sought out a large piece of beast hide and laid it on a clean spot, preparing a resting place for her. As the gentle stream cradled upon the animal skin mat, prepared to take a moment's respite before venturing outside to check on the two severely injured orcs, she was suddenly met with the sorrowful cries of the orcs' families, pleading for her assistance in healing their kin. It was not that she was indifferent to their plight. Rather, she felt a growing discomfort in her abdomen. Given that the gestation period for orcs spanned merely 6.5 months, she had calculated that her own time of delivery was imminent, despite the pain she endured. Upon hearing the mournful wails from outside, she summoned her strength and rose unsteadily to her feet. Long Feng, standing beside her, attempted to dissuade her, but she gently pushed him aside. Earlier, upon her arrival, she had noticed the grave wounds of the two orcs, and she felt compelled to assist them. As the stream emerged from the cave, she beheld other orcs outside, each bearing minor injuries. Such superficial wounds were trivial for orcs who had spent years hunting in the forest. No sooner had she stepped out than a tall female approached her, exclaiming, "You must be the shaman. Please come and examine my male." The blood from his leg continues to flow uncontrollably. As she spoke, she reached out to pull the stream along, but was swiftly intercepted by Chang Feng, who had been closely following her. The anxious female who had intended to seize the stream recoiled at the sight of Changfeng's cold, piercing gaze, trembling as she stammered, "I merely wished for the shaman to attend to my male. I had no intention of causing her harm." The brook gently tapped the arm of the long wind, signaling him to step aside. She bore no resentment towards this female. Rather, her reckless behavior stemmed from an overwhelming concern for her male counterpart, which was entirely understandable. The brook gently nudged the tall female and remarked, "That is your male. Will you take me to see him?" Upon hearing the brook's kind words, the tall female felt her trembling legs finally steady, and she promptly replied, "Certainly, I shall take you there right away." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi, cradling her aching abdomen, approached the two injured orcs. With the assistance of Changfeng, she crouched down and examined their wounds. Ultimately, she prioritized the treatment of the male orc belonging to the taller female, as his condition was far more critical. Observing the orc in a state of unconsciousness, she noted the relentless seepage of blood from the wound on his thigh, indicative of damage to a small vein or artery. Fortunately, someone had tightly bound a piece of animal hide around the base of his thigh. Nearby, another male orc held a bloody piece of animal hide, presumably used to staunch the wound. Had it not been for these efforts, the orc might have succumbed to excessive blood loss long ago. The brook hastily instructed someone to carry him into the cave where the great river had just undergone surgery. He pulled along Changfeng and approached his own leather pouch, once more feigning to retrieve medical supplies from within it, which were, in fact, drawn from the realm of medicinal space. The brook, accompanied by the long Fengs, hurried into the cave. After undergoing a thorough disinfection process, the brook performed a complete vascular ligation surgery on the orc, alleviating the bleeding from the wound. Finally, she meticulously sutured the incision and applied an anti-inflammatory dressing. However, after completing the procedure, the brook found herself not only suffering from abdominal pain, but also feeling slightly dizzy. Nearly collapsing to the ground, Long Feng, with a grim expression, carried the brook away, ignoring the shouts from those behind them. Upon seeing Long Feng emerge with the brook, Qing Tsang and Feng Yuan followed closely behind. Qing Tsang even took the liberty of seizing their belongings. When a family member of another injured orc attempted to obstruct their path, Long Feng's cold, piercing gaze halted them in their tracks. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi, with a playful fist, gently thumped Changfeng's chest and remarked, "Put me down. This time, the injured orc will not require surgery." He seems to have tumbled down while struggling against that large bird that had seized him midair, resulting in several dislocations and fractures. Such injuries are relatively straightforward for me to manage, unlike the previous cases that demanded considerable effort and focus. Observing Changfeng's determination to continue onward, Xiaoxi began to wriggle in his embrace. Concerned for her safety, Changfeng had no choice but to halt his advance. Ultimately, he could not resist her insistence and returned with her to the entrance of the cave, enduring the intensifying pain in her abdomen. Xiaoxi restrained herself from uttering a cry and refrained from clutching her stomach, so as not to further irritate Changfeng's taut nerves. Ultimately, she persevered through the anguish, assisting the injured orc by realigning the dislocated bone and tending to the fractured leg. After handing over the prepared herbal remedies for bone setting and imparting her cautions, Xiaoxi finally sighed in relief, collapsing into Changfeng's embrace, who had been waiting patiently by her side. Only then did she muster the courage to whisper pitifully, "Changfeng, my stomach hurts. It feels as though I am about to give birth." Upon hearing her words, Changfeng paused momentarily before swiftly lifting her up, his handsome visage betraying no hint of anxiety, though his arms, tightly cradling Xiaoxi, trembled like leaves in an autumn breeze, revealing his inner turmoil. Nearby, Yunhe and the rest of their group caught wind of Xiaoxi's declaration and suggested that Changfeng carry her to the cave where they resided for the delivery. Upon their arrival, the stream encountered a series of unforeseen events. In a moment of urgency, Changfeng found himself with no alternative but to acquiesce, just as Feng Yuan rushed over. "Brother Changfeng," she exclaimed, "the tall man saw how exhausted my sister is and suggested that we cannot depart today. He discovered a cave around the bend and sent me to inform you that we shall stay there for the night." Changfeng, hesitant to disturb the families of Xiao Hua, had initially struggled to find a suitable location for Xiaoxi's delivery. With no other options at hand, he felt a sense of relief upon learning that they had found refuge in the cave, thus sparing him the need to impose upon others. Noticing the pain etched on Xiaoxi's brow as she nestled in his embrace, Changfeng ceased to ponder further. He nodded to Yun and the others before cradling Xiaoxi and following Feng Yuan towards the cave discovered by Qingsong. Having wandered for years and faced ferocious beasts without faltering, Changfeng stumbled slightly, his footing faltering as he held Xiaoxi, yet he quickly regained his balance. Though the weather was still relatively mild, beads of sweat adorned his forehead. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Xiaoxi was keenly aware that her due date was approaching. Today, after treating several severely injured orcs, she felt fatigued, which contributed to her abdominal discomfort. It seemed that the moment of delivery would still require some time. Noticing Changfeng's tense demeanor, Xiaoxi found herself surprisingly devoid of the anxiety she had experienced during her first childbirth. Instead, she perceived that Changfeng was even more apprehensive than she was. Accompanying Changfeng were Yun and Yu, the mother beast of Xiao Hua, while Kuan had been urgently summoned to see if he could be of any assistance. Though he did not come himself, as someone needed to keep an eye on the river in the cave. Feng had also instructed Ling to summon Xiaya to aid in caring for Xiaoxi during her labor, as it was essential to have females present for support. When Ling went to fetch Xiaya, upon learning that Xiaoxi was also here and about to give birth, Xiaohua expressed a desire to bring her young one along. However, Xiaoya insisted she stay back, advising, "You should take a moment to rest. Bringing your young one will not be of any help. Allow me to assess the situation first, and I will inform you afterward, if that is agreeable." API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Xiaya nodded repeatedly as she followed Ling out of the cave. In her heart, she felt a profound gratitude towards Xiaoxi, for it was she who had instilled in her the belief that genuine friendship still existed in this world. This realization had helped Xiaoya shed the burdens of her past and become more open-hearted, rather than distancing herself from others due to her emotional knots. Moreover, Xiaoxi had assisted her in nurturing her body, which had long been plagued by infertility. Although she had yet to conceive, her heart overflowed with appreciation for Xiaoxi. Upon arriving at the cave where Xiaoxi and her companions resided, Xiaoya observed Kuan and an unfamiliar male figure plucking the feathers from a deceased large bird. Notably, it was Xiaoxi who had brought this great bird back, having previously expressed curiosity as to why no one had claimed it from the entrance of the cave. Later, she learned from Changfeng that it was a trophy belonging to Feng Yuan. Among the male orcs, there existed an unspoken rule: the hunter of the prey was its rightful owner. The great bird had met its demise at the hands of Feng Yuan, who had crushed its skull, thus rendering it his possession. Upon hearing this, the brook instructed them to retrieve the large bird, allowing the Zephyr to prepare a sumptuous stew and roast the fowl, thus sparing them the need to venture out for hunting once more. Xiaoxi paced back and forth outside the cave, clutching her aching belly, while Changfeng followed closely by her side. Xiaoxi was acutely aware that the time for her to give birth had not yet arrived. Whenever the pain became unbearable, she would pause for a moment to regain her composure before continuing her gentle stroll, for she understood that this rhythmic movement would aid in the birthing process. The other beastmen had gradually departed, leaving only Yun and a few others beside them, as the hour for meal preparation approached. Qingsong observed that Changfeng's gaze was utterly fixated on Xiaoxi, leaving no room for anyone else in her thoughts. He realized that he could not rely on her for assistance at this moment. Additionally, he had the task of dealing with the large bird that had been caught. leaving him with no opportunity to hunt for more food. This bird would not suffice to feed everyone, and Qingsong scratched his head, refocusing on his responsibilities. It was only when Feng and the others noticed that Qingsong was preparing to roast the bird and that Cha Feng had taken Xiaoxi's instructions to make bird soup that they suddenly realized they had yet to venture out for hunting. This oversight was not entirely their fault. Earlier in the day, they had been preoccupied with battling the food-sculpting beasts, having slain 2 foul birds, and tending to the injured beastmen. Although they hadn't been directly involved in the healing, they had consistently offered assistance. Upon witnessing Qingsong cooking, they finally grasped that they had neglected to gather provisions. Ultimately, Yun and Xiaoya persuaded Xiaoxi to remain behind, for it was rather unconventional for all to leave during mealtime. As someone from a modern background, Xiaoxi found this rather disconcerting. Perhaps, over time, she too would adapt to the direct manner of speech characteristic of the beastmen, eschewing any form of subtlety. Even comments about the insufficient quantity of roasted bird meat were made openly by Qingsong in front of Feng and the others, leaving Xiaoxi utterly astounded. Xiaoxi, despite enduring stomach pains, consumed half a bowl of bird meat and a bowl of stewed bird soup before ceasing her meal. She wandered outside the cave for a while before finally retreating within. Perhaps it was due to her previous life as a physician. But Xiaoxi methodically regulated her pace and emotions. She understood the importance of maintaining composure. If she succumbed to panic, her delicate constitution would render her akin to a rabbit beast female, prone to difficult births. The reason male beastmen are reluctant to form bonds with rabbit beast females is not a lack of affection for their adorable nature, but rather the challenge these females face in delivering offspring with robust male genes, despite their ease in conceiving. Furthermore, since a male can only choose a mate once in a lifetime, few formidable males opt for rabbit beast females as partners. In truth, Xiaoxi's pregnancy has also been influenced by her inherently fragile nature. Throughout the harsh winter, Cha Feng ensured she was never left hungry, yet she remains emaciated, with only her belly showing signs of life. She noticed that at times, Chang Feng would watch her during sleepless nights, yet upon her awakening, he never displayed any expression of concern. In a secluded cave, Xiaoxi engaged in conversation with Yun Xiaya. While the corner of her eye caught sight of Chang Feng pacing at the entrance. After a moment of contemplation, he entered the cave, rummaging through a leather pouch to examine the items Xiaoxi had meticulously prepared for the impending birth. Among these, he took particular care with the swaddling cloth fashioned from old garments in her space, placing it delicately into a pristine leather bag, setting it apart. One could easily discern Chang Feng's anticipation for his offspring. Though he often maintained a facade of nonchalance, the inherent significance he ascribed to progeny, etched into the very essence of his masculinity, was undeniable. As night descended, Xiaoxi suggested that Yun and Xiaoya return to rest, promising to call upon them when the time for delivery arrived, for the exact moment of birth remained uncertain. Yet, the two were resolute in their decision to stay, determined to witness Xiaoxi's labor. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. The gentle stream, drowsily nestled in Changfeng's embrace, was abruptly roused by a wave of intense pain, eliciting a sharp cry of distress. In this secluded place, no one possessed the knowledge to examine the dilation of the cervix for a birthing mother. Thus, the stream could only rely on her own sensations. Sensing that the time for delivery was drawing near, Changfeng, who had been vigilantly awake, swiftly opened his eyes upon hearing the sound of her anguish. "What is the matter? Is your belly hurting again?" The commotion stirred Yun and Xiaoya from their light slumber. They rose and approached the couple, noticing the stream gritting her teeth in pain. Yun inquired, "What's wrong? Are you about to give birth?" Qingsong, alerted by the noise, emerged from his resting place. He adjusted the animal hide covering Feng Yuan and moved to the cave entrance, prepared to assist should the need arise. The fire outside, tended to by the stream, had not been extinguished as she intended to boil water for her delivery. Qingsong approached the flames and added a few more logs. It was now midnight. The stream urged Changfeng to fetch water and heat the broth made from large birds, knowing that sustenance was vital for her strength to birth the offspring. She could not afford to falter mid-labor, for there was no one here to perform a cesarean section. Yun and Xiaoya remained by the stream's side, offering their assistance. Earlier that evening, Feng and the others had come by, but with nothing pressing to attend to, they had departed. Now, Yun wished for them to return and lend a hand, but Cha Feng declined, stating that their presence was unnecessary given the current circumstances. Earlier, It had been reported that Xiao Hua had forcefully thrust her cub into Ling's arms, yearning to check on the stream, but had been chased back before she could reach her. The cub, already somewhat feverish, had nearly suffocated in the unfamiliar embrace, which alarmed Ling and deterred her from taking any more cubs to the stream. Upon hearing this, the stream sent word to Xiao Hua, assuring her that her presence would not be beneficial and urging her to focus on caring for her cubs without haste to visit. It was suggested that they find their territory far from her home, which finally settled Xiao Hua's restlessness. The stream surged forth rapidly, and despite the pain in her abdomen, she managed to consume a bowl of meat soup, expelling anyone unwilling to assist, including Changfeng. Within the cave, only Yun and Xiaoya remained to offer their help. Beside her lay the medicinal concoctions prepared by the stream, which included slices of ginseng. Should she require medicinal aid during labor, she could readily hand it to Changfeng for brewing, ensuring that even in her weakened state, he and the others would not succumb to panic. Changfeng stood outside the cave, unable to hear the cries within, his heart racing with anxiety and fear. The stream understood that vocalizations during childbirth were the most exhausting, and thus, his inability to hear only heightened his restlessness as he paced anxiously. The cave entrance was obscured by a curtain made of animal hides, and the lack of visibility into the unfolding events intensified Changfeng's unease. Unconsciously, his claws had emerged, scratching his palms, with droplets of blood seeping into the earth. Xiaoya diligently carried basin after basin of boiling water into the cave, while also removing those tainted with blood to pour outside. It was perhaps due to the stream's consistent focus on exercise and correcting the fetal position that, although she endured considerable hardship during labor, she ultimately summoned her strength and pushed down with fervor. At last, as the sun began to rise, a resounding wail echoed from the cave. Changfeng, pale and shaken, took a few steps forward, nearly collapsing from the prolonged tension. When the stream, in a daze, finally awoke, she beheld Changfeng's bloodshot eyes fixed upon her, unblinking, resembling a statue, motionless in his vigil. Xiaoxi gazed at her for a moment, and it was only then that Changfeng realized she had awakened. Blinking her eyes, she hoarsely inquired, "You're awake. Are you hungry? I will fetch the bird meat and sweet rice porridge that I have warming by the fire." With that, she hurriedly ran out. Indeed, Xiaoxi felt a pang of hunger, hearing some movement nearby. She turned her head and suddenly remembered that she had given birth to her little one. She noticed a small bundle made from her old clothes, containing a tiny creature that bore a striking resemblance to a newborn infant of the modern world. At that moment, Xiaoxi understood that she had given birth to a little female. Newborns often appear rather unappealing with their reddish hue, yet Xiaoxi found herself cherishing this child deeply. She reached out a hand to gently caress the little face and leaned down to plant a kiss on her forehead. Though in this world, both human-shaped females and beast-shaped offspring are collectively referred to as younglings, Xiaoxi preferred to call her own offspring simply as her child. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Xiaoxi observed as the little creature opened its eyes, extending its tiny tongue to lick its lips, clearly indicating hunger. Sensing that no one had yet come to feed her, the little one prepared to wail. Just as the cub was on the verge of crying, Xiaoxi felt a rush of panic and quickly yet gently cradled her in her arms. She lifted her garment and paused for a moment. Though feeling a touch of embarrassment at the prospect of nursing for the first time, Xiaoxi ultimately placed her breast into the cub's mouth. The little one nestled in the embrace of the gentle stream fervently suckled at the nourishing milk, his tiny visage now more flushed than before. Were he a modern infant? He would have already begun to wail in frustration at the inability to extract the milk. However, this little creature was different. Even as the stream felt the discomfort of milk being drawn, she remained resolute, unwilling to release her grasp, diligently savoring her very first taste of sustenance. Xiaoxi pondered whether all the young of this world were so tenacious or if it was just her baby, who, despite being so small, already bore beads of sweat upon her tiny nose. Only after this did she manage to extract the nourishing milk. Once the baby was fed, Xiaoxi felt the formerly tense little body in her arms relax noticeably. Such a determined and persevering child would undoubtedly be a source of consternation for adults in the modern world. Changfeng entered, one hand grasping a pot of simmering meat porridge, the other holding a bowl and spoon. Upon witnessing this tender scene, his heart suddenly softened, and tears shimmered in his eyes. This mother and daughter represented his entire happiness. He approached Xiaoxi and presented her with a bowl of steaming porridge, placing the pot beside her. As he stirred the porridge, he occasionally blew gently to hasten its cooling. eager for her to finish feeding the little one so that he too could partake. Changfeng gazed at Xiaoxi and the infant resting on the fur mat, his eyes brimming with warmth. In that moment, he was no longer the fierce, ruthless, and cunningly solitary beastman he once was. His life had found completeness through their presence. Seeing Xiaoxi cradle the satiated infant in her arms, her eyes danced with delight as she alternated her gaze between the baby and him. Changfeng found it curious, uncertain of what had transpired to evoke such joy on her face. Was there something amiss on his countenance? Xiaoxi pointed to the eyes of the cub nestled in her embrace, remarking on their striking resemblance, both possessing a delicate shade of azure. How exquisitely beautiful! Long Feng. Upon hearing Xiaoxi praise the color of both his and the cub's eyes, felt a sweetness in his heart that surpassed even the most luscious fruits of the forest. As Xiaoxi finished feeding the cub, he gently took the little one from her arms and offered her the bowl of meat porridge he held, urging, "Aren't you hungry? Do indulge before it cools." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Xiaoxi gazed at him, wishing to be held and comforted. Changfeng, observing the unfinished meat porridge in Xiaoxi's bowl, shook his head and busied himself in the cave, attempting to soothe the crying infant in his arms. When Qingsong and Feng Yuan entered, they beheld a towering male beast man, his brow furrowed in distress, pacing the cave while cradling a wailing baby. Feng Yuan, trailing behind Changfeng, sought to glimpse the child, while Qingsong, hearing the baby's cries, approached Changfeng and proposed, "Shall I take a turn in comforting her?" Initially reluctant to relinquish the infant to Qingsong, Changfeng noted that Xiaoxi had finished her bowl of porridge. Given that Xiaoxi had endured a long night of labor, it was evident that a single bowl of thin porridge would not suffice. He resolved to fetch her another bowl, and, thus, temporarily entrusted the little one to Qingsong. To Changfeng's astonishment, upon returning with a freshly served bowl of porridge, the once inconsolable infant, awkwardly cradled in his arms, blinked her watery eyes and ceased her wailing. Even Xiaoxi, who was holding the meat porridge, looked over in surprise. She had intended to quiet the child before eating, only to witness the sudden tranquility following the change of arms. Qingsong, too, was taken aback. He had merely wished to offer comfort upon hearing the baby's cries, yet was pleasantly surprised when she truly stopped crying in his embrace. As he gazed down at the small face, still glistening with tears and appearing drowsy, his heart melted. He had never felt such softness within himself as at this moment. Compelled to present the finest offerings of the beastman realm before the little one, simply wishing for her happiness in silence. While Qingsong reveled in this unfamiliar emotion, he felt a tug on his clothing and looked down to see Feng Yuan, stretching his neck, eager to glimpse the infant. For reasons unknown, Qingsong was disinclined to share the baby with Feng Yuan. Ultimately, after much insistence from Feng Yuan, he allowed a brief view before retreating, citing that the infant had fallen asleep. From that moment on, no matter how Feng Yuan clung to his leg, Qingsong refused to show the little one again, which led to an ongoing rivalry between the two. Generally, they got along well, but when it came to Xiaoxi's family, consisting of a 20-year-old golden tiger beastman and a 6-year-old giant rock, staring contests ensued, with neither willing to back down. In the days that followed, their boundless indulgence resulted in the emergence of a rebellious beast world female overlord. Aside from the feather duster in Xiaoxi's grasp, this little sorceress feared no one. Their journey came to a halt at this mountain due to Xiaoxi's childbirth. Changfeng decided to wait until Xiaoxi had fully recuperated before continuing their return to the misty forest. Coincidentally, Xiao Hua's male river beast man also required time to heal from his severe injuries, prompting both families to agree to stay for a while before departing. Unexpectedly, the Xia family also chose to remain, as on the third day after Xiaoxi's delivery, the Feng brothers discovered that Xiaoya was also expecting. Xiaoya, elated, burst into Xiaoxi's cave, startling her as she fed her infant, fearing something alarming had occurred. It wasn't until Xiaoya bowed deeply towards her and the child in her arms that Xiaoxi grasped the significance of the moment. Xiaoya expressed her gratitude for the care she has received in nurturing her health, and she also conveyed her appreciation for the blessings brought to her by the young ones in her family, which is why she is now expecting a beast cub. The stream remained perplexed. Xiaoya expressed her gratitude for possessing some understanding. Regardless of whether the warmth-inducing medicine she had prescribed played a role, she had indeed provided the remedy. Thus, with her becoming pregnant, Xiaoya felt a sense of shared connection. However, when Xiaoya expressed her thanks for their offspring, the stream found herself in a quandary, questioning the relevance of her own family's offspring in this matter. It was only when Yun elucidated the situation that the stream grasped the connection. No wonder. During her deliveries, numerous females congregated outside the cave. They sought to share in the fortune, hoping to conceive their own young upon returning home. This realization clarified why Xiao Hua claimed that her pregnancy was a blessing bestowed by her family's offspring. Having conceived, Xiao Hua expressed her desire to remain with the stream and her companions. Among her family, the 3 males, aside from Ling, were all in their 40s. Though they often claimed that having offspring was inconsequential, for male beastmen who valued progeny, the long-held wish had finally come to fruition. They were more than willing to treat this place as their home, even if only temporarily. On this day, only Changfeng and the stream remained in the cave. The beast baby had feasted and was now sound asleep. The stream inquired of Changfeng, "You have pondered for quite some time, yet you have not chosen a name for our baby." Changfeng, unable to meet her gaze due to her disapproving look, felt a twinge of trepidation. He had indeed contemplated the name, but each time he proposed one, their originally gentle and adorable little rabbit would roll her eyes, dismissing the suggestions as too pedestrian, even questioning if he would want such a name for himself. Finally summoning his courage, Changfeng approached the stream, gazing at her earnestly, and suggested, "How about we name her Shui? It signifies purity and beauty, traits that we beastmen hold in high regard." After uttering this, Changfeng proudly lifted his head and added, "Isn't this name far from mundane? It possesses a certain grandeur." The brook observed the rising wind and deemed the name fitting, thus refraining from further difficulties. She merely added 2 characters before the name he had chosen for himself. One was the surname from her past life, and the other was the character denoting pride. Inspired by the way she saw the rising wind lift its head with dignity, the name of the little cub was hastily decided by the unreliable parents, ultimately resulting in the moniker Yiaoi. It was indeed a struggle for the unfortunate little creature to acquire such a grand name. However, what was even more unexpected was the day when Qing Song approached the stream and expressed his desire to give the cub a nickname. Upon hearing Qing Song's words, Xiaoxi was so taken aback that her mouth could have accommodated a chicken egg. Noticing Xiaoxi's astonishment and her ensuing silence, Qing Song, with a hint of disappointment, inquired, "Is it not permissible?" As the brook gazed at the oblivious Qing Song, she found herself at a loss for words and could only nod in agreement. "Very well. What name do you wish to bestow upon the little one?" Long Feng, who had entered the cave, overheard Qing Song's intention to name his offspring. With fierce, pale blue eyes, he glared at Qing Song. No longer was it about competing for the brook. Now, it seemed he was vying for the attention of his progeny. During their previous contest over the rabbit, he had lost. Thus, it was evident that he would not prevail in this matter of the cub. Due to Qing Song's act of saving his most cherished partner, Long Feng felt it inappropriate to oppose the naming of the cub. Ultimately, the name Little Candy was chosen for the offspring. Qing Song justified this name by explaining that within the vast and enchanting Hongmeng forest, there existed a delightful candy that, when consumed, could elevate one's spirits immensely. He wished for the little cub to always be filled with joy and happiness. Qing Song's reasoning was so compelling that neither the brook nor Long Feng could find grounds to object. After all, who wouldn't desire eternal happiness for their child? Thus, the name was set. Interestingly, regardless of how much Little Candy fussed or cried, as long as Qing Song held her and soothed her, she would cease her wailing in mere moments. This phenomenon perplexed Long Feng, who had recently developed the heart of a doting father. Consequently, each time this occurred, Qing Song would inevitably receive Long Feng's resentful glances. Occasionally, Feng Yuan would also join the fray to cuddle the cub, but being smaller in stature, he was often pushed aside by the 2 larger males. Life continued within the household, with the males vying for the cub's attention. While Xiao Hua would occasionally visit to enjoy food and drink, Yun and Xiao Hua frequently dropped by, and thus, more than half a month passed in this manner. As the weather grew increasingly warm, the animals began to scatter in all directions. The cave, being rather low, posed a danger should there not be a male beastman left to guard. Such a cave could become perilous indeed. As long as the little creek remains vigilant on the road, it should pose no significant danger. The male giant river fish at Xiao Hua's home has begun to heal, with fresh flesh sprouting over its wound. Provided it avoids strenuous movements, embarking on the journey should not present any major issues. After deliberation among several households, it has been decided that they will depart tomorrow, for this place is not suitable for long-term residence. It is far safer to return to their own territory. Upon their return, Yun Hefeng and the others have expressed a desire to abandon their original domain. wishing instead to relocate to the misty forest and become neighbors with Xiaoxi and Xiao Hua. Tomorrow, they will set off back to the misty forest, and tonight, Xiaoxi busies herself packing the essentials for the journey. With the addition of the little candy, there are even more items to prepare. Seizing the opportunity while the adults are occupied gathering supplies for their departure, Xiaofinjuan tiptoes over to the sleeping little candy and gently pokes the now pale cheek of the cub. Instantly, the spot where she prodded turns a rosy hue. As Feng Yuan touches the reddened area, she is spotted by Qingcang, who has returned for more belongings. He promptly approaches and lifts Xiaofinjuan by the collar, taking her outside. He instructs her to organize her items for the journey to avoid waking the slumbering little candy. Xiaofinjuan, being set down, pouts and makes a face at Qingcang before darting over to Xiaoxi. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon returning, the brook noticed a crimson mark on the face of the little candy, mistakenly believing that a bug had bitten her inside the cave. Throughout the night, she remained vigilant, wary of any potential insects that might harm the little candy again. Longfeng, equally anxious, wielded a piece of beast hide, flailing it about in a futile attempt to drive out the elusive creature from the cave. At that moment, Meng accompanied Dai to the cave where the brook and the little candy resided, assisting Dai with a thorough examination to ascertain any precautions necessary for their journey the following day, ensuring that the wounds would not reopen due to the jostling of a swift trek. After inspecting the injuries, the brook suggested that it would be prudent for someone to carry him, as it would provide a greater measure of safety. Meng nodded in agreement, aware that time was of the essence. With another journey ahead, it was imperative for everyone to retire early that night, prompting him and Dai to take their leave. Xiaoxi and the others tidied up their belongings, refreshed themselves, and retired to bed early. The following day, as dawn broke, they rose early in preparation for their return to the misty great forest. In the cave, the stream had nourished the little candy and decided to step outside for a moment of refreshment. She handed her offspring to Chanfeng. Initially, the little candy did not fuss, gazing with her pale blue eyes at her father's chin. However, Chanfeng, overwhelmed by paternal affection while being looked at by his precious child, planted a heavy kiss on the little candy's face, which incited her displeasure, prompting her to wail. Hearing the cries of the little candy, Qingcang entered the cave. Upon seeing the small figure with a flushed face, Chanfeng's heart ached for her. He momentarily forgot about competing for his child's attention. Relieved by Qingcang's arrival, he quickly handed over the tearful little candy. Qingcang took the distressed child in his arms and began to pace within the cave, soothing the little one. Gradually, the child's cries subsided. Once the echoes of her sobs faded, Chanfeng realized the folly of his actions. He had unwittingly placed his precious treasure into the hands of his rival. Upon returning from her morning ablutions, Xiaoxi encountered Chanfeng, who wore a sullen expression as he gazed at Qingcang, who was cradling little candy. With a resigned shake of her head, she turned to attend to her own affairs. Over the past fortnight, the two had frequently engaged in such antics to capture little candy's attention, and she had grown accustomed to it. As they traveled together, the families convened for breakfast. And with the weather gradually warming, Xiaoxi's family, along with others, planned to return in search of suitable accommodations. Anticipating a hurried journey with little chance for a midday respite, Xiaoxi ensured she ate heartily, knowing it would sustain her longer and stave off hunger. After their meal, the males shouldered their luggage. Just before departing, Xiaoxi noticed the young beast from Xiao Hua's family, still swathed in a thick blanket. In such sweltering heat, how could such a tender creature endure? Hence, she produced a breathable cloth blanket intended for little candy's use and offered it to Xiao Hua, suggesting, "Wrap the little one in this. It offers better ventilation and will not suffocate the cub." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon their return, Xiaoxi and her companions, having yet to find a new dwelling, temporarily resided in the cave lent to her by Xiao Hua. Due to the inconvenience during their journey, Xiaoxi primarily subsisted on roasted meat. But now back in familiar surroundings, she yearned to gather some wild vegetables to diversify their evening meal. Changfeng had already ventured out to hunt, leaving her with no choice but to hand a small candy, which had been kept for over a month, to Qingcang, who had just returned from chopping firewood. She then took hold of Xiao Fengyuan's hand, preparing to forage for wild greens at the forest's edge. Throughout the extended snowy season, Xiaoxi had not tasted a single vegetable, a remarkable circumstance for someone accustomed to modern dietary habits. At the edge of the forest, Xiaoxi and Fengyuan stumbled upon a patch of wild vegetables that had grown quite robust. Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled with a verdant glow at the sight of the tender greens, and she could hardly suppress her salivation at the thought of such succulent fare. Fengyuan, however, observed Xiaoxi's exuberance with a sense of bewilderment. As a young male who had little fondness for plant-based sustenance, while Xiaoxi busily foraged for the wild greens, the little fellow busied himself around her, flitting about, startling resting birds from their perches and chasing after small creatures that crossed his path, embodying the vivacity typical of a sprightly young cub. With the burgeoning population of animals in the forest, the male beastmen refrained from hunting pregnant creatures, understanding that preserving them was essential for ensuring a sustainable food supply. Meanwhile, Cha Feng, burdened with his latest catch, approached the forest's edge, drawn by the familiar scent of his little rabbit, altering his course to head in this direction. Upon hearing a sound, Xiaoxi lifted her head and was somewhat astonished to see Changfeng. Typically, their hunting expeditions would take a considerable amount of time. How was it that he had returned so swiftly today? You are back quite early, she remarked. Changfeng stood before Xiaoxi, bearing the spoils of his hunt, and gazed at her with gentle eyes. There was an abundance of game today, and once we gather enough for our daily sustenance, it is only natural that we return sooner. Upon witnessing that she had gathered a sufficient amount of tender wild vegetables, enough to last for the day in her half-hide bag, Xiaoxi prepared to return home with Changfeng. She lifted the hide bag and called out to Fengyuan, who was still frolicking nearby, before making her way back. Changfeng took the bag from her hands as they walked. When they reached the riverbank, Changfeng intended to tend to their catch, and Xiaoxi accompanied him to clean the wild vegetables she had foraged. After washing them thoroughly, she realized that she would have to wait a while for Changfeng to finish with the game, so she mentioned her intention to return home, as there was a little one waiting for her to nurse. Upon arriving at the cave, she found Qingsong at the cliff's edge, working on a withered tree. Seeing him there, Xiaoxi understood that little Candy must have fallen asleep. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As the brook entered the cave, it noticed that the little Candy had yet to awaken. Thus, it drew some water from the wooden bucket and washed the little Candy's soiled garments, placing them aside to dry. Contemplating the upcoming task of stir-frying wild vegetables in a stone pot, the brook intended to cleanse the long-neglected vessel. However, before it could make its way over, it heard the soft murmurs of the little Candy emanating from within the cave. The brook was aware that it had awakened in search of someone. As it ventured inside, it indeed discovered the little Candy, gazing with a pair of pale blue eyes, reminiscent of the azure sky, towards the illuminated entrance of the cave. Upon noticing the brook's arrival, the little Candy, having been there for over a month, joyfully waved its tiny arms. Xiaoxi approached and gently lifted her up. Noticing that little Tangua was nuzzling against her chest, she instantly understood that the child was hungry. With a tender pat on her tiny backside, she couldn't help but chuckle at the little glutton who seemed to know nothing but eat and sleep. After all, aren't all children like this? Seeing the little one on the verge of tears for lack of nourishment, Xiaoxi had no choice but to lift her garment and feed this little darling, ensuring her cries would cease. Once the feeding was complete, Xiaoxi placed Tangua on the animal skin mat atop the cliff platform and went to the corner to wash the stone pot. The well-fed little one lay comfortably, no longer crying, as she contentedly bubbled milk from her mouth. Flying onto the cliff platform, Xiao Fengyuan spotted the awakened Tangua and immediately approached. Gazing at the now plump and fair child, this time refraining from poking her, the little one glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then discreetly lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on the delicate, fair face of the sweet Candy. Just as the returning Qingsong caught sight of the tender moment. That evening, after dinner, Qingsong and Fengyuan approached Changfeng and Xiaoxi, expressing their reluctance to part from the sweet Candy and their desire to reside together in the same territory. Changfeng and Xiaoxi exchanged a glance. Observing the bashful duo before them, one a savior to their little rabbit, and the other a young beast cub in need of care and protection, what could they possibly say? Could they express a desire for a world solely for two? Thus, they both nodded in agreement, tacitly consenting to the arrangement. Qingsong, being an adult, managed to maintain a composed expression despite his inner joy, while little Feng Yuan, sporting a conspicuous bump on his head, could not contain his glee and burst into infectious laughter. Seeing their exuberance, Chong Feng and Xiaoxi joined in the laughter, for during Xiaoxi's pregnancy, they had been of great assistance. Xiaoxi thought it unfair to be a bridge burner. Furthermore, after sharing such a long time together, they could not bear the thought of their departure. Xiaoxi suddenly noticed a bump on Xiaofeng's head and inquired, "What happened to your head? Where did you get that bump?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As the Brook observed Feng Yuan's peculiar behavior, she murmured, "What has come over him?" Qingsong, touching his nose, could have revealed to the Brook that it was due to this mischievous lad stealing a kiss from Xiaotang, which he had witnessed. In a moment of clumsiness, he had accidentally pushed the boy, causing him to collide with the stone wall, resulting in a bump on his head. "It is getting late, and I feel drowsy. You all should retire early as well," Qingsong declared before slipping out of the cave. Chongfeng discerned a hint of the circumstances. Yet the specifics of the incident between the two were of no consequence to him, with the bothersome individuals having departed. He covered the moonstone with a piece of beast hide and beckoned the Brook to join him on the bed. The following day, after breakfast, everyone gathered to discuss the search for a new dwelling. It was imperative that the environment surrounding their new home be to their liking. The most suitable mountain for excavating a residence would undoubtedly be the one belonging to Xiao Hua's male river beast, for he was a pangolin beastman, and thus, they needed to bring him along in their search. Originally, the Brook, Yun, and Xiaoya's families were all seeking new homes. Ultimately, Xiao Hua, reluctant to live too far from her mother beast and father beast, proposed to dig another cave not far from their own dwelling, allowing them to reside nearby. Although Yun, Shun, and Dashan were all over 80 years old, in this realm, they could only be considered middle-aged beastmen, given that the lifespan of beastmen on this continent ranges from 150 to 200 years. Nonetheless, the prospect of being closer to their children brought them joy, especially since they were particularly fond of Xiao Hua. On their return journey, the males from Xiao Hua's family had gone hunting, with Shun and Dashan being the most helpful in caring for her young. Each time the Brook observed others assisting with child rearing, she felt a pang of envy. For throughout their journey, Chongfeng and Qingsong had been preoccupied with hunting, leaving Xiaotang to be cared for solely by her. Now, with Yun and the others no longer needed